An overwhelming weight pressed from all sides, crushing his mind. Yin Feng tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as lead. He tried to shout, but no sound came from his throat. The outline of his body vanished, all sensation was gone, and only dead silence filled his ears. Am I being pressed by a ghost? He did not know that at this moment he was just a strange fruit, conical in shape, covered with spiral bizarre patterns. At this moment it lay quietly at one end of a huge glass container. An old man with a large head carefully adjusted it with tweezers. At the other end of the container lay another fruit. That fruit was a perfect square, also engraved with complex, incomprehensible patterns, exuding an ominous aura. Click! The hemispherical glass lid slowly closed, completely sealing the two fruits. Vegapunk took a deep breath. Experiment 27. Testing the fusion of two devil fruits. As he pressed the red button heavily, the entire room was instantly engulfed in blinding light. Hum! The machine roared deafeningly, countless electric currents like blue serpents wildly writhing inside the glass lid. The two fruits trembled violently. The patterns on the surface seemed to come alive, flowing and glowing at an unprecedented speed. They detached from the base, drawn by an invisible force toward the center of the container, the cone and the square. When the two distinct forms touched in midair, there was no violent explosion. Instead, there was light. Within the light, the outlines of the two fruits blurred, twisted, and finally, they completely merged into one, then vanished at the peak of the brightness, disappearing into thin air. The roar of the machine also ceased. The glass container was empty, as if nothing had ever happened. It seems it didn't work. Vegapunk muttered to himself. Could it be related to the fruit type? Paramecia and Zoan should be the most compatible. With only one experimental sample, it's too thin. I'll try fusing other fruits. Meanwhile, far away in the east blue, a group of primitives wearing animal skins and painted with bear paw marks on their cheeks were shouting and hunting a panicked wild boar. No one noticed a tiny black dot rapidly enlarging in the sky. It was a man with striking purple short hair, eyes closed. He fell straight from a height of nearly 10 meters, his perfect muscle lines clearly visible in the sunlight, his face hard and chiseled. Bang! A heavy dull sound. The man landed heavily on the grass not far from the tribe, the ground trembling beneath him. The sudden commotion startled the primitives. They stopped, warily tightening their stone spears, and looked toward the sound. When they saw a person lying on the grass, the alertness on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by delight. Their eyes looked like they had spotted the fattest prey. The wild boar that had been fleeing for its life was now ignored. The leading primitive grinned, revealing yellow teeth, and waved excitedly. Several tribesmen immediately stepped forward, grabbing the unconscious Yin Feng and lifting him up. They weighed his heft. In the center of the tribe, a huge stone pot was already set up. The firewood below was blazing, and the water in the pot was bubbling with steam. For them, this fresh ingredient that fell from the sky only needed to be washed and thrown in for a hearty meal. A man named Guga of the Bear Paw tribe licked his dry lips, his eyes fixed on Yin Feng's smooth, tight forearm. The skin there was dazzlingly white. Guga had never seen such tender meat. His Adam's apple bobbed, and a primal greed overcame his respect for the chief. Taking advantage of the cover from the chief's line of sight, he quietly lowered his head, opened his grime-stained mouth, and bit down on that tempting arm. Just as his teeth were about to touch the skin, the companion carrying Yin Feng's legs tripped over a tangled root, and the whole party shook violently. Guga's head also sank. Crunch! He bit into nothing. His teeth did not taste the expected flesh, but only severed a few strands of the man's purple hair. A sharp-eyed tribesman saw this, his lips just parting to silently mock Guga's impatience. Guga's face flashed with annoyance, then turned to unwillingness. He didn't want to be a laughingstock for nothing. He rolled his tongue, coiled the tough strands of hair into his mouth, and bit down hard with his molars. The hair was unusually tough, chewy, and strange with no meat flavor. Guga frowned but forced himself to swallow. The next second, his movement stopped abruptly. His eyes, which had been gleaming with greed, suddenly dilated, losing all light, leaving only an empty grayish white. Guga's body went limp, toppling straight back. Plop! He hit the ground heavily, no longer making a sound. The mockery on the neighboring Bear Paw's face instantly froze, transforming into extreme terror. Opt! A short scream cut through the tribe's clamor. The other Bear Paws carrying Yin Feng dropped him as if stung by a scorpion. Yin Feng's body hit the ground again with a dull thud. All the Bear Paws retreated in fear, distancing themselves from the two corpses, on the ground, their stone spears trembling as they pointed at Yin Feng. The tribal chief rushed over, his face full of shock and fury. He pointed at the fallen Guga, then at Yin Feng, letting out a series of low growls. The Bear Paw, who had witnessed the whole thing, trembled with fear. He pointed at Guga's mouth, then at Yin Feng's hair, then drew a line across his own neck, rolling his eyes to imitate Guga falling. His meaning was clear. This man was poisonous. Just a few hairs had instantly killed a strong tribesman. Fear spread like a plague among all the Bear Paws. The chief's face turned pale. He let out a sharp screech without hesitation and swung his arm forward. Throw it away. Quickly get rid of this ominous thing. The two boldest Bear Paws used the ends of their stone spears to carefully prod Yin Feng's body, pushing him step by step toward the cliff outside the tribe. Amid the violent jostling, Yin Feng's eyelids finally trembled. As consciousness returned, the first thing that flooded in was pain. It was not a sharp stabbing pain, but a dull heavy ache spreading from every bone as if his body had been run over repeatedly by a runaway truck. Next came smell. The scent of damp earth mixed with the smoky aroma of burning wood and the rank odor of animal hides. Noisy voices poured into his ears a language he had never heard. He struggled to open his eyelids, his vision gradually focusing from blurred patches of color. A group of figures. They surrounded him, but kept a strange distance. Faces painted with bear paw oil paint entered his pupils. They held sharpened stone spears, but the tips trembled slightly, aimed at him, a defenseless prey. But the expressions on their faces were not the greed of a hunter seeing prey. Instead, it was a mixture of fear and confusion, extreme panic. As if he were not a person, but an ill omen. What was happening? Yin Feng's mind was blank. His last memory was finishing the latest chapter of One Piece, turning off the light with satisfaction and going to sleep. Then, now this. He looked down and saw himself. No, this was not his body. This was a strange, perfectly muscled body, skin pale, sharply contrasting with the weathered bronze of the surrounding primitives. A strand of striking purple hair fell before his eyes. Purple hair. Yin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. His gaze swept over the bear paw marks on the faces around him. Bear Paw Tribe. The cannibal tribe from the world of One Piece. The surrounding strangely tall plants. A three-headed bird flying across the sky. Damn, I've transmigrated. Yin Feng's heart sank. His gaze passed over the cowering bear paws and saw the huge stone pot in the center of the tribe. The firewood under the pot was blazing, the water bubbling with hot steam. A chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head. Other people transmigrate with a system or a golden finger or start as nobles. I, on the other hand, have directly airdropped as ingredients, delivering myself to be eaten. But he wasn't one to give up without a fight. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. He noticed that although the bear paws surrounded him, they hadn't attacked and were instead on high alert. There's a chance. Only one thought filled Yin Feng's mind. He suddenly pushed off the ground with his hands springing up from the grass. The explosive power of this body exceeded his imagination. Roar. His sudden movement obviously terrified the bear paws. They let out a scream and took several steps back in unison, gripping their spears tighter, but none dared to step forward. Now, without thinking, Yin Feng turned and ran. He sprinted in the direction opposite the tribe, using all the speed he had ever mustered. The shouts behind him became more chaotic. He could hear footsteps chasing, but they didn't seem urgent. The bear paws just hung back, not daring to get too close. Ahead, the sound of rushing water. A river. Hope flared in Yin Feng's eyes. In his original world, he was a swimming enthusiast and had even won city awards. Crossing the river would shake off these primitives, a heaven-sent escape route. Without hesitation, he burst out of the woods and leaped into the river with a decent dive. The moment the cold water enveloped his body, Yin Feng felt something was wrong. The expected power of cutting through the waves did not appear. Instead, there was a penetrating, sudden draining of all strength. His muscles felt as if injected with lead, heavy and unresponsive. What's happening? He panicked, struggling to swim, but his limbs were weak. His body sank uncontrollably. In the interval before consciousness faded, he saw his own reflection on the water's surface. Sharp features, unbelievably handsome. And the iconic purple short hair. Devil fruit. This body is a devil fruit user. He remembered that in the original work, Brook was completely powerless when taking a bath, and even in fresh water, if he was submerged, he would be helpless. So jumping into the river was suicide. No, not cooked by cannibals, but drowning himself. What a pathetic way to die. Just as his vision was about to be swallowed by darkness, he saw the bear paws on the bank go crazy. They saw him jump into the river, and the fear on their faces was instantly replaced by an even stronger panic. The chief let out a mournful roar, and several bear paws rushed over, recklessly jumping into the river with splashes. What were they doing? Pulling him out to continue cooking. Before he could figure it out, several rough hands grabbed his arms and dragged him ashore. Cough. Cough. Yin Feng lay on the ground, spitting out river water soaked through, completely drained. He was roughly wrapped in a circle of smelly animal skins. Then the bear paws retreated to several meters away, as if avoiding a plague. Yin Feng propped himself up, sitting blankly on the grass, staring at the bear paws. The bear paws were also troubled. To kill him, they feared his poisonous blood would contaminate the land. To eat him, the example of Guga was a warning. To release him, what if he ran to the river again? That was the tribe's only water source. This thing that fell from the sky had become a hot potato with nowhere to throw it. Yin Feng looked at them, his mind a mess. Aren't these bear paws cannibals? Why are they being so friendly to me? They pulled me out and gave me animal skins. But they look at me like I'm a ghost staying far away. Yin Feng subconsciously touched his own face. Could it be? Because I'm too handsome, they're intimidated. Yin Feng sat where he was, facing a group of primitives whose faces were marked with bear paw prints. They stood like statues at the sight of a ghost, gripping stone spears, but daring not to step forward. Yet just minutes ago, several of them had desperately jumped into the river to pull him back from the brink of drowning. Yin Feng's mind was a tangled mess. Did these people want to eat him or save him? This contradictory behavior left him utterly baffled. He had no way of knowing that a poor wretch named Guga had dropped dead just from eating a few strands of his hair. Nor did he realize that in the eyes of the Bear Paw tribe, he was no longer a person, but a living, moving curse. But one thing was clear for now, they wouldn't lay a hand on him. And on this island, aside from these bizarre primitives, there seemed to be no trace of other humans. To survive, he first had to understand his situation. Perhaps he would even have to learn to communicate with them. Yin Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings and finally fixed on a low tree. Hanging from the tree were several purplish-red fruits, plump and juicy-looking. A fierce hunger gnawed at his stomach as if urging him forward. Survival was the top priority. He took a deep breath and rose to his feet. His movement snapped every member of the Bear Paw tribe to attention. A young tribesman, seeing him walk toward the fruit tree, changed color drastically and instinctively opened his mouth to shout. An older companion swiftly covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously. Their eyes held a glimmer of anticipation. They too wanted to see what would happen when this monster, whose very hair was deadly poison, ate the island's most toxic death fruit. Yin Feng did not notice their subtle movements. All his attention was focused on his own body and that fruit tree. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as he took the 3rd step, something stirred in his mind. A strange command issued from his brain and spread through his entire body. The next second, poof, he sank into the ground without any warning. The scent of earth and grass roots enveloped him instantly, and his vision plunged into darkness. Then, as if lifted by an invisible force, he was abruptly ejected from the ground and landed firmly on his feet. His heart pounded wildly. It really was a devil fruit. This scene shattered the Bear Paw tribe's last psychological defense. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There was no pit there at all. On the flat grass, there wasn't even a mouse hole. How did this man fall in and then pop out? Sure enough, this thing that fell from the sky was abnormal. Yin Feng gasped for breath. Paramecia, were fruit. The ability to freely pass through any object. But wasn't this ability supposed to belong to the round-faced oddball named Mr. Tanaka, one of the Golden Emperor's subordinates? What time period was this? Countless questions exploded in his mind. He had to leave this island as soon as possible. Yin Feng's gaze turned resolute. Without further hesitation, he walked to the fruit tree. Looking up at the fruits, he activated his ability again. His body sank, gently passing through the ground without resistance. Then he rebounded directly from underground, using the rebound height to easily pluck the plumpest fruit. The whole process was fluid and eerily hair-raising. He landed back on the ground, brought the purplish-red fruit to his lips, and took a large bite without hesitation. It was sweet. The clear, sweet juice burst in his mouth, instantly quenching his thirst and hunger. Watching him devour the death fruit in large mouthfuls, every member of the Bear Paw tribe wore the same expression, a dead fish look, as if they had witnessed the collapse of the world. That fruit. Even the bravest beast in their tribe, if it ate, it would foam at the mouth and convulse to death within 3 steps. But this freak ate it like candy. No wonder he himself was so poisonous. The tribal chief's facial muscles twitched a few times, and finally the terror and rage in his eyes dissolved into a deep, profound helplessness. He turned around, waved at his clansmen, and uttered a few hoarse syllables. Leave him alone. Let's get back to our own business. This thing had exceeded their understanding. Couldn't be killed, couldn't be provoked. So they had to pretend he didn't exist. The Bear Paw tribe slowly dispersed, no longer glancing at Yin Feng, as if he were just a moving rock. In the vast clearing, only Yin Feng remained, along with the large stone pot, still bubbling with steam. He looked at the empty surroundings, then at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, and fell into deep thought. What the hell was going on? I just wanted to find some food. Why did they all run away? Yin Feng had no idea how shocking his behavior was in the eyes of the Bear Paw tribe. All he knew was that he was temporarily safe, and the guarantee of that safety was the ability of the were fruit he had just mastered. He began to familiarize himself with this power. He walked up to a large tree as thick as 2 arms could encircle, reached out his hand, and cautiously probed forward. There was no resistance at all. His palms sank into the hard trunk as easily as passing through a curtain of water. The sensation was strange. Neither cold nor hot, neither soft nor hard. It felt like touching a substance between solid and void. He tried to sink his entire body into the trunk. His vision was replaced by the texture of wood grain, the light dimmed, and the surrounding sounds became muffled and distant, as if through a thick layer of frosted glass. Interesting. Yin Feng's playful side emerged, and he began to dart through the rocks in the forest. Like a nimble fish, he swam freely through the solid material world. From the bottom of this rock to the top of that one. He felt like a child who had just received a new toy, filled with endless curiosity about this magical ability. But soon a new problem arose. Roar! A deafening bellow came from deep in the jungle, and the entire ground seemed to tremble. Yin Feng froze, the ease and relaxation on his face vanishing instantly. He could sense a fierce, violent aura rapidly approaching. Then a giant boar the size of a truck crashed through several trees, charging out with red eyes. Its tusks were sharper than stone spears, and its body was covered in a thick armor-like bristle. This boar was far more terrifying than the one the Bear Paw tribe had hunted earlier. It seemed to have been provoked by something, and was charging straight at Yin Feng. Yin Feng's face changed. He activated his ability, without hesitation, sinking into the ground. Boom. The giant boar rammed into the spot where he had stood, gouging a huge crater into the hard earth. Underground, Yin Feng could clearly feel the violent vibrations above. He didn't dare to linger. Like a groundhog, he swiftly tunneled away, trying to create distance. But the boar had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. It sniffed the ground, quickly pinpointed Yin Feng's location, and gave chase on all fours. What's with this thing? Yin Feng cursed inwardly as he moved underground. Every stamp of the boar's hooves sent violent tremors through the ground, making him feel like he was being tossed around in a washing machine, dizzy and disoriented. This couldn't go on. He had to find a way to shake off this behemoth. He spotted a steep cliff ahead and immediately had an idea. He burst out of the ground and landed in an open space, shouting provocatively at the pursuing boar. "Hey, you stupid pig, come and get me." Enraged, the boar let out a thunderous roar, pawed the ground, and charged at him like an out-of-control heavy tank. Now, Yin Feng took a deep breath, turned to face the cliff behind him, and pushed the power of the were fruit to its limit. He intended to do what he had done before, pass straight through the cliff. But this time something went wrong. The moment his body touched the rock face, he felt an unprecedented resistance. The effortless passage he had imagined did not occur. Instead, an indescribable, terrifying force that seemed to tear the very space apart erupted from his body. His consciousness went blank. All he saw was that the seemingly indestructible cliff before him was not penetrated, but instead developed a bizarre twisted black void at the point of contact. Then centered on that void, the cliff collapsed inward like a cookie crushed by an invisible giant hand. Tens of thousands of tons of rock were forced to shift, compress, twist, and then vanish into the expanding black hole by an incomprehensible power. Rumble. The entire island shook violently from this sudden catastrophe. The giant boar, charging furiously, didn't even have time to scream before it was swept into the spatial disaster, torn into fundamental particles in an instant. Yin Feng stood dumbfounded, staring at the terrifying cataclysmic scene he had created. The cliff before him had vanished. In its place was a massive gap over 100 meters in diameter with edges as smooth as a mirror. And all he had wanted to do was just walk through a wall. Yin Feng stood dumbfounded before the massive gaping chasm, his mind a complete blank. He lowered his gaze to examine his own hands. These hands, pale and robust, appeared no different from those of any ordinary person. Yet just moments ago it was these very hands that had touched the cliff face, and then the cliff was gone. Not shattered into fragments. Not leveled to the ground. Rather, it was as if an eraser had wiped it from the face of the world, vanishing without a trace. What have I done? Yin Feng murmured to himself, his voice brimming with incredulous horror. He had believed his ability was merely a convenient wall-passing trick for a quick escape. But how else could he explain this terrifying spectacle akin to the divine might of a god? Can the phase through fruit achieve such a feat? He sank into deep self-doubt. Little did he know, on the other side of the island, the Bear Paw tribe who had borne witness to it all had already been utterly shattered. It was simply that the deceased Bear Paw tribesman's friend, aggrieved and seeking revenge, wished to divert the calamity by using the island's most ferocious mountain god to eliminate Yin Feng, this ominous monster. The other Bear Paw tribesmen also watched from afar, tense yet expectant. Then they witnessed a sight they would remember for the rest of their lives. That purple-haired man merely reached out his hand toward the cliff, and then the mountain was no more. Along with it, the mountain god, which their tribe had feared and revered as a deity for generations, vanished as well. Wah! Wah! A young Bear Paw tribesman, unable to bear the psychic onslaught any longer, collapsed to his knees, his legs giving way, and let out a wail like a delirious nightmare. Fear at this moment reached its zenith. But when fear surpasses a certain threshold, it transforms into a completely different emotion. Oh, even worship. The tribal chief, trembling all over, stared at the figure standing before the chasm, a silhouette that seemed utterly insignificant in size, yet wielded the power to annihilate heaven and earth. The fear in his eyes slowly receded, replaced by a fervent, almost fanatical gleam of faith. An existence that could devour a mountain in an instant. An existence that could effortlessly erase the mountain god. This was no curse. This was a true god. A walking deity on earth, bestowed upon the Bear Paw tribe by the heavens. Thud. The chief knelt first. Then all the Bear Paw tribesmen behind him, like toppling dominoes, fell to their knees in unison. They pressed their foreheads deep into the dirt, facing Yin Feng, performing a silent worship in the most ancient and devout manner. Yin Feng was unaware that he had been hailed as a god. He was still shaken by the rampage of his ability. He cautiously retreated, distancing himself from the smooth chasm, afraid that he might accidentally touch something else and cause the entire island to vanish. In the following days, the atmosphere on the island became eerily strange. The Bear Paw tribe no longer hid from him, but they dared not approach either. Every morning, Yin Feng would find a large amount of fresh food outside his makeshift thatched shelter. Grilled fish, succulent beast legs, and various colorful fruits he couldn't name. These provisions were neatly arranged on a large rock several dozen meters away from the hut. Whenever he walked over to retrieve the food, he could sense countless eyes secretly watching him from the shadows of the jungle. Those gazes no longer held the fear and hostility of before. What replaced them was a complex emotion blending reverence and sycophancy. What do these guys take me for? Yin Feng pondered, utterly baffled as he munched on the fragrant roasted meat. Still, a free lunch was not to be refused. With the Bear Paw Tribe's tribute, he no longer had to worry about food and could devote all his energy to studying his ability. He began to consciously control the output of his power. He discovered that as long as he focused on the thought of passing through, without any other distractions, the ability behaved very gently, merely allowing him to walk through walls. But whenever his emotions fluctuated violently during the use of his ability, the results became terrifying. However, achieving the previous level of intensity was extremely draining, and it was unreliable. Over half a month, he had only succeeded once. It was hardly a reliable tool. It seems this ability is closely tied to my mental state. Yin Feng reached a preliminary conclusion. He took stock of his current gains. First, he was alive, and on this primitive island, he had a group of oddly behaving believers who ensured his food and clothing. Second, he had gained a preliminary grasp of this body's ability, unstable though it was, yet its potential was infinite. What he needed most now was to figure out the timeline of this world and find a way to leave this isolated island. The world of One Piece was teeming with powerful individuals and monsters everywhere. A solitary island was definitely no place to linger. He needed information companions and a ship to carry him across the vast ocean. Just as he was contemplating the future, his gaze inadvertently swept across the distant horizon. At the junction of the azure sea and sky, a tiny black speck slowly appeared. Yin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. A ship. It was a ship. The black speck gradually enlarged in his vision, and the ship's outline became increasingly clear. It was a jet-black ship, its figurehead a ferocious skull. On the main mast, a flag bearing the same skull emblem fluttered in the wind. A pirate flag. It was a pirate ship. Yin Feng's mind raced. With his current abilities, he might not be invincible in the East Blue, but he could certainly ensure his survival. With that in mind, he naturally wanted to test their strength. At the very least, he could hitch a ride. But his first step was to silently board that ship, ascertain the crew's composition and strength. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without peril. He fixed his gaze on the pirate ship and began to mobilize the power within him. What he intended to do was to use the phase-through fruit's ability to travel through the seabed, quietly approach the ship's hull, then penetrate the hull and board the ship without anyone noticing. It was a perfect plan. However, he once again underestimated the essence of this body. This was not something bestowed from without, but the very nature of his own existence. When Yin Feng combined the intense intention of moving with the clear target of the pirate ship, he touched upon a higher law that he himself did not yet comprehend. Space. The power within him did not, as he had wished, make him penetrate the seabed. Instead, it directly answered his core demand. Get onto that ship. Thus, before Yin Feng himself could react, the space around his body underwent an extremely subtle, imperceptible distortion. The next moment, whoosh, Yin Feng's figure vanished from its spot, and on the deck of the pirate ship, which had just docked at the island's shore, space similarly rippled slightly. Yin Feng's figure appeared abruptly without any warning in the very center of the deck. All around him, over a dozen pirates armed with curved swords and rough faces were huddled around a massive treasure chest, excitedly discussing something. When Yin Feng materialized, every sound ceased abruptly. The air, as if frozen solid, stood still. Over a dozen pirates, including the one-eyed captain with his captain's hat, all stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost fixated on the purple-haired man who had suddenly appeared clad only in a tattered beast hide. Yin Feng was also stunned. He looked around, taking in the faces interwoven with shock, terror, and brutality, then glanced down at the solid deck beneath his feet. Wasn't I supposed to be underground? The eyes of over a dozen pirates bulged wide, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a fist, the arms clutching their blades frozen midair. The captain with the eye patch, his scarred face contorted with violent twitches. Shouldn't I be underground? Yin Feng's murmured words cut through the dead silence with startling clarity. Underground? What nonsense is this kid spouting? Who are you? It was the one-eyed captain who reacted first. His single eye narrowed, sharply gleaming with a blend of brutality and vigilance, locking onto Yin Feng like a predator's gaze. This purple-haired youth, clad in bizarre attire, hardly decent fabric on his body. More crucially, how did he appear? Appeared out of thin air. A devil fruit user, a navy dog, or a world government spy. No matter what he is. Hit him. Kill him. At the command, the pirates snapped back from their shock like rabid dogs injected with stimulants, vicious grins spreading across their faces. Who cares how he got here? On the black skull, even a dragon must bow. Oh, kill him. Sharp cutlasses glinted under the harsh sunlight, slashing toward Yin Feng from every direction, aiming for his vitals. Yin Feng's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to survive. Run. He instinctively tried to activate his ability to sink into the deck beneath his feet. Yet the moment the thought arose, his body was overcome by a wave of intense weakness, completely unresponsive. That inexplicable teleportation moments ago had nearly drained all the stamina he had accumulated over half a month. Damn, I overplayed it. Seeing the swiftest blade about to split his skull, Yin Feng unleashed every ounce of his survival instinct, rolling backward in a grotesquely awkward motion. Swish! The blade grazed past his scalp, sending a few strands of purple hair drifting down. Close call. Yin Feng's heart pounded like a drum. Before he could catch his breath, another attack came from the side. He could only rely on this body's extraordinary instincts, rolling and dodging amidst the flurry of blades. The situation was dire. Exhausted, unable to use his ability, he was nothing more than a sitting duck. Damn, this kid is as slippery as an eel. A pirate, frustrated by the failed assault, a flicker of impatience crossing his face, changed the trajectory of his cutlass, aiming a treacherous thrust at Yin Feng's thigh. The strike was swift and ruthless, sealing off all escape routes. No way to dodge. Yin Feng watched helplessly as the blade tip grew larger in his sight, the shadow of death once again looming over him. No, I can't die here. A fierce will to survive and rage erupted within him like a volcano. He didn't know what to do, but instinctively reached out his hand toward the thrusting blade, roaring in his mind with desperate fury. Get away. At that moment, a faint but peculiar force surged from the center of his palm. An eerie scene unfolded. The pirate's lancing cutlass, just inches from Yin Feng, was suddenly seized by an invisible hand and twisted violently to the side. Thud. A dull sound of blade piercing flesh. A pirate who was about to deliver a killing blow froze mid-motion. He looked down in disbelief at the blood-soaked tip protruding from his own chest. Ugh. He opened his mouth, blood gushing from the corners, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. With a thump, his body collapsed straight onto the deck. The entire deck fell into a deathly silence again. The pirate who had swung the blade was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his hand still poised in a thrust, then at his comrade lying in a pool of blood. No, it wasn't me. He screamed in terror, as if seeing a ghost, dropping his sword and stumbling backward. It's him. He did it. He pointed at Yin Feng, his voice trembling with fear. Once again, every pirate's gaze converged on Yin Feng. This time, besides ferocity, their eyes held an incomprehensible dread. What just happened? Did the knife turn on its own? What sorcery is this? Yin Feng was also stunned. He looked down at his own hand. Just now, what did I do? Was it my ability? Not penetration, but distortion or displacement? He had no time to ponder, for the one-eyed captain's eye flickered with a greedy gleam. Interesting ability. A valuable asset. Don't just stand there. Take him alive. Whoever catches him gets half the bounty. Under such a reward, the pirates' fleeting fear was replaced by greed. They charged again with howls, but this time their movements were noticeably more cautious. Yin Feng's mind raced. His stamina was slowly recovering, but it still wasn't enough. That distortion attack he had used seemed uncontrollable, unreliable. I must think of something. In the chaos, Yin Feng spotted the massive treasure chest not far away. Got it. While dodging awkwardly, he moved toward the chest. A pirate saw through his intention and blocked his path with a sneer. Trying to run. No way. Before the words faded, Yin Feng's figure suddenly vanished before his eyes. The pirate's blade cut through empty air, leaving him utterly bewildered. Where is he? The next second, he felt an odd sensation beneath his feet on the deck. Pop! Yin Feng's head burst out of the deck, right beside the pirate's feet. Hello there, ghost! The pirate was so terrified he let out an inhuman shriek. Yin Feng didn't give him a chance to react. He grabbed the pirate's ankles with both hands and activated the last vestiges of his power. Penetrate! The pirate felt his feet give way, losing his balance, and uncontrollably sank into the deck. His upper body remained outside, but his lower half had fused with the ship's planks, completely immobilized. The grotesque sight made the surrounding pirates freeze in their tracks, their scalps tingling with horror. He shoved a man into the wood. What the hell kind of monster is this? Everyone out of the way. The one-eyed captain roared, finally losing his patience. He shoved aside the minions blocking his way and charged forward himself. A powerful pressure washed over Yin Feng. This one-eyed captain is formidable. Yin Feng's heart tightened. He didn't dare underestimate his opponent. He tried to repeat the trick, sinking into the deck, but the one-eyed captain was faster. In the instant Yin Feng's body began to descend, an iron-like hand clamped down on his ankle. Then a tremendous force surged. Yin Feng felt the world spin around him as he was yanked out of the deck and slammed violently onto the ground. Cough, cough. His internal organs felt dislodged. He couldn't catch his breath and coughed violently. Kid, your ability is interesting. The one-eyed captain looked down at him, a playful glint in his single eye. But this is where it ends. He waved his hand, and a few pirates immediately draped a net woven from special material over Yin Feng, trapping him tight. Yin Feng tried to activate his ability, but found the net seemed to block his power. His body refused to become intangible. Sea stone. No, it feels different. Don't waste your energy. The one-eyed captain sneered. We got this ability suppression net from a merchant. It's not as good as sea stone, but it's more than enough for a rookie like you. He crouched down and tapped Yin Feng's face with his cutlass. Now I'll give you two choices. 1, join my pirate crew and serve me. 2, I'll tie a stone to you right now and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Take your pick. The icy blade pressed against his cheek, bringing a bone-chilling coldness. The one-eyed captain's soul I was filled with cruelty. Yin Feng knew very well that this man was not joking. Join or die. Was there even a choice? Yin Feng began to speak his instinct to survive, compelling him to compromise. But the words caught in his throat. No, if he agreed too easily, he would surely be treated like a slave from now on. He had to gain some initiative. I'll join, Yin Feng said, looking into the one-eyed captain's eyes, trying to keep his voice steady. But you have to tell me which sea is this. What year is it now? And who are you? The one-eyed captain paused, then burst into loud laughter. An interesting brat. Still daring to negotiate with me at the brink of death. The pirates behind him joined in the laughter. Captain, stop wasting your breath on him. Just throw him overboard to feed the fish. Exactly. A shady character like him is nothing but trouble. The one-eyed captain raised his hand, and the laughter ceased. He studied Yin Feng with interest. You don't even know where you are. I lost my memory. I woke up on a deserted island, and remember nothing. Yin Feng began to spin a half-truthful tale. This explanation was the most plausible and hardest to refute, for he had already known from the Bear Paw tribe that this was the East Sea. Amnesia. The one-eyed captain stroked his stubbly chin, a glint flashing in his single eye. An amnesiac ability user was like a blank slate. Actually a good thing for him. Fine, I'll tell you. He stood up and sheathed his curved blade. This is the East Sea. It is the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. We are the Black Skull Pirates, and I am the captain, One-Eye Baroque. The year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. Yin Feng's heart leaped. The year Luffy set sail? The story had already begun. Now you can make your choice, Baroque's voice rang out again. I'll join, Yin Feng answered without hesitation. The most important thing now was to survive, gather information, and then find a chance to escape. Good. Baroque smiled with satisfaction. Release him. Though reluctant, the pirates untied the net from Yin Feng. The moment he was free, Yin Feng immediately felt the power within him begin to flow again. He rose from the ground, nonchalantly dusting off his clothes. Welcome to the Black Skull Pirates. Baroque patted Yin Feng on the shoulder with a force that made him wince. From today you are one of us. But we don't keep idlers. You have to work. And so Yin Feng was forced to become a cabin boy on the Black Skull Pirates. His job was simple odd jobs. Scrubbing the deck, washing dishes, hauling cargo. All the dirty and heavy work fell to him. The pirates still regarded him with suspicion and hostility, especially the unfortunate fellow he had shoved into the deck with his ability, whose gaze, every time, seemed to want to devour him. Yin Feng paid it no mind. He used these tedious chores to silently recover his strength, while secretly observing everyone on the ship. Captain Baroque had a bounty of 8 million berries, a somewhat notorious figure in the East Sea, known for his cruelty and cunning and not lacking in strength. Besides him, there was a notable fighter on board, a burly man who used iron chains, said to be Baroque's first mate. The rest were a motley crew. What truly caught Yin Feng's attention was an inconspicuous ship doctor on board. He was a thin, small, middle-aged man who always wore thick glasses. He had a timid personality and was often bullied by the other pirates, but he seemed to know a great deal. Night fell. The pirates drank and reveled on the deck, celebrating the haul from their voyage. Yin Feng stayed alone in the storage room at the very bottom of the hold, his temporary bedroom. He sat cross-legged and began to focus on studying his ability. After the day's battle, he realized his power was far more complex than simply passing through walls. Back then I wanted that blade to get away. He recalled the bizarre scene. He reached out toward an iron barrel filled with odds and ends. He concentrated and issued a command in his mind. Distort. Nothing happened. The barrel remained as it was, motionless. It seems heightened emotion is still a key trigger. Yin Feng was not discouraged. He tried a different approach. He stopped fixating on the concept of distortion and instead attempted to apply his will more finely upon the object. He closed his eyes, sensing the barrel's presence. In his perception, the barrel was no longer a simple object, but a collection of countless points forming a spatial aggregate. He tried to inject his power like an invisible needle, gently piercing the surface of this spatial aggregate. Then he nudged it. The next moment, something miraculous happened. In reality, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible ripple appeared on the surface of the barrel, like a pebble dropped into still water. Then the barrel's outline began to blur, as if seen through frosted glass. Success! Joy surged in Yin Feng's heart. This was no illusion. It was a minute displacement at the spatial level. Though not lethal, if applied to a person, it could cause their attack to miss its target. He tried increasing the output of his power. This time, instead of nudging, he performed a shift. He imagined moving a point on the left side of the barrel to the right side. Hum. The barrel emitted a faint hum, and the entire body shook violently. Then on the left side of the barrel, a fist-sized dent appeared out of nowhere. On the right side, an equally sized protrusion formed. It was as if the barrel had been forcibly squeezed out of shape. Yin Feng was stunned by the potential his ability had revealed. This was no longer simple penetration. It was an interference with the very fabric of material space. Distortion shift. He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. Just as he was immersed in joy, the storage room door creaked open. Captain Baroque's tall figure appeared at the entrance, his single eye looking especially eerie in the dim light. It seems you have gained a new understanding of your ability. His voice carried a trace of barely concealed greed. He had already watched Yin Feng's entire experiment through a secret peephole in the cabin. The hungry wolf gaze of Baroque sent a chill through Yin Feng's heart. This guy was indeed keeping tabs on him. Captain, is there something you need? Yin Feng rose to his feet and casually obscured the iron bucket he had crumpled with his bare hands. Nothing important. I just wanted to check on my new crew member and see how he's adjusting. Baroque entered with a smile and shut the door behind him. He surveyed the cramped, squalid storeroom and clicked his tongue disapprovingly. It's a real shame considering you're such a powerful ability user, yet you're stuck living in a place like this. I'm fine with it. It's not bad, Yin Feng replied coolly. Ha, you've got quite the composure for someone so young. Baroque approached Yin Feng and suddenly reached out, giving his shoulder a heavy slap. Kid, your abilities are truly exceptional. I've sailed these seas for years and encountered many ability users, but none like you. Truly one of a kind. He leaned close to Yin Feng's ear, lowering his voice. Materializing out of nothing, making objects curve on their own, even burying people inside wood. I'm genuinely curious. What kind of devil fruit did you consume? Here it comes, the probe. Yin Feng had anticipated this moment. I don't know. As I mentioned, I've lost my memory. Is that so? Baroque straightened up and shifted the subject. When I was younger, an old pirate once told me a legend. He said devil fruits are incarnations of sea demons. If someone consumes two, the two demons within will war against each other until the body can no longer contain them and explodes. However, there are always exceptions. He also spoke of a forbidden technique capable of fusing two fruits into one. The power born from such a fusion would be unparalleled, beyond imagination. Of course, that's merely a legend. That old pirate was thoroughly intoxicated that day. Without my sharp hearing, I wouldn't have caught his drunken ramblings at all. After finishing his tale, Baroque clapped his hands as though discussing some trivial anecdote. Very well, I won't keep you from your rest. We'll reach the next island tomorrow for supplies. You'll have plenty to occupy you then. He turned, pulled open the door, and stepped outside. The moment the door closed, Yin Feng's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Baroque was no ordinary pirate from the East Blue. He knew far too much, and fate had conveniently placed him in Yin Feng's path, as though an invisible hand were steering him toward this encounter. Dual fruit fusion, a forbidden technique. Even in the original work, Blackbeard possessed multiple devil fruit abilities, but the fact that only he alone achieved such uniqueness already spoke volumes, especially since he relied on the Yami Yami, Nomi, the most malevolent fruit in history. But he had nothing, not even an understanding of what was happening to this body. No similar abilities or characters existed in the source material, and his current power was laughably weak. No, he had to escape this ship as soon as possible. Yin Feng's wariness peaked. He realized Baroque hadn't recruited him simply for his potential. This one-eyed man harbored far greater designs. Perhaps he wanted to uncover the secret of his abilities and claim them for himself. Over the following days, tension permeated the ship. Though Baroque ceased his visits, Yin Feng sensed the watchful gaze from the shadows never wavered. Yin Feng threw himself into menial labor with genuine dedication, moving quietly between tasks, while dedicating every spare moment to mentally mapping the contours of his abilities. He discovered his power functioned as an infinite toolkit, boundless applications waiting to be unlocked through sheer imagination. Yet each deployment exacted a heavy toll on both his physical and mental reserves. The deeper techniques like spatial displacement left his mind hollowed out, throbbing with exhaustion afterward. He needed to find equilibrium. That day, as the Black Skull navigated calm waters, Yin Feng was scrubbing the deck when a panicked scream erupted from the crow's nest. Navy! It's a warship! The laughter died instantly across the deck as every pirate paled. Where? Baroque burst onto deck without hesitation. Starboard quarter. Closing fast. Their flags are flying. Yin Feng straightened and squinted toward the threat. On the blue horizon, a pristine white warship cut through the waves, bearing down on them with terrifying speed. The character's Justice emblazoned on its bow gleamed harshly in the sunlight. Damn it! It's Marine headquarters. Baroque's face darkened with rage. Hard to port. Full speed ahead. Lose them. Chaos erupted across the deck as the crew scrambled to adjust sails and helm. But it was too late. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the air. A black cannonball streaked from the warship, trailing smoke as it slammed into the sea mere yards from the Black Skull. A colossal plume of water erupted skyward, throwing the ship violently off course. They're firing. Run. The pirates howled in terror. Boom. Boom. Two more shells followed in rapid succession. One whistled past the mainmast, the other smashed into the stern railings. Splinters rained down as several pirates were blasted overboard, their screams swallowed by the sea. Hold position. Everyone hold your ground. Baroque drew his cutlass and roared to steady his men. Return fire. Send those shells back. But the Black Skull's cannons couldn't match the range or power of marine weapons. They could only endure the barrage. Shells continued to hammer the hull, worsening the damage and sapping their speed. At this rate, capture was only a matter of time. Baroque turned sharply, his single eye locking onto Yin Feng with desperate intensity. This is your moment. Find a way to stop those shells. Otherwise we all die here. Every pirate's gaze fixed on Yin Feng. Facing certain death, they pinned their hopes on this enigmatic newcomer. Yin Feng stared at the closing warship and the incoming barrage, his heart pounding against his ribs. Are you kidding me? Expect me to stop cannonballs with my bare body. What are you standing there for? Baroque kicked Yin Feng squarely on the backside, sending him stumbling to the gunnel. Use your ability, or I'll throw you overboard first. Boom. Another cannonball exploded nearby, and a searing blast of air rushed toward them. Yin Feng's face was blackened by the smoke. Only one thought filled his mind. Damn it. Go for broke. He stared at the growing black dots in the sky, took a deep breath, and focused all his mental energy. Can't penetrate. Going through would be meaningless. Warp. No, at that speed there's no time to react. I have to use that. Teleport. Yin Feng thrust out both arms' palms, aimed at one of the incoming shells. He could clearly feel his spiritual energy surging like a tide, establishing a subtle connection with that projectile. Now, move. He screamed madly in his mind. Whoom. An invisible wave spread instantly from Yin Feng's body. The cannonball that was hurtling straight toward the ship's center abruptly veered in an eerily distorted trajectory when it was still a dozen meters from the deck. It seemed to hit an invisible wall, jerked sideways for several meters, and then plunged into the sea. Splash. The spray it raised was even smaller than the previous shells. Success. A surge of ecstasy filled Yin Feng's heart, but it was immediately followed by a fierce dizziness. His brain felt as if it had been scooped empty, and darkness flickered before his eyes. A teleportation of this magnitude consumed far too much energy. Well done. Baroque roared in excitement. Keep going. Get rid of the rest too. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, forced himself to stay alert, and aimed at another shell. One more. Whoom. Another cannonball was successfully displaced and fell into the sea. The pirates on deck erupted into thunderous cheers. Amazing. We're saved. Their gazes at Yin Feng had completely changed, from wariness and hostility to shock and fervor. This was no ordinary ability, it was nothing short of a miracle. But Yin Feng's condition was far from good. After 2 consecutive high-intensity uses of his power, his face was pale as paper, and his body swayed unsteadily. And there was still one last shell in the sky. Moreover, it was aimed directly at where he stood. No more. Mental energy. It's not enough. Yin Feng watched the black dot of death grow larger in his pupils, but he could no longer muster any strength. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side and tackled him to the ground. Boom. The cannonball flew past, barely grazing their scalps, and slammed heavily into the cabin, blasting a huge hole in the sturdy wall. The violent shockwave nearly capsized the entire ship. Cough. Are you all right? A familiar, somewhat timid voice sounded beside him. Yin Feng looked up and saw the ship doctor's dust-covered face. You saved me. Yin Feng was surprised. Everyone. We're all comrades. The ship doctor adjusted his glasses, a little embarrassed. On the distant warship, a man draped in a cloak emblazoned with justice, with a major's insignia on his shoulder, was peering through a telescope, his brow furrowed. Strange. He murmured to himself. What was that fluctuation just now? It felt like that space was distorted. His name was Xiao, and the commander of this warship, and a master of observation hockey. He normally wouldn't be in the East Blue, but he was on a secret mission and had intended to deal with the pirate ship casually when this unexpected incident occurred. The instant the shell deviated, he had keenly sensed an extremely unnatural spatial distortion. It didn't feel like any devil fruit ability he knew. Report Major Xiao in. The enemy ship is severely damaged and slowing down. Continue shelling. Sink them completely. Yes, sir. A new barrage began. With the ship doctor's help, Yin Feng barely managed to stand. He watched the black dots rising again in the distance and gave a bitter smile. This time, there's really no way. No, there is still a way. Baroque suddenly rushed over and grabbed Yin Feng by the collar. Kid, can you still move? Barely. Good. Listen up. Baroque pointed at the warship, a wild gleam in his one eye. Can't you make things vanish? Can't you stuff people into wood? Now I don't want you to stop shells anymore. Go and break their rudder. Or make their gunners disappear. The idea was audacious, even fantastical. But it was like a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the fog in Yin Feng's mind. That's right. Why have I always been thinking about defense? Attack is the best defense. A new surge of power welled up from the depths of his heart. Not physical strength, but a conviction. I'll try. Yin Feng's eyes became resolute again. He shook off Baroque's hand, strode to the bow, and fixed his gaze on the approaching warship. The distance was too great, directly teleporting the gunners was nearly impossible. But the rudder? He closed his eyes and extended all his remaining spiritual energy outward like an invisible net that silently spanned hundreds of meters and enveloped the warship's stern. Found it. He sensed the massive, constantly turning rudder. That's it. Yin Feng condensed all his will into a single command. Jam. Now, he didn't choose to destroy it, as that would consume too much. Instead, he used his ability to create a tiny yet extremely solid spatial stagnation point at the rudder's pivot. Deep in the warship's hold, the helmsman suddenly felt the wheel locked, as if welded, unable to turn even a fraction. What's happening? The wheel's stuck. It won't turn. Quick, go check. The warship, having lost directional control, began spinning uncontrollably on the sea. The few shells that had just been fired thus missed their targets, entirely flying off to who knows where. Success. The Black Skull pirates erupted in even louder cheers than before. They looked at Yin Feng standing at the bow swaying yet godlike, their eyes filled with worship. Quick, take advantage now. Full speed ahead. Baroque seized this golden opportunity and bellowed the order. The black skull turned arcing past the warship and fled at full speed toward the distance. Major Xiaoan, we've been outmaneuvered. The adjutant reported anxiously. Xiaoan lowered the telescope, his face dark and grim. He watched the departing pirate ship, then glanced at the silhouette of the purple-haired man on the deck. Send my orders, he said coldly. Transmit all combat footage and my report to headquarters immediately. Target identified the Black Skull pirates and the individual suspected to be a spatial ability user aboard. Classify this person as a high-risk target and place him under close surveillance. I have a feeling, Xiaoan said, his eyes turning grave. This man is going to become a huge problem. The Black Skull narrowly escaped the Navy's pursuit. The atmosphere on board, however, had changed drastically. The pirates no longer regarded Yin Feng with cold indifference. Instead, they wore expressions of reverence and flattery. Someone voluntarily brought him rum, while another handed him a roasted meat leg. Even the pirate he had previously stuffed into the deck came over grinning obsequiously as he massaged his back. Lord Yin Feng, you are truly incredible. Yes, that kind of ability is unheard of. Yin Feng leaned against the mast, savoring this unexpected privilege, devouring meat in large bites, while silently recovering his strength. He knew that with his strength he had temporarily earned the respect of these desperados. But it was only temporary. He could sense that Baroque's lone eye was still covertly watching him, the greed in his gaze unabated. This battle, though he turned the tide, had also exposed a massive drawback of his ability. Every high-intensity use was followed by an extremely weak Sage mode. During this time, he could barely perform the most basic penetration. The space around him also appeared blurry and distorted like a snowy TV screen with poor signal. This was a fatal flaw. He had to find a way to overcome it, or at least conceal it. A few days later, the Black Skull finally arrived at a new island. It was a bustling port town with people coming and going on the docks and various ships moored along the shore. Everyone disembarked for supplies. Baroque gave the order, and the pirates cheered as they swarmed off the ship. They were heading to the town's tavern to have a good time. Yin Feng followed the crowd down the gangplank, his heart pounding. The opportunity had come. The best chance to escape this pirate ship. This town was crowded and bustling. If he could slip into the crowd, Baroque would find it much harder to track him down. Yin Feng. Baroque's voice suddenly came from behind. Yin Feng's heart tightened, but he turned around, feigning nonchalance. Captain, what is it? Come with me. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Baroque draped an arm over his shoulder and led him toward the largest tavern in the center of the town. You're our great hero today. I have to treat you well, he said cheerfully, but the arm around Yin Feng's shoulder was as firm as an iron clamp, leaving no room for escape. Yin Feng's heart sank. This guy was indeed on guard against him. Inside the tavern, the air was thick with smoke, sweat, alcohol, and cheap perfume. Pirates, bounty hunters, and all sorts of people mingled together, shouting, gambling, and bragging loudly. Baroque reserved the largest private room and ordered the most expensive food and drinks. The core members of the Black Skull pirate crew sat around the table, the atmosphere boisterous. But Yin Feng was on pins and needles. He had no appetite for food or drink, his mind constantly plotting an escape route. He pretended to go to the restroom, hoping to slip away. But the moment he stood up, the two burly men guarding the entrance fixed him with hostile stares. Baroque didn't even lift his head, merely saying coolly, "The restroom is inside the private room." Yin Feng had no choice but to slump back into his seat. It seemed a direct breakout was impossible. He would have to use his ability. While pretending to drink, he quietly activated his power, sensing the structure of the entire tavern. Walls, floor, tables, chairs. All objects turned transparent in his mind. He quickly found a perfect escape route. From the floor of the private room, he could pass through into the underground cellar, then exit through the other end of the cellar directly into the alley outside. Unnoticed by anyone. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. Around the harbor, something seemed to have been set up, greatly interfering with his spatial perception, making it blurry and indistinct. Was it that ability suppression net? No, the range felt broader and stronger. Kid, are you thinking of using your amazing ability to vanish from here? Baroque's voice, like a demon's whisper, sounded in his ear. Yin Feng looked up sharply and saw Baroque's lone eye filled with mockery and derision. Don't waste your energy. Baroque drained his glass in one gulp. Before you came ashore, I had already ordered the entire harbor to be sprinkled with sea stone powder. It's not a large amount, but enough to disrupt your ability. He stood up and approached Yin Feng step by step. The other pirates in the room also rose, surrounding him with malicious intent. The cards were on the table. Captain, what do you mean? Yin Feng asked coldly. Nothing special, Baroque grinned, revealing yellow teeth. I just want to have a proper talk with you. About the secret of your devil fruit. As he spoke, his arm suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. The skin turned into a molten syrup-like substance, dripping down continuously, emitting a sickly sweet and nauseating odor. I forgot to introduce myself. Besides being the captain of the Black Skull Pirates, I am also a devil fruit user. Paramecia type oil fruit. His arm shot out, turning into a viscous fluid that cascaded toward Yin Feng. The speed was so fast that Yin Feng had no time to react. The sticky liquid instantly enveloped Yin Feng like an insect trapped in amber. Breathing became difficult, his body felt as if filled with lead, unable to move even a finger. His spatial teleportation ability was completely nullified under the encasing oil. Now we can talk properly. Baroque's ugly face magnified through the oil grew increasingly ferocious. Rage, resentment, humiliation. All kinds of emotions surged within Yin Feng. I can't let him catch me like this. A strong will to survive overwhelmed everything. Under the pressure of the oil, the power within him began to run wild. An unprecedented sensation awakened from the depths of his being. It wasn't penetration, distortion, or translocation. It was something more primal, more dominating. Isolation. Centered on his body, a spherical space, less than half a meter in diameter, was forcibly carved out from the surrounding oil. Within this space, all stickiness vanished. Yin Feng broke free in a rush, gasping for air. What a... Baroque's smug expression froze, instantly replaced by extreme shock. Broke free? How could he break free from my oil? However, in that second of shock, Yin Feng, having exhausted all his strength from the sudden burst, once again fell into that accursed weakness period. The world before him instantly blurred, the sky spinning. Baroque noticed the anomaly in his condition. The shock in his eyes quickly gave way to ecstasy. I see. An outburst comes with a side effect. What a heavenly gift. Even if he's not a dual fruit user, I must find a way to obtain his ability. This power is too tempting. But before that, he activated his ability again, and an even more torrential wave of oil engulfed the weakened Yin Feng like a tsunami. This time Yin Feng could not create another miracle. A thick needle pierced his neck. The icy paralytic agent flooded his entire body in an instant. Though he was conscious when the anesthetic took effect, and felt almost nothing, his strength was too overdrawn. Before long his vision plunged into infinite darkness. Caught. We caught him. The captain is mighty. This kid can't escape now. The clamorous cheers faded into the distance, ultimately swallowed by an absolute deathly silence. Yin Feng's body went limp, enveloped in viscous, nauseating oil, dragged like a trophy from that smoky, chaotic tavern booth. Ba Luaka's heart pounded, not from fear, but from overwhelming exhilaration. He stared at Yin Feng, whose body was tightly sealed in sticky oil, only his head exposed a glint of greed, so intense it seemed ready to spill over, flickering in his single eye. Now this unparalleled miracle was in his grasp. Get him back to the ship. Now. Ba Luaka growled in a low voice, trembling slightly with excitement. The rest of you clean up the mess in the tavern, remove all traces of the sea stone powder. We set sail immediately. I'd. Captain. Several core crew members hoisted the restrained Yin Feng and hurried toward the docks. Among the crowd, the ship, Dr. Luo Binsi, who wore thick glasses, followed silently. He looked at the unconscious Yin Feng, his expression indescribably complex. That momentary burst of isolation, ability that forcibly tore apart space. Luo Binsi. What are you dawdling for? Ba Luaka's harsh voice cut through his thoughts. Get back to the ship and prepare all your vials and tools. I want to know immediately what secrets are hidden inside this guy's body. Why, yes, Captain. Luo Binsi lowered his head, not daring to let Ba Luaka see the shock and doubt in his eyes. The black skulls soon departed the harbor. In the deepest hold of the ship, a cabin originally used for storing odds and ends was hastily cleared and transformed into a crude laboratory. Yin Feng was roughly thrown onto a cold iron table. Ba Luaka personally began to peel away the sticky oil encasing Yin Feng. Perfect muscle-lined skin, unnaturally pale, and that striking purple hair. Ba Luaka's fingers traced Yin Feng's taut forearm, feeling the body temperature that differed from ordinary humans, his greed burning ever hotter. If he could just uncover the secret of his ability, replicate it, even seize this power, then not just the EC but the Grand Line, even the New World would have a place for him. Ba Luaka. Tie him up tight. Ba Luaka ordered. The pirates used thick chains mixed with sea stone powder to bind Yin Feng's limbs and body firmly to the iron table. The cold chains against his skin made the unconscious Yin Feng shudder involuntarily. Captain, is this guy really okay? A pirate, still shaken, asked while looking at the comatose Yin Feng. That move he pulled in the tavern was terrifying. What's there to fear? Ba Luaka snorted coldly. His strongest outburst has already been witnessed, and the price was complete collapse. Now that I've injected him with a high-concentration anesthetic, not even a Sea King could wake up, let alone him. Luo Binsi. Ba Luaka called toward the door. The ship, Dr. Luo Binsi pushed up his glasses and entered, carrying a tray filled with various syringes and surgical tools. Captain, do we really have to do this? Luo Binsi's voice trembled. He was our comrade. Shut up. Ba Luaka snatched the tray, his single eye glaring fiercely. From now on he's nothing but an experiment. You just record the data. I'll handle the rest myself. Ba Luaka picked up the thickest syringe and walked toward the iron table with a sinister grin. Let's see if he really is the legendary dual devil fruit user. He would draw blood. He would analyze. He would peel away Yin Feng's secrets layer by layer like an onion and claim them all for himself. Luo Binsi stood by, clenching his fists so hard his nails dug deep into his palms. He watched the needle, gleaming coldly, slowly approach Yin Feng's arm. He knew a brutal inhuman experiment was about to begin, and he was powerless to stop it. Just as the needle tip was about to pierce the skin, Yin Feng, bound tightly to the iron table, suddenly twitched violently beneath his eyelids. Then Yin Feng's eyelids struggled to open a crack. His vision was blurred, shadows flickering. He saw the swaying oil lamp above, smelled the peculiar mustiness and rust of the ship's hold. And he saw Ba Luaka's face, inches away, written with greed and madness. "Oh, awake." Ba Luaka noticed Yin Feng's reaction and grinned with even greater excitement. "Good, you're awake. Now you can watch with your own eyes as I dig out your secrets piece by piece." He hesitated no longer, and the needle plunged in heavily. 2. The needle tip pierced the skin, and a searing pain shot through Yin Feng's entire body like an electric current. "Pain! Get away!" Yin Feng roared with all his remaining strength from the depths of his soul. He didn't know what to do, he just resisted instinctively. Whoosh! A strange energy fluctuation burst from within him again. But this time it was no longer the large-scale isolation or displacement he had used before. It was purer, more condensed. Centered around the needle, piercing his arm, the surrounding space visibly warped. What the hell? Ba Luaka felt an irresistible repulsive force coming from the syringe. His hand gripping the syringe was pried open by an invisible force. Snap! The syringe snapped in half. Half the needle remained embedded in Yin Feng's flesh. The other half was torn into the most basic powder by that twisted spatial force. Bastard! Ba Luaka was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected Yin Feng to resist, even in this state. Increase the dosage. Knock him out completely. Ba Luaka barked at Luo Binsi. Luo Binsi fumbled to prepare a new anesthetic. But Yin Feng, due to that small burst of power, fell into exhaustion again. His vision began to blur, and his resistance faded. No. At this rate, I'll really die. Just as Ba Luaka was about to resort to more brutal methods, Luo Binsi, who was recording data, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Captain, look at this." He pointed at a crude vital signs monitor nearby. On the screen, the curves representing Yin Feng's heartbeat and energy fluctuations were wildly jumping at an extremely abnormal frequency, soaring to peaks, then plummeting to valleys. Even stranger, the electrodes attached to Yin Feng's body were emitting piercing sparks, crackling and hissing. What is this? Ba Luaka was also stunned. His body seems to be rejecting the anesthetic. Luo Binsi's voice was filled with shock. Not only that his body is spontaneously generating a peculiar energy field that's interfering with the equipment. Ba Luaka stared intently at the wild, chaotic curves on the screen, then glanced at Yin Feng's face, which twitched slightly from the pain. What kind of monster was this kid? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ba Luaka's eyes. He pushed Luo Binsi aside, and took 2 high-voltage electric batons connected to a generator from the wall. "Let's see which is harder, your body or my batons." He pressed the 2 batons heavily against Yin Feng's chest. Zzzt. Blinding blue electric currents surged wildly across Yin Feng's body. Oh! An unprecedented agony jolted Yin Feng fully awake from his stupor. His body convulsed violently, and the iron table to which he was chained emitted a strained creak. This was no longer an experiment. This was torture. Ba Luaka watched Yin Feng writhing in the electric current, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Talk. What the hell are you? How did you get your ability? If you don't talk, I'll keep shocking you until you do." With the continuous stimulation of the current, the space around Yin Feng began to ripple, with even more violent, irregular fluctuations. The chains on the iron table screeched, as if they might snap at any moment. Luo Binsi watched the scene, all color draining from his face. "Captain, stop!" he shouted in terror. "The energy reaction is too strong. It's going to spiral out of control." "Out of control?" Ba Luaka let out a manic laugh. "I want him out of control. I want to see how far his limits go." He had lost all patience and was determined to pry open Yin Feng's secrets through the most violent means. He threw away the batons, picked up a sharp scalpel from the tray, and aimed its tip at Yin Feng's heart. "It's over, monster." Just as the blade was about to touch the skin, Yin Feng, overwhelmed by agony and fury, snapped his eyes open. Those eyes were hollow. An invisible, terrifying force erupted from his body. With Yin Feng at its center, the entire cabin space began to warp, fold, and collapse violently. All the instruments on the lab table, monitors, generators, bottles, and jars, were instantly torn to shreds and sucked into an expanding, chaotic energy center. That center was Yin Feng. Up! Ba Luaka let out a blood-curdling scream. The scalpel in his hand turned to dust the moment it touched the distorted space. Then a shockwave slammed into him. His body was flung backward, crashing heavily against the deformed cabin wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sticky oil he had used to restrain Yin Feng was instantly repelled and evaporated by the burst of power, leaving no trace behind. What is this? Ba Luaka struggled to lift his head, his heart and liver shattered by the sight before him. He finally understood. He had made a terrible mistake. This was no fortune he could control. This was a monster he could never comprehend nor dare to provoke. It could only be destroyed. He had to kill Yin Feng before he completely lost control and devoured the entire ship, even the entire sea. Kill him. Now. At all costs, kill him. Balawaka used the last of his strength to roar hysterically at the pirates outside, who were also frozen in fear. Shoot. Use sea stone bullets. Shoot him dead. Jolted awake by their captain's shouts, the pirates trembled as they saw the hellish scene inside the cabin. But survival instinct drove them to raise their muskets. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets, a mix of tranquilizer darts and sea stone rounds, fired madly at Yin Feng suspended in midair. Yet some were deflected by the distorted space and shot back at even greater speed, instantly striking down several pirates who screamed in agony. Others, like sinking into quicksand, slowed down and were silently swallowed by the chaotic void without even a sound. The attacks were completely ineffective. Yin Feng himself remained with eyes tightly shut, still seemingly enduring immense pain. He was not attacking actively. All of this was just the unconscious defense of the rampaging power within him. In his half-dreaming chaotic consciousness, he sensed countless malicious needles piercing toward him from all directions. Annoying. Too noisy. Instinctively, he wanted to erase this noise. So a more refined spatial force emanated from his body. Outside, a pirate who was about to throw a bomb suddenly froze. He saw with horror that his right hand, which held the bomb, was twisting backward at an extremely unnatural angle. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking. Then his entire arm was twisted into a tangled mess like a dough twist. On my arm. A shriek of utter misery cut through the chaotic cabin. This horrifying spectacle shattered the pirates' last shred of psychological defense. They threw down their weapons, crying and fleeing backward. This was no battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Amid the chaos, the ship's Dr. Luo Binsi did something no one expected. He didn't run. Instead, he charged against the flow toward the lab that had already become a void domain. He looked at the pirates torn apart by the distorted space, at the figure radiating an aura of destruction. He knew that if this continued, everyone, including Yin Feng himself, would be completely consumed by this uncontrollable force. He had to do something. He rushed to the control panel of the lab's isolation door and operated it frantically. Just then a blood-covered hand grabbed his ankle. It was Balawaka. He had crawled out of the rubble, his one eye filled with nothing but extreme madness and murderous intent. Luo Binsi. You traitor. What do you think you're doing? This is a miracle. I can't let him disappear. Luo Binsi kicked Balawaka's hand away and slammed the red button. Clang. The heavy alloy isolation door slammed shut, temporarily trapping Balawaka and the pirates outside the eruption zone. He had bought precious time for Yin Feng. He rushed toward the center of the storm. Yin Feng, wake up. Wake up now. He shouted loudly, but Yin Feng remained with eyes closed. Boom. The isolation door was blasted open by a tremendous force. Balawaka, controlling the sticky oil, transformed it into a monstrous shape and forced the door open. He saw his few men torn to shreds by the void power inside, and the madness in his eyes turned into a murderous intent that would stop at nothing. He had to kill Yin Feng. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he had to stop this living taboo. Die, you monster. The viscous oil tentacles instantly shot toward Yin Feng. Robinson's eyes bulged as if about to burst. There was no time to think. He made a decision that even shocked himself. He lunged forward with all his might, throwing his frail body in front of Yin Feng as a shield. Thud! The tip of the viscous oil tentacle crashed heavily into Robinson's back. A terrifying force surged through him, and Robinson's internal organs felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, instantly displaced. His mouth opened, and a spray of blood erupted, drenching the floor before him in crimson. Yet he did not fall. With his last ounce of strength, he thrust both hands forward, shoving the hovering Yin Feng out of the core range of the viscous oil attack. Captain! He is not a monster. Robinson fell to his knees, his body swaying on the verge of collapse, yet his gaze had never been so resolute. He turned his head, looking at the utterly astonished Barak, and spoke word by word. He is a unique existence in this world. I will not allow you to destroy him like this. Barak froze for a brief moment, then an endless wave of fury engulfed him. Traitor! Since you want to protect him so badly, then die with him. More viscous oil tentacles erupted from his body, lunging ferociously toward Robinson kneeling on the ground, and Yin Feng, who had just been pushed away. He intended to crush both of them into bloody pulp. Robinson gazed at the death shadow descending upon him like a tidal wave, yet there was not a trace of fear on his face. He knew he would not survive. But before death, he had one last thing to do for Yin Feng. He reached into his coat and pulled out a syringe long prepared, filled with a pale blue liquid. Based on Vegapunk's theories, he had concocted it himself. A sedative capable of temporarily neutralizing and stabilizing the violent surge of devil fruit power. He did not know if it would work, but now he could only gamble. He threw himself beside Yin Feng, and with all his remaining strength injected the special serum into Yin Feng's neck. Perhaps sensing no malice from him, the spatial energy around Yin Feng did not resist in the slightest, and the icy liquid flowed into his body instantly. The rampaging void power within Yin Feng was indeed temporarily suppressed. The twisted space surrounding him also began to slowly return to normal. Quick! Go! Robinson gripped Yin Feng's arm, exerting his final strength to point toward a hull rupture torn open by the void power nearby. Get out! Through there! The pale blue serum not only suppressed the rampaging power, but also brought a sliver of clarity back to Yin Feng's consciousness, pulling him from chaos. He opened his eyes and saw Robinson's face, splattered with blood, yet bearing an expression of absolute resolve. Behind him lay a gruesome wound. An extraordinarily complex wave of emotion surged through Yin Feng's heart. Why? Why did he save me? Don't zone out. Robinson's voice grew ever fainter. I once was Vegapunk's assistant. I know. He has been conducting forbidden experiments on devil fruit fusion. You must be his creation. A miracle. Your memories. Go find him. Ask clearly the truth behind all this. Hurry. Go. With his last breath, Robinson shoved Yin Feng violently toward the rupture. Yin Feng hesitated. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he had truly felt protected. Go. Robinson let out his final roar. Yin Feng cast one deep look at Robinson, summoned the last shred of strength from his overwhelmingly weakened body, and activated his power. Pierce. His body dissolved into a phantom, passing straight through the shattered hull. No. Barak watched Yin Feng escape, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He vented all his fury upon Robinson, who could no longer resist. Black viscous oil tentacles instantly submerged Robinson completely. In the moment before being swallowed by darkness, Robinson turned his head, gazing toward the direction Yin Feng had fled, and a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Yin Feng broke through the hull and tumbled clumsily onto the deck of the Black Skull. The cold sea wind against his face brought a degree of clarity to his dazed mind. You little bastard. You think you can escape? However, before he could react, a resentful and venomous roar erupted from the wall behind him. With a thunderous crash, Barak's massive and grotesque figure burst through the wall in pursuit. His body had completely transformed into a pool of foul-smelling black viscous oil, with only a single eye remaining blazing with mad, killing intent. In his eyes, Yin Feng was already a spent arrow. His earlier explosion must have exhausted all his strength. Now he was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. I will make you die. Yin Feng's voice was hoarse. Supporting his weakened body to its absolute limit, he forced the void power within him to stir. No longer the crude displacement and isolation from before. Spatial severance. He swung his right hand fiercely at the charging Barak. No sound, no flash of light. Yet before Barak's eyes, a thread-thin black crack abruptly appeared in the air, finer than a single strand of hair. That crack, like an invisible blade sharpened to the ultimate degree, silently sliced toward the viscous oil tentacle Barak had extended. Barak did not take it seriously. He had absolute confidence in his Yuru no Mi abilities. Physical attacks were completely ineffective against him. And yet, swish, that viscous oil tentacle capable of severing steel met the black crack, and in an instant it was cleanly bisected, as though a hot knife sliced through butter. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror with not a trace of adhesion. Huh. The vicious grin on Barak's face froze instantly. Then excruciating pain erupted from the depths of his soul. This was not physical damage. His very essence had been forcibly torn apart. This is impossible. Barak let out a piercing scream. The severed viscous oil splattered across the deck, corroding large holes everywhere. He stared at Yin Feng in absolute horror. What kind of power was this? Why could it harm me? Yin Feng gave him no time to ponder. Having struck successfully, he pressed his advantage. Enduring the dizzying waves of vertigo in his head, he swung his hand again. Swish, swish, swish. Countless invisible black cracks wove together into a web of death, descending upon Barak from every direction. Terrified out of his wits, Barak frantically activated his ability, generating more viscous oil in a desperate attempt to defend. But it was useless. Before the dimensional striking spatial severance, his viscous oil was as fragile as tofu. Countless tentacles were severed and disintegrated in an instant. Barak's own body was carved with countless wounds, howling in agonizing and human screams. At this rate, he would surely be flayed alive. It's over. I'm going to die. Only this one thought remained in Barak's mind. But if I die, he won't have it easy. Barak hardened his heart. He would drag this ship and this monster down to hell with him. Just then, Yin Feng's movements suddenly paused. The continuous use of space slash had taken a tremendous toll on his mental energy. Before his eyes, the familiar snowflakes and afterimages appeared once more. Now is the chance. Barak seized this opening, gathering all his remaining strength, not to attack Yin Feng, but to plunge into the deck beneath him. He was going to place the ammunition depot. He would detonate the entire ship and take this monster down with him. Yin Feng, suffering from the backlash of his power, was completely unable to stop him. In that brief moment, boom, a deafening, earth-shattering roar. An enormous orange-red mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The flames illuminated the entire sea as brightly as day. Countless burning fragments of the ship were blasted in all directions like the arrival of the apocalypse. Barak, who had charged into the ammunition depot, used the properties of his oily fruit to amplify the explosion's power by dozens of times, and then was completely vaporized at the center of that terrifying blast, leaving not even a trace of ash. The Black Skull pirates were annihilated. As for Yin Feng, he was violently thrown away by the unimaginably powerful shockwave of the explosion. The fear of the sea is an instinct engraved in the genes of devil fruit users. The moment his body was engulfed by seawater, Yin Feng felt all his strength drained away instantly. The weakness after the explosion combined with the sea's curse made it impossible for him to even struggle. His consciousness was rapidly sinking. Was he going to die like this? How unwilling. Just as he was about to be completely swallowed by the darkness, a somewhat strong hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Then a familiar voice called out anxiously in his ear. Yin Feng, hang in there. Don't fall asleep. Was it Luobinsai? Wasn't he? Using his last shred of strength, Yin Feng forced his eyes open. In his blurry vision, he saw Luobinsai's face stained with blood and dust. He wasn't dead. This realization like a warm current poured into Yin Feng's cold heart. He wanted to speak, but could only produce a series of gurgling bubbles. Don't talk. Hold on to this. Luobinsai somehow found a relatively intact wooden barrel and stuffed it into Yin Feng's arms with great effort. With the buoyancy of the barrel, Yin Feng finally stopped sinking. He lay over the barrel gasping for air, the salty seawater choking him until tears streamed down his face. You? How did you? Don't ask. Just survive first. Luobinsai himself was hugging a broken piece of shipboard, his face, pale, clearly severely injured. And so two people who had narrowly escaped death began an aimless drift in this sea of death and destruction, relying on a few pitiful floating objects. No one knew how long had passed. A day, or two. Yin Feng's consciousness came and went. He only remembered that when he regained clarity again, he was lying on a soft sandy beach. Warm sunlight shone on him, dispelling all the chill. He struggled to sit up and found that his wounds had been simply treated and bandaged. Not far away, Luobinsai was leaning against a coconut tree, holding a sharp stone and laboriously prying open a seashell. You're awake. Hearing the sound, Luobinsai turned around and gave a weak smile. How do you feel? Still alive. Yin Feng looked at Luobinsai, his heart full of questions. I originally thought I was going to die too. Luobinsai gave a bitter smile, pointing at the terrifying wounds on his body. Baroque's sticky oil nearly crushed my internal organs. But at the last moment, that spatial power you unconsciously unleashed formed a small, safe zone around me, shielding me from most of the damage. And when the explosion happened, it was that same power that threw me out of the cabin. You could say you saved me. Yin Feng fell silent. So that was it. It was his own power unconsciously that had protected him. Perhaps this was the design of fate. Thank you, Yin Feng said sincerely. If it weren't for you, I might have died at Baroque's hands. We're comrades now, aren't we? Luobinsai handed the pried-out snail meat to Yin Feng. Let's eat something first. We need to regain our strength as soon as possible. The two shared the small seashell. On this desolate island, they began a tough survival. Luobinsai's performance completely exceeded Yin Feng's expectations. This seemingly frail ship doctor actually possessed extremely rich knowledge of wilderness survival. He could distinguish which plants were edible and which were poisonous. He knew how to dig on the beach to find fresh water. He even used the ubiquitous vines and branches on the island to build a crude but sheltering refuge. You? How do you know so much? Yin Feng couldn't help asking as he watched Luobinsai using a bow drill to make fire. Before, when I followed Dr. Vegapunk, we often went to various remote places to collect special plant and animal samples. Luobinsai blew on the sparks that had started, said calmly. All of this I was forced to learn back then. Mentioning Vegapunk, Yin Feng's mind stirred. You said before that I was the result of his experiment. Luobinsai nodded, his expression becoming serious. Just as Baroque guessed, your ability might be the result of a fusion of two fruits. As far as I know, the doctor had previously planned to research in this direction. This is the only possibility I can think of. You possess the most unique power in this world, but your control over it is still too crude. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct systematic training. I will use all the scientific theories I know to help you analyze your abilities and make you a true powerhouse. Yin Feng looked at the expectation and trust in Luobinsai's eyes. He was no longer alone. He had his first true partner. The systematic training on the desolate island was far more monotonous and arduous than Yin Feng had imagined. The plan Robbins devised for him was stringent to an almost sadistic degree. At dawn, before the sky had fully brightened, Yin Feng was required to run laps around the entire island, engaging in the most fundamental physical recovery. His current body possessed a terrifying level of physical prowess. He never felt fatigued during training, yet inexplicably, he could not sustain it for long. After the physical training, he moved on to exercises in ability control. Yin Feng realized that his understanding of spatial laws remained at the most superficial level. His ability was like a colossal hammer, capable of easily smashing open a door, yet utterly useless for carving an exquisite work of art. His ability was erratic, often manifesting with various deviations, leaving him deeply perplexed and frustrated. Know you're heading in the wrong direction. That day, after Yin Feng had once again misplaced both the target stone and a large patch of surrounding sand, Robbins suddenly spoke up. You've been relying on brute force, using your body to forcibly drive the ability. But have you ever considered that the fuel driving these two abilities might not be the same thing? A single sentence jolted him awake. Yin Feng was stunned. That's right. He carefully examined the state within his own body. Every time he engaged in prolonged running or strength training, his body never felt tired. It was always his mind that gave out first. Only after overusing the penetration ability did he experience physical exhaustion. The weaker his physical strength, the more difficult it became to penetrate objects. However, the spatial ability, whether teleportation or the earlier spatial cutting, seemed not to consume physical stamina at all. I understand. The penetration ability consumes physical stamina. The spatial ability consumes mental energy. My physical constitution is monstrously strong, so phasing through walls is easy. But my mental energy is relatively weak, which is why the spatial ability is erratic and leaves me with a splitting headache afterward. They had finally identified the crux of the problem. I see. Robbins adjusted his glasses. From now on, the focus of training will be to strengthen your mental energy. From that day onward, the training regimen was completely overhauled. Every day, Yin Feng had to spend a significant amount of time in meditation. Robbins taught him how to empty his mind and perceive his surroundings. After all, he had once served as an assistant to Vegapunk, and had some understanding of observation hockey and ability closely related to mental energy. At first, Yin Feng couldn't even last 5 minutes without becoming restless. But as time passed, he gradually grasped the knack. He could clearly see the trajectory of the wind as it brushed through the leaves. He could hear the sound of crabs crawling beneath the sand. His mental perception range expanded little by little. Even Robbins was unaware that this perception was not the same as observation hockey. It was a perception of the spatial existence around him. During a session of mental training that had left him utterly exhausted, Yin Feng unconsciously reached out toward a massive rock beside him. He merely wanted to steady himself. Yet just as his palm was about to touch the rock, he saw a faint wave-like distortion appear on the surface of that hard stone. It was as if a tiny patch of space had been forcefully compressed by an invisible hand, though it lasted only a fleeting moment before returning to normal. But this scene was keenly observed by Robbins, who had been watching closely. Stop! Robbins rushed over, his face brimming with incredulous joy. What did you just do? I don't know. Yin Feng was equally bewildered. I just wanted to steady myself. No. That wasn't penetration nor teleportation. Robbins's voice trembled with excitement. That was manipulation of space itself. Yin Feng looked at his own hand, then at the unremarkable rock. He tried to focus a finer intention into his palm. He closed his eyes. This time the world before him had completely transformed. No longer were there objects and colors, so instead there was a vast network composed of countless intersecting glowing lines. The veins of space. He felt as though he could touch the very essence of the world. Having found the right direction, Yin Feng's progress was nothing short of astonishing. Together with Robbins, he shifted the training focus entirely to the development of mental energy and the comprehension of space. Each day the meditation sessions grew longer, and the world Yin Feng could perceive became increasingly clear and three-dimensional. He could even close his eyes and see the exact position of every tree on the island and the movements of every bird. But a new problem soon arose. His mental reaction speed lagged far behind his monstrous physical agility. To train his dynamic reflexes, Robbins devised a simple, yet brutal method. Sprint to the limit. He made Yin Feng run through a jungle filled with various obstacles at maximum speed, while simultaneously requiring him to use spatial abilities to teleport away any obstacles that suddenly appeared ahead. For instance, a rolling stone or a dangling vine. This training was excruciating for Yin Feng. His speed was too great. Often by the time his eyes saw an obstacle and his brain processed the command to activate the ability, his body had already collided with it. A string of failures left him feeling immensely anxious and defeated. No, this won't work. Yin Feng punched a tree, panting heavily. My mind simply can't keep up with my legs. Don't rush, this is normal, Robbins comforted him. Harmonizing the mind and body is the most difficult challenge. What you need is not speed, but a resonance. Resonance. Yin Feng was puzzled. Yes, aligning your body's instincts and your mental energy to vibrate at the same frequency. When your body reacts, your ability should activate simultaneously, not a split second later. Try to feel as you sprint at high speed, every tremor of your body, every heartbeat, creating a subtle connection with the surrounding space. Resonance. Yin Feng nodded in partial understanding. He took a deep breath and began another sprint. This time he no longer consciously thought about how to activate the ability. Instead, he did as Robbins suggested. He felt the wind roaring past his ears. He felt his heart pounding violently in his chest. He felt the tiny ripples in space caused by every push of his foot against the ground. Gradually, he entered a peculiar state. He felt as though his body and the surrounding jungle had merged into one. Just then a vast, bottomless chasm appeared ahead of him. This was the largest rift on the island, dozens of meters wide. At his current speed, there was no way to stop, and jumping across was out of the question. According to previous training, he should have immediately sunk into the ground and used the penetration ability to pass through from below. But this time an entirely different notion instinctively surfaced in his mind. Pass through. Not through the earth, but directly through this stretch of space. The moment this thought arose, he felt for the first time a perfect resonance between his mental energy and his body's instincts. His body emitted a faint hum. The space around him briefly blurred and distorted in his sight. The next second, he felt his body being violently pulled from here by an invisible force and then instantly stuffed into there. The entire process took less than 1,000th of a second. When his vision cleared again, he found himself standing on the other side of the chasm. He was still in a forward-running posture, stumbling a few steps due to inertia before barely coming to a halt. He had jumped over. Yin Feng stood motionless, lowering his head to gaze at his own feet before turning to look back at the vast chasm behind him. He was utterly bewildered. Although it appeared similar to the teleportation he had experienced before, only he knew that this time felt entirely different. He had truly used the power of the piercing fruit to traverse the space he had perceived. The previous teleportation had been achieved solely by the singular power of that unknown fruit, and the consumption of energy between the two was incomparable. I succeeded. Yin Feng snapped back to reality, and an indescribable surge of ecstasy flooded his entire being. He tried again, focusing his mind, envisioning himself appearing on a rock 10 meters away. Resonance. Hum. His body blurred once more, and the sensation of being drawn away and refilled by space returned. Swish. He truly appeared on that rock. Luo Binsi, watching from the side, saw clearly that at the moment of his spatial leap his body briefly manifested a blurred, chaotic, faceless phantom. He did not know what it was, but it confirmed one of his conjectures. After mastering spatial leap, Yin Feng's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He trained this new ability with excitement, and his speed and efficiency left Luo Binsi, who observed from the side, utterly astonished. The two began to discuss how to integrate this elusive ability into actual combat. Your previous spatial leap, though powerful, could never be used as a conventional move. It would drain your mental energy completely every time. But now, Luo Binsi, holding a branch, analyzed on the sandy beach. According to you, your current spatial leap is entirely the usage of the piercing fruit. Other piercing fruit users cannot penetrate space because they cannot perceive it, but you can. However, there is another situation I must tell you. As he spoke, Luo Binsi used the branch to sketch the rough outline of that phantom on the sand. The chaotic, faceless head. 6 thick legs. 4 enormous wings. When you traverse space, you occasionally manifest this form. I don't know what it is, but it must be related to your spatial ability. When Yin Feng saw that familiar outline, his mind was struck as if by lightning. He stood frozen in place. 6 legs, 4 wings, chaotic, faceless. This isn't. He furiously searched his past life's memories, those long blurred recollections. An ancient classic called the Shanhai Jing, with its bizarre and fantastical illustrations, flashed through his mind. Finally, it settled on a name that made his heart skip a beat. Dijiang. The Shanhai Jing Shishan Jing records there is a deity shaped like a yellow sack, red, as blazing fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, chaotic, and without a face, yet knowing song and dance. It is indeed Dijiang. Legends tell of an ancient divine beast that governs space and speed. So that's it, Yin Feng murmured. So that's it. He finally understood. The other fruit he had eaten must be a mythical zoan, the Dijiang form. The piercing fruit granted him the ability to pierce through matter, and the Dijiang form bestowed upon him the godlike power to control space, along with a physique so robust it defied all reason. It was just that his mental energy was still insufficient to fully unleash the capabilities of this physique, which was why he had performed like a weakling. Although the piercing fruit, strictly speaking, could also be considered a spatial ability, its essence was still piercing, while Dijiang's ability was the mastery of space itself. Dijiang. Luo Binsi heard Yin Feng's muttering and asked in confusion, what is that? An ancient deity. Yin Feng excitedly explained his conjecture to Luo Binsi. After listening, Luo Binsi was also plunged into deep shock. A mythical zoan. That was the most powerful type of devil fruit. Since it's a mythical zoan, can you actively transform? Luo Binsi raised a crucial question. Right? Yin Feng became excited too. If he could fully transform into the Dijiang form, his power would absolutely surge again. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and screamed inwardly, transform. Become Dijiang. However, his body did not turn into the 6-legged, 4-winged divine beast, as he had imagined. Instead, his flesh, bones, and skin rapidly dissolved and reorganized. Finally, his human form completely vanished. In its place, hanging in midair, was a cone-shaped fruit covered in spiral, bizarre patterns. This. Luo Binsi stared dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. And Yin Feng fell into an extremely absurd experience. He still had consciousness. He could still think. But he was no longer human. He had become a living, floating fruit in the air. He could clearly see the two forces within his body intertwining and coexisting in perfect harmony. He could even see the flowing threads of law in the surrounding space. A truth that made even his own skin crawl surfaced in his mind. I am not the one who ate the fruit. I am the fruit itself. Yes, in the legends of primordial chaos, Dijiang was the chief of the 12 ancestral witches capable of transforming into human form. So the human form was merely another shape. The piercing fruit was his true body. Strictly speaking, he was a piercing fruit that had eaten a human fruit mythical Zoan Dijong form. No wonder using the power of the piercing fruit consumed the energy of the shell, and no wonder using spatial ability could not draw on physical stamina. His robust physique itself was a change brought about by the Dijong form. How could you use the power of one ability to activate another ability of the same source? It was impossible. This reversal plunged both Yin Feng and Luo Binci into a long silence. Yin Feng tried to control himself with his will. In the next moment, that cone-shaped fruit changed again, recondensing into his human form. Looking at the still stunned Luo Binci beside him, he opened his mouth to speak, but Luo Binci stepped forward first and patted his shoulder. It's all right. Even if you are a devil fruit, we are still comrades. Rather, I am honored to witness the birth of this miracle. This life is worth it. The days of tranquility were after all fleeting. Though life on this desolate island was arduous for Yin Feng and Robbins, it had also been a time of relative peace. Robbins, much like a sagacious mentor, guided Yin Feng each day in deeper spiritual training, meditation, perception, and resonance. With each passing day, Yin Feng's comprehension of his own power deepened. He was no longer content with mere short-range spatial leaps. Instead, he began striving to merge the spatial perception bestowed by his Dijong form with the abilities of the Chuan fruit in a more perfect union. Your Dijong form is essentially an affinity for the laws of space. It allows you to see what others cannot. Robbins leaned against the shadow of the shelter, holding a charcoal stick and sketching on a flat stone slab. The Chuan fruit, on the other hand, is the vehicle for your actions. Before, you were like a cannonball charging blindly by instinct. That's why it was erratic and draining. Now you have a vehicle, you can sail on a boat, making it far easier. Yin Feng nodded, understanding Robbins's meaning. He closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense instantly expanded outward. The entire outline of the island, every tree, every stone, even the scuttling of every crab beneath the sand formed an extraordinarily clear three-dimensional map within his mind. I can feel it. My spiritual power is like a net, Yin Feng said. This net can cover a vast area. In theory, I can reach any point within it instantly using the Chuan fruit's ability. But the problem is the farther the distance, the fuzzier this net becomes, making positioning more difficult and the consumption increasing exponentially. That's normal, Robbins replied, jotting down a few formulas on the stone slab before adjusting his glasses. The energy required to transfer yourself from point A to point B is inevitably proportional to the spatial distance between the 2 points and your own mass. What you need to do now is to keep practicing to improve your control precision over this net and find the most energy-efficient route. Yin Feng deeply agreed. The surge in his strength had made him somewhat elated, but Robbins always used the coldest scientific theories to pull him back to reality. Just then Robbins joked, "By the way, since your true body is a devil fruit, could someone eat you and gain your ability? Or would eating you be equivalent to consuming 2 devil fruits at once, causing instant death? I think it's worth experimenting." Yin Feng chuckled. "The cannibals on the island where you found me already tried. They thought I was poisonous." Robbins nodded. "I see. Then this trait of yours could even serve as a last resort. In a life or death moment, you could let someone eat you and poison them to death." Yin Feng was somewhat speechless. Ignoring Robbins, who had fallen into a state of inquiry, he prepared to attempt another long-distance leap. Suddenly, his extended spatial perception net detected an unusual fluctuation, like a stone cast into a calm lake. "Someone's coming." Yin Feng's eyes snapped open, instantly sharpening. "What?" Robbins stopped writing and stood up alertly. Yin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he focused all his spiritual power on the source of the fluctuation. At the edge of the horizon, a ship. I can only sense its rough spatial outline, not what kind. Yin Feng spoke in a low voice. "It's fast, heading straight for us." Robbins's face instantly turned grim. He strode quickly to the shore, pulled out a small telescope from his pocket, and looked in the direction Yin Feng indicated. Moments later, his expression grew even darker. "It's not an ordinary marine battleship. Look at the emblem on the bow. That's a direct affiliate high-level warship of Marine headquarters." Robbins's voice carried undisguised concern. "At least, a vice admiral is aboard." Robbins lowered the telescope, his gaze complex as he looked at Yin Feng. "They're likely here for you." The Black Skull pirates had previously encountered the Marines, and his spatial ability was too extraordinary not to attract Marine headquarters' attention. Moreover, the explosion of the ship had left behind numerous clues, so it was no surprise they were found. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Yin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Was he nervous? A little. But more than that, it was an irrepressible excitement and battle lust. He was no longer the weakling aboard the Black Skull at the mercy of others. Now he was eager to know what level his current strength had reached. A Marine Vice Admiral would undoubtedly be the best touchstone, as long as it wasn't that old man Garp. "Flee, eh?" Robbins asked softly. "No." Yin Feng shook his head, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I want to see just how formidable a Marine Vice Admiral truly is." Robbins watched the confidence in Yin Feng's eyes, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He knew Yin Feng had made his decision. All he could do was trust and support him. The warship was extremely fast. Within just over 10 minutes, it had come clearly into view. The massive hull cast an oppressive shadow. The warship didn't fully dock, but stopped dozens of meters offshore. With a creak, the heavy anchor dropped, sending up a great splash of water. Then a long gangplank was lowered from the ship. A figure appeared at the top of the gangplank. He was a tall, middle-aged man in a crisp marine uniform wearing a white cloak with the word Justice on his back. His steps were steady as he descended the gangplank. He didn't look at Robbins, his eagle-sharp eyes locked onto Yin Feng from the very beginning. An intangible aura rushed toward Yin Feng from dozens of meters away. Yin Feng felt his breath catch. Such a powerful pressure. So this was the strength of a Marine Vice Admiral, even one never seen in the original story. Behind the middle-aged man, squads of elite Marine soldiers followed in full gear. They moved in perfect unison, silently forming ranks on the beach, their rifles aimed at Yin Feng and Robbins. The lead Vice Admiral stopped less than 10 meters from Yin Feng, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. "Did you destroy the Black Skull pirates?" "I did." "Was the explosion and the spatial anomaly on the warship also your doing?" "Yes, that was me too," Yin Feng answered bluntly. He knew that any evasion or concealment was pointless now. The Vice Admiral's eyes grew more dangerous. "So what are you here for? To arrest me? Or?" Yin Feng grinned, showing his white teeth, his tone brimming with defiance. "Kill me." The Vice Admiral's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected this young man barely in his 20s to show no fear, but instead such insolence. "It seems you've already made up your mind." The Vice Admiral's voice was as cold as ice. "Since you're such a dangerous pirate, in the name of justice, I must nip you in the bud. I hear you're called Yin Feng, don't resist." The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. So fast, Yin Feng's mind couldn't react in time. Was it shave? But Yin Feng's body, driven by instinct, made the right choice. Resonance. Spatial leap. Whoosh. The instant the Vice Admiral appeared at his original position, Yin Feng's body turned into a blur and reappeared a dozen meters away. The Vice Admiral's fist, wrapped in black armament hockey, struck only air. The wind from the punch carved a shallow pit in the sand where Yin Feng had stood. Cold sweat broke out on Yin Feng's back. If that punch had landed, he had no doubt his body would have been pierced instantly. "Oh, you dodged." The Vice Admiral slowly withdrew his fist, a hint of surprise on his face. "Not bad reaction speed. But next time you won't be so lucky. Your ability is quite intriguing." The Vice Admiral did not rush to launch a second attack, but instead watched Yin Feng with keen interest, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Is it a devil fruit ability? This must be the spatial ability mentioned in the intelligence." "You guess." Yin Feng kept a wary eye on his opponent, while rapidly mobilizing his mental energy, calming his mind, which had been severely depleted by the extreme jumps just now. He knew that the man before him was the most formidable enemy he had encountered since his transmigration. Pure physical combat techniques combined with armament hockey and observation hockey left almost no weaknesses. No matter what ability it is, it's ultimately just an external tool. The Vice Admiral's voice was filled with absolute confidence. In the face of absolute power, any flashy tricks are nothing but futile struggle. The moment the words fell, his figure vanished again. Shave. Yin Feng's pupils constricted instantly. This time he was prepared. The instant the Vice Admiral disappeared, his mental energy web had already captured the opponent's movement. "Space jump. It's useless." The cold voice seemed to sound directly in his mind. The Vice Admiral's figure midway changed direction bizarrely at a completely unnatural angle. "He predicted my prediction." Yin Feng was horrified. Was this the power of observation hockey? It was like having a map hack. He could only clumsily activate space jump again, narrowly dodging the opponent's attack. Bang! The Vice Admiral's foot heavily struck the ground where Yin Feng had just stood. A deep trench was left on the beach. "Dodge? Let's see how many times you can dodge." The Vice Admiral sneered, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Bang! 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 Each of his attacks carried a whistling sound that tore through the air. Fist, feet, finger gun, tempest kick. The most basic 6 powers of the Navy in his hands became the deadliest killing moves. The entire beach was instantly filled with flying sand and stones and continuous booming. Yin Feng, like a small boat in a storm, could only rely on space jump to dodge clumsily in the airtight attacks, exhausted and struggling. His mental energy was draining rapidly. Each space jump felt like a severe lash inside his brain. This can't go on. He would be worn down sooner or later. "Yin Feng, don't fight him head on." Luo Binsi shouted anxiously from afar. "His observation hockey is too strong. Your control over your ability is insufficient. The ripples you leak allow him to predict your landing point in advance. You must disrupt his rhythm." "Disrupt his rhythm? Easier said than done." Yin Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. This guy's attacks were like a precise killing machine, giving him no chance to breathe or counterattack. His space jump, though agile, had its advantage infinitely compressed under the opponent's terrifying observation hockey lock. He felt that every move he made was clearly seen by the opponent. This feeling was extremely frustrating. No, he must counterattack. After dodging the Vice Admiral's tempest kick, once again a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. He forcibly suppressed the dizziness in his head and fiercely swung his right hand toward the Vice Admiral. Space slash. An invisible black, cracked, flashed through the air. However, the Vice Admiral merely sidestepped lightly, easily evading the fatal strike. That black crack swept across the beach behind him, leaving a bottomless smooth incision as if cut by a scalpel. Interesting. The Vice Admiral looked at the incision for the first time, showing a solemn expression. Directly cutting space. Indeed, an extremely dangerous ability. But the expression on his face soon turned to disdain and mockery. Unfortunately, your ability is too crude. The activation speed is too slow, the trajectory is too obvious, full of flaws. An attack of this level poses no threat to me. His words pierced Yin Feng's heart like sharp thorns. At the end of the day, you are just a lucky one who obtained great power by chance, but has no idea how to use it. Your power is like a 3-year-old child wielding a heavy hammer. It looks frightening, but in reality it's flashy and impractical. Flashy and impractical. Those 4 words exploded like a thunderclap in Yin Feng's mind. Anger. Unprecedented anger surged crazily from the depths of his heart. He could accept defeat, but he could not accept that the power he had mastered with all his effort was so contemptuously trampled by others. What do you know? Yin Feng growled, his eyes beginning to redden. But the fatigue from his body and the dizziness of his nearly depleted mental energy were like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flame in his heart. Despair. A deep sense of powerlessness and despair began to spread in his heart. Could it be that this was really the end? Just at that moment when Yin Feng lost his concentration, a cold, killing intent flashed in the Vice Admiral's eyes. He had seized the flaw. But his target was not Yin Feng. His figure flickered bypast Yin Feng and charged straight toward Luo Binci in the distance. No. Yin Feng was startled, wanting to stop him, but his body's reaction was a beat too slow. Watch out. He could only let out a terrified shout. Luo Binci stared at the demonic figure that instantly appeared before him, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. He didn't even have time to react. The Vice Admiral did not intend to kill. He casually threw a punch. But even the residual hockey from the fist was more than Luo Binci's frail body could bear. PFF. Luo Binci, as if hit by a speeding truck, was sent flying backwards, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in midair. He crashed heavily onto the sand tens of meters away, unconscious or dead. Luo Binci. Yin Feng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Looking at the one lying in a pool of blood, the one who had betrayed the entire pirate crew for his sake, who had taught him diligently on the deserted island, the only person in this world he could call a companion. An unprecedented violent emotion completely overwhelmed his reason. He let out a roar that was not human. Boom. A power far more terrifying and violent than any before erupted from his body. At the moment of his eruption, the blurred phantom of the 6-legged 4-winged Dijiang appeared around his body again. But this time the phantom was no longer a vague outline. Instead, it became incredibly solid, as if about to descend from the illusory into this world. The head, faceless and chaotic, glowed with a terrifying, eerie light. 6 thick limbs seemed capable of crushing space. 4 enormous wings with each flap stirred ripples in space. With Yin Feng's body as the center, the surrounding space began to violently, madly twist, fold, and collapse. Those marine soldiers standing in the distance holding muskets didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were instantly stretched, compressed, twisted into pretzels in the distorted space, and finally torn into the most primal chunks of flesh and blood. The beach was sinking. The seawater was pouring in. The sky itself seemed to tremble. The entire world felt as if it would be completely devoured by this out-of-control power. What is this? The Vice Admiral stared at the scene before him, which resembled an apocalypse. For the first time, the calmness and disdain on his face were replaced by extreme shock and horror. He could clearly feel the violent and unreasonable power that distorted space. His proud observation hockey was severely interfered with in this chaotic space, becoming intermittent. He even felt that the space around his body was generating a strong repulsive force, as if trying to completely crush him, this foreign object. He finally realized that he seemed to have made a fatal mistake. He had completely enraged a monster. And at this moment in the center of the storm, Yin Feng's state had also undergone a strange transformation. His consciousness sank into a chaotic darkness. But within this darkness he was extremely clear-headed. He could see the 2 originally distinct powers in his body frantically intertwining and merging. The power of the Chuan fruit like fuel was being wildly injected into the engine of the Dijiang form. He could hear the pulse of the entire world. The veins of space, the flow of time, the breath of all things. He felt as if he had become the master of this space. He saw Robbins lying in a pool of blood in the distance, his life force rapidly fading. No, he cannot die. An extremely clear thought screamed wildly in the depths of his consciousness. Save him. Take him away. This thought became his only beacon in this chaos. All his power and will converged toward this goal. He no longer thought about how to attack or counterattack. He only wanted to leave this place. Take Robbins to a safe place. So he reached out his hand. Not with his human hand. Instead, using his mind, he mobilized the extremely solid Dijiang Phantom and extended a phantom hand toward Robbins. That hand ignored spatial distance and appeared directly beside Robbins. Gently it wrapped around his broken body. Then withdrew. The entire process was smooth and incredibly fast. The Vice Admiral watched helplessly, wanting to stop it, but found his body, as if trapped in mud, each movement requiring immense effort. The surrounding space had become viscous like mercury. "Don't think you can escape," he roared, unleashing his armament haki without reservation. Pitch-black haki covered his entire body like armor, forcibly resisting the compression of the surrounding space. He stomped the ground violently, shooting toward Yin Feng like a cannonball. He must stop him. He had a strong premonition that if this monster escaped with such power, it would bring unimaginable disaster to this world in the future. However, it was too late. In Yin Feng's heart, an unprecedented, bold, and crazy idea had taken shape. Use the space of this entire island as a springboard. Use his own Dijiang form as an anchor. Perform an ultra-long distance space jump. Boom. The power inside him exploded completely. The solid Dijiang phantom suddenly flapped its 4 enormous wings. Whoom. A sound like from the ancient chaos echoed across the entire sea. Centered on Yin Feng and Robin's, space underwent unprecedented violent blurring and distortion. Their figures, like a TV signal with poor reception, began to flicker and become transparent. "Stay. Right there." The Vice Admiral's fist was already inches away. That punch, enough to shatter mountains, struck empty air. Swish. Just as his fist was about to touch Yin Feng and Robin's figures completely vanished. Disappeared into thin air. No trace left behind. As if they had never appeared in this world. With their disappearance, the power that distorted all space receded rapidly like a tide. The sky returned to azure. The seawater stopped pouring in. But the beach had become a mess, covered with terrifying bottomless cracks left by spatial tears. And the remains of the Navy soldiers who died miserably. The Vice Admiral stood frozen in place, maintaining his punching posture, with pitch-black armament haki still lingering on his fist. His face was filled with unwillingness, anger, and a deep sense of dread. He roared to the sky in frustration, his voice filled with boundless fury. Failure. A nearly perfect encirclement operation had ended in utter failure. Not only did he fail to capture that small pirate, but he allowed him to escape calmly before his eyes. This was an unprecedented humiliation for him. Vice Admiral. On the distant warship, Lieutenant Commander Shuen led a team of Navy soldiers approaching in a small boat, trembling with fear. They had also witnessed the terrifying, world-destroying spectacle from the ship. It had completely exceeded their understanding of battle. The Vice Admiral ignored them, his face dark, staring at the place where Yin Feng had disappeared, his eyes shifting. "Issue my orders." After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, his voice terrifyingly hoarse. "Report everything that happened here to Marine Headquarters in the highest level of encryption, exactly as it occurred. Record that man named Yin Feng along with all the abilities he displayed in detail. Notify the Intelligence Department to issue a bounty order for him immediately." "Yes, sir." Lieutenant Commander Shuen stood at attention and saluted, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He knew that from today the sea had gained another taboo existence that would trouble the Navy and even the world government. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. In the Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was rubbing his throbbing temples, looking at a report just urgently transmitted from the East Blue on his desk. Beside the report lay a freshly printed expedited bounty poster. The poster showed a somewhat blurry side profile photo of Yin Feng. Below the photo was his name and a code name urgently drafted by Headquarters. Target code name, Space Distorter, Yin Feng. Dead or alive. Bounty amount, 43 million berries. Shoo. The familiar sensation of the world spinning, of being pulled from space and then filled again. When Yin Feng's consciousness regained clarity, he found himself lying face down on a soft sandy beach. At his nose tip was the familiar salty sea breeze mixed with a faint, elusive scent of fishiness. He struggled to lift his head and saw not far away the familiar primitive jungle, and those oddly shaped crude huts built from animal bones and thatch. This is the island of the Xiongzhang tribe. He had actually brought Luo Binsi and leaped directly back here from the grip of that Marine Vice Admiral. Success. I actually succeeded. This realization stirred an indescribable ecstasy in Yin Feng's heart. But immediately after, an overwhelming wave of weakness completely engulfed him. Thud. He could no longer hold on, and his entire body fell face down, directly passing out. The last image he saw was a group of primitives clad in animal hides, holding bone spears, kneeling and worshipping in his and Luo Binsi's direction, with expressions as if gazing upon a deity descending to the mortal world. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Feng's consciousness slowly awakened from the boundless darkness. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar roof woven from vines and leaves. His body was covered with soft animal fur. The air was filled with a faint scent of medicinal herbs. He tried to move, but found his body as limp as a pool of mud, so weak that even lifting a finger was extremely laborious. "You're awake." A weak but familiar voice came from beside him. Yin Feng turned his head with difficulty and saw Luo Binsi leaning against the wall, his face as pale as paper. His body was wrapped in thick bandages made from plant fibers with spots of blood seeping through. "Luo Binsi. You." Yin Feng opened his mouth, his voice terribly hoarse. "I'm still alive." Luo Binci forced a smile that was uglier than a cry. Thanks to you. And thanks to these simple-minded primitives. He pointed at the door. Yin Feng shook his head. Simple. If not for the Xiongzhang tribe recognizing me, you might have been eaten down to the bone. Several members of the Xiongzhang tribe holding clay pots filled with clear water and roasted meat carefully entered. Seeing Yin Feng awake, their faces immediately showed expressions of ecstatic joy. Then with a thud they knelt down in unison, mumbling something in their gibberish. Although Yin Feng could not understand, he guessed it was probably something like, "A true god has manifested." Yin Feng gave a bitter smile. A god. Right now he was even less than an ordinary person. That ultra-long-distance spatial jump had nearly drained all his strength. Both his physical strength and mental energy were exhausted to an unprecedented degree. This weakness was far more severe than any previous sage time. He felt his body like a balloon punctured with countless holes completely empty. Let's eat something first. Luo Binci signaled the Xiongzhang tribesmen to place the food and water at Yin Feng's mouth. We need to recover as soon as possible. Yin Feng nodded, allowing those primitives to feed him water and meat like a baby. After the food settled in his stomach, he finally gained a bit of strength. That Marine. Vice Admiral. Yin Feng paused for a moment before asking. We escaped. As Luo Binci mentioned this, his face still showed a trace of lingering fear and disbelief. The power you erupted with at the end was too terrifying. I've never seen such a horrifying scene. The entire space was twisting. I thought we were all going to die there. Yin Feng fell silent. Even he himself had only a vague memory of that final outburst. He only remembered the boundless rage and the strong will to protect Luo Binci. Perhaps this was the true power of the Dijong form. But he was still completely unworthy of mastering it. How is your body? Yin Feng looked at Luo Binci's injuries and asked with concern. I won't die. Luo Binci shook his head. That Vice Admiral was very measured. He only used Baki to shake my internal organs, not a killing blow. He only wanted to force you to submit. Thanks to these Xiongzhang tribesmen, their tribe's shaman used many precious herbs to stabilize my injuries. Now as long as I rest well, I'll recover. Yin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Luo Binci was fine, that was all that mattered. The two began another long period of healing and recovery on this island. The Xiongzhang tribe regarded them as true gods, offering them fine food and drink every day. They even voluntarily dismantled their largest house and used the best materials to build a spacious and comfortable shelter for Yin Feng and Luo Binci. Under Luo Binci's meticulous care, Yin Feng's body improved day by day. As for Luo Binci, besides healing, what he pondered most each day was Yin Feng's abilities. He knew that within Yin Feng's body still lay a vast treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. Your power cannot erupt out of control like last time again. This day Luo Binci said to Yin Feng, who was now able to walk. That power is too dangerous. You must learn to control it precisely. I want to as well. Yin Feng smiled bitterly. But that feeling is too mysterious. There's no way to start. No, there is a way. Luo Binci pushed up his glasses, his eyes shining with the light of wisdom. All devil fruits can be mastered. Perhaps after your devil fruit awakens it will be possible, but you still need more training. Yin Feng nodded. As someone well-versed in the original story, he naturally knew, but could his own devil fruit body really achieve that? A few days later, a rather old-looking merchant ship, due to losing its way, unexpectedly docked at this nameless small island. At first they were almost hunted as prey by the Xiongzhang tribe, but Yin Feng, unable to bear it, stopped them. The merchants on the ship, to thank Yin Feng, left behind some supplies from the outside world. Among them was a latest newspaper. Yin Feng immediately spotted on the front page headline the huge wanted poster of himself occupying a large space. The photo was exactly the blurry side profile captured by the Marines when he was being pursued by the Vice Admiral. His purple short hair was strikingly conspicuous. Luan Kong Yin Feng. Bounty 43000 berries. 43 million. Yin Feng stared at the number, his emotions extremely complicated. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer an obscure nobody. He had officially stepped onto the stage of this magnificent great age of pirates. It also meant that in the future endless troubles and dangers would follow one after another. This bounty is very high. Luo Binci analyzed calmly from the side. For a newcomer with no criminal record and being wanted for the first time, this number is absurdly high. This shows that the Marines, or rather the world government, have classified you as a top-level dangerous person. What they fear is not you as a person, but that forbidden power of yours. Yin Feng nodded, understanding this reasoning. It seems we need to speed up our training. He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. His current strength was far from enough. Based on this test, let alone a Marine Vice Admiral, even against those pirates on the Grand Line with bounties of tens of millions, he would likely face more dangers than hopes. Must become stronger. Just as Yin Feng and Luo Binci were about to begin a new round of seclusion training, a ship's silhouette slowly appeared on the distant horizon. At the bow was a huge red-nosed clown head. On the sail hung a similarly comical flag. That flag. Luo Binci picked up a telescope. When he saw clearly the skull wearing a jester's hat crossed by two swords on that flag, his expression instantly turned strange. Buggy pirates. He murmured to himself. The plot. Has it already reached this point? Yin Feng was taken aback by Luo Binxi's words. He took the telescope and looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was that familiar pirate ship brimming with a ridiculous and flamboyant style. He never expected to encounter this group here. Yin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Has the plot already reached this point? This was truly interesting. Before long, the ship of the Ba Ji pirate crew wobbled its way to the shore. A group of pirates garishly dressed, and not looking particularly bright, poured down from the ship noisily. Yin Feng and Luo Binxi had already used their spatial ability to silently conceal themselves in the shadows of the distant jungle. Hey! Look! A pirate shouted excitedly, pointing at the dense jungle on the island. This island looks huge. There must be plenty of treasure. That's right. We're rich. Another pirate was already drooling. However, the two walking at the front seemed less interested in treasure. One was Mochi, a beast tamer riding a huge lion. The other was Ka Ba Ji, a unicycling acrobat. These two were the top officers of the Ba Ji pirate crew. After holding a mourning ceremony while embracing a bundle of flesh, apparently someone's severed limbs, weeping bitterly, the two stood up together. Mochi, Captain Ba Ji is no more. Ka Ba Ji waved his long sword, speaking solemnly. According to the rules of the sea, we two must duel to choose the new captain. That's exactly what I was thinking, Ka Ba Ji. Mochi jumped down from the back of the lion, Li Ji striking a pose he thought was cool. The new captain will be me, the great beast tamer, Mochi. Nonsense. It should be me, Ka Ba Ji. Without further words, they immediately started clashing on the beach with a clatter of weapons. The pirates behind them, instead of breaking up the fight, eagerly formed a circle and cheered. Go Lord Ka Ba Ji. Mighty Lord Mochi. Watching from afar, Yin Feng almost laughed out loud. These guys really hadn't changed at all. They were indeed here to be funny. What are they doing? Luo Binxi asked, puzzled by the scene. Choosing a captain. Yin Feng, holding back his laughter, explained succinctly. After hearing this, Luo Binxi pushed up his glasses, his face showing an expression of bewilderment. This bunch of pirates. Were they so unreliable? The duel between Mochi and Ka Ba Ji lasted from daylight until dark without any conclusion. Both were exhausted and panting, lying on the beach, unable to move. Just then the lion Li Ji, who had been dozing nearby, suddenly reached out a paw in its sleep and knocked both Mochi and Ka Ba Ji unconscious with a single slap each. The watching pirates were stunned for a moment, then erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Li Ji wins. From today, Li Ji is our new captain. The group joyfully lifted the still sleeping lion to prepare for a celebration feast. Luo Binxi, watching from afar, was absolutely dumbfounded. This worked. Yin Feng had an expression of I knew it. This scene had appeared in the manga's cover page, and he remembered it quite vividly. Just as this ridiculous group of pirates was about to light a fire on the beach to celebrate, a group of uninvited guests appeared. They were the native inhabitants of this island, the Bear Paw tribe. Leading them was the chieftain of the Bear Paw tribe, a burly man covered in totem markings. They held bone spears and stone axes, encircling the outsiders. The pirates of the Ba Ji pirate crew initially didn't take it seriously. Hey, you savages, what do you want? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't interrupt our celebration. They thought these primitive-looking natives would be easy to bully. However, they soon paid the price for their arrogance. The Bear Paw tribesmen, though appearing primitive, were skilled and immensely strong from years of fighting wild beasts in the jungle. As for the rabble of the Ba Ji pirate crew, they were in essence a motley crowd. The battle was almost one-sided. Within minutes, all the pirates, including the new captain, Li Ji, were knocked to the ground by the Bear Paw tribesmen and tied up tightly with vines. Yuga! Yuga! The Bear Paw chieftain let out a triumphant roar as he looked at the bound prey. With a wave of his hand, the tribesmen hurriedly set up a huge iron cauldron, filled it with water, and lit a fire. It seemed they intended to cook the pirates as dinner. The tied-up pirates, seeing the steaming cauldron, were terrified out of their wits, crying and screaming. Help! We don't want to be eaten. Captain, where are you? Come save us. Yin Feng watched from afar. If his guess was correct, Ba Ji would arrive soon, and this would be a perfect chance to make an impression. However, his foreknowledge wasn't something Luo Binxi should know about. He had to be careful. Looks like I have to intervene. I really can't stand watching them eat people. Yin Feng sighed, and said to Luo Binxi beside him. Luo Binxi nodded. He had been a pirate against his will before, harboring no fondness for pirates, but he also couldn't bear this barbaric act of cannibalism. The Bear Paw chieftain was proudly directing his tribesmen to add various strange plants and spices into the cauldron, as if he could already smell the sweet aroma of meat. Just as he was about to order the first pirate to be thrown into the cauldron, a calm voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Stop! The Bear Paw tribesmen froze in their movements, looking around in terror. Who was speaking? The chieftain's face changed drastically. He recognized the voice. It was the voice of the purple-haired man they revered as the true god. Let them go. Yin Feng's voice sounded again. The next moment, he and Luo Binxi materialized silently by the campfire. The Bear Paw tribesmen, witnessing their appearance out of thin air, were terrified out of their minds. Thud! Thud! All the Bear Paw tribesmen, including the chieftain, dropped their weapons and fell to their knees in unison, kowtowing and worshipping Yin Feng, incessantly chanting, Yuga Yuga, incomprehensibly. The scene was extremely bizarre. The bound pirates watching this were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Who was this purple-haired man who suddenly appeared? Why were these fierce savages so terrified of him? Gee gods. Machi stammered, staring at the surreal scene before him. Kabaji was equally dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom why an ordinary-looking young man could terrify these savage cannibals into cowering like frightened children. Thank you, divine being, for saving us. Please, great deity, make them release us. The buggy pirates' grunts, once they regained their senses, immediately began wailing and begging for mercy. They now regarded Yin Feng as their only lifeline. Yin Feng watched these pirates who had been so arrogant a moment ago and were now weeping bitterly and found it utterly amusing. He cleared his throat and spoke to the kneeling Bearpaw tribe chieftain in their simple tribal language, release them. Though his pronunciation was somewhat awkward, the meaning was clear. The Bearpaw chieftain, though reluctant, dared not defy the deity's command. He quickly waved for his tribesmen to untie the pirates. The freed pirates, as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Their gazes at Yin Feng were filled with awe and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving our lives. Machi and Kabaji scrambled to Yin Feng's feet, ready to kowtow. Yin Feng, with a hint of helplessness, used an invisible force to hold them up. None of that. He had no desire to be prostrated before by two grown men. Amidst the chaos, a strange tearing sound suddenly came from the sky. Lads, your great Captain Buggy has returned. An arrogant voice descended from above. Then an extremely bizarre figure landed on the beach. It was a man with only a head, hands, and feet, no torso or limbs. With a red nose and clownish makeup, he was Buggy the Clown, a user of the chop-chop fruit. Beside him stood a voluptuous beauty with skin so smooth it seemed to gleam. She was Alvida, who had eaten the smooth fruit. See, Captain. Machi and Kabaji, upon seeing Buggy, were stunned at first, then wept with joy. Captain, you're alive. Great. Wah. We thought we'd never see you again. The group of pirates, crying and shouting, rushed toward Buggy. Buggy was initially touched by his sobbing subordinates. But when he saw the large cauldron set up by the Bearpaw tribe and the chaotic scene around, his nose twisted in anger. You useless wretches. He pointed at Machi and Kabaji, cursing loudly. How long was I gone, and you got captured and thrown into a pot? And who tied up my body, arms and legs like that? He only then noticed his precious torso and limbs bundled together and tossed into the grass nearby. No wonder he couldn't summon his body back. Hey, you savages over there. Buggy, having no clue what was going on, started yelling at the Bearpaw tribesmen. How dare you lay a hand on my crew? Are you tired of living? The Bearpaw tribesmen grew angry at his arrogant attitude. Though they feared Yin Feng, they were not afraid of this strange-looking red-nosed man. A few bold tribesmen immediately raised bone spears and thrust them at Buggy. Overconfident. Before Buggy could act, Alvida beside him sneered and stepped forward. Her body was as slippery as if coated in oil. The sharp bone spears slid off her body harmlessly. Then with a sudden slide, she shot into the midst of the Bearpaw tribe like a cannonball. Bam! 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 Several Bearpaw warriors were easily sent flying by her. Watch this. Buggy, not to be outdone, began using his chop-chop fruit ability. Chop-chop flying fist. His fist flew off toward a Bearpaw tribesman. But without a body to support it, the flying fist was weak and flimsy, easily swatted away by the tribesman. Chop-chop flying kick. His leg also flew off, but lost balance midair and kicked wildly at his own men. Ouch! Machi was kicked in the face by his captain's foot, blood spurting from his nose. The Bearpaw tribesmen stared dumbfounded at this red-nosed man bouncing around with no coherent attack pattern. What kind of bizarre ability was this? Just as Buggy was about to retrieve his bound body to return to normal form and teach the savages a lesson, Yin Feng made his move. He merely raised a hand slightly. An invisible spatial force instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Buggy's flying limbs froze in midair, immobile. Alvida's slippery body also seemed stuck by an invisible force, unable to slide anymore. The Bearpaw tribesmen who were about to attack again found their bodies locked in place, unable to move. The whole world seemed to have hit the pause button. A dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the purple-haired man who had stood calmly in the same spot the entire time. Buggy's eyes nearly popped out. His nose turned white from sheer shock and terror. What kind of power is this? Why can't I control my body? Everyone calm down. Yin Feng's flat voice broke the silence. As his words fell, the spatial binding power dissipated. Everyone regained their mobility. But this time no one dared to act rashly. Buggy looked at Yin Feng, his arrogance vanishing, instantly replaced by a fawning smile. Though he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he could tell this man was someone he absolutely could not mess with. This. Sir. Buggy rubbed his hands together and cautiously approached. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I Buggy swear to the heavens that I never meant to offend you. His eyes darted, realizing this was a golden opportunity. If he could recruit this powerhouse to his crew, then his dream of becoming the Pirate King would be within reach, wouldn't it? Sir, you are incredibly strong. Buggy did a complete 180, showering Yin Feng with exaggerated praise. Someone of your caliber stuck on this godforsaken island is a terrible waste. Why not join the Buggy Pirates? I Buggy and the future Pirate King. If you join us, we'll have money, women, fame. Whatever you desire. As he spoke, he hastily retrieved his bound body and reassembled it into normal form. Then puffing out his chest, he struck what he thought was a cool pose. We're about to head to a place for a grand adventure. Low Town. How about it? Interested in coming with me? Yin Feng, watching his exaggerated performance, felt a stir. Low Town. He glanced at Robbins beside him, who gave a slight nod. All right. Yin Feng spoke. But I have a companion who will come along. He pointed at Robbins. No problem. Of course. Buggy was overjoyed at Yin Feng's agreement. He would have accepted even 10. He looked at Yin Feng, a sly grin spreading across his face, as if he already saw himself ruling the world. Meanwhile, Yin Feng was pondering something else. Since he was in the world of pirates, it would be a shame not to participate in the main storyline. With his current strength, heading to the Grand Line should be sufficient. However, he couldn't slack off on training. This world was filled with too many powerful beings. And so Yin Feng and Luo Binsai officially became honored guests of the Baji pirate crew. With his extensive medical knowledge, Luo Binsai naturally assumed the role of the ship's new doctor. Yin Feng, on the other hand, had nothing to do. His task was to keep the peace. As soon as he stood on the deck, the previously noisy and idle pirates would instantly become docile as lambs. The daily sailing life of the Baji pirate crew was completely different from that on the Black Skull pirate crew. Baji himself spent each day either on the deck boasting about his glorious deeds to the crew or in the captain's cabin hugging his treasure chest, counting the glistening berries while letting out silly giggles. The crew indulged in flattery, drinking, and feasting, neglecting to train their own strength, for they had their invincible Captain Baji around. Yin Feng was already well aware of all this through his past life memories, so he took it in stride. He spent most of his time in his cabin silently training his spiritual power, preparing for the future. His space jump had become increasingly proficient. A short-distance movement was almost instantaneous, with minimal energy consumption. But he knew this was far from enough. The feeling of powerlessness when facing that Marine Vice Admiral was still vivid in his mind. He must make his power more precise, more concealed, and more lethal. After all, a transmigrator's goals in the world of pirates were simple: punch the admirals, kick the celestial dragons, and take down that old Hagamo. Yin Feng had other ideas about his devil fruit ability. His power could penetrate space. If developed to the extreme, could it possibly penetrate the entire world? What lay beyond the world? Meanwhile, Luo Binsai used the crude medical equipment on the ship to set up a small laboratory. He had previously collected a small blood sample from Yin Feng. Every day, he conducted various studies on that precious blood. He wanted to understand what made Yin Feng's body structure, being a humanoid devil fruit, different from that of ordinary people. He meticulously recorded the changes in Yin Feng's physical data after each use of his ability, attempting to find a pattern. Your body is like a perfect energy converter, Luo Binsai said to Yin Feng one day, looking at the blood cells under the microscope. Your cells, when no energy is infused, are no different from ordinary people's. But once you use your ability, they exhibit a peculiar vitality, as if every cell becomes a tiny spatial singularity. This is incredible. Moreover, after being removed from the body for a long time, the cells suddenly decay, and then turn to ash, dissipating without leaving a trace, just like other devil fruits. Yin Feng listened to Luo Binsai's analysis, marveling as well. He knew even less about his own body than Luo Binsai did. The time at sea was long. Yin Feng spent most of it in meditation and training, occasionally interacting with the crew of the Baji pirate crew. Although these people were a bit goofy, they weren't bad guys. Yin Feng had established a certain friendship with them. Lads, perk up. On this day, Baji stood at the bow holding a telescope and shouted excitedly. Ahead is Luo Town, the place where Captain Roger was born and died. I will announce the arrival of my era here. Hearing this, Yin Feng also walked out of the cabin. A hint of anticipation rose in his heart. The plot was finally about to unfold. Soon a huge island appeared on the horizon. The dock was bustling with people, and all kinds of ships were moored at the port, a scene of prosperity. The Baji pirate cruise ship docked smoothly at the pier of Luo Town. As soon as he stepped ashore, Yin Feng sensed a distinctive aura. The air seemed to be thick with a sense of historical weight. He could even faintly sense that this land still retained a trace of the bold and unbridled aura of the legendary pirate King D. Roger. Wahaha. Watch me, all of you. As soon as he landed, Baji began his signature reckless behavior. Hands on his hips, he stood on a wooden crate and boasted loudly to the passers-by. I am the future pirate king, Captain Baji. Now I am going to recruit new crew members here. Are there any men with dreams willing to follow me? His ridiculous appearance and arrogant words quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Among them were also Marine soldiers patrolling the town. That red nose. Isn't that the clown Baji with a bounty of 15 million berries? That's right. It's him. Quick. Go inform Colonel Smoker. Several Marine soldiers recognized Baji and immediately grew tense. Soon a large number of Marines surrounded them from all directions. Bad news. Captain, it's the Marines. Machi's face turned pale with fear. What? Seeing the formation, Baji was also scared out of his wits. He had been so engrossed in boasting that he completely forgot this was an important Marine base in Luo Town. Run. Baji shouted, and being the first, he used his bara bara ability, instantly splitting his body into several pieces, fleeing in different directions. His subordinates also scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. The entire dock instantly fell into chaos. What a fool. Yin Feng watched Baji's pathetic escape and shook his head in speechlessness. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed Luo Binsai. Let's go. Leave them. Where to? To find the real protagonist. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Yin Feng's mouth. He and Luo Binsai easily separated from the Baji pirate crew, mingling with the panicked crowd, and began searching for the Straw Hat pirates in Luogu town. He knew that at this time Lu Fei and his crew must be on this island. Just as the two were passing through an alley, Yin Feng suddenly stopped. He saw a wanted poster posted on the wall of the alley. On the poster was a boy wearing a straw hat, smiling brightly. Below were his name and his bounty. Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty 30 million berries. Yin Feng looked at the familiar infectious smile on the wanted poster, and a wave of inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Finally, at that moment, a huge commotion and clamor came from afar. The sound was from the direction of the town square. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Yin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This voice, it's Lu Fei? The plot begins. Let's go. Check it out. Without a second thought, Yin Feng grabbed Robins and hurried toward the direction of the sound. Pushing through the crowded throng, the town square came into view. The sight at the center of the square made Yin Feng's heart sink. It was the very execution platform where the Pirate King Roger had once been put to death. A boy wearing a straw hat was kneeling on the ground, his head and hands locked in wooden restraints held by two men. That boy was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Behind him stood a clown with a smug grin holding a long blade. It was Buggy, who had just been fleeing from the Marines moments ago. Beside him, Alvita, Moji, and Kabeji had all gathered. The execution platform was surrounded by curious onlookers, craning their necks and whispering among themselves. Isn't that Straw Hat Luffy? The one with a 30 million bounty. How did Buggy catch him? This is going to be good. Two pirate crews are about to clash. Listen up, all of you. Buggy stood on the platform, reveling in the attention, and announced triumphantly to the crowd below. This damn Straw Hat has ruined my plans over and over. Today right here I'm going to execute him in front of everyone. Let him know the consequences of crossing Buggy-sama. He raised his long blade, the edge glinting coldly in the sunlight. Hey, Zoro, Sanji. Shackled Luffy showed no fear. Instead, he grinned and shouted at two figures frantically charging toward the platform. Sorry, looks like I'm going to die here. His face still bore a smile, a serene, accepting smile in the face of death. It was the same smile that Pirate King Roger had worn on the execution platform. Yin Feng watched, deeply shaken. He knew that according to the story Luffy wouldn't die, but seeing him in such peril and still able to laugh stirred a profound admiration in Yin Feng. No wonder he was chosen by Nika. Should he intervene? Would his actions alter the course of history? But reality wouldn't wait. Before he could decide, Buggy had already lost patience. Die, Straw Hat. Buggy raised his blade high and swung it with all his might toward Luffy's neck. Zoro and Sanji's eyes went wide with fury. The crowd gasped. In that critical moment, boom, a colossal bolt of lightning like divine wrath struck down from the stormy sky, hitting the tall execution platform dead center. Crack. The wooden platform shattered into pieces and burst into flames. Buggy, charred black, his hair standing on end, was blasted away with a scream. Luffy, being rubber, was completely immune to the electricity. The wooden restraints shattered from the strike. He stood up unharmed from the burning wreckage, dusted himself off, and grinned. Save. The entire square fell dead silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at the miraculous scene. Only Yin Feng understood what had happened. He looked up at the sky. This lightning was no accident. It was intentional. It was that man. Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. Luffy's father. He was nearby. Damn it. Straw Hat Luffy. You're not getting away. Just then a furious roar came from outside the crowd. A man with two cigars in his mouth and a fierce expression pushed through the crowd. His upper body had transformed into roiling smoke. It was Smoker, the Marine captain from Lobetown, known as White Hunter. Smoke, thrust. Smoker's arm turned into a spear of white smoke, thrusting viciously toward Luffy. Goma Goma no rocket. Luffy reacted quickly, stretching his arms to grab a distant Eve, then launching himself like a cannonball, dodging Smoker's attack. Hurry, Luffy. Zoro and Sanji, seizing the chaos, rushed over to cover Luffy as they broke through toward the harbor. Running. Not so fast. Smoker snorted, turning his entire body into a massive cloud of smoke, pursuing relentlessly. His speed was astonishing. The Marine soldiers also mobilized, plunging all of Lobetown into even greater chaos. Yin Feng didn't rush to make contact with Luffy. He chose to stand in a corner of the crowd, silently observing everything. He saw Luffy's unyielding gaze, Zoro's fierce swordsmanship, and Sanji's elegant kicks. He realized that this future pirate king indeed possessed a natural charisma that drew people together and inspired loyalty. No matter how much the anime portrayed experiencing it firsthand was different, especially now that he was nothing like the shut-in he had been in his past life. His perception, strength, and physique were all leagues beyond his former self. Smoker's smoke fruit ability was quite troublesome. He could evade most physical attacks and freely move through smoke. Though his performance in the anime had been lackluster given the earlier encounter with the Vice Admiral, Yin Feng felt uncertain. If he acted rashly and got entangled, it could be a real problem. After careful consideration, Yin Feng decided to observe from the shadows and make contact with Luffy at the most opportune moment. After all, coming to the world of One Piece, it would be a shame not to have some story with the Straw Hat crew. He couldn't just remain a bystander. While he was deep in thought, a scream came from a nearby trash can. Yin Feng looked down and saw a buggy blackened by the lightning. In his panic, had somehow stuffed himself headfirst into the trash can with only his legs flailing in the air. Yin Feng couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculous sight. This guy was a real clown. Due to the appearance of Straw Hat Luffy, the entire Low Town had entered a state of maximum alert. Navy alarm bells echoed throughout the town. Teams of Navy soldiers patrolled the streets with firearms in hand, searching every suspicious corner. We need to find a place to hide first. Robbins observed the tense atmosphere and said to Yin Feng, Yin Feng nodded. The two carefully avoided Navy patrols, weaving through a labyrinth of narrow alleys. Using his powerful spatial perception ability, he constructed a real-time map of Low Town in his mind. He knew precisely where the Navy was stationed, where the dead ends lay, and which spots offered the best cover. They're running toward the port. Yin Feng closed his eyes, sensing those several familiar, yet distinctive spatial fluctuations. It wasn't that his perception had grown stronger, it was simply that these individuals were far too easy to identify. Spatial fluctuations could only reveal rough outlines, but Luffy was clearly a person whose limbs would occasionally stretch to absurd lengths without warning. If he couldn't even detect that the Dejang fruit he had consumed would have been completely wasted. The same applied to Zoro. In this world, he was the only practitioner of the three-sword style, making him instantly recognizable. The others were harder to distinguish, but knowing the locations of those two was more than sufficient. Wait. Why is Zoro running in the opposite direction? Never mind. Let's go over there too, Yin Feng decided. He needed to find the most natural and reasonable opportunity to make contact. There were too many Navy soldiers near Luffy, so he would approach Zoro first. Just as the two were about to emerge from an alley, Yin Feng's steps suddenly halted. He sensed that the aura belonging to Zoro not far ahead had grown restless. What is it? Robbins asked. Something ahead. Yin Feng signaled for Robbins to take cover behind the corner. He cautiously peeked out. At the alley entrance, Zoro had a blade pressed against his throat by a woman wearing glasses. Beside them, Nami was anxiously arguing with the woman. I told you I'm not Kuina. Surrender, pirate, the bespectacled woman shouted with great emotion. It was Tashigi, a Navy warrant officer and Smoker's direct subordinate. She was also a woman who looked identical to Kuina, Zoro's childhood friend. Zoro's expression was conflicted, yet he understood this was indeed a different person. This must be that scene from the original storyline. Yin Feng did not rush forward. He knew that while Zoro's current strength was not exceptionally high, he was certainly no weakling. However, he seemed unsettled by Tashigi's face and unable to perform at full capacity. Just then a heavy scent of smoke drifted from the other end of the street. Smoker. He was here. Found you, Straw Hat crew. Smoker's body condensed from the thick smoke. His piercing eyes locked firmly onto Zoro and Nami. Surrender. Without hesitation, his arm once again transformed into smoke, sweeping toward the pair. Oh no. Zoro's expression shifted and he abandoned his argument with Tashigi, shoving her aside and raising his blade. But smoke could not be severed. Watching the two about to be completely engulfed by Smoker's smoke, Yin Feng knew he had to act. A glint flashed in his eyes. He chose not to attack Smoker directly. When dealing with a natural type ability user, the best approach before mastering armament hockey was to strike their physical form or create chaos. His will moved slightly. The stone pavement beneath Smoker's feet suddenly collapsed without warning. A small pit half a meter in diameter appeared out of nowhere. What? Smoker was about to launch his attack when his footing suddenly gave way, causing him to lose balance and stagger. Although he quickly stabilized himself, the rhythm of his assault was broken. Now was the moment. Run! Seizing the opportunity, Zoro grabbed Nami and bolted. Smoker watched the pair flee, then glanced down at the eerie small pit beneath his feet, his brows knitting tightly together. What had just happened? Why had the ground suddenly caved in? He could clearly see that the pavement structure had been deliberately destroyed. It seemed that besides Straw Hat Luffy, another individual with bizarre abilities was also on this island. A strong sense of caution rose within Smoker. Meanwhile, after creating a minor disturbance in secret, Yin Feng immediately pulled Robbins along and silently followed the fleeing Zoro and Nami. However, what he had not anticipated was this: while his subtle maneuver had deceived Smoker, it had not gone unnoticed by another person. Hey, that purple-haired guy over there. You did that, didn't you? A boisterous voice suddenly rang out from above. Yin Feng looked up to see Luffy's enlarged, grinning face hanging upside down from the eaves, curiously observing him. It seemed he had come over after hearing the commotion during the earlier confrontation. That pit just now, you made that right. Pretty amazing. Thanks. Yin Feng was stunned. How had he discovered it? His ability should have been quite concealed. Could it be the voice of all things? No, he shouldn't have activated that ability yet. Don't worry about that. The Navy's catching up. Luffy didn't give Yin Feng any time to think. His rubber arm stretched out and wrapped around Yin Feng's waist. Let's run together. Whoosh. Yin Feng and Robins were thus recklessly kidnapped by Luffy and together with the Straw Hat crew began a desperate sprint across the rooftops of Lowtown. Stop. Straw Hat Luffy. And that one. It's the great pirate Luankong Yin Feng. Bounty of 43 million berries. The pursuing navy below quickly recognized Yin Feng's identity and exclaimed in shock. Ah, you're a pirate too. Hearing the shouts from below, Luffy curiously turned to Yin Feng. 43 million. That's awesome. Higher than mine. He showed absolutely no vigilance or hostility due to Yin Feng's identity. Instead, his face was filled with excitement and natural acceptance. Yin Feng gazed into his pure, unadulterated eyes with no surprise at all. This guy, indeed, was a born son. Ha! Awesome. Another powerful ally. Luffy let out his signature hearty laugh. Everyone, let's break out of the port. Set sail for the Grand Line. Ha! Wonderful. We've got another powerful ally. Luffy's characteristic hearty laughter echoed across the rooftops of Luaga Town, piercing through the chaotic alarms and shouts of the Marines below. Everyone, let's break out of the harbor and set sail for the Vita Honglu. Let's go. Yin Feng was wrapped around the waist by Luffy's rubber arm in a passive flying state with Luo Binsi beside him, wearing a helpless expression. This feeling of being kidnapped was truly unprecedented. Watching Sualong Shanji and Na Mei sprinting ahead on the rooftops, he found it somewhat amusing. He had originally intended to find the most natural way to approach them, but now this method was a bit too natural. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, and Yin Feng, you won't escape. From the street below, Mo's voice pursued them relentlessly like a death curse. A massive plume of smoke was chasing them at astonishing speed, clinging to walls and ground. That smoke guy is so annoying. Luffy glanced back, puffing out his cheeks. Yin Feng, can you make another pit like before? Trip him up. I'll try. Yin Feng responded. He also wanted to know how much Mo's smoke fruit ability would interfere with his spatial perception. He concentrated his mind, locking his perception onto the plume of smoke that Mo had transformed into. However, he soon frowned. That smoke in his perception world was like a constantly shifting, blurred signal interference source. He could sense that Mo's true body was within the smoke, but couldn't pinpoint it precisely. The smoke itself seemed to disrupt the surrounding spatial fluctuations, dulling and blurring his perception. No, I can't lock onto his true body. Yin Feng shouted to Luffy. His smoke is strange but interferes with my ability. Is that so? What a troublesome ability. Luffy scratched his head, seemingly not worried at all. Then we just need to run faster. With that, he swung his rubber arm, which was wrapped around Yin Feng and Luo Binsi, flinging them directly onto a rooftop further ahead. He himself then shot forward like a slingshot. Stop. At that moment, dozens of Marine soldiers had already encircled them from the street ahead. They raised their muskets, dark muzzles aimed at the several people on the rooftop. Fire. Bang. 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 A dense hail of lead bullets rained down upon them. Damn it. Na Mei cried out in alarm. Demon wind leg. Shanji's figure flickered, his right foot instantly turning crimson red. He kicked with high-speed rotation, generating a scorching whirlwind that sent all the bullets aimed at Na Mei flying away. Three-sword style ghost slash. Sualong was not to be outdone. His three swords traced intersecting arcs in the air, cutting down each bullet aimed at him. But there were too many bullets. They could only protect themselves. Several bullets were about to hit Yin Feng and Luo Binsi, who had just been flung over by Luffy and hadn't yet steadied themselves. Yin Feng's gaze sharpened. His spiritual power instantly constructed an invisible barrier in front of him. A extremely subtle distortion appeared in the space. The bullets flying toward them suddenly veered off in a bizarre trajectory at the moment of impact, grazing past their bodies and hitting the wall behind. Shanji and Sualong, who were dealing with the bullets, both noticed this strange sight. They had clearly seen those bullets heading straight for the two, so how did they suddenly change direction? Amazing. Luffy shouted from afar. You can even make bullets turn. Yin Feng laughed bitterly inside. This wasn't making bullets turn, it was a small-scale spatial distortion that forcibly altered the space in which the bullets flew, consuming a considerable amount of spiritual power. This is not working. There are too many of them. Na Mei shouted anxiously. The harbor is just ahead, but that road is blocked. The Marines below had formed a dense encirclement blocking all the main roads leading to the harbor. Countless muskets were aimed at the rooftop where they stood. Don't worry. Luffy grinned, showing a confident expression. Leave it to me. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms backward violently. Gum. Wait. Yin Feng suddenly interrupted him. I have a way. Everyone's gaze turned to Yin Feng. What's your way, oi? Na Mei asked curiously. Yin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes. His spatial perception spread like a tide across the entire harbor area. The Marines' deployment, the structure of buildings, every alley, every corner. A complete real-time map rapidly formed in his mind. Then he found a point that no one expected, one that could cause the greatest chaos. Right there. Watch closely. Yin Feng opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He concentrated his spiritual power intensely and thrust it forcefully toward a point on the street below. Boom. A deafening sound. At the center of the marine encirclement, the stone pavement at the base of a 3-story bell tower suddenly, and without warning, collapsed into a huge, deep pit. The entire bell tower instantly lost its balance, emitting a groan of overload. Crack, crack. Huge fissures spread across the tower's walls. What is that? The bell tower is falling. The marines below all looked up in terror. Under their horrified gaze, the towering bell tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. Massive bricks and timbers rained down like a storm onto the densest formation of marines. Take cover. The marine formation instantly fell into chaos. Soldiers screamed and scattered in all directions, fleeing from the collapsing building. The once tight encirclement now had a huge gap. The Straw Hat crew stared at the scene in stunned silence. You did that? Name stammered. Wow, amazing. You even knocked down a building. Lu Fei's eyes were full of sparkling stars. Sua Long and Shan Ji also wore expressions of shock. The ability to collapse the ground and bring down a building like that, wasn't it too exaggerated? Well done. Luo Binsi whispered in admiration beside Yin Feng. This move not only resolved the crisis, but also maximized the chaos, buying them precious time to escape. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Yin Feng shouted, grabbing Luo Binsi and charging toward the gap first. Oh, hurry up and follow. Lu Fei also snapped out of it and led the others closely following. Taking advantage of the chaos, the group successfully broke through the marine encirclement and sprinted desperately toward the harbor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Moj stared at the collapsed ruins and his panicked subordinates, his face dark enough to drip water. He clenched the cigar in his mouth tightly. That strange ability again. That man named Yin Feng was definitely no ordinary pirate. He could sense that this man's danger level even surpassed that of Straw Hat Lu Fei. Damn it! Moj roared, transforming into smoke again and chasing toward the harbor at even greater speed. He had a strong premonition. He absolutely could not let these two escape from Luoga town. Otherwise, even greater storms would surely arise on the seas in the future. Moj's vigilance and determination to kill Yin Feng had reached its peak. He decided that even if he couldn't catch Straw Hat Lu Fei today, he would definitely keep that Yin Feng with the strange ability here. This man would be a stumbling block on the path of marine justice and must be eliminated in advance. The clamor of the harbor grew nearer. The cries of seagulls mingled with the sound of waves crashing against the shore reached everyone's ears. I see the ship. Name pointed excitedly at the Huangjin mainly docked not far ahead. Great. Finally, we're leaving this damn place. Shanji exhaled a smoke ring, also relieved. However, they celebrated too soon. Just as they were about to dash onto the pier, a massive shadow descended from the sky, enveloping them. Trying to escape. Not so easy. Simoji's icy voice came from above their heads. Everyone looked up to see Simoji transformed into a huge plume of thick smoke hovering over the pier, completely blocking their path to the Huangjin melee. Behind him, a large number of marine soldiers surged from all directions, surrounding the entire pier. White smoke bomb. Without a word, Simoji transformed both arms into countless white smoke tendrils, sweeping down toward the group like an inescapable net. Oh no, we're surrounded. Name's face turned pale. Damn it, that smoky guy just won't leave us alone. Lu Fei roared in anger. Rubber rocket launcher. Lu Fei thrust both fists forward, slamming into the smoke tendrils. But his fists merely passed through the smoke without any hindrance, causing no damage at all. It's useless. Physical attacks are ineffective against him. Sualong frowned, gripping his sword tightly. The sky-filling smoke was about to devour them completely. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Were they really going to be caught here? Don't move. At that critical moment, Yin Feng's calm voice rang out. He stepped forward, standing at the forefront of everyone, facing the oncoming smoke alone. Yin Feng. Lu Fei was startled. What are you going to do? Name asked, bewildered. Yin Feng did not look back. He simply raised his right hand, slowly palm forward. His gaze became intensely focused. Spiritual energy gathered and compressed in his palm at an unprecedented speed. What he intended to do was create an absolute barrier in this space. A barrier that could completely seal off Simoji's smoke. Space isolation. A faint, almost imperceptible hum resonated. Centered on Yin Feng's body, an invisible, unseen barrier instantly expanded outward in all directions. The originally fierce smoke tendrils, upon contact with this invisible barrier, crashed into an unseen wall and abruptly halted in midair, unable to advance an inch. What? Simoji in the sky changed expression drastically. He could clearly feel his smoke being blocked by an incomprehensible, eerie force. It felt as if something had severed the connection between him and his emitted smoke. What's going on? The marine soldiers below were also dumbfounded. They only saw the sky-filling smoke halt eerily in midair, forming an extremely bizarre still image. The Straw Hat crew were even more stunned, their jaws dropping. It's blocked. The cigarette fell from Shanji's mouth. Amazing. Sualong stared at Yin Feng's back, his eyes filled with awe. Wow, you're incredible, Yin Feng. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with countless stars again. Only Lua Binsai, watching Yin Feng's profile, had a flicker of worry in her eyes. She knew that maintaining such a large-scale space isolation would be an enormous drain on Yin Feng's spiritual energy. Yin Feng's face was already turning slightly pale. "Get on the ship," he growled without looking back. "I can't hold it much longer." "Oh, let's go." Everyone snapped out of their stupor and immediately turned to sprint toward the Huangjin melee. Lu Fei grabbed Yin Feng and Lua Binsai, stretched his arms, and flung the three of them onto the ship. "Shanji, raise the anchor. Sualong, hoist the sails." "Roger." The Huangjin melee instantly became a flurry of activity. "Damn it. Don't think you can escape." Simoji came to his senses, let out a roar, and intensified his smoke output. But the invisible barrier remained indestructible. "Break." Simoji, refusing to believe it, turned his entire body into a thick smoke tornado and slammed fiercely into the barrier. Boom. A dull thud. Yin Feng's body shuddered violently and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Yin Feng," Name cried out. "I'm fine." Yin Feng gritted his teeth, forcing himself to maintain the barrier. The ship is moving." Wasupu pointed downward and shouted excitedly. With the combined efforts of Shanji and Sualong, the Huangjin melee finally began to slowly sail away from the pier. "We made it." Seeing the ship successfully out to sea, Yin Feng could no longer hold on. Uff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the invisible space isolation barrier shattered. The sky-filling smoke, freed from its restraint, surged back again. But it was too late. The Huangjin melee had already sailed into open waters. Simoji could only watch helplessly as the pirate ship carrying his two most wanted targets slowly faded into the distance. Huan Kong Yin Feng. Simoji stood on the pier, his face dark as he murmured this name. He knew that this name would soon resound throughout the entire Vita Honglu. On the Huangjin melee. "Hey, are you okay?" Lu Fei leaned over Yin Feng, who was collapsed on the deck, and asked with concern. "Just exhausted from overconsumption. Oh, I'll be fine after some rest." Yin Feng waved his hand. Lua Binsai had already taken out some medicine and began to examine him. "That move of yours was so cool," Lu Fei said excitedly. "From now on you're our ship's barrier man." "I don't want such a corny nickname," Yin Feng retorted weakly. "Ahead, it's Jiandao Mountain." Name pointed to the huge mountain ahead, where as if in a myth water flowed upward, and shouted. The ship began to be pulled by a powerful current rushing toward the upstream channel. "Hold on tight. We're about to enter the Vita Honglu." The ship pitched violently in the turbulent currents. On both sides were towering cliffs. The channel was narrow and perilous. "Hard to port." Name gripped the helm tightly, shouting commands. Just then an unusually swift undercurrent struck from the side. The ship lurched violently, seemingly about to collide with the cliff. "Oh no." Name's face turned pale. Everyone cried out in alarm. At this critical moment, Yin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, quietly opened them a slit. His mind stirred slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible spatial force acted on the ship's bow. The bow, about to hit the cliff, was gently pushed as if by an invisible hand. The ship's course shifted by an extremely slight margin. That tiny adjustment allowed the Huangjin melee to scrape past the cliff by a hair's breadth. "Phew. That was close." Name sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. "As expected of me. In critical moments you still have to rely on this genius navigator's helmsmanship." She stood proudly with her hands on her hips, completely unaware of any anomaly. Yin Feng watched her, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then closed his eyes again. He didn't make a sound, just silently observed. The moment the ship burst out of Jiandao Mountain and entered the legendary Vita Honglu, he felt that the surrounding space had become somewhat different. The unique magnetic field and unpredictable climate of the Vita Honglu produced a faint but real interference on his spatial perception. This stirred a sense of caution in his heart, but even more so an unprecedented anticipation. When the Going Merry broke free of Reverse Mountain and sailed steadily upon the waters of the Grand Line, the mood aboard instantly brightened. "Wahoo! We've arrived." The Grand Line. Luffy stood at the prow, arms outstretched, shouting with excitement. Usopp and Sanji joined in the cheers, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Only Nami, with a grave expression, stared at the compass in her hand, her brows furrowed. Yin Feng leaned against the rail, silently replenishing his expended mental energy, while gradually expanding his spatial perception outward in all directions. He could feel that the spatial fluctuations in these waters were far more complex than those of the East Blue. Chaotic magnetic fields and air currents interwove, causing unstable noise in his perceptual network. It seemed that using his abilities freely here as before would require a period of adaptation and training. Just then, Yin Feng's perceptual net suddenly captured an immensely vast spatial outline, directly ahead of their course beneath the sea surface. That thing was too enormous, like a moving miniature island, and it was rapidly ascending toward the surface. Something ahead. Yin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his voice low. What is it?" Luffy peered over curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, splash! A thunderous crash. The sea surface before them erupted violently. An indescribably massive black shadow shot up from the ocean. It was a whale. A colossal whale whose size rivaled a mountain. Its forehead was crisscrossed with scars horrifying to behold. "Wah! It's a monster." Usopp's eyes bulged in terror. What is that? Nami's face paled with fear. The great whale seemed unaware of the tiny going merry. It merely tilted its head upward and let out a profoundly sorrowful prolonged cry to the sky. Moo! The sound, like a massive bell, made the entire sea's surface tremble. And the going merry, due to inertia, was still sailing straight toward the whale's belly. We're going to crash. Watching the cute sheep figurehead on the prow about to make intimate contact with the whale's steel-like skin. Luffy, as if completely oblivious to the danger, excitedly plopped onto the sheep's head atop the prow. What an amazing whale. I'm going to make it my companion. He laughed, seemingly preparing for a friendly greeting. That idiot. Nami and Sanji were nearly frantic. Yin Feng sighed. This guy's way of thinking truly couldn't be judged by normal standards. He moved his intent. Space shift. Whoosh. In the next instant, Luffy, who had been sitting at the prow, suddenly appeared in the middle of the deck, without warning. Huh. Luffy froze, looked down at what he was on, then at the increasingly near whale. How did I get here? Before he could figure it out, the going merry's prow had already gone bang, colliding with the whale's eyelid. Fortunately, the ship's speed wasn't high, it merely tapped gently. The great whale also seemed to sense something slowly lowering its head, and with an eye larger than the going merry itself, curiously regarded the small vessel. Hey, pirates over there. Don't bully Laboon. An elderly yet vigorous voice suddenly emanated from the whale's body. Immediately after, a door suddenly opened on the whale's flank. A man wearing a floral shirt, a small yellow flower on his head, looking like a quirky old man, stepped out. It was Kurakasu, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Capes, formerly the Pirate King's ship doctor. Are you behind this? As soon as Kurakasu boarded, he frowned, scrutinizing the group of pirates who looked unreliable. His gaze lingered on Yin Feng for 2 extra seconds. That previous move, though quick, seemed to leave a trace of unusual spatial fluctuation. Old man, this whale is amazing. Do you know it? Luffy completely ignored the questioning and asked curiously. Kurakasu, seeing Luffy's pure gaze, paused, then finally sighed, and began recounting his story with the island whale named Laboon. Yin Feng and Robin stood aside, listening silently. He knew this was yet another touching tale of promise and waiting. Just as the atmosphere aboard turned somewhat melancholic, 2 sneaky figures suddenly climbed onto the going merry from the sea. One was a man wearing a crown dressed like a king. The other was a woman in a cowboy hat with long blue hair. They were Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday of Baroque Works. This is exactly what we needed. As soon as Mr. 9 boarded, he raised his cannon-like weapon, aiming at Laboon. If we catch this whale and bring it back, we can make amends. Do it. Without giving anyone time to react, the 2 directly pulled the triggers. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 iron-hooked shells shot toward Laboon's body. Stop! Luffy roared and charged forward. But it was already too late. Yin Feng's eyes turned cold. Although he didn't wish to intervene too much in the plot, he couldn't stand by and watch them harm this devoted whale. His intent shifted slightly again. Unnoticed by all, the space ahead of the 2 shells underwent an extremely subtle distortion. Bang! Bang! The 2 shells, just as they were about to hit Laboon, seemed to strike something and suddenly exploded mid-air, transforming into 2 splendid bursts of fireworks. What? Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday were dumbfounded. How did their special whale-hunting cannons explode prematurely? You guys. Luffy had already rushed up and casually knocked both down with 1 punch each. Kurakasu stood at the lighthouse entrance, watching all this, his brows furrowed again. That same feeling again. A trace of weak spatial power lingered in the air. His gaze fell again on the perpetually quiet young man with purple hair. This guy, who exactly is he? He could sense that although this person hadn't acted, the 2 explosions earlier were certainly linked to him. This young man seemed to possess a capability he had never seen before. Having lived so long and seen all sorts of people, Kurakasu could perceive a calmness and wisdom in Yin Feng's eyes that didn't match his age. This sparked a keen interest in Yin Feng. Perhaps this young man could bring some new vitality to this world. With the minor incident resolved, after bidding farewell to Crocus and Laboon, the going merry, carrying the newly joined guests, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, who had requested to accompany them, sailed toward the next island, following the direction of the log pose. The next island is Whiskey Peak, Nami said, studying the sea chart. Judging by the name, it sounds like a lively place. There must be plenty of delicious food. Luffy began drooling. Idiot, that's just a name, Sanji said with exasperation. Yin Feng sat by the ship's railing, eyes closed, seemingly resting. In reality, his spatial perception was scanning the surroundings like a radar. After his experiences at Reverse Mountain and Cape Twin, he found that his perception ability was gradually improving in adapting to the complex environment of the Grand Line. The magnetic fields and air currents that had once been like noise were now, under his deliberate training, becoming distinguishable and filterable. He could even extract useful information from this noise, such as weather changes in the sea ahead or the direction of underwater currents. Robin sat beside him, holding a book about the creatures of the Grand Line that she had borrowed from Crocus, reading with great interest. Your ability is becoming more stable, Robin said without looking up. Still far from it. Yin Feng opened his eyes. The Grand Line is far more complex than I imagined. Here, any negligence could be fatal. He glanced at Mr. 9, who was boasting with Usopp and the blue-haired girl beside him pretending to be wild and unrestrained. He knew that a grand drama was about to unfold on the next island. Soon a massive mountain covered in cacti appeared on the horizon. We've arrived. That's Whiskey Peak. Mr. 9 pointed ahead excitedly. As the ship docked, the townspeople beating drums and gongs lined up to welcome them. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. You must be tired, dear pirates. We have prepared a grand banquet for you. A man who seemed to be the mayor greeted them with a smile, his hospitality a little too enthusiastic. Luffy and Usopp, upon hearing about a banquet, immediately had stars in their eyes and drooled, following the crowd toward the town center without a second thought. Wait. Nami grabbed them. Isn't this too strange? Who welcomes pirates like this? Exactly, something's fishy, Sanji said, watching the beaming townspeople warily. Only Zoro, leaning against the ship with his 3 swords, kept a cold silence. It's fine, as long as there's food. Luffy couldn't care less. As the group argued, Yin Feng's brow furrowed quietly. The moment the ship docked, his spatial perception had already covered all of Whiskey Peak. He saw that in every house of the town heavily armed men were lying in ambush. He even saw a large amount of explosives buried beneath the town square. From the original story, he knew this place was not a hospitable town at all, but a carefully laid massive trap designed specifically to hunt pirates. Only by sensing it firsthand did he realize how brutal these people truly were. This island is problematic, Yin Feng said calmly. His voice was not loud, but it silenced everyone. What's wrong? Nami asked immediately. She had already developed a certain degree of trust in Yin Feng's judgment. In this town there is not a single ordinary person besides us. Yin Feng looked at the townspeople with a calm gaze. All of them are bounty hunters in disguise, and there are enough explosives buried underground to blow the entire town sky high. His words were like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake. What a... Nami and Usopp turned pale with fear. Sanji's expression grew extremely solemn. Really? How do you know? Luffy tilted his head, curious. Yin Feng pointed to his head. I can sense it. Just then Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday exchanged a glance, a flicker of unease crossing their eyes. Don't listen to his nonsense. Mr. 9 quickly tried to smooth things over. The people here have always been very hospitable. However, his defense was already feeble. Nami looked at Yin Feng, then at the smiling townspeople, and made a decisive decision. We're leaving. Get off this island. But the banquet. Luffy still looked reluctant. Idiot. Which is more important, your life or the banquet? Nami punched him on the head. But it was too late. Their conversation seemed to have been overheard by the townspeople. The mayor's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. It seems we've been found out. Then there's no choice. Attack. SHSHSHSH. In an instant, all the townspeople tore off their disguises, pulling out various weapons from their clothes, surrounding the going merry tightly. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then leave your heads and your ship behind. Huh. Didn't expect this, did you? We are the million elite of Baroque works. A melee erupted instantly. Damn. It really is a trap. Usopp shouted while dodging. Zoro and Sanji had already charged into the crowd, engaging the bounty hunters in combat. Just then Zoro suddenly stopped and pointed his sword at Luffy. Hey Luffy, Zoro said coldly. If you knock all these bounty hunters flying, what will we eat? It turned out that Zoro wanted to capture these bounty hunters and strip them of their resources. Luffy, on the other hand, thought these people were good guys for inviting them to eat. The two single-celled organisms, for this inexplicable reason, started fighting right then and there. Goma Goma no pistol. Santoryu tiger hunt. They exchanged blows, having a grand old time. The surrounding bounty hunters were dumbfounded. Were these pirates here to be funny? Why were they fighting among themselves? Yin Feng and Robin, standing on the ship and watching this chaotic scene, were both speechless. This is the future Pirate King's crew. Robin adjusted her glasses, feeling she had boarded the wrong ship. Yin Feng shrugged. You'll get used to it. He did not join Luffy and Zoro's fight, but instead focused on 2 other people, Mr. 5 and his partner Miss Valentine. These 2 were the true officers of Baroque works, the real threat. Mr. 5, it seems we have to step in, Miss Valentine said gracefully, holding a small yellow umbrella. I'm from Motley Crew, Mr. 5 said, picking a booger from his nostril and flicking it lightly toward Luffy. Explosive booger. The disgusting-looking booger traced a fiery arc through the air, flying like a tiny bomb toward Luffy, who was still fighting Zoro. Yin Feng's eyes sharpened. Sneak attacks in front of me. Not allowed. With a slight thought spatial shift. The bomb, flying midair, suddenly and bizarrely changed direction, heading elsewhere. Boom. A loud explosion. The booger bomb had landed right at the feet of a group of bounty hunters, sending them flying. Huh. Mr. 5 was stunned. What happened? Did he miss? He didn't think much of it, and pulled out another one ready to attack again. But Yin Feng was not going to give them a chance. He had chosen to hold back and watch Luffy and Zoro's fight, because he knew it was just horseplay. But against real enemies, he would not show mercy. His figure vanished from the ship in an instant. The next second he appeared behind Mr. 5. What a... Mr. 5 felt a chill at his back and turned around. A hand had already gently pressed against his back. An invisible spatial force surged into his body. Spatial penetration shockwave. Mr. Five's body stiffened, his eyes bulging, and before he could even scream, he collapsed unconscious. His partner Miss Valentine hadn't even registered what had happened before she felt her body lighten. Yin Feng like a phantom appeared beside her, grabbed her, and then performed another spatial leap, returning to the Going Merry. The entire process was smooth and swift, executed with extreme speed. By the time everyone realized what had happened, the battle was already over. Luffy and Zoro also stopped fighting, staring blankly at the unconscious Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, whom Yin Feng was holding like a chick. What just happened? The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Meanwhile, Vivi, who had been hiding in the shadows, watched this scene, with her pupils contracting violently. This purple-haired man. His strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. The farce on Whiskey Peak came to a swift end after Yin Feng displayed his overwhelming power. The bounty hunters of the Baroque works, witnessing their officer Mr. Five being defeated in a single blow, had no trace of resistance left. They dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. Meanwhile, the identities of Mr. Nine and his partner Miss Wednesday were thoroughly exposed in the chaos. When Nami learned that the blue-haired girl before her was actually the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, who had infiltrated the organization to save her country from the Baroque Works conspiracy, her eyes immediately gleamed with interest. Escorting the princess back to her country. The reward must be quite high, right? She said, rubbing her hands together with a greedy expression. In the end, swayed by Vivi's earnest plea and Nami's money attack, Luffy vaguely agreed to escort Vivi back to Alabasta. Thus the Going Merry set sail once more, carrying a princess. Meanwhile, the fast-running duck Karoo returned to Alabasta with Igaram. Before leaving Whiskey Peak, however, Zoro still took the opportunity to beat up all the bounty hunters, venting his pent-up frustration. Aboard the ship, the atmosphere grew tense. Princess Vivi began recounting the crisis facing Alabasta and the terrifying conspiracy of the Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile, lurking in the shadows. Yin Feng and Luobinsai sat quietly to the side listening. Yin Feng was naturally well aware of these events. And now he found himself in the midst of this historical torrent. Crocodile. Yin Feng murmured the name in his mind. That would be the first truly formidable enemy he would encounter after entering the Grand Line. Just then Luobinsai, who had remained silent, pushed up his glasses and spoke. The log pose for Alabasta cannot be used directly. We need to go to an island called Little Garden first to let the log pose record the magnetic field anew. His words drew everyone's attention. How do you know all this? Nami asked curiously. In my previous work, I needed to know a lot about the Grand Line. Luobinsai replied calmly. He did not reveal his former identity as a Vegapunk assistant, instead brushing it off with a vague excuse. Yin Feng glanced at him, understanding in his heart. Luobinsai was using his knowledge to quietly establish a more reasonable position for the two of them. Thus, under Luobinsai's guidance, the Going Merry sailed toward the legendary prehistoric island, Little Garden. When the island, seemingly frozen in the Jurassic era, appeared before them, everyone was awestruck by its primal and magnificent scenery. Giant, never-before-seen plants blotted out the sky. In the distance, ear-splitting roars like those of beasts echoed. Wow, dinosaurs! Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement for adventure. Hey, you two don't run off. Before Nami could finish, the two had already jumped off the ship and dashed into the jungle. Such troublesome fellows. Sanji shook his head helplessly. Yin Feng did not disembark. His spatial perception had already covered the entire island. On this island, he sensed two exceptionally powerful presences filled with a sense of age and vicissitude. Like two dormant volcanoes, calm on the surface, yet containing enough power to destroy heaven and earth. They were the two giants Dongli and Buluoji. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yin Feng's mouth. He looked forward to witnessing firsthand the century-long duel of honor belonging to the giant race. Boom! A deafening collision sounded from afar, and the entire island trembled slightly. Then two mountain-like figures rose from the depths of the jungle. Ha! Dongli, today I will settle the score. Buluoji, my axe has been itching for battle. The two giants brandished their enormous weapons, resuming their century-long duel. Each clash produced thunderous roars, and the ground cracked beneath their feet. Giants! Luffy burst out of the jungle, a piece of dinosaur meat dangling from his mouth, gesticulating excitedly. Real giants. Usopp also ran out, but soon hid behind a rock, frightened by the awe-inspiring battle. Yin Feng watched the fight, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. The strength of these two giants was indeed formidable. Each of their strikes contained enough power to split mountains and crack rocks. But, according to records, they have been on this island for 100 years. It seems their weapons are about to fall apart. Luobinsai walked over to Yin Feng, pushing up his glasses. Indeed, Dongli's great sword and Buluoji's giant axe, after years of relentless combat, showed clear cracks. Especially Dongli's sword, which was nearly broken in half. Bam! At that moment, Dongli's great sword finally gave way, snapping in two upon colliding with Buluoji's axe. My sword! Dongli roared in pain, staring at the broken blade. Haha, Dongli, looks like I win. Buluoji raised his axe, ready to deliver the final blow. But just then Buluoji's axe emitted a crack sound, and a deep fissure appeared on its blade. Buluoji froze. The two giants stared at each other, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Without weapons, could their proud battle continue? Really 100 years, and still no resolution. Yin Feng shook his head and stood up from the ship. Yin Feng, what are you going to do? Vivi looked at him with concern. Yin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he leaped off the ship. His figure flickered in the air, and in the next second he appeared between the two giants. My! Both Dongli and Buluoji noticed this sudden tiny figure. Little one, it's dangerous here, leave quickly, Dongli kindly warned. Yes, the battle of us giants is not something you little people can interfere with. Buluoji also spoke. Yin Feng looked up at the two giants, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 100 years of combat is indeed worthy of respect. But his eyes suddenly sharpened. If you don't even have weapons, what meaning does this fight hold? What did you say? Both giants frowned simultaneously. I said your weapons are about to fall apart. Yin Feng pointed at their weapons. At this rate, your century-long duel will turn into a bare-handed brawl. Even without weapons, we can still settle the score, Buluoji said defiantly. Is that so? A glint of mockery flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Then let me test just how strong the power of you giants really is. The moment his words faded, Yin Feng's figure vanished abruptly. What? Both giants were stunned. The next second, Yin Feng appeared on Dongli's shoulder. Over here. Dongli hastily reached out to grab him, but Yin Feng had already teleported to Buluoji's head. Damn it! Don't treat us like a climbing frame. Buluoji roared in fury, raising his massive axe to strike his own head. But Yin Feng had already disappeared, reappearing between the two giants, hovering silently about 10 meters above the ground. This. What kind of ability is this? Dongli and Buluoji were both dumbfounded. This is the power of my devil fruit, Yin Feng said calmly. But mere evasion is not enough. Since you wish to fight, I'll play along. He extended his right-hand palm, facing downward. Space solidified. An invisible force instantly enveloped the two giants. What? Both Dongli and Buluoji simultaneously felt their bodies become several times heavier. Impossible. Buluoji tried to lift his giant axe, but found his arms as heavy as if filled with lead. This level of hindrance shouldn't be a problem for you, should it? Yin Feng said indifferently. After all, you are giants who have been fighting for 100 years. Don't underestimate us. Dongli gritted his teeth, forced his broken sword upward, and swung it toward Yin Feng. But his movements under the influence of spatial solidification became abnormally slow. It was only because Yin Feng's power was insufficient that he could move through sheer brute force. Yin Feng easily dodged the strike, then swung his hand back. Space slash. An invisible spatial rift instantly sliced through Dongli's broken sword. Crack. The already damaged sword shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments on the ground. My sword! Dongli cried out in anguish. Buluoji, you're next. Yin Feng turned to the other giant. Buluoji roared, ignoring the heaviness of his body, and raised his giant axe to smash Yin Feng. But Yin Feng's figure flickered again, appearing directly above the axe. Space penetrate. His hand gently touched the surface of the giant axe. Boom. The giant axe instantly shattered into pieces, raining down like hailstones. This. How is this possible? Buluoji stared blankly at his empty hands. Both giants were utterly shaken by Yin Feng's power. They had fought for 100 years and never encountered such an uncanny opponent. Now do you still wish to continue? Yin Feng withdrew the gravity field and landed back on the ground. Dongli and Buluoji exchanged glances, seeing shock and admiration in each other's eyes. Little one, your power truly surpasses our imagination, Dongli said with a wry smile. Yes, we admit defeat. Buluoji also conceded. No, you haven't lost. Yin Feng shook his head. 100 years of persistence is itself a victory. I only wanted to show you that sometimes the way of fighting can be more flexible. He looked at the two giants, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. If you are willing, I can find a way to help you forge new weapons. Really? Both giants' eyes lit up simultaneously. Of course, Yin Feng nodded. But I have one condition. What condition? From now on, your battle cannot drag on for another 100 years. Yin Feng said with a smile. Settle it in one day, how about that? Huh. Fine. It's settled. Dongli and Buluoji burst into laughter together. Soon Luffy and Usopp also arrived. The group quickly bonded over shared interests and became friends, even fetching several barrels of alcohol to drink together. After resolving matters there, Yin Feng released his spatial perception and discovered that Nami and Vivi had encountered another group of Baroque Works officers in the jungle. Mr. 3 and his partner Miss Golden Week, and a figure Yin Feng never expected to see. Miss All Sunday, the future Nico Robin. She was here too. It seems Baroque Works' intelligence network is more formidable than I thought, Robin said after listening to Yin Feng's account. They must be here to hunt down Princess Vivi. Yin Feng wasn't too concerned. He knew that with his presence, minor deviations from the original story were inevitable, and he trusted the Straw Hat Pirates to handle it. But they would certainly suffer a bit first. Sure enough, before long, Nami, Vivi, and Zoro fell into the trap carefully laid by Mr. 3. A giant specially crafted candle cake trapped the three along with the giant Buluoji inside its center. Mr. 3 lit the fuse at the top of the cake. The flame traveled along the fuse, burning and driving the entire candlestick to rotate. As the candles melted, countless streams of wax cascaded down like a waterfall. Once covered by this wax, they would become motionless statues. Slowly turn into wax figures in my artwork. Mr. 3 laughed triumphantly from a short distance away. Damn it. Zoro swung his sword at the candles, but the blade merely sank into the soft wax, unable to cut through. It's useless. My wax is harder than steel. Just as the 3 were about to be completely engulfed by the wax becoming Mr. 3's collection, Luffy and Usopp, who were with Dongli in the distant jungle, also lay paralyzed after drinking drugged alcohol. The situation was extremely critical. I must act. Yin Feng prepared to move. Go. Your stamina should have recovered somewhat. Defeating them won't be a problem, but don't use spatial solidify again. It will drain you. Robin warned. Yin Feng nodded. He knew that subduing the 2 giants had indeed consumed much of his stamina, and he was still feeling a bit drained. When he reappeared, he was standing beside the giant candle cake. Who's there? Mr. 3 was startled by the sudden appearance. Before he could even see who it was, he felt a sharp, killing intent rushing toward him. Yin Feng didn't waste a single word. He raised his right hand index and middle fingers together like an invisible blade and gently slashed across the giant candle cake. Space slash. SHI? An invisible black rift flashed through the air in an instant. That candle prison, which Mr. 3 prided himself on being as hard as steel, was instantly sliced cleanly in half from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. What? Mr. 3's eyes bulged. The smugness on his face instantly froze, replaced by boundless shock and terror. How could this be? How could his wax be cut? And in a way he couldn't even begin to comprehend. Zoro, Nami, and Vivi, trapped inside, were equally stunned. They only saw the purple-haired man suddenly appear and then simply wave his hand. This indestructible prison. Was it just broken? Well done, Yin Feng. Nami was the first to react, shouting excitedly. Meanwhile, Robin, who had been standing aloof like an outsider, elegantly holding her umbrella, saw the fleeting spatial rift. For the first time in her usually calm, unruffled eyes, a storm arose. Her body even trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. This ability, directly cutting space. As an archaeologist, she had seen similar records in some of the oldest historical text rubbings. That was the power of gods. Who was this man? Her gaze locked onto Yin Feng, unblinking. Her eyes brimmed with unprecedented curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of deep wariness. After Yin Feng shattered the wax to free the protagonist group, the subsequent battle needed no further elaboration. Mr. 3 and his partner were thoroughly thrashed by the enraged Luffy, and the giants meeting a miserable end. After the battle, Robin quietly departed as if she had never appeared. Besides Yin Feng, no one even knew of her existence. But Yin Feng sensed that the woman's gaze lingered on him for a long time before she left. It seems I've been marked, he thought. However, he paid it no mind. Sailing with the Straw Hat crew was destined to be anything but calm, and besides, Robin was not a villain at heart. After leaving Little Garden, the Going Merry continued its journey toward Alabasta. Yet during the voyage, an unexpected incident occurred. Nami suddenly fell ill. She had a high fever, was utterly weak, and slipped into unconsciousness. This threw everyone on the ship into a state of panic. We need to find a doctor immediately, Vivi declared decisively, gazing at the ailing Nami. But is there any island nearby? Usopp looked anxiously at the boundless sea. Just as everyone was at a loss, Robin stepped forward once more. Using his knowledge, he first administered basic first aid to Nami, and then confirmed her symptoms. His brow furrowed as he said, though I can fill in as a ship's doctor, I'm not a professional. I don't have the medicine to fully cure Nami. Here's what we'll do. He took out a map of his own, making even more precise than Nami's, and pointed to a spot. According to our current course, we'll soon pass a winter island. That place is perpetually covered in snow and ice. It's said that a witch with miraculous medical skills lives there. She can surely cure Nami. In the meantime, I'll stabilize her condition. A witch? Usopp was startled. I don't care if she's a witch. As long as she can heal Nami. Luffy made the decision at once. Alright, target Winter Island. Let's go. The ship changed course. 2 days later, the Going Merry slowly approached an island blanketed in snow amidst a sea of flurries. It's so cold. Usopp's teeth chattered as he breathed into his hands and rubbed them together. So this is a winter island. Sanji wrapped his coat tighter. What a frigid place. Nami lay on the deck, her condition still severe, occasionally letting out pained moans. Vivi stayed by her side, constantly wiping her forehead with a damp cloth. Nami's condition can't wait any longer. Robin said, his expression grave after checking her pulse. Her temperature is still rising. If this continues. I understand. Luffy gritted his teeth. We must find that witch. You go ahead, Zoro said, leaning against the ship's rail with his 3 swords. I'll stay on the ship to protect Nami. Yin Feng glanced at the unconscious Nami, then turned to Zoro. No need for that. I can take Nami with me directly to the island. Zoro frowned. Your ability is indeed powerful, but what if something goes wrong during the teleportation? Nami is in no state to endure any mishaps. My ability is stable. There won't be any problems, Yin Feng tried to explain. I said no, and that's final. Zoro's tone hardened. What if your ability suddenly malfunctions, or some accident occurs midair? What about Nami then? Yin Feng looked at Zoro's stubborn expression, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. Since joining this crew, he had been silently helping everyone, yet Zoro's lack of trust stung. Fine, decide as you wish, Yin Feng said flatly. Luffy sensed the tension between them and scratched his head. Zoro, we've all seen Yin Feng's ability. It should be fine, right? Captain, this is my decision, Zoro said, glancing at Luffy. Nami's safety cannot be compromised. Forget it, Luffy. Yin Feng waved his hand. Let's stick to the original plan. Soon everyone except Zoro and Yin Feng prepared to go ashore. The village should be on the southern side of the island, Vivi said, pointing to the map. Let's first find the villagers and ask about the witch's location. Let's go. Luffy jumped off the ship first. Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi followed, soon disappearing into the snow-covered jungle. On the deck, only Zoro, Yin Feng, Robins, and the unconscious Nami remained. The atmosphere was awkward. Zoro leaned against the mast, occasionally glancing toward the island. Yin Feng sat on the ship's rail, meditating with his eyes closed. Aren't you going with them? Zoro finally spoke. No. Yin Feng replied without looking up. Since you think I'm unreliable, I'll just stay here. Zoro frowned. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Yin Feng opened his eyes, staring directly at Zoro. From Whiskey Peak to Little Garden, how many times have I helped you? Yet you still don't trust me. This isn't about trust, Zoro said, growing agitated. Nami's in a dangerous state. I have to ensure her safety. So you think I would harm her? I never said that. Their voices grew louder until Zoro slammed his fist against the ship's rail. Enough. I'm just trying to protect my crewmate. Yin Feng looked at Zoro's flushed face, and his own anger gradually subsided. He knew Zoro's intent was not wrong, it was just the way he expressed it that was uncomfortable. Never mind, Yin Feng said, standing up. He turned to Robins. Let's take a walk on the island. You take care of Nami. Wait. Zoro wanted to say something, but Yin Feng had already activated his spatial leap and vanished from the ship. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others trudged through the snow with difficulty. This snow is way too heavy. Usopp complained as he walked. I can't see a thing. Hang in there. Vivi encouraged. For Nami Sake, we have to find the village. Just then a strange sound came from ahead. Grrrr. What's that noise? Sanji looked around warily. Suddenly a group of white furballs burst out from the snow, bearing their fangs and charging ferociously at the group. Rabbit. Vivi recognized the creatures. They don't look friendly. Luffy flexed his fists. Goma Goma no Gatling. Demonic foot. Luffy and Sanji teamed up soon, sending the rabbits scattering in all directions. Thank you. A voice came from the snowfield, and several villagers emerged from their hiding spots. Great. Usopp exclaimed excitedly. We've finally found people. Excuse me, do you know where the witch is, eh? Vivi asked urgently. The witch? The villagers exchanged glances. Are you talking about Dr. Kureha? Yes, that's her. Luffy nodded. Dr. Kureha lives in the castle on the mountain peak, an elderly villager said, pointing to the snowy mountain in the distance. But it's dangerous there, and recently a group of pirates has arrived. Pirates? Vivi frowned. The Blackbeard pirates. The villager's voice trembled with fear. They've taken over our castle and King Wapple. He abandoned us and fled. What a... Luffy shouted in anger. What kind of king abandons his own people? Damn it. Sanji clenched his fists. There's no use dwelling on that now, Vivi said calmly. We have to go up the mountain and find Dr. Kureha. But the Blackbeard pirates. The villagers worried. Don't worry. Luffy thumped his chest. We'll take care of them. By this time, Yin Feng had already brought Robins to the top of the snowy mountain, using spatial leap. It's really cold, Robins said, rubbing his hands. But the air is quite fresh. There's a castle over there, Yin Feng said, pointing to a building in the distance. That should be where Dr. Kureha lives. The two approached the castle, and soon heard voices coming from inside. You bastards. Let me go. Hee little reindeer, be good. We won't hurt you. Either come with us or watch this old hag die. Through the window, Yin Feng saw the scene inside. A small reindeer with a blue nose was surrounded by several pirates, and beside it lay an injured old woman. Chopper. Dr. Kureha said weakly. Don't do this for me. Dr. Kureha. The little reindeer's eyes were filled with tears. I won't let them hurt you. Yin Feng frowned as he watched. This scene wasn't in the original story, was it? In the original story, when the Straw Hat crew ascended the mountain, Valve had already been driven away by Luffy. Only Dr. Dolcherry and Chopper remained in the castle. There were no such disreputable pirates in the first place. Moreover, judging by what the villagers said, they had mistaken them for the Blackbeard pirates who had occupied this place. But these men before them were a sorry lot, pitifully weak in strength. They looked nothing like the subordinates of that future Yonko. They resembled more Valve's remnant forces. It seems my appearance has stirred up some butterfly effect, Yin Feng muttered to himself. Shall we intervene? Robin's voice came from beside him. He had already drawn a petite scalpel from his coat, his gaze cold. Though he was a scholar, that did not mean he lacked the ability to defend himself. Let's wait a bit longer. Yin Feng shook his head. There was still a knot of frustration in his heart. Didn't Zoro distrust him? Didn't he believe Yin Feng might endanger Nami? Fine. Then I shall watch. Let us see how the Straw Hat pirates intend to resolve this predicament without me. He was eager to see the expressions on Luffy's faces when they painstakingly climbed to the mountaintop and witnessed this scene. Inside the castle, Those pirates continued their bullying. Little raccoon cat don't refuse a toast only to be forced to swallow a sober cup. A pirate chief with a scarred face sneered advancing toward Chopper. His Majesty King Valve has great expectations for your abilities. As long as you come quietly with us, I promise you'll live in luxury. So they were indeed Valve's men. Yin Feng understood. I'm not a raccoon cat. I won't go with you. Though trembling with fear, Chopper summoned his courage and spread his arms to protect Dr. Dalcherry. And I won't let you harm Dr. Dalcherry. Hey, how touching, the scarred pirate mocked with a grin. Too bad you have no choice. Either come out on your own, or we'll send this old woman to her grave first. Behind him, one pirate raised his axe, aiming it at the fallen Dr. Dalcherry. Chopper. Dr. Dalcherry's eyes fluttered open weakly, her voice hoarse. Don't mind me. Run. No. Chopper's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. Gazing at those fierce pirates and the nearly lifeless Dr. Dalcherry, despair and helplessness overwhelmed his heart. Chopper's voice trembled with sobs. I'll go with you. Please don't hurt her. Why didn't you say so sooner? The scarred man burst into triumphant laughter. However, just as he prepared to reach out and seize Chopper, Yin Feng could no longer restrain himself. Sigh. He let out a soft breath. Never mind. Arguing with someone as straightforward as Zoro would only make him appear petty. Besides, watching such a lovely and kind reindeer, a reindeer, being taken away by these scum was something he truly could not bear. Since he had decided to intervene, he could not let Luffy and the others steal the spotlight. He decided to do something more elaborate. The corners of Yin Feng's mouth curved into a barely perceptible arc. His will shifted ever so slightly. Inside the castle, the scarred pirate who was about to seize Chopper suddenly felt a violent heaviness on his arm. He looked down and found his axe had vanished. Where did my axe go? He paused in confusion. Oh! A piercing scream suddenly erupted from behind him. The scarred man turned to see one of his companions clutching his crotch, hopping wildly. In place, his face turned the color of raw pork liver. And that missing axe was wedged at an absurd angle between his legs. The blade hovered less than a centimeter from his most vital area. What are you doing? The scarred man pointed at his companion in shock and rage. It wasn't me. It just did it itself. The unfortunate soul could hardly speak through the agony. All the pirates inside the castle froze. What was happening? Had they turned on each other? Nobody moved. The scarred man roared, forcing composure. He glared viciously at Chopper. Little brat, did you do this, eh? Chopper wore an equally bewildered expression. He had no idea what was happening either. Just then another pirate suddenly felt his neck tighten. Looking down, he saw a thick rope had materialized out of nowhere, coiling tightly around his throat and constricting further. G-U-H. G-H-H. Help. He clawed at the rope with both hands, kicking desperately, his tongue lolling out like a comedian performing a hanging act. A ghost. There's a ghost here. The remaining pirates panicked completely. They began accusing each other, suspecting sabotage from within. The scene descended into utter chaos. That's enough. Shut your mouths. The scarred man, enraged and humiliated, grabbed a nearby spiked club and charged straight for Chopper. Whatever ghost this is, I'll smash you flat first. He raised the spiked club high and brought it down with all his might toward Chopper's head. Yet once again something bizarre occurred. That heavy spiked club mid-swing suddenly bent like noodles in an eerie manner. Thud. A dull impact resonated. The spiked club smashed squarely into the scarred man's own instep. Ah! The scarred man let out a pig-like wail, hopping around in tap dance fashion while clutching his injured foot. Horn reinforcement. Chopper seized the opportunity and immediately counterattacked. The antlers on his head instantly grew larger and harder, driving forward toward the nearest pirate. But his body was too small, his strength limited. Though the pirate was pushed back several steps, he quickly recovered and together with the others pinned Chopper firmly to the ground. Little monster. You dare resist. Dr. Dalcherry. Chopper cried out in desperation as he found himself in danger once more. I suppose the fun must end here. Outside the castle, Yin Feng abandoned his spectator mindset. If he delayed further, Luffy and the others would truly arrive. He could no longer wait. In the next instant, his figure and Robin's disappeared from where they stood. Whoosh. Inside the castle, the several pirates about to deal a fatal blow to Chopper suddenly felt their vision blur. Two figures appeared between them without warning. One was Robin's, clad in a black trench coat and glasses, exuding an elegant and refined demeanor. The other was Yin Feng with striking purple hair and a gaze so calm it was almost unsettling. Who are you? The scarred man, enduring the excruciating pain in his foot, asked in terror. Yin Feng did not answer him. He merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Spatial penetration. An invisible power enveloped all the pirates in an instant. The next moment, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Those pirates' bodies seemed to sink into quicksand, gradually merging into the castle walls and floor. My body. My body's going into the wall. Help. I can't move. The screams rose and fell in a haunting chorus. Within mere seconds, all the pirates had been eerily embedded into the castle's architecture. Some had only their heads protruding, eyes rolling in terror. Others were pinned to the floor in comical starfish poses. Unable to move yet unable to die, they could only watch helplessly as their bodies fused with the cold stone. Chopper and Dr. Dalcherry, witnessing this unimaginable scene, were utterly stunned. What kind of ability was this? Chopper carefully climbed to his feet, gazing at the purple-haired man, his large eyes filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Dr. Dalcherry studied Yin Feng with an analytical, probing gaze. This young man was certainly no ordinary person. At that moment, Robbins adjusted his glasses and approached Chopper. He crouched down, carefully observing Chopper's distinctive blue nose and half-human, half-beast form. A fascinating mutation, he murmured, reaching out as if to touch Chopper's antlers. Could this be a Zoan-type devil fruit? He consumed the human fruit. Yin Feng walked over with a smile, interrupting Robbins' academic research. The human fruit. Robbins paused in surprise. Correct. Yin Feng regarded Chopper playfully. You see, he was originally a reindeer. After eating the human fruit, he became a human. But he retained his reindeer traits, which is why he looks as he does now. I call this form the commoner form. After all, the human fruit I consumed is a mythical Zoan type. His devil fruit has no other abilities. It simply allows him to become human. Robin's lips twitched at this absurd explanation. Commoner form. Just then the castle's main door was kicked open. You bastard. Hand over the doctor. Luffy burst in, panting heavily. Trailing behind him were the equally disheveled Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi. Upon witnessing the bizarre scene inside the castle, they all froze in place. Huh. Yin Feng, what are you doing here? Luffy spotted Yin Feng and asked curiously. Then his gaze fell upon the pirates embedded within the walls. Who are you? Have you come to disturb this old woman's peace again? A voice, aged yet vigorous, broke the group's astonishment. Dr. Lear had somehow risen from the ground. Though she appeared frail, a commanding dignity flickered in her eyes. Oh, doctor, you're all right. We're not here to cause trouble. We have a patient who needs your treatment. Please help us. Vivi cried out joyfully. Is that so? Then let me ask you, where's the patient? Dr. Lear fixed her gaze on Luffy, recognizing him as the leader. She's on the ship. She has a high fever that won't go down. Please save her, doctor, Luffy said urgently. Dr. Lear snorted coldly, pulled a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. If you want me to save someone, fine. But I have a condition. What condition? I'll do anything to save Nami. Luffy thumped his chest in assurance. Simple. Dr. Lear exhaled a smoke ring and pointed beyond the castle, at the colossal snow-capped mountain that seemed to touch the sky. Carry your comrade from the foot of the mountain to this room at the top of my castle. The deadline before the sun sets. What? Usopp's jaw nearly dropped. Are you kidding me? That mountain is impossibly high and you want us to carry a patient. It's a test. Dr. Lear said calmly. A test of what you call comradeship. If you can't manage even this, then your comrade means nothing more to you. Then there's no need to save her. I understand. Luffy didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned and ran out. I'll carry Nami up right now. Wait, Luffy. Sanji and Usopp hurried after him. This test is complete nonsense. Zoro's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled. No one expected to hear Zoro's voice here. They traced the sound to Yin Feng, who had used a small trick of his spatial ability. He had opened a narrow passage connecting the ship and this place, and Zoro had heard everything. Nami is in no condition for such rough treatment. I agree with Zoro. Yin Feng spoke up as well. He looked at Dr. Lear and said calmly, Doctor, I understand your intention. But isn't this method too risky? I can bring Nami up directly with my ability. No jostling at all. Your ability. Dr. Lear glanced at him with undisguised contempt. I don't care about your fancy tricks. On my island, only my rules matter. Even if you save me, it doesn't change anything. Either do as I say, or take your friends and get off my island. Her tone was unyielding. Yin Feng looked at the stubborn old woman, a little helpless. He knew this was part of the plot. Dr. Lear seemed cold, but she was actually testing whether Luffy and his crew were truly worthy of her help. All right. Luffy scratched his head. Since it's the rule, I'll follow it. He shouted toward the spatial passage. Zoro, put Nami at the foot of the mountain. I'll be there right away. Soon Luffy rushed down the mountain. Usopp and Sanji followed to help him. Only Yin Feng, Robin's Vivi, and a helpless-looking Chopper remained in front of the castle. This old woman is just. Vivi stomped her foot in frustration. Dr. Lear, she's always like this, Chopper explained quietly. She's actually a good doctor. Yin Feng smiled and said nothing. He walked to the castle window, watching the 3 small black dots struggling through the snowfield below. Of course, he wouldn't let Luffy climb such a mountain foolishly. If he couldn't do it openly, he'd do it covertly. He closed his eyes, and his spatial perception spread like a tide over the entire mountain. Luffy carried Nami, each step agonizingly difficult. The snow was deep, the wind fierce, the air thin. His stamina was draining rapidly. Just when his legs felt like lead and he was about to collapse, the snow beneath his feet suddenly gave way without warning. Wah! Luffy yelped as he fell. But in the instant of descent, he felt his feet land on an invisible, springy cushion. A gentle, yet powerful force pushed up from beneath his feet. Whoosh! He and Nami shot upward like a launched cannonball. Huh! Luffy steadied himself, scratching his head in confusion. Was that my imagination? Sanji and Usopp behind him were dumbfounded. Luffy, did you just fly? Really? I don't know either. Luffy was equally bewildered. On the castle, Yin Feng's lips curled slightly. This spatial trampoline trick worked quite well. With Yin Feng's covert assistance, Luffy, though the process looked chaotic, finally reached the castle at the summit before the sun set. I did it. Luffy gently laid Nami on the ground, then collapsed onto his backside, panting heavily. Duo Lear looked at Luffy covered in snow and nearly a snowman, then at the girl on his back who had been well protected. For the first time, a hint of barely perceptible approval appeared on her eternally icy face. You pass. She waved her hand. Bring the patient in. Under Dr. Duo Lear's superb medical skills, Nami's condition quickly stabilized, and her fever gradually subsided. During this time, Chopper told the Straw Hat crew his story, how he was rejected by his own kind, treated as a monster by humans, and finally taken in by Dr. Hiralik and Dr. Duo Lear. Robbins listened with great interest. From time to time, he raised professional questions about cross-species communication barriers in Zoan-type devil fruit users or the effects of the human-human fruit on the cerebral cortex of non-human sapient beings. The others, caught up in the emotional moment, were utterly baffled. A few days later, Nami recovered. She looked at the blue-nosed reindeer who had mustered courage to save her heart full of gratitude. Chopper, be my nakama. Luffy grinned and formally extended the invitation. I'm a monster. Chopper instinctively tried to refuse. Shut up, Luffy yelled. Get on my ship. Come on an adventure with me. Seeing the sincere, pure gaze in Luffy's eyes, Chopper's heart was moved. Finally, tears streaming down his face, he nodded. And so the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed their new crewmate, the adorable ship Dr. Tony Chopper. The crew held a banquet in the castle to celebrate the new member. Robbins carried a glass of wine, walked up to Chopper, and adjusted his glasses. Chopper, as the newly appointed ship doctor, I believe it's necessary to conduct a comprehensive physical examination first. After all, the ship doctor's health concerns the safety of the entire crew. Physical exam. Chopper was startled. He felt that the bespectacled man's gaze wasn't that of a comrade, but rather of a rare experimental specimen. While everyone was celebrating, Yin Feng extended his perception. As his senses spread, he detected a spatial fluctuation. It was a steel submarine. It was Wapol. Who was Wapol? Luffy had no memory of him. That king who abandoned his subjects and dares to come back. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, a disdainful expression crossing his face. Oh, it's him. Let's go beat him up. Luffy cracked his knuckles, ready for a fight. Don't be careless. Yin Feng's expression, however, grew solemn. He feels off to my perception. The moment his words fell, a deafening rumble echoed. The entire snowy mountain began to tremble violently. The group rushed to the edge of the castle and looked down, only to see a strangely shaped submarine, like a tin toy, slowly rising from the sea. That was Wapol's vessel, the Devourer. But this Devourer was vastly different from the one that had appeared in the anime. Its hull was fused with a massive amount of ice rocks, and even the bones of some giant creatures, making it look like a stitched-together monstrosity. Wapol stood at the bow, his body even more bloated and towering than before. His arms had transformed into two enormous cannons, and on his shoulder rested a bizarre, giant sword forged from a fusion of various weapons. Wapol spotted the people on the castle and let out a furious roar. How dare you occupy my castle? Today I'll devour you all along with this mountain. He opened his gaping maw, capable of swallowing anything, and aimed it at the snow and ice at the foot of the mountain. Munch Munch Ice Factory. Crack, crack. Vast amounts of snow, ice, and rock were sucked into his mouth. His body began to visibly merge with the entire snowy mountain. Within mere minutes, an indestructible fortress of ice and stone enveloped the entire castle. We're trapped. Usopp cried in panic. Nami pulled out her log pose, only to find its needles spinning wildly, completely disoriented. He's devoured the magnetism here too. Wapol cannon. Countless gun barrels suddenly protruded from the walls of the ice fortress. The next moment, a dense rain of shells fused from fragments of various weapons came pouring down upon the castle. Everyone watch out. I'm on it. Luffy was about to charge forward. Leave it to me, Yin Feng stopped him. He gazed calmly at the incoming shells. He could sense that Wapol's Munch Munch fruit ability, though capable of affecting the surrounding magnetic fields and matter, had negligible influence on true space. Perfect, he could test his new move on him. With his mind, Yin Feng swiftly arranged invisible traps along Wapol's attack path. Space stagnation. The shells mid-air suddenly froze as if a pause button had been pressed, hanging eerily still. Space distortion. Then the suspended shells were nudged by an unseen hand, altering their trajectories. Some curved away, flying toward the sky. Others turned around and rebounded toward the ice fortress. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted on Wapol's own fortress. His guards were thrown into chaos, knocked over, and wailing, struck by their own ammunition. The scene was utterly absurd. What? Wapol's eyes bulged at the bizarre sight. It's you causing this. He roared in fury, realizing it was all the doing of that purple-haired man. Munch Munch Factory final form. Enraged and humiliated, Wapol devoured the surrounding ice, the castle walls, and even his men's weapons. His body became immense and hard like a moving metal fortress. Now try to block this. He opened his colossal maw capable of swallowing anything and lunged at Yin Feng. Yin Feng, watch out, the others cried. Yet Yin Feng stood his ground, not moving an inch. Just as Wapple's jaws were about to close around him, a sharp gleam flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Void Domain Prototype. An invisible, utterly independent space instantly expanded from Yin Feng's body. Wapple felt as if he had bitten into nothing but air. His mouth, which could devour all, was separated from Yin Feng by an incomprehensible force. He could see Yin Feng right inside his mouth, but he simply could not swallow. It was like gazing at a delicious cake only to find an invisible, unbreakable pane of glass between his mouth and the cake. What ability is this? Wapple was utterly dumbfounded. His prized munch fruit had failed. My turn. Yin Feng's voice rang out calmly. Space slash. Shine. An invisible rift instantly sliced through Wapple's massive body. That rift did not harm his physical form. Instead, it precisely severed the energy connection between him and the surrounding ice fortress. Crack. Wapple's enormous hard body instantly lost its support, crumbling like a sandcastle. He reverted to his original bloated form and fell to the ground stunned. Goma no. Rocket. Luffy seized the opportunity, stretching his arms back and thrusting them forward. Chopper. Let's go. Hoof point cross. With Yin Feng's perfect support, Luffy and Chopper's combined attack struck Wapple solidly. Aark. Wapple screamed, blasted away like a cannonball, vanishing into the falling snow on the horizon. The battle was over. The Straw Hat crew had triumphed once more. Amazing, Yin Feng. Luffy shouted excitedly. Together we're unstoppable. Yin Feng smiled, saying nothing. But his mind was elsewhere. Just now, when Wapple tried to devour him, his body had experienced a strange interaction with him. It felt like two magnets both attracting and repelling each other. Could there be some other secret to devil fruits? Wapple was blasted away, vanishing in disgrace beyond the horizon. Yet no one noticed that in the instant he was sent flying, his enormous mouth, in a moment of panic, instinctively swallowed a tiny fragment. It was a fragment of spatial energy, so minuscule it was nearly invisible, that had spilled from the edge of Yin Feng's void domain due to energy instability. On the other side, Walpo, having escaped with his life, crashed heavily onto an unknown small island. Damn it! Damn it! Damn that purple-haired brat! He crawled out of the snow pit, trembling with rage. He couldn't understand why his pride and joy, the munch fruit, had suddenly failed him. Just as he was about to devour something to replenish his strength, he suddenly felt a strange sensation within his body. The power of the munch fruit inside him seemed to stir with a faint, unusual tremor. Instinctively, he opened his mouth toward a nearby rock. The moment his mouth touched the rock, he sensed that the space between himself and the rock had been digested by his ability for a fraction. Though it lasted only an instant and the effect was negligible, this discovery left him stunned. My ability can devour space. This realization instantly made him forget the pain of defeat, replaced by boundless ecstasy. This is divine will. Walpo rolled excitedly in the snow. Even if it's just a little, this is definitely a brand new evolutionary path. He tried again, aiming at the rock. This time he could clearly feel that his devouring ability was no longer merely physical digestion and fusion. It could now reach into the deeper spatial structures. Just wait, purple-haired brat. Next time we meet, I'll devour you and your spatial powers together. Inside the snowy castle, the Straw Hat crew was celebrating their victory. Yet Yin Feng sat alone on the castle roof, his brows furrowed. He could clearly sense that after the battle, an unstable ripple had emerged within his body. It was as if a calm lake had been disturbed by a pebble, sending ripples spreading across its surface. It's Walpo's devouring ability. Yin Feng mused inwardly. What are you thinking about? Robins's voice came from behind. He was carrying 2 cups of hot tea and handed one to Yin Feng. I feel something is off. Yin Feng took the cup. During the fight with Walpo, my void domain and his devouring ability had some kind of interaction. What kind of interaction? Robbins adjusted his glasses, a glint of interest in his eyes. Like 2 magnets both attracting and repelling each other. Yin Feng frowned. Now the energy fluctuations in my body have become unstable, as if something has been touched. Robbins was silent for a moment before speaking. You know, in Vegapunk's lab, we once studied a theory. What theory? The phenomenon of resonance and repulsion between devil fruits. Robbins's voice turned serious. Vegapunk believed that all devil fruits originate from the same mother entity. Like different fruits from the same tree, they share a deep intrinsic connection. Yin Feng's eyes lit up. You mean? When 2 fundamentally opposite fruit abilities collide, they produce a violent reaction. Robbins continued. The essence of the munch fruit is digestion and fusion, while your void fruit's essence is isolation and penetration. These 2 completely opposite laws meeting is like the collision of positive and negative charges. So Walpo's ability touched the core of my fruit. Very likely, Robbins nodded. And I suspect this touch was mutual. Walpo's devouring ability may also have been influenced by your void fruit, accidentally opening new doors of ability for both of you. After hearing Robins's analysis, Yin Feng suddenly felt enlightened. So that was why he had sensed such a peculiar fluctuation. What should I do now? Delve deeper into that fluctuation. Robins's eyes shone with the unique light of a scholar. This could be the critical opportunity for your ability to evolve. You need to try to master the power of resonance, born from repulsion. Yin Feng stood up and gazed toward the distant snowy mountains. You're right. I need to go into seclusion for a while and study this change thoroughly. Do you need any help, eh? Not for now. Yin Feng shook his head. This feeling is very subtle. I need to experience it alone. From inside the castle, Luffy's laughter rang out. Haha. Chopper, your transformations are so funny. I'm not a raccoon. Chopper's protest followed. Nami, Sanji, and Usopp's cheerful voices blended together, filling the entire castle with the joy of victory. But Yin Feng had no heart to join the celebration. He could feel the unstable energy inside him slowly changing like a seed about to break through the soil. I'll find a quiet place. Yin Feng said to Robins. If there's an emergency, you know how to reach me. Be careful, Robins cautioned. The evolution of abilities often comes with risks. Don't push yourself. Yin Feng nodded, then activated a spatial leap and vanished from the rooftop. He appeared in a deep cave within the snowy mountains, far from the crowd and quiet enough. Sitting cross-legged, Yin Feng closed his eyes and began to carefully sense the changes within his body. The fluctuation was like a wave crashing against his consciousness again and again. Amidst this impact, he vaguely perceived a new possibility. If his previous void ability was isolation and penetration, then this new fluctuation seemed to whisper another possibility: deconstruction and reconstruction. Interesting. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yin Feng's lips. At the summit of the snow mountain castle, bitter winds howled. Yin Feng sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep meditation. His body remained motionless as carved stone, the only sign of life being the faint rise and fall of his chest. Within him, the turmoil stirred by Valpo surged like relentless tides, battering his consciousness wave after wave. With each impact, his understanding of the void fruit's essence grew ever deeper. So that's how it is. A flicker of clarity dawned within Yin Feng's heart. His previous comprehension of the void fruit had been merely superficial. Penetration, isolation, severing. These were but outward manifestations. The true essence lay in the deconstruction and reconstruction of spatial structures. Like an architect who must not only know how to build a house, but also understand how to fundamentally alter its structural framework. Robin stood at a distance, his gaze fixed intently upon Yin Feng's condition. Suddenly his pupils contracted. Around Yin Feng, the very space began to warp in ways barely perceptible to the naked eye. Invisible ripples seemed to spread slowly through the air like stones tossed upon a lake's surface. Could this be the fabric of space itself trembling? Robins adjusted his glasses, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He had witnessed Yin Feng wield spatial abilities countless times, yet never had he encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. This was not a mere release of power, but a metamorphosis of the ability itself. Inside the castle, Luffy was thoroughly entangled in playful mischief with Chopper. Goma Goma no. Balloon. Luffy drew in a massive breath, his belly swelling like a spherical ball. What? Luffy has turned into a ball. Chopper exclaimed excitedly, circling around him. I'm not a ball. Luffy deflated with a wheezing sound. Chopper, show me your transformation. People beast form. Chopper instantly expanded, his fur growing thick and dense, appearing incredibly majestic. Weight defense. He instantly grew several inches stockier and more muscular. Nami watched with keen interest from the side, while Sanji bustled about in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack. Amidst this heartwarming atmosphere, Chopper suddenly halted his transformation performance. His blue nose twitched gently as he gazed toward the castle's summit. What's wrong, Chopper? Luffy asked curiously. There's a strange scent up there. Chopper frowned. Not an ordinary smell. It's... What kind of smell? Upon the rooftop, Yin Feng's perception had plumbed depths unprecedented before. Within his consciousness, the entire world had transformed into a colossal network composed of countless infinitesimal particles. Between every particle, the gaps themselves represented spaces ripe for deconstruction. He slowly raised his right hand, locking his focus upon a rugged boulder at his feet. The stone, roughly fist-sized and of formidable density, formed part of the castle's architecture. Let me attempt. Void deconstruction. An invisible ripple emanated steadily from his fingertips. This time there was no razor-sharp cutting line, nor any piercing aggression. Only an ineffable sense of dissolution prevailed. The stone's surface appeared unchanged, yet within Yin Feng's perception, he could clearly see the internal spatial structure gradually unraveling. Like an invisible hand patiently dismantling an intricate construction of building blocks. 3 seconds passed. The stubborn boulder made no sound whatsoever, silently crumbling into a mound of fine sand. What? Witnessing this spectacle, Robins stood utterly stunned. He had seen Yin Feng's spatial cleavage, sharp and direct. He had also witnessed spatial penetration, mysterious and arcane. But what unfolded before him now lay entirely beyond his comprehension. The stone had neither been sliced nor shattered, instead its internal structure had been completely dismantled from within. This ability transcended mere spatial manipulation. It represented profound interference with matter itself. This approaches the alteration of matter's fundamental structure. Robbins murmured to himself. Does this still qualify as a spatial ability? Yin Feng opened his eyes, gazing at the pile of fine sand beside him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though but a simple trial, its results far exceeded his expectations. The potency of this void deconstruction surpassed his former spatial cleavage by several times over. However, the cost incurred was equally staggering. Merely reducing a single stone had left him noticeably drained. As expected, the greater the power, the heavier the price, Yin Feng remarked with a light laugh, shaking his head. He could sense that this void deconstruction likely marked a crucial milestone along the void fruit's path of awakening. Should he achieve complete mastery, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Yin Feng. Chopper's voice drifted up from below. The small blue-nosed reindeer was carefully making his way atop the castle. His nose continued its gentle trembling, seemingly analyzing some peculiar aroma. The aura around you is quite remarkable. Chopper approached Yin Feng's side, regarding him with curiosity. Did something happen just now? Nothing significant, Yin Feng replied, reaching out to pat Chopper's head. I've simply gained a new understanding of my abilities. Chopper blinked his large eyes. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning, he could sense that the energy radiating from Yin Feng had grown far deeper and more perilous than before. By the way, what are Luffy and the others doing? Yin Feng asked. Playing transformation games. Chopper's spirits immediately perked up. Luffy wants to learn my transformations, but he can only become a balloon. Haha, that does sound amusing. Yin Feng chuckled as he rose to his feet. Although the earlier endeavor had consumed considerable stamina, his spirits remained extraordinarily vigorous. His profound understanding of the void fruit bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of confidence. The upcoming journey to Alabasta promised to be all the more captivating. Let's go down and watch Luffy's transformation show. Yin Feng gave Chopper's shoulder a gentle pat. Great. Chopper leaped up excitedly. But Yin Feng, could you teach me that ability you just used? I'm afraid that won't be possible, Yin Feng chuckled. It's a unique power granted by the devil fruit. One that cannot be passed on to others. Oh, what a pity. Chopper looked momentarily disappointed, but soon regained his usual exuberance. Then let's hurry down. Luffy's waiting for me. Watching Chopper bound cheerfully downstairs, Yin Feng followed close behind. Meanwhile, Robbins remained standing in place, his gaze fixed upon the pile of fine sand, his brows deeply furrowed. Deconstruction of matter structure. Should this ability continue to evolve? He adjusted his glasses, a complex expression flickering across his eyes. As a former scientist, he fully understood the terrifying implications of such power. If Yin Feng achieved complete mastery over this deconstruction, he would possess the dreadful ability to fundamentally alter the very form of matter itself. Nami, how do you feel? Dr. Kureha examined Nami once again, confirming that her temperature had completely returned to normal. I feel better than ever. Nami moved her arms, a healthy glow spreading across her face. She turned to Dr. Kureha and bowed deeply. Thank you, Dr. Kureha. If it weren't for you, I would have. Enough, stop talking like that. Dr. Kureha waved her hand dismissively. If you want to thank someone, thank this little reindeer. He's been by your side the whole time. Nami looked at Chopper with gratitude in her eyes. Chopper, thank you. I didn't. I wasn't worried about you. Chopper shyly turned his head away, but his ears turned red. Chopper. Luffy suddenly shouted loudly, be our ship's doctor. Ship's doctor. Chopper was stunned. Yes, we need a doctor. Luffy's eyes sparkled with sincerity. You're such a good doctor, and you're a good person. But I'm a monster. Chopper lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. So what? Luffy said loudly, I don't care what you are. Come adventure with us. Luffy is right. Nami also joined in persuading. We're all weirdos, there's nothing to be afraid of. And we've been missing a doctor for a long time. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Last time, when Luffy broke his ribs, we could only let him heal on his own. Do you really not care that I'm a monster? Tears welled up in Chopper's eyes. Monster? Luffy tilted his head. I think you're just a talking tanuki. I'm not a tanuki. Chopper retorted reflexively. Hey. Luffy grinned broadly. It doesn't matter. Seeing Luffy's pure and unadulterated smile, Chopper finally broke down. Tears rolled down his cheeks like broken beads. I'll do it. I'm willing to become your ship's doctor. Wonderful. Luffy jumped up excitedly. We have a ship's doctor. Robin watched Chopper's reactions silently from the side. He noticed that when Chopper became emotionally excited, his body temperature would rise slightly and his breathing rate would increase. This type of physiological response is quite common in humans, but relatively rare in animals. Fascinating physiological mechanism. Robin adjusted his glasses and secretly recorded these observations in his mind. To celebrate Chopper's joining the Straw Hat crew, held a grand banquet inside the castle. Chopper, try this. Luffy excitedly handed a piece of roasted meat to Chopper. Thank you. Chopper carefully took a bite, and his eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. Of course. I'm a professional chef. Sanji said proudly. Chopper, what food do you like the most? Nami asked curiously. Cotton candy. Chopper blushed, even though it's a bit childish. Cotton candy. Usopp's eyes lit up. I like it too. We're the same kind. Really? Chopper looked at Usopp excitedly. Of course. Usopp patted his chest. I also know a lot of other delicious snacks. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper quickly bonded and started playing together. They competed to see who could eat more and who could tell more interesting stories. Laughter and joy filled the entire castle. By the way, Chopper. Robin suddenly spoke up, carrying a glass of wine and walking toward Chopper. As our new ship's doctor, I think it's necessary to conduct a comprehensive physical examination on you first. Physical examination. Chopper paused for a moment. Yes. Robin adjusted his glasses, speaking in a serious tone. The doctor's health is directly related to the safety of everyone on the ship. We need to ensure your physical condition is good and there are no hidden risks. Chopper looked at those sparkling eyes behind Robin's glasses and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The way this bespectacled man was looking at him didn't seem like he was viewing a companion, but rather like he was examining a rare experimental specimen. I think I'm very healthy. Chopper took an uneasy step backward. An objective examination is necessary. Robin continued. For instance, the impact of your transformation ability on your bodily functions, the extent to which the human fruit has altered your original reindeer physiology, and Robin. Yin Feng cleared his throat, lightly interrupting him. Don't scare our new ship's doctor. I'm just approaching this from a scientific perspective. Robin sounded somewhat reluctant. Let's talk about it later. Yin Feng smiled. Chopper just joined us. Let him get adjusted first. Chopper glanced gratefully at Yin Feng and then whispered to him, Thank you, Yin Feng. You're welcome. Yin Feng rubbed Chopper's head. We're all companions. Vivi watched the group's laughter from the side, but anxiety filled her heart. She knew time was running short, and Crocodile's conspiracy was advancing step by step. Everyone. Vivi stood up, her voice trembling slightly. I'm very glad that Chopper has joined us. But the situation in Alabasta has become extremely critical. Everyone's attention was drawn over. Crocodile's plan is accelerating. Vivi clenched her fists tightly. If we drag this on any longer, my country is truly finished. Don't worry, Vivi. Luffy said earnestly. I promised you I will definitely beat up that crocodile. That's right. Sanji lit a cigarette. We won't let anything happen to your country. Seeing the determined expressions on her companions' faces, tears welled up in Vivi's eyes. Thank you all. The banquet continued, and Yin Feng took the opportunity to approach Robin and whisper, Do you have any new thoughts about my ability mutation? Robin set down his wine glass and pondered for a moment. I think this might not be a simple ability evolution. What do you mean? Do you remember the fruit fusion theory I told you about? Robin lowered his voice. Vegapunk once envisioned allowing a devil fruit user to possess the abilities of two fruits simultaneously. But isn't it said that you would die, eh? Yin Feng frowned. Ordinary people would die. Robin adjusted his glasses, but you're not an ordinary person. You are a devil fruit yourself, and this fundamental difference may have made you the perfect vessel for fruit fusion. But Vegapunk's experiments have never succeeded. That's because he never encountered an existence like you. An excited gleam flashed in Robin's eyes. The emergence of your self-awareness was absolutely accidental. Vegapunk's original intention was never to give fruits self-awareness, but to allow humans to possess multiple fruit abilities. Yin Feng thought to himself, my self-awareness emergence was naturally an accident because my soul doesn't belong to this world at all. So you think? Yin Feng asked tentatively. Your existence may reveal the breakthrough point for this forbidden research. Robin's voice was filled with awe. If my guess is correct, you will possess power beyond everyone's imagination. Their conversation was interrupted by Luffy's hearty laughter. Chopper, your nose is so interesting. Luffy was trying to touch Chopper's blue nose with his finger. Don't touch my nose. Chopper shyly dodged away. Watching this heartwarming scene, both Yin Feng and Robin smiled. No matter what happens in the future, at least right now, they are still carefree. At night, the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to Dr. Kureha and everything in the castle. Thank you, Dr. Kureha. Chopper stood at the castle gate and bowed deeply to this elderly woman who had raised him. Go ahead, little one. Dr. Kureha seldom revealed a kind smile. Follow them, and you'll see a wider world. I will. Chopper's eyes filled with tears. I'll become the best doctor. The Going Merry set sail once again. The Going Merry sailed slowly away from the port of Drum Island under the cover of night. The sea breeze, carrying the chill of snow and ice, swept across the faces of everyone on deck. Chopper stood at the stern, his gaze fixed intently on the receding castle. Though he had already made his decision, the sorrow of parting still weighed heavily on his heart. Don't worry, Chopper, Nami said softly, approaching him. Dr. Kureha will be proud of you. Chopper nodded, but a trace of melancholy lingered in his eyes. Luffy sat at the bow, fiddling excitedly with the medical instruments Chopper had just displayed. Wow, what's in this little bottle? That's disinfectant alcohol. You can't drink it. Chopper rushed over to stop him. Can't drink it. Then what's the use? Luffy asked, looking disappointed. It's for disinfecting wounds. Chopper said, a bit exasperated. If you don't disinfect a wound, it can get infected? I see. Luffy exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then what about this one? He picked up another small bottle. That's a painkiller. Don't take it recklessly either. Sanji watched the scene from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Looks like our captain still needs to learn some basic medical knowledge. Sanji, don't laugh at me. Luffy grumbled discontentedly. Robin sat in a corner of the deck flipping through a medical book she had brought from the castle. Chopper, what's this rumble ball mentioned in the book? Rumble ball? Chopper froze for a moment, then spoke nervously. That's a medicine Dr. Correa developed. It can make a devil fruit user's transformations more diverse. Interesting. Robin pushed up her glasses. Could you explain the principle in detail? Well, Chopper hesitated. Dr. Correa said the medicine isn't perfected yet and carries certain risks. Yin Feng overheard this and thought to himself, the rumble ball, one of Chopper's ultimate moves from the anime. But right now Chopper clearly hasn't mastered this technique yet. Robin, don't put Chopper on the spot, Yin Feng interjected. Every doctor has their own secret formulas. I'm just curious from an academic perspective, Robin said reluctantly, setting down the book. Just then Vivi suddenly pointed behind them and shouted, everyone look. They followed her gaze and saw a brilliant burst of light erupting from the distant drum island. It was a pink firework. One after another pink blossoms of firework bloomed in the night sky, as beautiful as cherry blossoms in full bloom. The light illuminated the entire snowy mountain and the deck of the Going Merry. It's cherry blossoms. Chopper's voice trembled. Cherry blossoms? Luffy asked curiously. That's the result of Dr. Correa and Dr. Hiralick's joint research. Tears welled up in Chopper's eyes. Dr. Hiralick once said, when does a person die? Is it when their heart is shot by a gun? No. When they contract an incurable disease? No. After drinking a bowl of poisonous mushroom soup? Of course not. Chopper's voice grew more choked. It's when they are forgotten by the world. Even if I die, my dreams will surely come true. The people of this country will definitely be saved. That was Dr. Hiralick's final words. Chopper sobbed uncontrollably. He wanted to use cherry blossoms to heal the wounds in the hearts of this country's people. He failed, but Dr. Correa carried on his wish. The pink fireworks grew more and more abundant in the night sky, showering the entire island like a real cherry blossom rain. I see. Tears also glistened in Nami's eyes. Dr. Correa is seeing you off, and telling you that Dr. Hiralick's dream hasn't died. Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette. Chopper could no longer contain his emotions and crouched on the deck, wailing loudly. Dr. Hiralick. Dr. Correa. I will definitely become the panacea. I will surely fulfill your dream. Luffy looked at the crying Chopper and suddenly shouted, Chopper. Luffy. Chopper looked up, tears still clinging to his eyes. Your dream will definitely come true. Luffy grinned, flashing his brightest smile. Because you're our ship's doctor. We'll help you. Nami nodded firmly. Of course. Sanji flicked away his cigarette, but we're Nakama. A Nakama's dream is our dream. Usopp joined in. Looking at the sincere eyes of his companions, Chopper felt an unprecedented warmth surge in his heart. He nodded vigorously. Thank you, everyone. Yin Feng watched silently from the side, moved by this genuine friendship. Though he was a time traveler at this moment, he truly felt the charm of the Straw Hat Pirates. What an interesting group of people, Robin said softly. Indeed, Yin Feng nodded. That's the charm of Luffy. The pink fireworks gradually faded, but the beautiful memories remained forever in everyone's hearts. Let's set sail. Luffy stood at the bow and shouted toward the sea ahead. Next stop, Alabasta. The Going Merry bathed in moonlight cut through the waves and sailed toward new adventures. On deck, Chopper had stopped crying and began discussing the situation in Alabasta with Luffy and the others. Vivi, how dire is the situation in your country right now? Very dire. Vivi's expression turned solemn. Crocodile has incited a war between the kingdom's army and the rebels. Countless innocent people are dying. That guy named Crocodile, how strong is he? Luffy asked. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a Logia-type user of the Suna no Mi. Vivi's voice dropped. He's extremely powerful. Suna no Mi. Chopper grew worried. Won't that be very hard to deal with? Don't worry. Luffy patted his chest. I'll definitely knock him flying. Yin Feng listened nearby and thought to himself, Crocodile is indeed a formidable enemy, but with the current strength of the Straw Hats plus myself and Robin, we should be able to handle it. By the way, Yin Feng, Luffy suddenly turned to him. Your ability should be useful against sand, right? To some extent, Yin Feng nodded. But we still need to be careful. Logia users are not to be trifled with. No problem. Luffy grinned. With so many of us, we'll definitely win. Seeing Luffy's optimistic attitude, everyone felt a little reassured. The night grew deeper, and the sound of waves gently caressed their ears. It was Chopper's first night at sea, and everything felt novel to him. The night at sea is so beautiful, he said, gazing at the starry sky with wonder. Yes, Nami also looked up at the stars. Every time I see a sky like this, it makes me forget my worries. When we get to Alabasta, I definitely want to taste the cactus in the desert. Luffy said excitedly. Most cacti are poisonous. Chopper quickly warned. Don't eat them randomly. Huh, poisonous. Luffy instantly lost interest. But some varieties are edible, Chopper added. I'll help you identify them when we get there. Great. Luffy's enthusiasm returned. And so amidst laughter and joy, the group spent Chopper's first night after joining the crew. The Going Merry continued onward through the night, carrying these young people and their dreams toward an unknown tomorrow. In the distance, the sands of Alabasta awaited their arrival. The Golden Merry continued its journey toward Alabasta, the atmosphere on the ship particularly lively due to the new crew members' addition. Chopper had already fully integrated into this peculiar group, flanking Sanji from both sides alongside Usopp, begging him to prepare a special cotton candy-flavored treat. Luffy, seated in his favorite special spot at the ship's bow, hummed a tuneless song brimming with anticipation for the upcoming desert adventure. Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, would you like a warm beverage? Sanji gracefully presented 2 cups of steaming special fruit tea to the ladies. Thank you, Sanji. Nami took the cup and took a sip. The warmth made her squint with contentment. She glanced at the log pose on her wrist, but her smile gradually faded. Strange. Nami furrowed her brow. What's wrong, Nami? Vivi noticed her expression and asked with concern. The log pose's direction is starting to become unstable. Nami raised her wrist, so everyone could see the needle trembling faintly. Really? Usopp leaned in for a look and said nervously, what's going on? Did the log pose break? Impossible. Nami shook her head. This log pose was bought from the best craftsman in Kokoyashi village. The quality is absolutely fine. Then, does that mean there's danger ahead? Chopper's tiny face was filled with worry. Ha ha ha. Danger means adventure. Luffy, upon hearing about the anomaly, became even more excited. You idiot, Captain, can't you have any sense of crisis? Nami yelled at him in exasperation. Luo Binsi, who had been quietly reading in a corner, closed his book and walked over. He adjusted his glasses and carefully observed the frequency of the needle's tremor. If I'm not mistaken, we may have entered a special area of the Grand Line. Luo Binsi's voice was calm, but it drew everyone's attention. A special area? Nami asked curiously. Yes, known as the magnetic disturbance zone. Luo Binsi explained. In such areas, the magnetic field becomes extremely unstable due to certain special reasons naturally affecting the log pose. Moreover, these places are often accompanied by unpredictable extreme weather. Extreme weather. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other in terror. Yin Feng had remained silent, closing his eyes and slowly extending his spatial perception outward. Ever since he had comprehended void deconstruction on Snow Mountain Island, his perception had become keener and more refined. Sure enough, within his perception, beneath the seemingly calm sea surface ahead, lay a massive, slowly rotating oceanic whirlpool. That alone was not noteworthy. What truly unsettled him was the abnormal energy fluctuation at the whirlpool's center. The fluctuation was faint, yet carried a cold, unnatural aura. This thing is definitely not naturally formed. Yin Feng muttered to himself. Luo Binsi is right. He opened his eyes and said to the others, I sense something big ahead, and it's man-made. Man-made. Zoro, holding his swords, also opened his eyes, seemingly detecting an unusual sense of oppression. The feeling was different from any swordsman or strong opponent he had encountered before. It was more like a cold, lifeless weapon taking aim at them from the distant depths. What do you mean, Yin Feng? Luffy also stopped smiling and asked seriously. I see a huge whirlpool beneath the sea ahead, and its energy fluctuation is strange. Not a natural phenomenon, more like something deliberately created. Yin Feng explained. A trap. Nami's face turned pale. We must change course immediately. I'm afraid it's too late. Luo Binsi shook his head, his tone grave. This magnetic disturbance zone itself is designed to lure ships. If we change course now, we might charge straight into their real encirclement. Luo Binsi's words made everyone's hearts sink. Just as they were discussing countermeasures, a deep, muffled roar suddenly erupted from beneath the sea. An unimaginably powerful shockwave burst forth from the ocean floor. Whoa! The Golden Mary was flung into the air like a fragile leaf by the immense force. Everyone on board stumbled, screaming as they tumbled about. The ship rolled violently in midair, the wooden planks groaning under the strain as if they were about to break apart at any moment. Damn it! Yin Feng cursed under his breath. In this sudden situation, he had no time to perform a space jump with everyone. Space isolation. Without hesitation, he focused all his mental energy and instantly erected an invisible spatial barrier around the Golden Mary. The violently tumbling ship was suddenly steadied in midair as if held by an invisible giant hand. Though still descending, it at least avoided breaking apart in the air. We're safe. Usopp collapsed on the deck, his face deathly pale. What just happened? Vivi asked, still shaken. No one could answer her. All stared in stunned silence at the scene below. There, amid the churning sea, an enormous black submarine slowly surfaced like a deep-sea behemoth. The submarine was pitch black, its hull engraved with strange runes that none of them could decipher, exuding a chilling sense of technology and oppression. Most striking was the enormous cannon at its bow, its muzzle glowing with a faint blue light. It was aimed directly at the still descending Golden Mary. The enormous black submarine, like a demon lurking in the abyss of the deep sea, silently announced its arrival. Under the protection of Yin Feng's space isolation, the Huangjin Meili did not break apart, but still crashed heavily back onto the sea surface, sending up a huge splash. The crew on the ship barely managed to steady themselves, all eyes fixed intently on the uninvited guest. The submarine's deck slowly opened, and a figure emerged from within. That person wore a crisp black uniform and a silver mask covering the upper half of his face, making his features indistinguishable. In his hand, he held a strangely shaped energy gun, the muzzle gathering a deep blue glow identical to the main cannon at the ship's bow. That guy. Who is he? Usopp's voice trembled slightly. Whoever it is, it doesn't look like they're here to invite us for tea. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze sharpening. Just then the submarine's loudspeaker suddenly blared, and the masked man's cold, emotionless voice echoed across the sea. Everyone on the Huangjin melee, how we mean no harm. As long as you hand over this space fruit user on the ship, we can pretend nothing happened. Space fruit user? Nami was stunned for a moment, then along with everyone else, turned her gaze toward Yin Feng. Yin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Damn, they're after me. He instantly understood that the target was him. But the question was, how did they know about him? His abilities, whether it was the piercing fruit or the Dijiang form, were all related to space. But the Navy shouldn't have leaked his information. Could it be the world government? These people seem to know a lot about him. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Fei didn't understand what space fruit was, but he understood that the other party wanted to take his crewmate. That made him angrier than if they wanted his life. Yin Feng is our crewmate. I won't hand him over to you. Lu Fei clenched his fists and shouted loudly at the submarine. That's right. If you want to touch our crewmate, you'll have to go through my 3 swords. Sua Long had already placed Hidao Izwa in his mouth, assuming a combat stance. And my legs. Shanji also stood beside Lu Fei. Oh. The masked man seemed a bit surprised by Lu Fei's reaction, letting out a light laugh. It seems we have nothing to discuss. In that case, we'll have to resort to more forceful measures. Without another word, he raised the energy gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. A deep blue energy beam accompanied by a sharp tearing sound ripped through the air and shot straight toward the Huangjin melee Hao. Where the beam passed, seawater was instantly vaporized by the high temperature, leaving a trail of white steam. Not good. The crowd exclaimed. Let me handle it. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed. He knew this attack was aimed at him. He stepped forward, shielding everyone, and raised his right hand. Void deconstruction. An invisible wave spread from his palm, forming an unseen spatial distortion layer in front of him. The moment the energy beam touched the distorted space, its speed suddenly slowed, and the beam itself began to irregularly disintegrate and dissipate. It's working. Yin Feng felt a surge of joy. However, he still underestimated the peculiar nature of this energy. Within that deep blue light, there seemed to be a strange suppressive force making his void deconstruction operate with unusual difficulty and sluggishness. This energy is suppressing my fruit ability, Yin Feng immediately realized. Although most of the energy was successfully deconstructed, a small residual force still penetrated his defense. Boom. The residual energy slammed solidly into the side of the Huangjin melee Hao. Wood chips flew and a charred, gaping hole was blasted into the hull. The ship. It's going to sink. Nami let out a terrified scream. Damn it. What the hell is that guy's weapon? Lu Fei glared angrily at the damaged hull. It's sea stone. Luo Binsi spoke with a grave expression. I once saw a similar design in Vegapunk's database. This is not a pure energy weapon, but a variant of the sea stone energy cannon. What? Sea stone? The crew was greatly alarmed. Sea stone is the bane of devil fruit, users a common knowledge on the sea. That's right. Luo Binsi continued. This weapon can emit the energy of sea stone in the form of beams. Although it cannot completely disable users, it has a tremendous suppressive effect on their fruit abilities. So that's it. Yin Feng finally understood. No wonder he felt his ability was so sluggish. This was essentially a weapon developed specifically to counter ability users. On the submarine, the masked man seemed a bit surprised that his attack had only caused such minor damage. Oh, to actually block a direct hit from the sea stone energy cannon head-on with only a slight suppression effect. Your space ability is even more interesting than the intelligence described. There was a hint of excitement in the masked man's tone. Since one shot isn't enough, let's try a few more. He raised the energy gun again, and this time the blue light at the muzzle grew even more brilliant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of energy beams like dense raindrops wove into a net of death, hurtling toward Yin Feng from all directions. He seemed to have seen through Yin Feng's massive energy consumption and planned to exhaust him to death with sustained high-intensity attacks. Yin Feng, watch out. The crew cried out. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and continuously performed short-range space jumps amidst the dense attacks, dodging by the narrowest of margins. Every time a beam grazed past him, he could feel the suppressive force from the sea stone, making the void energy inside him sluggish. His body also grew heavier. This won't do. Stamina is depleting too fast. Yin Feng felt anxious. But under this immense pressure, he also sensed that the void fruit within him seemed to be stimulated by this suppression instead. A deeper level of vitality was being awakened. It was like a beast trapped in a cage constantly ramming against the bars, longing to break free. This feeling. It's pain, but it also seems to be making me stronger. On the edge of life and death, Yin Feng sensed a wondrous change. Damn it. This is endless. Yin Feng cursed inwardly while dodging clumsily. Being passive like this, he would eventually be worn down. A direct confrontation would be suppressed by the sea stone energy, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. He had to think of another way. His mind was racing. Since void deconstruction was suppressed, it was because it directly countered the sea stone energy. What if he didn't confront it directly? A bold idea formed in his mind. Since I can't decompose it, I'll swallow it, and then decompose it. Yin Feng's eyes hardened, and he stopped dodging aimlessly. He steadied himself, spreading his arms. In the space before him, an invisible barrier formed instantly. Void barrier. This technique was a defensive skill he developed from the prototype of Void Domain, essentially creating an extremely unstable microspace. Whoosh. Another beam of deep blue energy shot toward him. A bizarre scene unfolded. The moment the energy beam struck the invisible barrier, it did not explode violently. Instead, like a mud cow sinking into the sea, it was silently swallowed. Then on the other side of the barrier, the energy beam was forcibly deconstructed into the purest energy particles dispersing in the air like a brilliant firework. It worked. Yin Feng rejoiced. This method was viable. Though the mental energy consumption was equally immense, it was far better than being passively beaten. On the submarine beneath the mask of the masked man, surprise surfaced for the first time. What? Absorbed. No, transferred and decomposed. He was utterly unable to comprehend the scene before him. According to his intelligence, no spatial ability could accomplish such a feat under the suppression of Seastone energy. This was beyond his understanding. Now, Luffy seized the opportunity created by Yin Feng, stretching his arms backward. Gum. Rocket. His fists with tremendous force slammed into the hull of the submarine. Three-sword-style demon slash. Zoro also launched an attack, his three blades drawing fierce slashes in the air. Demon wind leg dragon's finishing touch. Sanji's right leg ignited with crimson flames, turning into a streak of light that kicked at the submarine's joints. However, the submarine's defense far exceeded their expectations. Clang. Luffy's fists left only two shallow dents on the hull. Zoro and Sanji's attacks only sparked a series of flashes on the armor plating. So tough. Luffy shook his numb fists. As if provoked by their attacks, the submarine extended dozens of small launchers from its sides. One after another, small homing torpedoes, shaped like sharks, shot out from the launchers, trailing white wakes targeting everyone on the Golden Mary. Oh no. Homing torpedoes. Usopp was terrified. Leave it to me. Yin Feng's eyes sharpened, his perception already locking onto the trajectories of all the torpedoes. His hands moved swiftly in the air like an elegant conductor. Spatial shift. The trajectories of the high-speed torpedoes suddenly twisted bizarrely. Some abruptly turned around, crashing into their own companions. Others traced incredible arcs in the air, looping around behind other torpedoes. Boom. In an instant, the sea burst into flames, and a series of chain explosions cleared all the homing torpedoes. Well done, Yin Feng. Nami shouted excitedly. We can't drag this out any longer, we must take the initiative. Yin Feng knew clearly that his stamina wouldn't last much longer. He glanced at the masked man on the submarine, a resolute glint in his eyes. Robins, I leave the ship to you. Before the words faded, he activated Spatial Leap, and his figure vanished from the Golden Mary in an instant. The next second, he appeared on the deck of the black submarine, less than 5 meters from the masked man. The masked man reacted swiftly. Almost the moment Yin Feng appeared, he raised his energy gun, its muzzle glowing deep blue again. This time at such close range, he was confident the other couldn't dodge. However, Yin Feng had no intention of dodging. He faced the muzzle and reached out his right hand, pressing it directly onto the scorching gun barrel. You're asking for death. The masked man roared, about to pull the trigger. Too late. Yin Feng's voice was terrifyingly calm. A suffocatingly powerful force of void deconstruction surged through his palm, rampaging into the energy gun's interior. Zzz. The internal structure of the energy gun, starting from the smallest components, was instantly disintegrated and shattered. The masked man felt a violent tremor from the weapon in his hand, and then it dissolved into a pile of silver powder slipping through his fingers. The masked man stared blankly at his empty hands, his mind a blank. For the first time, he saw someone directly erase a high-tech weapon from its very foundation in such a manner. This was not destruction. This was disintegration. After the destruction of his weapon, the masked man's astonishment lasted only a fleeting moment. He immediately made the most appropriate response, abruptly retreating his body to create distance from Yin Feng. Who the hell are you? For the first time, his voice carried a tone of gravity and wariness. Yin Feng did not answer, merely gazing at him calmly. Not willing to talk. No matter. The masked man let out a cold laugh. Once I capture you and bring you back, there will be plenty of ways to make you speak. As soon as the words fell, the air around his body suddenly began to warp. Strange black lines like living entities emerged from beneath his uniform and rapidly spread to his neck and arms. Yin Feng's brows furrowed. He sensed a power within those black lines that was both similar and utterly different from the energy of Hailu stone. It was a pure destructive force of vibration. What kind of ability is this? It's not a devil fruit, nor hockey. Yin Feng's mind was filled with confusion. The masked man wasted no more words. With a single stamp, his entire body transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly closing the distance to Yin Feng. His fist, tearing through the air with a howl, hurtled straight toward Yin Feng's face. On that fist, the black lines vibrated at high speed, causing ripples in the surrounding space. So fast, Yin Feng's pupils contracted. Without time to think, he immediately activated spatial penetration. His body instantly turned ethereal, becoming like a phantom. The masked man's powerful punch passed clean through his insubstantial form, striking nothing. That trick again. Seemingly prepared for this, the masked man changed his tactic, instantly turning his other hand into a knife hand and slashing horizontally at Yin Feng's neck. In his ethereal state, Yin Feng countered with a spatial slash, an invisible rift cutting toward the man's arm. He wanted to see if void deconstruction could work on an enemy in this state. Yet a startling scene unfolded. The moment the spatial slash was about to touch the masked man's arm, the black lines on his arm blazed with intense light. Whoom! A peculiar vibration wave spread out, forcibly distorting the spatial structure around his arm. Snap! Yin Feng's spatial slash was deflected off course by this twisting force, leaving only a shallow scratch on the man's arm. What? This time Yin Feng was truly shocked. His own spatial slash had been blocked. No, not blocked. The attack's dimension had been forcibly twisted. This guy could actually interfere with space to a certain extent through his own power. This proved that the organization behind him had reached a considerable depth of research into spatial abilities. Your ability is indeed troublesome. The masked man glanced at the wound on his arm, his tone icy. But it's not invincible. He no longer lingered, seemingly realizing he couldn't take down Yin Feng in a short time. Moreover, Luffy and the others on the Huangjin melee were preparing to launch another attack. He quickly jumped back into the hatch of the submarine. Just as the hatch closed, he gave Yin Feng a long, deep look, a gaze like that of a collector eyeing a coveted treasure. Until we meet again, Wan Kong. Leaving behind these cryptic words, the submarine's hatch sealed completely, and it began to dive rapidly. Don't think you can run. Luffy and the others wanted to pursue, but the submarine's descent was astonishingly fast. Within seconds it vanished into the deep sea, leaving only churning waves and the lingering energy aftershocks in the air. The battle ended as abruptly as it had begun. Yin Feng used spatial jump to return to the Huangjin melee. Yin Feng, are you alright? Nami and Vivi immediately crowded around. I'm fine. Yin Feng shook his head, but his expression was somewhat grave. He turned to Luo Binsi and asked, did you notice something on the ship just now? He had noticed that Luo Binsi's reaction was very unusual when the black lines appeared on the masked man. Luo Binsi's expression was exceptionally serious. He adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, I can't be entirely certain. But in Vegapunk's laboratory, I once came across a sealed top-secret project. That project's code name was Zero. Zero. Yes, experiment subject Zero. A complex emotion flickered in Luo Binsi's eyes, as if it were fear or perhaps pity. According to the fragmentary materials I saw, that project aimed to develop a technology that could transcend the limitations of devil fruits and directly bestow law-level power upon a human body. The black lines on that man's arm closely resembled the law imprint described in the files. You mean that organization might be connected to Vegapunk? Yin Feng pressed further. No, quite the opposite. Luo Binsi shook his head. I suspect they are Vegapunk's enemies, a mysterious organization hidden in the shadows, also frantically researching devil fruits and the essence of the world. They've set their sights on you, most likely because of your spatial ability. In their research, spatial ability users hold extremely high value. Luo Binsi paused, then continued analyzing. But they probably don't know that you've fused two fruits. Back then Captain Baluoke was only guessing. Even I wouldn't have thought your ability was a combination of two fruits if I weren't so familiar with the penetration fruit's capabilities. For now their target is likely just your spatial power. However, their appearance foretells one thing. Luo Binsi looked toward the distant sea, his voice low. Our journey on the Grand Line will probably never be peaceful again. After the battle, the atmosphere aboard the ship grew heavy. Damn it, there's a massive hole in the hull. What are we going to do now? After surveying the ship's damage, Nami clutched her head and wailed in despair. Beyond the gaping hole blasted by the Seastone energy cannon, numerous planks along the hull had cracked and the mainmast had begun to list. The Thousand Sunny was riddled with scars, bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. We need to find an island for repairs as soon as possible. If another storm hits us in this condition, we might truly end up at the bottom of the sea. Nami's voice trembled with anxiety. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect the Thousand Sunny. Luffy sat at the prow, his expression heavy with self-reproach. This isn't your fault, Captain. Sanji handed him a piece of grilled meat. The enemy was simply too cunning. Exactly. Next time I lay hands on that masked bastard, I'll send him flying with my signature move, Firebird Star. Usopp waved his slingshot nearby, desperately trying to lighten the mood. Everyone, don't worry too much. Robin stepped forward, unfolding a nautical chart far more detailed than Nami's. Based on our current position, if we alter course and sail southeast for approximately 3 days, there is a remote island off the usual shipping lanes. He pointed to a marked location on the chart. According to records from my past research, there may reside a master shipwright on that island. Really? That's wonderful. Nami seized upon the hope like a lifeline and immediately adjusted the ship's wheel. Yin Feng observed Robin's profile. With his keen perception, he detected a flicker of hesitation in her eyes when she mentioned that island. Is there something special about that island? Yin Feng wondered silently to himself, but he chose not to press further. He trusted Robin. If any danger lay ahead, he knew she would warn them in advance. En route to the repair island, Chopper fully demonstrated his value as the cruise ship doctor. He not only tended to everyone's minor wounds sustained during the battle, but also teamed up with Usopp to gather spare planks and tools from the ship. Together they used bandages and waterproof tarps to perform emergency repairs on the most severely damaged sections of the hull. Though the patchwork repairs looked comical, they effectively slowed the rate of water leaking into the ship. Luffy ran about shouting and cheering wildly. Yin Feng, you're amazing. He darted over to Yin Feng, more than once, stars gleaming in his eyes. That energy cannon, poof, and it was gone. Formally join our crew. Let's go on adventures together, and you'll see me become the king of the pirates. Luffy extended another heartfelt invitation. This time, even Zoro, who usually harbored suspicion toward Yin Feng, offered no objection. He merely leaned against the mast, sharpening his sword, and muttered under his breath, "If you're not entirely useless." Though spoken softly, Yin Feng still caught every word. He understood. That stubborn swordsman was beginning deep within his heart to acknowledge him. Yin Feng smiled and politely declined Luffy's offer. "Luffy, my goals differ from yours. I have no interest in chasing the title of Pirate King. We can be friends, but I cannot be your companion." He looked at Luffy, speaking with sincerity. "I have answers I must seek on my own journey. But rest assured, until your adventure concludes, I will watch over you. From this day forward until the day you become the king of the pirates." "Is that so? All right then." Luffy was somewhat disappointed, but he was not one to force others. "Fine, but you'll always be our companion." A wave of warmth surged through Yin Feng's heart. Though he was a transmigrator in this world at this very moment, he genuinely felt the depth of their sincere friendship. During the sailing intervals, Yin Feng did not idle away his time. The battle against the masked man had made him profoundly aware of his own limitations. He began attempting to combine his two abilities, void deconstruction and spatial leap. If I can complete the spatial deconstruction of the target location at the exact moment of the leap, could I achieve even farther, more precise, and even obstacle-ignoring instant movement? He sat cross-legged in the cabin, eyes closed, repeatedly simulating this process in his mind. It was an extraordinarily mentally demanding task. He needed to forcibly merge two radically different laws of space into one cohesive whole. Through repeated attempts, he unexpectedly discovered that when he concentrated his mental energy to its peak, his body briefly entered a peculiar semi-corporeal state. In this state, his physical perception of the outside world became exceedingly vague. He could neither hear sounds nor feel temperature. All around him, the world transformed into a gray ocean composed entirely of spatial particles. And within that ocean, he could glide freely at speeds beyond any imaginable limit. This feeling is so strange. The world seems to have ceased to exist, yet my movement speed is utterly incomprehensible. Yin Feng was completely immersed in this wondrous state, entirely unaware that his body was bearing an enormous burden. Robin had been silently observing Yin Feng's training all along. When she noticed those unstable spatial ripples beginning to form around his body, her expression shifted instantly. Is this the preliminary manifestation of the void domain at an individual level? A massive tumult erupted within Robin's heart. Using one's own body as an anchor and transforming flesh into pure spatial medium. According to Baby Pineapple's theories, this state is referred to as void walking. But with his current physical strength, forcibly entering such a state is tantamount to suicide. Robin realized that Yin Feng was engaged in an extremely dangerous experiment. If she did not stop him immediately, his body might completely collapse from the inside due to the corrosive effects of spatial laws. She immediately rose to her feet and strode swiftly toward Yin Feng, who was still in deep meditation. Her face bore an expression of unprecedented gravity. She had to awaken him from that perilous state without delay. The Going Merry slowly approached the secluded island that Robbins had pointed out. The closer they got, the more oppressive the atmosphere on the ship became. A thick, unyielding white fog, like a colossal cotton blanket, wrapped the entire island in a tight embrace. The sea breeze brought no hint of salt or moisture, but instead carried an indescribable chill and deathly stillness. Hey, Nami, are we really going ashore on this island?" Usopp clung to the mast, his legs trembling like a sieve. I think I'll die if I don't go on an adventure. Disease is acting up." "Shut up, coward." Nami snapped, punching him half-heartedly, but her own knuckles were white from gripping the helm so tightly. This island didn't look like a friendly place at all. Wow, such thick fog. There must be a really skilled craftsman ahead. Luffy, on the contrary, stood at the bow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He could barely contain his urge to leap off the ship and charge into the mist to explore. "Captain, calm down." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, blocking Luffy's path. "Something feels off." Even the usually oblivious Zoro had placed his hand on the hilt of Enma, his gaze alertly scanning the fog-shrouded coastline. Yin Feng closed his eyes, his spatial perception had already spread like a tide, covering the entire island. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brow deeply furrowed. "On the island, there are no living people." His voice was low, but everyone heard it clearly. "What? No living people?" Nami's heart sank. "Then, what about the shipwright?" "Not a single one." Yin Feng shook his head. What I saw were only some ruined buildings and the skeletons of ships covered in rust. A ghost island. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other in terror, tears nearly streaming down their faces. But that's not all. Yin Feng's expression grew even more grave. Deep in the island, there's a very powerful energy fluctuation. That energy. It's somewhat similar to the one from that masked man before, but far more massive and chaotic. At the mention of the masked man, everyone's expression turned serious. Robbins pushed up his glasses, his face unprecedentedly grim. So this is it, he murmured. Robbins, do you know something? Yin Feng looked at him. Robbins took a deep breath as if making a difficult decision. I didn't mention it before because I didn't want to worry everyone. This island was once a secret research facility of the world government, later completely abandoned after an uncontrollable accident. In my youth, I participated in some of the most peripheral research projects here as a scholar. A research facility? Luffy asked curiously. What kind of experiments? Artificial devil fruits, Robbins said word by word. The moment the words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. And forbidden attempts to copy the powers of devil fruit users. Just as everyone was stunned into silence by this earth-shattering secret, a series of eerie laughter suddenly echoed from within the thick fog. The laughter was shrill and distorted, not human, more like some beast mimicking a human voice. Then one by one twisted figures staggered out of the mist. They had the bodies of gorillas but the heads of sharks. Some had the limbs of lions but dragged a scorpion's tail behind them. Others were like lumps of mud covered in countless eyes. These creatures seemed like failed experiments that forcibly pieced together countless animals, exuding a grotesque and bizarre aesthetic. Monsters. Usopp let out a miserable scream. Those deformed creatures let out a roar and charged fearlessly toward the going merry. Some spewed flames, some spat venom, and others could stretch their bodies like rubber. Their attacks clearly incorporated the abilities of many devil fruits, but they were chaotic and devoid of coordination, like children recklessly swinging their newly acquired toys. We'll take care of these guys. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji instantly dashed forward to confront the deformed creatures. Goma Goma no Gatling. Santoryu Onigiri. Diable Jam coup de vent. However, as soon as the battle began, the three noticed something was wrong. The bodies of these monsters were incredibly tough. Luffy's punches landed on them like striking tough leather, failing to inflict effective damage. Zoro's slashes could only leave shallow white marks on their bodies. Sanji's kicks were forcefully blocked by their brute strength. Even more terrifying was their astonishing regenerative ability. Even if knocked down and wounded, the injuries would heal within seconds, and they would pounce again with insane ferocity. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Luffy grew more alarmed with each blow. The number of deformed creatures kept increasing, as if endless, pouring out from the fog. Under Chopper's protection, Nami and Usopp also began to struggle, their situation perilous. We can't go on like this. Yin Feng watched his comrades locked in a bitter fight, his eyes sharpening. He decided to intervene. Instead of rushing into close combat like Luffy and the others, he slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at the dense mass of deformed creatures. Void deconstruction. An invisible wave instantly radiated from him. The deformed creatures that were charging ferociously toward the Straw Hats suddenly froze. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. Their bodies, without shedding a single drop of blood, began to collapse from within like weathered sand sculptures. The flesh constituting their bodies was forcibly disintegrated into the most primordial energy particles. Clusters of chaotic, twisted energy escaped from within them, letting out resentful hisses before dissipating into the air. Those monsters, once fearless, melted away like snow under the sun before Yin Feng's ability. Robbins watched this scene, his pupils contracting violently. A storm raged in his heart. He knew Yin Feng could deconstruct matter. But he never imagined that Yin Feng's ability could directly deconstruct even energy itself. This was no longer mere spatial manipulation. This was the erasure of existence itself at the level of fundamental laws. Yin Feng watched all of this with an impassive face. During the deconstruction of those deformed creatures, he could clearly sense that within those twisted energy bodies there were faint, fragmented consciousness fragments. They were the last remnants of will from when they were still normal beings. In the final moment before dissipation, these consciousness fragments conveyed to Yin Feng not hatred or fear, but pain and relief. They had finally been liberated from this endless nightmare. Wow, Yin Feng, you're amazing. Luffy stopped attacking, staring at Yin Feng with stars in his eyes. Quick, clean up all these monsters. Zoro and Sanji also ceased their attacks, looking at Yin Feng with expressions of shock and complexity. This man's abilities, every time they were revealed, surpassed their imagination. Soon Yin Feng had cleared all the surrounding deformed creatures. The beach fell back into a deathly silence. Yin Feng sensed that with the dissipation of these creatures, the energy fluctuation deep within the island had become even more distinct. He turned and looked toward the island's depths. I'm going to take a look there. Yin Feng, don't go. Robbins instantly objected. The depths of the island are the core area of the entire research facility, the most dangerous place. There might be experimental subjects far more terrifying than those monsters even. Some uncontrollable residual devil fruit energy that has gone out of control. Yin Feng did not turn back. He could feel that energy calling to him. That energy was of the same origin as the power within his own body. Perhaps there he would find the answers he had been seeking. Robin, stay on the ship. Luffy, you all too. Repair the ship and we'll leave. I'll be back soon. With that, Yin Feng's figure flickered slightly, and he activated a spatial leap, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. He ignored Robin's warning. He believed that this energy fluctuation might be related to the essence of his fruit, a key to further exploring his own abilities. He had to go. Yin Feng's figure suddenly materialized deep within the island. He hadn't entirely disregarded the advice. Exercising caution, he had brought Robinson along as well. After all, Robinson was the most familiar with this terrain, and his presence would help avoid countless unnecessary troubles. You brat. Could you at least give me a heads up before teleporting next time? Robinson leaned against a withered tree nearby, his face pale, clearly still struggling to shake off the disorientation from the spatial jump. Yin Feng shrugged casually. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. He pointed ahead. Before them stood the entrance to a massive underground laboratory almost entirely embedded within the mountainside. The entrance was sealed shut by an enormously thick metal door. Covered across its surface were dense, intricate, and eerie runes. A sinister aura seeped thread by thread from the cracks of the door. The moment Robinson caught sight of those runes, his face drained to deathly pallor. This is Professor Vegapunk's early absolute stasis rune system used to seal S-class dangerous specimens. His voice carried an unmistakable tremor. I've only ever seen illustrations of these runes in top-secret archives. I never thought they actually exist. S-class dangerous specimen. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. How dangerous are we talking about? Enough to annihilate an entire island in an instant, Robinson replied, adjusting his glasses. His eyes behind the lenses were filled with sheer terror. Oh, Yin Feng's response was remarkably indifferent. He walked up to the massive metal door, paid no mind to those formidable-looking runes, and simply pressed his palm against it. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch it, Robinson shouted in horror. Oh, come on, relax. Don't get so worked up, Yin Feng retorted carelessly. Spatial penetration. The seemingly impregnable metal door began to ripple like water under his palm. The very structure of the door was being dismantled and reconstructed at a spatial level. A few seconds later, that 100-ton metal door silently and gradually melted into the adjacent wall as if it had never existed at all. Robinson's mouth hung open, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle, utterly at a loss for words to describe what he was feeling. Which was more terrifying, the power to destroy an island or the ability to directly rewrite the laws of physics? For the first time, his understanding of the world faltered. Inside the laboratory, devastation reigned. Various precision instruments of unidentified make lay in ruins, with shattered glass and scattered documents covering the entire floor. The air hung heavy with a pungent, nauseating stench, a foul blend of formalin and corroded metal. At the center of the laboratory stood a colossal energy reactor pulsing like a giant heart. However, this reactor had long ceased operation, its surface marred by cracks and scorched blackened traces. Yin Feng's gaze locked firmly onto that reactor. His spatial perception clearly conveyed one thing. Within the reactor, a power had been forcibly sealed. The fluctuation of that energy bore an uncanny resemblance to the spatial energy within his own body. Yet it carried an aura of decay, corruption, and maddened distortion. Like a perfect work of art defiled by the filth of malicious hands. Robinson did not approach the reactor. Relying on his scholar's intuition, he located several experimental logs crafted from special fire-resistant materials among the wreckage. Flipping through them rapidly, his expression grew increasingly grave and ashen. I found it, he muttered to himself. Yin Feng, come look at this quickly. Yin Feng approached, and Robinson spread the logs open before him. The handwriting on the pages was erratic and unhinged, recording a horrifying experiment capable of upending the world's very understanding. By Vegapunk. He once attempted to extract the purest primordial energy directly from the void. Robinson's voice grew hoarse with excitement. He sought to use this void energy as a catalyst in the devil fruit fusion experiments. But all experiments ultimately ended in catastrophic failure. The nature of void energy is extremely unstable. Instead of promoting fusion, it devoured all the devil fruits used in the experiments and tore open an uncontrollable void rift within the laboratory. According to the final entries to seal that rift, Vegapunk sacrificed the most precious experimental subject of the time, barely managing to enclose the rift within this reactor. As Robinson recounted this, Yin Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. A strong premonition gripped him. That sacrificed experimental subject was intimately connected to his own fate. No longer hesitating, he strode toward the enormous energy reactor. Don't go over there, Robinson cried out again, attempting to stop him. The logs state that this sealed energy, having absorbed the remnants of so many devil fruits, has become extremely corrosive and polluted. Any living creature that comes into contact with it will be distorted and assimilated at its very foundation. Yin Feng stopped in his tracks, but it was not because he heeded Robinson's warning. He merely extended his right hand, pointing it toward the reactor's core from a distance. He wanted to test whether he could resonate with that energy. However, the moment his fingertips aligned with the reactor, boom! An unimaginably vast torrent of information, like a breached dam, shattered the reactor's seal and crashed violently into his mind. It was fragments of the origin of the devil fruits, the vast network underlying the fundamental laws of the devil fruit system, and the truth behind the birth of the human fruit mythical Zoan type Dijong form. So this mythical Zoan fruit, which had never appeared in the original work, had not been born naturally at all. Rather, it was the sole success and the greatest failure, born from that catastrophic void rift experiment. An unintended accident. The moment a torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave, Yin Feng felt as if his consciousness had been torn into countless fragments. Those fragments regarding the origin of devil fruits cut through his mind like countless sharp blades. Every image, every memory was accompanied by a suffocating sense of reality. He couldn't help but let out an agonized roar, his body beginning to tremble violently. The penetration fruit and Dijong fruit within him, as if summoned by some force, began to stir wildly. The two originally independent forces now began to intertwine and merge with each other. The surrounding space, due to this violent energy fluctuation, started to warp irregularly. Rocks on the ground levitated and spatial cracks resembling glass fractures appeared on the walls. Even the air itself emitted a faint hum. Yin Feng, Luo Binci, witnessing this scene, turned pale instantly. He wanted to step forward to help, but the distorted spatial fluctuations made it impossible for him to approach. Damn it. This is the forbidden domain of Vegapunk's research. Luo Binci gnashed his teeth. The amount of information is too vast, an ordinary person's brain simply cannot bear it. He watched helplessly as Yin Feng struggled in agony, unable to do anything. This feeling of powerlessness made this once genius scientist feel despair for the first time. However, Yin Feng was not defeated by this pain. Amidst the torment of excruciating agony, he instead felt an unprecedented clarity. Those originally chaotic information fragments began to reassemble in his mind, forming a complete picture. He saw Vegapunk's failed experiment. More importantly, he saw his own essence. It turned out that the penetration fruit was never an ordinary paramecia-type fruit. Its true essence was penetration and isolation. Penetrate all obstacles, isolate all interference. And the Dijong form was the symbol of domination. Dominate space, dominate laws, dominate everything. The fusion of the two powers was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. It was a qualitative leap. So that's it. Yin Feng, enduring the intense pain, actually curled his lips into a smile. I understand. Around his body, a blurred phantom began to materialize. It was an ancient being of chaos, faceless, with 6 legs and 4 wings. Dijong, the legendary chaos god who commanded the laws of space. The phantom flickered amidst the distorted space, exuding a transcendent majesty. But soon the phantom merged back into Yin Feng's body. The pain gradually receded. The spatial distortion slowly calmed. Yin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a brand new light flickering in his gaze. Are you alright? Luo Binci approached cautiously. I'm fine. Yin Feng moved his fingers. In fact, I feel better than ever. He looked at the enormous energy reactor, his gaze turning profound. Now he had fully understood the essence of that sealed energy. It was the power of the void, but it had been contaminated by the remnants of devil fruits. Like a pool of clear water tainted by mud. Let me deal with it. Yin Feng extended his right hand and gently grasped the void. A tiny transparent sphere like a soap bubble formed in his palm. This was the void bubble, a completely independent microspace in which everything was thoroughly isolated. What is this? Luo Binci's eyes widened. Void bubble, Yin Feng explained casually. It can contain anything, and then, well, make them disappear. Saying so, he gently tossed the void bubble toward the energy reactor. A miraculous thing happened. The tiny void bubble, the moment it touched the reactor, suddenly began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the entire huge reactor. Then the void bubble began to slowly contract. The reactor, along with the contaminated void energy inside, was devoured bit by bit. Finally, the void bubble contracted to its limit, and then, pop! Like a soap bubble bursting, it vanished without a trace. As if that enormous energy reactor had never existed. Luo Binci stared blankly at the scene, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. As a former genius scientist, he had witnessed countless unbelievable devil fruit abilities. But this scene before him had completely surpassed his cognitive scope. This was not a devil fruit ability. This was a law. A fundamental law that directly modified reality. What exactly is this? An advanced version of void deconstruction? Yin Feng rubbed his chin. I'll temporarily call it void annihilation. But this thing consumes quite a bit of mental energy. I feel a bit tired now, and it requires a lot of energy. If the spatial energy here weren't so strong, I might not have been able to use it. He did feel a trace of fatigue. That move had consumed nearly a third of his mental energy. However, this feeling of power still excited him greatly. Let's go, Luo Binci. Yin Feng patted the still-dazed Luo Binci. We should head back. Back? Luo Binci snapped out of it. But the Mary's hull is damaged. That's simple. Yin Feng grinned. Didn't I just say? I've already found a way to repair the ship. What method? Spatial reconstruction. Yin Feng said matter-of-factly, deconstruct the damaged parts, then reconstruct them according to the original shape. Isn't that fixed? Luo Binxi's eye twitched. This guy makes it sound so simple. But before that I need to rest a bit. Yin Feng stretched. The enlightenment just now was quite consuming. I need to properly digest these new abilities. Besides, I feel my strength has increased quite a bit. Maybe next time we encounter that Vice Admiral, we won't have to run anymore. At this, a glint of excitement flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. You? Luo Binxi shook his head helplessly, always so optimistic. Of course. Yin Feng puffed out his chest proudly. After all, I'm going to become. Well, become what? He scratched his head, suddenly realizing he hadn't figured out his ultimate goal yet. King of the Pirates. No, that was Luffy's dream. The strongest in the world. That didn't seem interesting either. Whatever, I'll take it step by step. Yin Feng waved his hand. Anyway, with you a scholar by my side, I don't have to use my brain. Luo Binxi rolled his eyes. This guy is carefree as ever. But seeing Yin Feng's relaxed demeanor, the worry in his heart gradually dissipated. No matter how powerful Yin Feng became, he was still that man, full of miracles. And all he himself had to do was to stay by his side and witness what this miracle would ultimately become. The two walked out of the laboratory and headed toward the coast. As Yin Feng and Luo Binxi emerged from the island's interior, dusk had already begun to fall. The Going Merry lay quietly anchored by the shore, its harrowing crack standing out starkly against the fading light of the sunset. Luffy sat at the bow, chin resting in his hands, gazing mournfully at the damaged hull. Yin Feng, Luo Binxi, Nami spotted them first and hurriedly waved them over. Well, is there a shipwright on the island? Usopp asked hopefully. Yin Feng scratched the back of his head and offered an embarrassed smile. About that, there really aren't any shipwrights on this island. What a... Nami's face fell instantly. Then what do? We can't just keep sailing on a broken ship, can we? Take it easy, Yin Feng waved a hand. Even without a shipwright, I have a way to temporarily repair the vessel. Temporarily repair. Sanji strode over, a cigarette dangling from his lips. You know how to fix ships. Not the kind of repair you're thinking of. Yin Feng scratched his head. I'll use my abilities. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, using abilities to fix a ship. That sounds amazing. Luffy, you idiot. Nami shook her head in exasperation. Abilities aren't a panacea. That remains to be seen. Yin Feng gave a mysterious wink. Come, let me give it a try first. He walked over to the damaged hull of the Going Merry and carefully examined the gruesome crack. The splintered planks were uneven and in some places completely shattered, exposing the inner framework of the hull. This damage is indeed quite severe. Yin Feng muttered to himself, but it should be fine. He gently placed his right palm against the damaged wood, closed his eyes, and began to gather the power within his body. Void deconstruction. Spatial reconstruction. A strange ripple emanated from Yin Feng's palm, causing the surrounding air to tremble faintly. Luo Binxi observed silently from the sidelines, a complex glint flickering in his eyes. He had already witnessed Yin Feng's newly awakened abilities in the laboratory earlier. However, wielding such power on the Going Merry carried considerable risk. Yin Feng, are you sure this is safe? Luo Binxi couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yin Feng replied without looking back. This time it's merely a small-scale reconstruction. There won't be any danger. As Yin Feng's power activated, the damaged sections of the hull began to undergo bizarre transformations. The shattered planks seemed drawn by an invisible force, slowly beginning to disintegrate. It was not a physical decomposition, but a deconstruction on a spatial level. The grain, color, and texture of the wood transformed into the most fundamental spatial information hovering around the damaged area. Whoa! Usopp's eyes widened. The ship is glowing. Indeed, the damaged region now emitted a faint silver-white radiance as beautiful as stardust scattered across the night sky. Yin Feng took a deep breath and initiated the second phase. Spatial reconstruction. The suspended spatial information began to reorganize according to his will. The wood grain was rewoven, the colors recalibrated, and the texture reshaped. The damaged hull repaired itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. New planks manifested from the void, perfectly filling every gap. Yet the repaired wood bore no resemblance to its original grain. Instead, it took on irregular geometric forms, as if the very laws of space had been given physical shape. Incredible. Truly incredible. Nami covered her mouth, her face a mask of astonishment. It's actually fixed. Yin Feng's abilities are practically omnipotent. Usopp jumped up in excitement. If that's the case, we won't have to worry about the ship getting damaged again. Luffy was so overjoyed, he started dancing around. Ha ha ha. That's amazing. As long as Yin Feng is here, the Merry will never sink. Hold on, Luo Binxi interjected, dampening their enthusiasm with cold reality. It's not quite as simple as you think. What do you mean? Nami asked, puzzled. Luo Binxi adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Yin Feng didn't truly repair it just now. He used his spatial abilities to forcibly alter the hull's structure, temporarily restoring its integrity. But this repair lacks durability. Lacks durability. Sanji frowned. Does that mean it could crack apart at any moment? Exactly. Yin Feng withdrew his hand, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. This is merely a stopgap measure. It cannot withstand the harsh conditions of the second half of the Grand Line. We still need to find a real shipwright. Then what do we do now? Nami asked anxiously. Rest assured. Yin Feng patted his chest. We should be able to hold out until Alabasta. Besides, as far as I know, there happen to be some capable shipwrights there. Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Certainly. Yin Feng nodded, though he knew the true solution lay in Water 7. For now, however, it was not the time to reveal that information. Just then Chopper curiously approached the repaired hull and sniffed it. Huh. His expression grew peculiar. There's a rather strange scent here. What does it smell like? Zoro asked. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's as if the air itself is trembling. Chopper scratched his head. And it feels like these planks aren't real wood. Your sense of smell is remarkably keen, Yin Feng smiled. Indeed, it is not ordinary wood. More accurately, this is a spatial construct. A spatial construct? The group exchanged bewildered glances. It is a substance created through spatial abilities, Yin Feng explained. To the naked eye it resembles ordinary wood, but in essence it is the materialization of spatial laws. That sounds so complicated. Luffy scratched his head. But as long as it works, that's all that matters. Well said. Yin Feng nodded in agreement. Practicality is what truly counts. Night fell, and the crew gathered in a circle on deck, enjoying a dinner meticulously prepared by Sanji. By the way, Yin Feng, Nami suddenly asked, do your abilities have any limitations exactly? It feels like you can do anything. Of course they do. Yin Feng took a sip of soup. First, there is the drain on mental energy. Repairing the ship alone consumed a significant portion of it. Second, there is the limitation of complexity. Luo bin Si added. The more complex the structure, the greater the mental energy required. And then there are material limitations, Yin Feng continued. I can only manipulate inorganic matter. Biological tissue is entirely out of my reach. I see, Nami nodded thoughtfully. Actually, speaking of which, Yin Feng suddenly recalled something. Have you noticed? This ship seems to possess its own consciousness. Edge. The group paused, taken aback. While repairing it just now, I felt the hull transmit a sensation. How should I put it? An emotion akin to gratitude. Yin Feng stroked his chin. It's quite strange. Haha, you're overthinking it, Yin Feng. Usopp chuckled. How could a ship possibly have a consciousness? Is that so? Yin Feng glanced down at the deck beneath his feet. Had the spirit of the Going Merry already awakened? Within his spatial perception, the vessel indeed emanated a peculiar resonance. It was like a slumbering life form slowly stirring to life. All right, everyone get some rest early tonight, Nami said, standing up. Tomorrow we will officially enter Alabastus waters. We're finally arriving. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. I can't wait to meet that sand crocodile. The Golden Mary sailed steadily across the azure, see the gentle breeze caressing everyone's faces. After last night's repairs, the hull appeared brand new, though it was merely a temporary measure. Alabasta should be just ahead. Vivi stood at the bow, gazing at the distant horizon, her eyes shimmering with the eagerness to return home. Finally arriving. Luffy waved his hands excitedly. I can't wait to see the Desert Kingdom. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of nearing their destination, Nami suddenly pointed toward the starboard side. What is that? Following Nami's finger, the crew saw a strange-looking speedboat speeding toward the Golden Mary. A black flag hung from the speedboat's bow bearing a bizarre skull emblem. The flag of Baroque works. Vivi's expression turned grim. They are enemies. As the speedboat drew closer, the crew finally discerned the figure aboard. It was a tall man with heavy makeup, wearing a pink ballet skirt, standing gracefully in a ballet pose at the bow. Wow, such a strange outfit. Luffy's eyes lit up. Is he a crossdresser? Luffy, don't be fooled by appearances, Nami said sternly. The agents of Baroque Works are top-tier bounty hunters. The speedboat swiftly approached the Golden Mary, and the crossdresser leaped elegantly, landing lightly on the deck. Hello everyone, I am one of the highest-ranking agents of Baroque Works, Mr. Tubon Clay. He performed a magnificent ballet spin, his pink skirt fluttering. I came specially today to meet the legendary Straw Hat Pirates, highest-ranking agents. Zoro warily gripped his sword hilt. Looks like trouble. Mr. Tu scanned the crew, his gaze finally settling on Vivi. Oh, my Princess Nefeltari, Vivi is here too. He licked his lips. What an unexpected catch. What do you want? Vivi stepped back nervously. Don't be tense, Mr. Tu suddenly touched his face. Let me show you a little magic trick. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Mr. Tu's face began to twist and distort, his features rearranging at a visible speed. Within seconds, a face identical to Vivi's appeared before the crew. Princess Vivi, Mr. Tu spoke in Vivi's voice coquettishly. Aren't you all captivated by my beauty, Straw Hat Pirates? What? Nami's eyes widened in shock. He turned into Vivi. A user of the clone fruit. Robin calmly analyzed. He can mimic the appearance and voice of anyone he has touched. Luffy curiously circled around Mr. Tu. Amazing. He really became Vivi. Luffy. The real Vivi stomped her foot in anger. Now is not the time to admire. Mr. Tu grinned smugly, casually strolled over, patted Nami's shoulder, touched his face, and transformed into Nami's likeness. Dear Sanji, he said in Nami's sultry voice. I want you to make the most delicious meal for me. As he spoke, he reached out toward Sanji. Miss Nami. Sanji's eyes instantly turned into hearts as he grabbed his hand, but soon Nami punched him on the head, raising a big bump. Snap out of it. Mr. 2 reverted to his original appearance. No matter, I have something even more fun. He transformed again, this time into Sanji's face. Even worse, he mimicked Sanji's mannerisms and walked up to Nami. Nami, let me kiss you, Mr. 2 wore a lecherous expression on Sanji's face. You bastard. The real Sanji exploded with rage. How could he tolerate someone using his face to make such an indecent advance toward Nami? Demon Wind Leg. Sanji's right leg ignited with scorching flames as he kicked fiercely at Mr. 2. Mr. 2 agilely dodged the attack, simultaneously displaying a graceful ballet stance. Okama Kenpo Swan Lake Spin. His body spun like a true ballet dancer, each movement brimming with lethal threat. Though Sanji's kicks were powerful, Mr. 2's mimicry ability and bizarre fighting style made him elusive. This guy's movements are so weird. Usopp watched from the sidelines. It feels like watching a circus performance. Yin Feng stood at the edge of the deck, not rushing to join the fight, but carefully observing Mr. 2's ability. With his keen spatial perception, Yin Feng noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever Mr. 2 activated his mimicry ability to transform, a faint spatial distortion rippled around his body. I see. Yin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The activation of a devil fruit ability causes subtle changes in space. This discovery gave Yin Feng a bold idea. Since he could perceive this spatial distortion theoretically, he could also interfere with it. The battle continued. Although Sanji's attacks were fierce, Mr. 2's Okama Kenpo was indeed unique, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Okama Kenpo White Swan Dance. Mr. 2 executed an elegant ballet gesture, his body flipping through the air as lightly as a white swan, while constantly changing faces to confuse Sanji's judgment. At that moment, Yin Feng decided to experiment. He quietly channeled his inner power, focusing his attention on the faint spatial distortion around Mr. 2's body. Void deconstruction. A subtle spatial wave emanated from Yin Feng's fingertips, silently seeping into Mr. 2's ability field. Mr. 2, who was flipping in midair, suddenly felt a strange sensation. His ongoing transformation process stuttered. The facial change that should have been smooth became stuck halfway, presenting a comical semi-complete state. What a... Mr. 2 touched his distorted face in shock. My ability. In that split second of flaw, Sanji seized the opportunity. Demon Wind Leg Dragon's finishing shot. The flaming leg struck Mr. 2's abdomen with immense force, sending him flying and crashing heavily against the ship's railing. Cough. Mr. 2 struggled to stand, his face showing more shock than pain. What just happened? His gaze swept across the Straw Hat crew, finally settling on Yin Feng. With years of combat instinct, he vaguely sensed that the anomaly was related to this purple-haired man. You? Mr. 2 eyed Yin Feng warily. Was it you who did something just now? What did I do? Yin Feng feigned innocence. I've been standing here watching the show. Though he said that, Yin Feng was inwardly excited. The experiment proved his hypothesis correct. He could indeed interfere with the activation of a devil fruit ability by disrupting the spatial distortion. This discovery was immensely significant. If he could master this technique, he would have a huge advantage when facing other ability users. However, he needed further experiments to see which fruits could be affected. If all fruits were susceptible, the possibilities would be enormous. No. Mr. 2 shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Something was definitely wrong just now. He touched his face again and tried to activate his mimicry ability. Although the transformation succeeded this time, he clearly felt a faint resistance interfering with him. Mr. 2, though not severely wounded, had lost the will to continue fighting. This Straw Hat crew was more troublesome than the intelligence suggested, especially that purple-haired man, who gave him an indescribable sense of threat. Forget it, Mr. 2 suddenly reverted to his original appearance. Let's call it a day. We'll have plenty of chances to meet again in Alabasta. With that, he performed a graceful ballet spin, leapt lightly back onto his speedboat. Next time we meet, I'll definitely figure out what happened just now. Mr. 2 cast one last glance at Yin Feng, then sped away on his speedboat. Mr. 2 executed a magnificent ballet spin in midair and light as a feather leaped back onto his speedboat. A complex glint shimmered in his eyes, both wariness of that inexplicable interference and a thorough reassessment of the pirate's capabilities. These guys are more troublesome than the intelligence suggested, Mr. 2 muttered as he piloted the speedboat to put distance between them, casting a backward glance at the Going Merry. His gaze swept over the Straw Hat crew before coming to rest on Yin Feng. That purple-haired man was definitely suspicious. As one of Baroque Works' highest-ranking officers, Mr. 2 possessed extraordinarily rich combat experience. He knew very well that the feeling of his abilities being disrupted was no accident. Someone had interfered from the shadows. But I'll call it a day for now. Mr. 2 pulled a beautifully printed flyer from his coat and tossed it with force. It fluttered in the sea breeze before landing on the deck of the Going Merry. This is a little gift for you, Mr. 2 blew a charming kiss. Make sure to treasure it. Will be waiting for you in Alabasta. The speedboat's engine roared as it pulled away, and Mr. 2's figure soon vanished beyond the horizon. Yin Feng watched the receding speedboat without making any move to stop it. Honestly, he quite admired that crossdresser. Though an enemy, the manly spirit Mr. 2 carried, willing to abandon everything for his comrades, was genuinely admirable. That guy got away. Zoro sheathed his sword, his expression grumbling. We should have finished him off. Relax, relax, Luffy scratched his head. He said he'd wait for us in Alabasta anyway. We'll deal with him then. Nami walked over and picked up the flyer, her expression instantly growing grave. Everyone come look at this. The crew gathered around. The flyer bore the portrait of a brutish-faced man, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The headline, printed in striking red characters, declared, "The savior of Alabasta, Lord Crocodile." Beneath it lay a lengthy, inflammatory passage. Foolish masses, how much longer will you remain deceived by that useless royal family? The drought has endured for 3 years, yet those nobles continue their decadent lives. Only Lord Crocodile can save this nation and overthrow the rotten royal regime. Those bastards. Vivi clenched her fists in fury, spreading such lies. Nami furrowed her brow and continued reading. There's worse. It claims the royal family intentionally caused the drought to subjugate the people. Would anyone actually believe this nonsense? Usopp said in utter disbelief. When people are desperate, they'll believe anything that offers them hope. Robin adjusted his glasses. That is the weakness of human nature. Luffy took the flyer, gazing at Crocodile's portrait with excitement flashing in his eyes. Oh, is this the guy? He looks pretty strong. Luffy, now is not the time to get excited. Nami shook her head helplessly. Flyers like this are likely everywhere in Alabasta. The public sentiment has been completely stirred up. The situation is far more dire than we imagined. Vivi's face grew even paler. Father and the others. They must be under tremendous pressure right now. Don't worry, Vivi, Luffy patted her shoulder. We'll stop that Crocodile's schemes. Yin Feng stood to the side, studying the flyer with a thoughtful expression. Crocodile's plan was indeed meticulous, exploiting the despair of the masses to gradually dismantle the foundations of Alabasta's rule. Yet before Luffy's iron fists, such conspiracies would ultimately be reduced to nothing. Yin Feng. Robin approached him and spoke in a hushed tone. You were the one who interfered with that cross-dresser's abilities earlier, weren't you? You figured it out. Yin Feng nodded with a wry smile. Just a small experiment. The mimic fruit's mechanism is far more complex than I imagined. Robin adjusted his glasses, scholarly curiosity blazing in his eyes. It is not merely a superficial transformation. It simulates the target's aura and form at the spatial level. What do you mean? When the mimic fruit activates, it creates a special spatial mapping field around the user's body. Robin elaborated. This field reads the biological information of anyone it makes contact with, then reconstructs them at the spatial level. Yin Feng was completely bewildered. Speak plainly. Simply put, Robin explained patiently, that cross-dresser isn't truly transforming into someone else. He's creating a perfect spatial projection with physical substance. And your void deconstruction ability happens to disrupt the stability of such spatial projections. I see. Yin Feng's eyes widened in realization. Does that mean my power works against other spatial-type devil fruits, as well? In theory, yes. Robin nodded. However, the precise effects will require further experimentation to confirm. Their conversation was interrupted by Zoro. Yin Feng, you seem to understand that cross-dresser's abilities quite well during the fight. A probing gleam flickered in Zoro's eyes. Do you know something? Yin Feng scratched his head. Just luck, I suppose. My power just happens to counter his transformations. Zoro studied Yin Feng for a long moment before finally letting it drop. Yet his suspicions only deepened. This purple-haired man harbored far more secrets than his surface suggested. All right, enough standing around. Nami clapped her hands. Let's continue onward. According to our course, we'll reach Alabasta by tomorrow. Oh, wonderful. Luffy leaped up excitedly. I can't wait to see the Desert Kingdom. I'm more concerned about whether we'll even reach shore safely. Usopp said nervously. That crossdresser came after us directly, which means Baroque Works has already set their sights on us. What's there to fear? Zoro scoffed. 1 comes I slice 1. 2 come I slice a pair. Easy for you to say, Nami rolled her eyes. Baroque Works is a large criminal organization with hundreds of members. Numbers alone won't decide this. Yin Feng spoke up suddenly. The key is finding the source. What do you mean? Vivi asked in confusion. To catch thieves, capture their leader first. Yin Feng gazed at the distant sea. Once Crocodile is dealt with, the rest will scatter like birds and beasts. Well said. Luffy nodded emphatically. Our target is that crocodile. Night fell, and the Going Merry continued its journey beneath the starry sky. Yin Feng stood at the bow, gazing at the faint silhouette of land on the horizon. Alabasta was finally within sight. A slight smile curled Yin Feng's lips. Come then, Baroque Works. Let me see what else you've got. The Golden Mary slowly approached the port of Alabasta. Before it fully docked, a scorching heat wave surged toward them. It's so hot. Usopp stepped onto the pier and immediately began sweating profusely. It feels like being roasted by fire. Yin Feng leaped off the ship, and the moment his feet touched the stone slabs of the port, he felt a searing heat. The temperature here was even higher than he had imagined, and the air was thick with the dry scent of sand and dust. Welcome to Alabasta, Wei Wei said. This is the port city of Labuda. Luffy looked around excitedly. Wow. It really is a desert kingdom. Sand everywhere. Lu Fei, this is not the time for sightseeing. Name shielded her eyes from the glaring sun. Wei Wei, what's the situation now? Wei Wei's expression grew heavy. The conflict between the rebel army and the royal army grows increasingly fierce. 3 years of drought have made the people lose patience. They believe that only overthrowing the royal family and following Crocodile can bring salvation. Then we must act quickly, Zoro said. We'll head straight for the capital and find that crocodile. Wait. Name spread out a map, frowning. From here to the capital Arbana, we need to cross the entire desert. The journey will take at least 3 days, and the supply stations along the way. She traced her finger across the map. Are all marked as closed. What does that mean? Lu Fei leaned in curiously. It means we may have to cross this damn desert without any supplies. Name's voice carried a note of despair. Yin Feng stood at the edge of the pier, quietly extending his spatial perception. In his mind, the entire Alabasta unfolded like a vast three-dimensional map. Deep within the desert covered in yellow sand, several unusually large sandstorms were hidden. Their shapes were too regular to be natural, as if deliberately controlled by some power. What troubled Yin Feng even more were the strange creatures roaming the desert. They were originally ordinary desert animals, but now they emitted a bizarre energy fluctuation as if they had been modified by something. Those sandstorms are not natural. Yin Feng suddenly spoke. What? Everyone turned to look at him. The sandstorms deep in the desert are controlled by the power of the sand fruit. Yin Feng pointed inland. Crocodile is using his ability to create artificial sandstorms, preventing anyone from crossing the desert. A flicker of shock passed through Luo Binxi's eyes. You can sense that far. I can now. Yin Feng scratched his head. My ability seems to have grown stronger. Luo Binxi pushed up his glasses, looking at Yin Feng thoughtfully. This guy's void perception had seemingly surpassed the limits of the material realm, able to even perceive energy. Regardless, we must cross the desert. Wei Wei clenched her fists. My father is still waiting for me to return. Then let's stock up on supplies first. Name folded the map. Prepare plenty of fresh water and food. The group walked into the streets of Labuda, and the sight before them silenced everyone. The houses on both sides of the street were dilapidated, and the store shelves were empty. Emaciated vendors sat in the shade, listlessly fiddling with the few items they had left. Several children huddled in corners, their hollow eyes staring into the distance. A bottle of water, one robbery. A vendor shouted to Name as she passed. Fresh water shipped from the capital. 100,000. Name's eyes nearly popped out. This is robbery. Miss All of Alabasta is suffering from drought, the vendor said with a bitter smile. You're lucky to find any water at all. Lu Fei walked up to a bread stall. Uncle, how much is this bread? 500 berry apiece. The stall owner glanced at Lu Fei's straw hat and said warily, You're not from around here. Yoi. Lu Fei started to answer, but Name yanked him back. Yin Feng moved through the crowd, noticing a few sneaky figures who had been following them. They wore ordinary Alabastan clothes, but their movements carried the coldness of professional killers. Baroque works agents, Yin Feng thought to himself, but he didn't expose them, pretending not to notice as he continued shopping. Let these small fry tag along. After all, they would meet their boss sooner or later. After some bargaining, the group managed to buy basic supplies. Although the prices were outrageous, it was still better than dying of thirst in the desert. How can ordinary people live with such prices? Sanji looked at the expensive ingredients in his hands, his heart heavy. They can't survive, so they choose to rebel, Wei Wei said softly. When people are desperate, any promise seems precious. That damn crocodile. Lu Fei waved his fists angrily, making so many people suffer. After shopping, Wei Wei led the group to a relay station on the outskirts of town. There several enormous bird-like animals stood with cargo racks strapped to their backs. This is the running duck, Karoo, Wei Wei introduced. A special desert transport in Alabasta adapted to the harsh desert environment. One of the running ducks spotted Wei Wei and immediately ran over, excitedly rubbing its head affectionately against her arm. Karoo. Wei Wei hugged its neck. I'm back. Wow. Such a big duck. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Can we eat it? Lu Fei. Everyone shouted in unison. Karoo stepped back warily, using its wings to shield itself, its eyes full of fear. Don't mind him, Karoo, Wei Wei comforted. This guy's brain is a bit off. The sun gradually set, dyeing the entire desert golden. The group mounted the running ducks, and under Wei Wei's lead embarked on the journey across the desert. The scorching wind and sand rushed at them, an endless sea of yellow stretching as far as the eye could see. The distant horizon shimmered in the heat, as illusory as a mirage. Let's go, Lu Fei yelled excitedly. Target the capital. Yin Feng glanced back and saw that the stalkers had also mounted running ducks following from a distance. Interesting. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems we have guests. The scorching sun hung high, baking the entire desert with its blazing rays. Yin Feng sat atop the swift duck, Kalu, feeling wave after wave of heat rushing toward him. However, as Di Jiang was a mythical creature, his physique was incredibly formidable. The mere high temperature could not harm him in the slightest. The others, however, were not so fortunate. It's so hot. Usopp lay weakly on the back of the swift duck. How much longer can our water last? At the current rate of consumption, we can hold out for at most another day and a half. Nami looked at the dwindling drinking water in the canteen, her expression darkening. It's fine, we'll reach the next oasis soon. Vivi's voice did not sound very confident. Luffy, however, was still full of energy, pointing excitedly into the distance. Wow, the sand is sparkling over there. How beautiful. Luffy, that's a mirage. Robins pushed up her glasses. A common phenomenon in deserts caused by the refraction of light due to high temperatures. Really? Luffy grew even more excited. I want to go see it. Stay put. Nami punched Luffy on the head. This is not the time for fooling around. Chopper listlessly lay on Tony's back. I feel like I'm about to be roasted into reindeer jerky. Hold on a little longer, boys. Zoro, though also suffering from the sun, remained vigilant. I keep feeling like something is following us. You notice too? Sanji, a cigarette dangling from his lips, narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. I've felt eyes on us from behind for a while now. Yin Feng's spatial perception clearly sensed several auras wandering about 2 kilometers away, hovering nearby, yet keeping their distance. Don't worry about those, small fry, Yin Feng said with an easygoing demeanor. The real trouble lies ahead. Ahead. Vivi looked at the endless desert in confusion. I don't see anything unusual. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes. In his perception, a violent change was occurring underground 3 kilometers ahead. The sand, under the influence of some force, was spinning and gathering, forming a massive whirlpool. A sand whirlpool is forming ahead, Yin Feng warned. And there are 2 people at its center. 2 people. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Enemies. They should be crocodile subordinates. Yin Feng said, his tone turning serious. One is a guy who can turn his whole body into blades, and the other is a woman covered in spikes. Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger. Vivi's face changed color. The moment the words left her mouth, the sand in the distance suddenly began to tremble violently. Countless grains of sand were swept up, forming a massive whirlpool over 100 meters in diameter. The center of the whirlpool gradually sank, revealing 2 figures. Yo, if it isn't Princess Nefertari. A cold male voice came from within the whirlpool. And the Straw Hat Pirates. Looks like our intel was correct. At the center of the whirlpool, a muscular bald man slowly rose to his feet. His skin had a metallic luster and his hands had fully transformed into sharp blades. Beside him, a tall woman licked her lips. Her fingers had turned into sharp spikes, glinting with a dangerous light. Mr. One, a Miss Doublefinger, Vivi said, nervously gripping the reins. What are you doing here? Boss's orders, Mr. One said expressionlessly. To take care of you here so you don't cause trouble in Alyabarna. Haha, finally some interesting opponents. Luffy jumped off the swift duck, excitedly cracking his wrists. I was just getting bored. Luffy, be careful. Zoro also jumped down. That bald guy's ability is troublesome. Miss Doublefinger smiled seductively. Handsome boy's big sister here won't hold back, you know. Before she finished speaking, her body suddenly shot forward, her 10 fingers elongated into long spikes aimed straight at Sanji's vital points. Really, it's not my style to fight a lady. Sanji sighed, but still nimbly dodged the attack. But since you struck first, don't blame me for being rude. On the other side, Mr. One transformed into a form where his entire body became blades, every joint turning into a sharp sword. He flashed in front of Zoro, the long blade formed from his right arm, slashing down directly. Clang! Zoro blocked the attack with Wado Ikamanji, but the immense force sent him stumbling back a few steps. A tough body. Zoro frowned. It's like real steel. I am a user of the slice fruit, Mr. One said coldly. My entire body can become blades, and at the same time I have the hardness of steel. Your sword can't cut my body. Is that so? Zoro curled his lips into a cold smirk. That's not necessarily true. 3 sword-style demon slash. 3 swords were drawn simultaneously, slashing at Mr. One with fierce sword aura. However, shockingly, Mr. One took the hit directly with his body. What a... Zoro's eyes widened. His sword strike had only left a few shallow white marks on Mr. One's body. I told you can't cut my body. Mr. One swung his blade back at Zoro. Spiral slash. His arm began to spin at high speed, transforming into a giant drill-like blade. On the other side, Sanji was also struggling. Miss Doublefinger's attack patterns were extremely tricky. She could sprout spikes from any part of her body, making it hard for Sanji's kicking techniques to find an opening. Thorn Dance. Miss Doublefinger's entire body was covered in spikes, charging at Sanji like a porcupine. Demon Wind Leg. Sanji's leg ignited with flames, but when he kicked Miss Doublefinger, the spikes were not burned off. It's useless, handsome boy. Miss Doublefinger licked her lips. My spikes are even harder than steel. Yin Feng stood aside, carefully observing Mr. One's ability. In his spatial perception, Mr. One's body had indeed undergone a peculiar transformation. Interesting, Yin Feng stroked his chin. His body doesn't truly turn into steel. Rather, through the power of the devil fruit, the molecular structure of his body has been strengthened to the extreme. Did you find something? Robbins walked up to him and asked. Mr. One's ability is essentially altering the molecular arrangement of matter. Yin Feng adjusted his glasses. If I can use void deconstruction to disrupt this arrangement. You want to try? A flicker of anticipation shone in Robbins's eyes. Of course, Yin Feng flexed his fingers. I'll use him as a test subject. He focused his attention on Mr. One's right arm, which was clashing violently with Zoro's blade. In Yin Feng's perception, the molecular structure of Mr. One's arm was unusually tight, as if it had been forcibly compressed steel. Void deconstruction. A fine spatial fluctuation emanated from Yin Feng's fingertip, silently penetrating into Mr. One's right arm. In the midst of battle, Mr. One suddenly felt a tingling numbness in his right arm, and his blade no longer seemed as indestructible as before. What? Mr. One stared at his arm in shock. My hardness. Zoro keenly seized the opportunity. One sword style lion's song. This strike landed heavily on Mr. One's arm. Although it did not completely sever it, it left a deep gash from which blood flowed. Impossible. Mr. One looked at his wound in disbelief. How could my body? His gaze swept over the Straw Hat crew and finally locked onto Yin Feng. It's you. What did you do to me? Mr. One clutched his bleeding arm, his voice low and dangerous. Yin Feng shrugged with an indifferent expression. Nothing special. I just loosened your molecular structure a little. Molecular structure. Miss Doublefinger licked her lips. Interesting guy, but playtime is over. As she finished speaking, Miss Doublefinger transformed her hands into long spines and stabbed them fiercely into the ground. Her body spun like a drill, burrowing deep into the sand in an instant. What is she going to do? Usopp stared nervously at the gaping hole left in the sand. The next moment the answer came. Rumble. The entire desert began to tremble violently. Countless grains of sand were swept up, forming a towering sandstorm vortex that scraped the sky. Everyone be careful. Vivi shouted a warning. This kind of sandstorm is very dangerous. The sandstorm swept in at an astonishing speed, darkening the sky wherever it passed, and visibility dropped to less than 3 meters in an instant. The fine grains of sand stung everyone's skin like countless needles. Cough, cough. Usopp choked, coughing violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. I can't see anything. Chopper, blinded by the sand, stumbled around in circles. My eyes. It hurts so much. Vivi covered her mouth and nose, but the scorching sand still invaded her respiratory tract, making her feel suffocatingly uncomfortable. Damn it. Nami brandished her climb attack, trying to disperse the sandstorm with wind, but it had little effect. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes and fully unleashed his spatial perception ability. This is no ordinary sandstorm. Yin Feng's voice sounded somewhat muffled in the wind and sand. It's infused with the power of the sand fruit. Lua Binsai pushed up his glasses, which were already coated with a layer of fine sand. Crocodile's doing. Exactly, Yin Feng nodded. Miss Doublefinger is just a decoy. The real sandstorm is being controlled remotely. Miss Doublefinger is just a decoy. The real sandstorm is being controlled remotely. The sandstorm grew more ferocious, threatening to swallow the group whole. At that moment, Yin Feng took a deep breath, and the spatial energy within him began to surge. Void Domain, prototype. Centered on Yin Feng, an invisible barrier with a diameter of about 10 meters silently expanded. This barrier appeared transparent, but possessed a miraculous effect. All sand grains upon contact with its edge were pushed away by an unseen force unable to enter. Huh. Usopp blinked. The sand's gone. Chopper also looked around in amazement. Really? There's no sandstorm here. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Vivi found themselves in a strange space. Above them the sandstorm raged on, but it could not invade this area, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Yin Feng, is this your ability? Vivi looked around the clear environment in shock. Yeah, a technique I developed earlier. Yin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. This skill was still somewhat taxing for him, but I can't maintain it for long. Outside the Void Domain the battle continued. Goma Goma no, Rocket. Luffy's voice rang out in the sandstorm. Though his vision was obstructed, his combat instincts remained sharp. Three-sword style, tornado. Zoro's sword technique created a whirlwind that temporarily dispersed the sand around him. Diable jam, flambeade shot. Sanji's leg traced a fiery arc through the sandstorm. Three-sword style, tornado. Zoro's sword technique created a whirlwind that temporarily dispersed the sand around him. Diable jam, flambeade shot. Sanji's leg traced a fiery arc through the sandstorm. Under the cover of the sandstorm, Mr. One's attacks grew more ferocious, but the injury to his right arm severely hampered his combat effectiveness. Miss Doublefinger, on the other hand, thrived, moving through the sand and launching surprise attacks from unexpected angles. At the height of the battle, the sound of hoofbeats came from afar. Clop, clop, clop. The sound grew closer, and soon several figures charged into the sandstorm. Who's there? Mr. One turned alertly. Princess Vivi. A booming voice called out. We are the 3rd platoon of the Royal Army, sent to escort you. Several soldiers in blue and white uniforms emerged from the sandstorm, riding camels and wielding spears and curved blades. They were clearly elite, well-trained troops. The Royal Army. Miss Doublefinger emerged from underground, her expression sour. How did they know we were here? The leading soldier pulled down his mask, revealing a resolute face. Princess, we received secret intelligence that you were on your way back to the capital, so we came specifically to escort you. Inside the Void Domain, Vivi waved excitedly. Here. I'm here. Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger exchanged glances, both realizing that their ambush had failed. The appearance of the royal army had completely disrupted their plans, and Yin Feng's peculiar ability had made Mr. One wary. Retreat. Mr. One gave the order decisively. Miss Doublefinger was reluctant. Just leave like that. Staying will only expose more information, Mr. One said, clutching his wound. Besides, that purple-haired kid's ability is dangerous. We need to revise our tactics. The two used the cover of the sandstorm to quickly disappear into the vast sea of sand. The sandstorm gradually subsided, and Yin Feng withdrew his void domain, looking somewhat exhausted. Good work, Luobinsai, said, walking over and handing him a canteen of water. Draining. It's okay, mostly because I'm not very skilled yet. Yin Feng took the canteen and drank. I'll get better with more practice. The royal army soldiers formed neat ranks and saluted Vivi with a standard military salute. Princess Vivi, we apologize for our delay. Tears glistened in Vivi's eyes. This was the first time she had seen troops loyal to the royal family since returning to Alabasta. Is everyone all right? How is the situation in Alyabarna? The leading captain's expression was grave. Princess, His Majesty the King misses you dearly. But the rebel army's influence is growing, and the situation in the capital is not optimistic. I understand, Vivi nodded. We must reach Alyabarna as quickly as possible. Luffy patted the sand off his clothes and said excitedly, those two guys were pretty interesting. Next time I meet them, I'm going to have a good fight. Next time, Usopp said with a grimace. I don't want to run into them again. Zoro sheathed his swords and looked at Yin Feng thoughtfully. That ability you just used, it feels different from before. It is different from last time. Yin Feng scratched his head. My ability seems to be constantly evolving. Even I don't know its limits. It is different from last time. Yin Feng scratched his head. My ability seems to be constantly evolving. Even I don't know its limits. Nami fixed her hair, which had been tousled by the sand, and complained, if I'd known the desert would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have come. Don't say that, Nami, Sanji said, gallantly offering a handkerchief. With me here, I won't let you get hurt one bit. Chopper reverted to his original form and excitedly circled Yin Feng. Yin Feng, that move you used was amazing. Can you teach me? Well, Yin Feng looked at the expectant Chopper. Our devil fruit abilities are different. You'll develop your own awesome techniques sooner or later. The royal army captain stepped forward to report. Princess, we have prepared ample supplies. We can escort you directly to the capital. Vivi looked at Luffy and the others. Everyone ready? Of course. Luffy clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. Onward to Alyabarna. Let's go beat that crocodile. Let's go beat that crocodile. With the guide, the group moved even faster. When the oasis appeared before their eyes, everyone gasped in amazement. This place was nothing like a corner of the desert, it was more like a forgotten Eden. Crystal clear spring water gushed from the crevices of the rocks, forming a sapphire blue lake, so clear that the bottom was visible. Tall coconut and palm trees surrounded the lake, their dense foliage casting vast shadows over the entire oasis. Wow! Water! Luffy exclaimed excitedly, jumping off the fast-running duck and diving straight into the lake. Chopper followed, transforming into human form and hopping around the shore. Such a big lake. Yin Feng, look. Luffy, don't just jump in. Nami shouted hastily, but it was too late. Splash! Luffy had already plunged into the lake and immediately sank like a stone. Luffy can't swim. Vivi cried out in alarm. Zoro sighed, took off his coat, and jumped into the lake to pull Luffy out. Cough. That felt great. Luffy dragged ashore, spat out some water, and was already excited again. The captain of the kingdom's army watched this scene, a corner of his mouth twitching slightly. So these were the legendary pirates. Everyone please follow me to the camp to rest. The captain pointed deeper into the oasis. We have set up a temporary outpost here. The camp was nestled under the shade of several large trees with simple tents and a campfire. The soldiers skillfully started a fire and cooked, and soon the aroma wafted over. Great. Finally hot food. Sanji rolled up his sleeves. Let me help. No need, no need. This is our duty. The soldiers hurriedly waved their hands. Usopp sat beside a soldier, asking curiously, how long have you been stationed here? About a month now. The soldier put down his work. We received orders to set up a supply point here specifically to receive people returning from the outside. People returning from the outside. Usopp blinked. Mainly merchants and civilians fleeing. The soldier's expression turned grim. Now around the capital, rebel forces are everywhere. Many people are fleeing outward. Hearing this, Vivi's face turned pale. The captain walked over to Vivi and knelt on one knee. Princess, I must report the latest situation to you. Please speak. Vivi took a deep breath. The rebel forces are growing stronger. They have already occupied 3 towns on the outskirts of the capital. The captain's expression was grave. The envoys sent by His Majesty for negotiations were all rejected. Negotiation envoys. Vivi frowned. Yes, His Majesty had always hoped to resolve the conflict peacefully. But the rebel leader Kosa insists that His Majesty abdicate and hand over the throne. Vivi clenched her fists. Kosa. He wasn't like this before. There is worse news. The captain continued. Recently sandstorms have frequently occurred near the capital, burying many villages in sand. The people say it's the wrath of the Desert King. Desert King. Luffy leaned in curiously. It's what the people call crocodile. Vivi explained. They believe these sandstorms are crocodile's way of protecting Alabasta. Protecting. Usopp's eyes widened. This is clearly destruction. But the people don't think so. The captain shook his head. They believe the corruption of the royal family angered the Desert King, bringing down this calamity. Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses. Public opinion manipulation. Crocodile is very adept at exploiting the people's fear. Yin Feng did not join the discussion, but stood up and walked deeper into the oasis. In his spatial perception, there was a faint but pure energy fluctuation that piqued his curiosity. Yin Feng, where are you going? Chopper noticed him leaving and immediately followed. I sense something interesting. Yin Feng stroked his chin. It should be just ahead. They passed through a dense thicket and arrived at the deepest part of the oasis. Here lay a clearing in the center of which grew an ancient cactus. This cactus was extraordinarily huge, as tall as a 3-story building with a thick trunk covered in spines. But what caught their attention most was its top, where over a dozen fist-sized fruits grew. These fruits were pale green, smooth as jade, and radiated a gentle glow. Wow, such a big cactus. Chopper excitedly circled the cactus. Yin Feng walked up to the cactus, feeling the energy waves emanating from the fruits. This energy was completely different from the deformed creatures he had encountered before, pure, gentle, and full of vitality. What is this? He reached out to touch one of the fruits. Wait! Luo Binsi's voice came from behind. Don't touch unknown plants carelessly. Yin Feng turned around and saw Luo Binsi walking quickly, a tense expression on his face. What's wrong? Yin Feng asked in confusion. Luo Binsi approached the cactus, carefully observed the shape and color of the fruits, and then revealed a shocked expression. This is a life fruit. He adjusted his glasses. I've seen records of this in Vegapunk's data, an extremely rare natural treasure on the Grand Line. Life fruit? Chopper asked curiously. It is said that this fruit contains pure life energy capable of nourishing life, restoring stamina, and even slowing aging. Luo Binsi's voice was excited. But they only grow in specific environments and are extremely scarce. Yin Feng looked at the fruits before him, a strange feeling rising in his heart. His void ability was deconstruction and destruction, yet these fruits were about nourishment and creation. Could there be any side effects? Chopper asked worriedly. Theoretically, no. Luo Binsi shook his head. Life fruits are completely natural, non-toxic. Yin Feng hesitated no longer and reached out to pick a fruit. The fruit felt warm and smooth like jade in his hand, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. He took a bite, and the sweet juice burst in his mouth, a warm current instantly spreading through his entire body. The fatigue vanished and his spirit became exceptionally vibrant. How does it taste? Chopper stared at him eagerly. Very sweet, and it really works. Yin Feng picked a few more fruits. Let's take some back for everyone to try. When they returned to the camp, they found the others resting around the campfire. Yin Feng, where did you two go? Nami asked curiously as they approached. Found something good. Yin Feng raised the fruits. These are called life fruits. They can restore stamina. Life fruits. Nami's eyes lit up. Yin Feng distributed the fruits to everyone, and each took a bite. Wow. So amazing. After eating the fruit, Luffy immediately bounced around energetically. I feel full of power. Indeed, it's very effective. Zoro stretched his shoulders. And it tastes good. After eating the fruit, Nami touched her face in surprise. Huh. My skin feels smoother. Really? She took out a small mirror and looked at herself. Oh my god, it really is smoother. Yin Feng. Nami's eyes sparkled with gold. Do you have more of these fruits? I want a lot. A few more. Yin Feng was startled by her enthusiasm. Great. Nami excitedly hugged Yin Feng's arm. You're amazing. Usopp also looked at his hands in surprise. My wounds seem to be healing faster. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, said thoughtfully, if we could mass produce these fruits, they'd sell for a fortune. Don't even think about it. Luo Binsi shook his head. Life fruits cannot be artificially cultivated, they only grow naturally in specific environments. Yin Feng sat by the campfire pondering the significance of the life fruits. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Destruction and creation, death and life. What are you thinking about? Luo Binsi sat down beside him. I'm thinking, Yin Feng said, looking at the remaining fruit in his hand. The void isn't purely about destruction, it can also create. Life cannot exist without space, can it? Luo Binsi also fell into thought, but such matters were too profound and neither could come to a conclusion. Night fell and the oasis was exceptionally serene under the starlight. Everyone gathered around the campfire enjoying a rare moment of peace. Tomorrow we'll continue our journey. Vivi looked at the distant desert. Albana is still waiting for us. No problem. Luffy clenched his fist. Let's have a merry banquet tonight. The next day the group set out, and soon arrived at UD. Under the scorching sun, the desert city of UD appeared exceptionally prosperous. Skyscrapers stood in close rows, and the streets were bustling with people, completely unlike a city in the desert. Wow, it's so lively here. Lu Fei exclaimed, looking around excitedly. It's much bigger than those villages. Wei Wei nervously pulled her cloak hood tighter and lowered her voice, saying, everyone be careful. This is Kaluo Ku de Air's territory. UD appears to be a prosperous commercial city on the surface, but it is completely controlled by the Ba Luo Ku Gong's Washi. Then why are we here? Wu Suapu trembled. Can't we just go around? No, Wei Wei shook her head. UD is the only way to Air Ba Na, and we need to replenish supplies here. The group blended into the crowd advancing along the main street. The shops on both sides were dazzling, and the cries of hawkers rose and fell. But upon closer observation one could notice that many pedestrians had peculiar expressions, as if secretly watching something. Look, what's that? Lu Fei suddenly pointed at a magnificent building ahead. It was a colossal casino extravagantly decorated with a huge sign hanging at the entrance reading Yuyan. Golden ornaments glittered under the sun, and several burly guards stood at the door. The Yuyan Casino. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. I want to go inside and see. Wait. Name grabbed Lu Fei by the collar. Are you crazy? That's the enemy's lair. Lair. Lu Fei tilted his head. Isn't that more interesting? It's not interesting at all. Name thumped him on the head. We're here to gather intelligence, not to die. Sua Long pressed his hand on the sword hilt, calmly observing the surroundings. Something is indeed off here. Many of those people on the street are armed. Shanji lit a cigarette, and there's a sense of oppression in the air like the calm before a storm. Yin Feng did not join the discussion. He closed his eyes, silently extending his spatial perception to cover the entire UD. In his perception, the interior structure of the Yuyan Casino was laid bare. On the surface it looked like an ordinary casino, but beneath it lay a hidden world. A vast underground space extended deep into the city, concealing a large number of armed personnel. What drew his attention even more was the person with the strongest presence at the deepest part of the casino. Kaluo Kuda Air is inside. Yin Feng opened his eyes. And he is surrounded by many agents of the Ba Luo Ku Gong, was she. Are you sure? Wei Wei asked nervously. Yes, Yin Feng nodded. My perception is never wrong. Just then Luo Bin-si walked over from the crowd. Earlier while the others were observing the casino, he had quietly gone elsewhere. I found something. Luo Bin-si adjusted his glasses, holding a few old tattered books. I found some interesting materials in an abandoned bookstore. What materials? Name asked curiously. Luo Bin-si opened one of the books and pointed to a map on it, about the history of Alabasi Tan and the distribution of underground water veins. Look here. The group gathered around and saw a complex diagram of underground pipes on the page. What is this? Xiao Ba asked in confusion. The underground water system of Alabasi Tan. Luo Bin-si's expression turned serious. According to these materials, there is a massive underground space beneath the capital Aerba Na, and based on my knowledge, it might conceal. He paused, lowering his voice to a whisper, the ancient weapon Ming Wang. Ming Wang. Wei Wei gasped. Yin Feng nodded, recalling that in the original story, this was indeed Kaluo Ku de Air's true goal. Are you saying that Kaluo Ku de Air's real purpose in inciting a civil war is to obtain Ming Wang? Wei Wei asked. Very likely. Luo Bin-si nodded. On the surface, he wants to become the hero of Alabasi Tan, but if his target is an ancient weapon, everything makes sense. Shanji flicked the ash from his cigarette. That guy's ambition is indeed enormous. Then our mission is even more critical, Sua Long narrowed his eyes. We cannot let him succeed. Lu Fei clenched his fist. Since we know the crocodile is there, let's just charge in and beat him up. No. Wei Wei quickly stopped him. The Yuyan Casino is heavily guarded and Kaluo Ku de Air is extremely powerful. A head-on confrontation is too dangerous. Then what should we do? Wu Suapu asked. Name thought for a moment. We'll split into two groups. One group will try to infiltrate the casino and find out Kaluo Ku de Air's specific plans. The other group will gather intelligence and keep watch. I'll go to the casino, Lu Fei said without hesitation. Count me in too, Sua Long and Shanji spoke at the same time. Then Wei Wei Xiao Ba Wu Suapu and I will stay outside, Name arranged. Luo Bin-si, what about you? I'll continue researching the historical materials. Luo Bin-si closed the book. Maybe I can find more clues about Ming Wang. And you, Yin Feng? Name looked at him. Yin Feng pondered for a moment. I'll stay on the perimeter. If anything unexpected happens, I can provide support immediately. In truth, Yin Feng simply did not want to reveal his full strength prematurely. He felt that his Su Kong Ling Yu still had great potential for development. Rather than charging into the enemy's trap, it was better to wait outside and prepare. Then it's settled, Lu Fei said excitedly. Let's go. Wait, Wei Wei stopped them. When you enter the casino, be careful not to reveal your identities. And if you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Don't engage in a fight. Got it, Lu Fei waved his hand. Don't worry, Wei Wei. We're very strong. Watching Lu Fei and the other two head toward the casino, Mei felt a bit worried. Are they really going to be okay? They should be fine, Yin Feng reassured her. Lu Fei and the others are more reliable than they look. I hope so, Wei Wei sighed. Everyone found a hidden spot to rest while Yin Feng went alone to the edge of UD. It was relatively quiet there, perfect for developing his abilities. He recalled the feeling of using the Su Kong Ling Yu at the oasis earlier. Although that ability was very powerful, it consumed a lot of energy and had a limited range. Earlier at sea, he had been afraid of losing control and dared not practice. If only I could expand the range and reduce the consumption, Yin Feng murmured to himself. He closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding space. In his perception, space was like a vast net with every object as a node on the net. And his ability was to manipulate this net. Let me try to control it more finely. Yin Feng reached out his hand toward a stone in front of him. Instead of directly using the Su Kong Ling Yu, he attempted to manipulate space with greater precision. Under his control, the space around the stone began to warp slightly, like light focused through a magnifying glass. Delicate ripples appeared on the stone's surface as if it were swaying in water. Interesting, Yin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This way I can deliver precise strikes to specific targets without expanding the domain over a large area. Just as he was absorbed in studying his ability, a commotion erupted from the direction of the Yu Yin casino. Looks like they're in trouble. Yin Feng opened his eyes, a helpless expression on his face. Those three, they're still too impulsive. He stood up and walked toward the casino, contemplating countermeasures in his mind. Hopefully they won't cause too much of a stir. Inside the Rain Casino, magnificent decorations shimmered under the glow of crystal chandeliers. Lu Fei, Sua Long, and Shanji were trapped in the center of the casino by Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, chaos reigning all around. Candle wall. Mr. 3 spewed copious wax from both hands, which rapidly solidified in the air into a series of white walls sealing off the trio's retreat. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week swiftly painted patterns of various colors on the walls, each hue representing a different psychological suggestion. So hard. It's that candle guy again. Lu Fei slammed against the candle wall with all his might, but it proved utterly indestructible. Sua Long gripped his sword hilt tightly. Troublesome. I still can't cut through these candles. Shanji lit a cigarette. Looks like we'll need another plan. Just as the trio found themselves in a dire situation, a deep voice echoed through the casino. Enough. Everyone ceased their actions and turned toward the source of the sound. From the shadows deep within the casino, a tall figure slowly emerged. He was a man clad in a black coat. A grotesque scar marred his face, and his left hand was replaced by a massive golden hook. Crocodile. Someone gasped in surprise. Boss. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week immediately halted their attacks and bowed respectfully to him. Crocodile regarded the trapped trio with an expressionless face, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. You're too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile raised his right hand, his fingers curling slightly. Sandblade. Several razor-sharp sand blades shot from his hand, precisely slicing through Mr. 3's wax sculptures. The sturdy candles were instantly reduced to fragments, scattering across the floor. Miss Golden Week's newly completed color traps were likewise undone by the sand blades. The paint on the walls scraped completely clean. This, Mr. 3's eyes widened in utter disbelief at the scene before him. Those candles that had proved nearly impossible even for Sua Long to sever were as fragile as paper in the face of Crocodile. The boss's power truly is. Miss Golden Week swallowed hard, her eyes brimming with awe. Crocodile disregarded his subordinates, shock his gaze falling upon Lu Fei. So you must be the Straw Hat Boy who defeated Mr. 5 and Mr. 2. Lu Fei shook his restrained limbs, looking at Crocodile with excitement. Are you that Crocodile? You look pretty strong. Crocodile. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Yeah, Vivi said you're a big baddie who specifically bullies people from Alabasta. Lu Fei clenched his fist. I'll beat you to bits. Interesting. Crocodile sneered. Then let me see your strength. Lu Fei did not hesitate at all, charging straight at Crocodile. Goma Goma no pistol. His fist extended at high speed, striking directly at Crocodile's chest. However, a scene that stunned everyone occurred. Lu Fei's fist passed straight through Crocodile's body the moment it was about to touch him. What? Lu Fei was dumbfounded. Crocodile's body turned to fine sand at the point of impact, then quickly restored its original form. A natural-type devil fruit user can elementalize their body, Crocodile said calmly. Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against me. Desert Blade. Crocodile's right hand transformed into a colossal sand blade, sweeping horizontally toward Lu Fei. Lu Fei hastily leaped backward, the sand blade grazing the tip of his nose and leaving a deep trench on the ground. Luffy. Sua Long immediately rushed forward, his 3 swords drawn simultaneously. Sanryu Ryujin. Sharp blade flashes streaked through the air, but just like Lu Fei's punch, they completely failed to make contact with Crocodile's physical form. Shanji also launched an attack from another direction, Demon Wind Kick, Mutton Shot. The flaming kick technique likewise passed through Crocodile's body, inflicting no damage whatsoever. It's useless. Crocodile shook his head. Your attacks cannot possibly touch me. Outside the casino, Yin Feng clearly saw the battle inside through spatial perception. Old Sha, I haven't learned Haki yet. Even if I had, I might not be able to defeat him. Yin Feng frowned, carefully observing Crocodile's ability usage, searching for a breakthrough. Ordinary physical attacks are indeed ineffective, but what if we approach from a spatial dimension? Yin Feng closed his eyes, focusing his perception entirely on Crocodile. In his perception, although Crocodile's body could sandify, it essentially still occupied a certain amount of space. Let's try. Yin Feng secretly activated his Void Deconstruction ability, locking onto Crocodile's body. An invisible spatial power seeped into the casino, precisely affecting Crocodile's sandform body. Crocodile, who was battling Lu Fei and the others, suddenly sensed a slight anomaly. His sandified body experienced a momentary stagnation, as if disturbed by some invisible force. Moi. Crocodile furrowed his brow. Although it lasted only an instant, this sensation made him somewhat uneasy. However, soon the sand resumed its normal flow as if the earlier anomaly had been merely an illusion. Rather interesting, Yin Feng mused from outside. It appears void deconstruction has some effect on natural type users, but Crocodile's power is too formidable. This disturbance is insufficient to cause substantive harm. Inside the casino, Crocodile halted his attack, his gaze sweeping across the premises. The earlier feeling of being watched along with the abnormal stagnation of his body made him realize there might be other enemies nearby. Interesting, a cold smile curled the corners of Crocodile's mouth. Looks like there are rats hiding in the shadows. Lu Fei had not noticed Crocodile's anomaly at all. He was still pondering how to attack this Sandman. Darn it. How can we possibly hit him? Lu Fei scratched his head, a look of exasperation on his face. Sua Long tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Natural type users are indeed troublesome, but there must be a weakness. Shanji flicked his cigarette ash. I heard from Robbins that there is a power called Haki that can touch the physical form of natural type users. Haki. Lu Fei blinked. What's that? You don't know about Haki. Crocodile showed some surprise. Seems like you're all complete rookies. He raised his hand once more, this time with even more ferocious attacks. In that case, let me show you the true power of the Desert King. Desert King's Sacred Blade. A colossal sand blade screamed forth its power several times greater than before. The trio hastily dodged, but the limited space in the casino soon forced them into a corner. We can't keep this up. Sua Long gritted his teeth. We must find a way to get out of here. Just then a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air in front of them, blocking the relentless onslaught of sand. Yin Feng. Lu Fei exclaimed excitedly. Yin Feng surveyed the scene and shook his head helplessly. You really know how to get yourselves into trouble. Crocodile's gaze immediately locked onto Yin Feng, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Materializing out of nowhere, he said slowly. That sensation from earlier, it was you behind it, wasn't it? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow at Lao Sha's words. We'll want to try again. Interesting ability. So you're the one causing anomalies in the oasis. Crocodile's lips curled into a cold smirk. But I don't have time to play games with you brats now. With that, he turned and strode toward the depths of the casino where a concealed passage lay. Hey, Crocodile, don't you run. Luffy shouted, ready to give chase. Crocodile didn't look back, merely waving his hand casually. Sandstorm. A torrent of sand surged from the ground, instantly sealing the passage entrance into a thick wall of sand. Damn it. Luffy pounded the sand wall, but it was abnormally hard and unmoving. Zoro drew Wado Ikamanji and struck the sand wall with all his might. One sword style Iajutsu. A sharp sword slash cut into the sand wall, leaving only a shallow mark. What? Zoro frowned. This sand is reinforced by something. Sanji also kicked several times, unable to break the wall. Damn, that bastard got away. Just then hurried footsteps echoed from outside the casino. Nami and Vivi rushed in, their faces paling at the scene. What happened? Where's Crocodile? Nami gasped. He ran away. Luffy pointed at the sand wall. He's hiding behind this. Vivi's face turned ashen. No, he must be preparing his final plan. If he reaches Alyabarna. Don't worry. Yin Feng closed his eyes, fully unleashing his spatial perception. In his senses, the entire underground structure of Yudi became clear. Found it. Yin Feng opened his eyes. He's underground. There's a massive chamber. Should be his real base. Underground chamber. Nami asked in surprise. Yes, right beneath this casino, very deep. Yin Feng pointed at his feet. And the space inside is even larger than the casino itself. Luffy's eyes lit up. Then let's go down too. The problem is how. Sanji frowned at the solid sand wall. This wall can't be broken. Leave it to me. Yin Feng rolled his shoulders. I can use spatial penetration to bring everyone down. Really? Vivi asked excitedly. Yeah, but there are two issues. Yin Feng raised his fingers. First, I can't teleport you directly to Crocodile's side. Too many people, too much strain. Second, even if I could, appearing right next to him would be too dangerous. We'd be vulnerable to an ambush. Then what about teleporting near the entrance of the chamber? Zoro suggested. That works. Yin Feng nodded. At that moment, Robin stepped out from the crowd, her expression grave. Wait, Yin Feng. The underground chamber might be riddled with traps. Even just passing through the sand could be dangerous. Crocodile has operated here for so long. He's sure to have all kinds of precautions. Traps. Usopp started trembling at the word. What kind of traps? Quicksand, poison, gas, hidden blades. Robin adjusted her glasses. Knowing Crocodile, he might use anything treacherous. Then we definitely have to go. Luffy was not intimidated at all. In fact, he grew more excited. Sounds fun. Luffy. Nami looked at him helplessly. I think it's fine. Yin Feng considered. My spatial perception can detect most traps in advance. And even if we encounter danger, I can teleport everyone out in time. Then it's settled. Luffy clenched his fists. We're going down to settle scores with that Crocodile. Zoro and Sanji nodded in agreement. All right. Nami sighed. But be careful. Vivi bit her lip nervously. Please, everyone. The future of Alabasta depends on you. Chopper, Usopp, you stay outside. Yin Feng arranged. If any Baroque Works agents come after us, you'll hold them off. Huh. Why us? Usopp looked like he was about to cry. Because you're the clever ones. Yin Feng patted his shoulder. Trust your strength. I'll protect you, Sop. Chopper declared firmly. It's the other way around, you idiot. Usopp shouted. Yin Feng walked to the center of the group, extending his hands. Everyone hold hands. I'm going to activate my ability. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi formed a circle, joining hands. Ready? Yin Feng asked. Anytime. Luffy replied excitedly. Yin Feng closed his eyes, sensing the location of the underground chamber. His spatial perception delved deep into the ground, seeking the safest teleportation point. Spatial penetration. An invisible force enveloped everyone, and their bodies began to grow ethereal. The surroundings blurred rapidly, the casino's ornate decorations fading away. The next moment they appeared in an entirely different place. A vast underground space stretched before them, with stone walls engraved with ancient scripts and patterns. Dim light from torches on the walls cast flickering shadows on the floor. Wow, it's huge. Luffy looked around. Are we really underground? The ceiling is so high. Nami craned her neck. It feels more magnificent than the buildings above. Vivi stared in shock at the carvings on the walls. These are ancient texts. Looks like an ancient ruin of Alabasta. Yin Feng observed the surroundings. Crocodile built his base here for a special reason. Zoro gripped his sword hilt warily. There's an ominous feeling in the air. Indeed. Sanji lit a cigarette. This place is dead and silent like a tomb. Just then footsteps echoed from afar. Everyone immediately became alert, looking toward the source of the sound. It seems the guests have arrived. A familiar voice reverberated through the empty chamber. Crocodile's figure emerged from the shadows. He showed no surprise, as if he had long expected their arrival. Welcome to the ancient ruins of Alabasta. He spread his arms. This will be your grave. The underground chamber was even more magnificent and grand than imagined. The ceiling, soaring over 10 meters high, was intricately carved with ancient totems, and the flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows upon the stone walls. The entire space was steeped in a heavy historical aura, as if one could hear echoes from a millennium ago. Here, Wei Wei stared in shock at everything around her. There is actually a place like this. Countless ancient artifacts were displayed inside. Bronze vessels, ivory sculptures, and golden ornaments, each of incalculable value. Bookshelves were piled with yellowed ancient texts, some so decayed they were barely intact. But what drew the most attention was the massive black stone tablet at the center of the chamber. The tablet stood about 3 meters tall, and over 2 meters wide, its surface densely covered with ancient inscriptions. These characters glimmered under the firelight as if imbued with a mysterious power. A poneglyph. Wei Wei gasped. This is the poneglyph of Alabasta. Kelookidere was standing before the tablet, holding a parchment scroll wrapped in sand. Hearing Wei Wei's exclamation, he slowly turned around. As expected of a royal member, you recognized the value of this tablet at a glance. Kelookidere's lips curled into a cold smirk. Indeed, this is the poneglyph that records your nation's true history. The moment Luo Binsi saw the poneglyph, he adjusted his glasses, a complex light flashing in his eyes. As a former scientist, he had some understanding of this ancient civilization's medium, but he never expected to encounter it under such circumstances. You would destroy an entire nation for this tablet? Wei Wei demanded angrily. Destroy? Kelookidere shook his head. I'm not that boring. What I've always wanted is not to rule this broken country, but the information recorded on it. He raised the parchment in his hand. 3 years of preparation, and I've finally found what I was after. The clue to the ancient weapon Ming Wang is on this poneglyph. Ming Wang. Lu Fei tilted his head, apparently having absorbed none of the earlier discussion about Ming Wang between Luo Binsi and Yin Feng. An ancient warship that can destroy the world. Kelookidere's eyes gleamed with greed, capable of sinking an entire island with a single cannon shot. Once I obtain it, I will become the true ruler of these seas. Yin Feng sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the tablet and frowned slightly. Poneglyphs themselves are made of special materials able to remain intact for 800 years. And now I also sense spatial fluctuations from it. Could it be? Hey, crocodile. Lu Fei pointed at Kelookidere and shouted, you're not allowed to hurt Wei Wei's country. Hurt? I think you've misunderstood something. Kelookidere tucked the parchment into his robe. The civil war was the choice of the Alabasta people themselves. I just gave a little push. He spread his arms, and the surrounding sand began to churn. 3 years of drought have made the people lose all faith in the royal family. Now they need a new leader, a hero who can save them. And I am that hero. Nonsense. Lu Fei charged straight at him. You liar. Gum Gum Rocket. Lu Fei's fist shot toward Kelookidere at high speed, but the result was the same as before. It passed straight through his sand-like body. Haven't you learned yet? Kelookidere shook his head. I told you ordinary attacks are useless against me. Desert Blade. A massive sand blade shot from Kelookidere's hand. Lu Fei barely dodged, and the sand blade left a deep gash in the stone wall behind him. Sua Long and Shanji flanked him from both sides, but their attacks also failed to harm Kelookidere in the slightest. Three-sword style tornado. Devil Wind, leg mutton shot. The sharp sword aura and burning kick passed through Kelookidere's body, as if striking air, with no effect whatsoever. Tedious tricks. Kelookidere waved his hands. Sandstorm. The sand in the chamber instantly erupted into chaos, forming several sand pillars that surged toward the group. Everyone scrambled to evade, but the confined space of the chamber soon forced them into a corner. Damn it! Suo Long gritted his teeth. We can't even touch him. Name hid behind a stone pillar, panic rising in her heart. At this rate, we'll be worn down. Wei Wei watched the ancient ruins being destroyed by the battle, tears in her eyes. Stop. Don't fight in the sacred grounds of our ancestors. Ancestors? Keloakitier sneered. Do you know what is truly recorded on this poneglyph? He pointed at the tablet. 800 years ago your ancestors were not the honorable monarchs you think they were. They were part of a grand conspiracy that reshaped the world, and Ming Wang was the core of that scheme. Lies. Wei Wei retorted angrily. Reality is always cruel, princess. Keloakitier was unperturbed, but soon you won't have to worry about these things. His hands began to gather more sand, forming two massive sand blades. Playtime is over. At that moment Yin Feng suddenly spoke up. Wait. Everyone turned to look at him, including Keloakitier. You said Ming Wang is a warship, but I think you've misunderstood something. Yin Feng gazed at the tablet, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The power of the ancient weapons is indeed terrifying, but their true nature may not be what you imagine. Keloakitier narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to say? Yin Feng sensed the spatial fluctuations from the tablet and formed a bold conjecture. If I'm not mistaken, Ming Wang is not in Alabasta. This poneglyph records the method to reach the location of Ming Wang. And that place. Yin Feng looked at Keloakitier. Requires a specific method to access. Keloakitier's expression turned dark. How do you know this? Because I can sense it. Yin Feng placed his hand on the tablet. This tablet is telling me about a place. And he paused. That place is very special, unreachable by ordinary people. Luo Binsi stared at Yin Feng in shock. Are you saying that even if Keloakitier obtains the location of Ming Wang, he cannot truly acquire it? Very likely. Yin Feng nodded. Keloakitier's face turned extremely grim. Kid, you'd better not be lying to me. I have no reason to lie to you. Yin Feng shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lu Fei, utterly confused, said, What are you all talking about? I don't care about Ming Wang or anything. I only know that Crocodile is a villain. With that he charged at Keloakitier again, only to be evaded through his sand-like body once more. Gum Gum Gatling. Countless fists rained down like hailstones, but all passed through Keloakitier's body. Watching Lu Fei's futile attacks, Yin Feng sighed inwardly. He knew well that to deal with a Logia-type Devil Fruit user one needed Haki, or a natural counter, water being the bane of sand. No matter how much Lu Fei attacked, it would be ineffective. Oh well, a little hint won't hurt. Yin Feng glanced at his water flask, then at the sweat-drenched Lu Fei. Sometimes growth requires a small nudge. Luffy watched his fist pass through Crocodile's body once again, his excited expression gradually fading, replaced by a sense of defeat he had never experienced before. How is this possible? Luffy clenched his fists, gazing at the seemingly unfazed Crocodile before him. I struck with all my might, so why? This was perhaps the first time since setting sail that Luffy encountered an enemy he simply could not hurt. No matter how powerful his past opponents had been, he had always found some way to reach them. Yet this crocodile-like man felt as though he did not exist at all. Do you understand now? Crocodile sneered at the dejected Luffy. This is the power of a Logia-type Devil Fruit. You mere mortals will never be able to harm me. Zoro gritted his teeth, gripping his sword hilt tightly. Damn it, is there truly no way? Just then Yin Feng quietly unscrewed the cap of his water bottle. Glancing sneakily at Crocodile, who was busy showing off, he chuckled to himself. Since you enjoy performing so much, I'll give you a little surprise. He focused his spirit and activated his spatial transmission ability, precisely directing the water from his bottle straight into Crocodile's sand-bodied form. The moment the water droplets touched the sand, they were rapidly absorbed. But something miraculous occurred. Crocodile's lower body suddenly reverted from its sand state back to solid form. What? Crocodile looked down at his legs, astonishment flashing across his face. Now, Luffy's eyes lit up, and he lunged forward on instinct. Goma Goma no pistol. This time his fist did not pass through. Luffy's punch connected solidly with Crocodile's abdomen, the tremendous impact sending him flying into the stone wall. How is this possible? Crocodile slid down from the wall, clutching his abdomen, his eyes wide with shock. Why can I feel my body? He glanced down at his soaked clothes, his pupils contracting sharply. Water. Where did this water come from? Haha, I hit him. Luffy waved his fists excitedly. So this crocodile fears water. Though he had no idea where the water came from, all Luffy cared about right now was one thing. He could actually land a blow on Crocodile. Nami suddenly realized something. That's right. Sand solidifies when it meets water. It seems Logia types aren't invincible after all. A faint smile crept across Zoro's lips. Crocodile quickly rose to his feet, creating distance from the group. His expression shifted from shock to a cold smirk. Interesting, you actually discovered the weakness of sand. But, he scanned the underground chamber. How much water do you think you can find in this sealed room? Before finishing his sentence, Crocodile raised both hands high and began drawing upon all the sand within the chamber. Desert mirage. Rumble. The entire chamber shook violently. Sand from the floor, walls, and ceiling was drawn together by his power, converging into a colossal dune. The dune grew larger and larger, eventually occupying nearly half the chamber and still expanding. No, he's going to bury us alive. Nami cried out in panic. Santoryu Onigiri. Zoro swung his blade with all his strength, sending a razor-sharp crescent of cheese slicing toward the dune. Akumehi Ashilam shoot. Sanji's flaming kick followed close behind. However, to everyone's shock, their attacks left only shallow marks upon the dune, instantly filled in by the surging new sand. How is this possible? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. This sand is several times harder than before. Sanji frowned as well. It feels like I'm kicking iron. Robin adjusted her glasses, carefully observing the structure of the dune. Something's off. The density of this sand is abnormal. Crocodile must be employing some technique. Yin Feng closed his eyes, fully extending his spatial perception to meticulously probe the interior structure of the dune. Within his perception, the dune revealed a peculiar state. Each grain of sand was tightly bound together by some force, forming a single unified entity. I see. Yin Feng opened his eyes. He has fused the sand together, granting the dune extraordinary stability. No wonder it's so tough. What do you mean? Luffy asked, puzzled. In simple terms, this is no longer ordinary sand. It has been compressed into heavy sand. Yin Feng flexed his fingers. But if it's compressed? He extended his hand toward the dune. Then my ability can separate it. Void deconstruction. An invisible spatial force surged from Yin Feng's palm, precisely locking onto the fusion points within the dune. Under the influence of his power, the bonds connecting the sand grains began to loosen. Crack. The first fissure appeared on the surface of the dune. It's working, Nami exclaimed excitedly. Crack, crack. More cracks began to spread, and the dune structure grew increasingly unstable. Brat. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Your ability is indeed intriguing, but do you really think I would simply let you succeed? He pressed his palms together, and all remaining sand in the chamber surged toward the fissures, rapidly repairing the dune's damage. At the same time, he intensified his control over the sand, making the dune even more fortified. Damn it. Sweat began to form on Yin Feng's forehead as he felt his ability being suppressed. His power development is truly formidable. Even the spatial level effects are being weakened by him. As expected, devil fruit abilities don't follow the rules of physics. The repair speed of the dune was actually faster than Yin Feng's deconstruction. Pure deconstruction alone won't be enough. Yin Feng took a deep breath. I need a more direct approach. He glanced at his nervous companions, then at Crocodile, whose eyes were filled with contempt. Everyone step back a bit. Yin Feng warned. I'm about to use a different technique. Crocodile noticed Yin Feng's movements, a flash of wariness crossing his eyes. What trick are you planning now? Crocodile stared at the sand dune, disrupted by his deconstruction ability, his expression turning unusually grim. As the user of the sand fruit, his control over sand was absolute. Every grain was an extension of his will. Yet now this brat before him could interfere with his fruit ability from within, overturning everything he knew about the power of devil fruits. Impossible. The fusion of sand is the very foundation of my ability. How could? Crocodile fixed his gaze on Yin Feng, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. What kind of monster are you? Yin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. See, now you know how tough I am, right? Though he spoke boldly, he knew all too well that his ability was draining him. Void deconstruction could interfere with Crocodile's sand fusion, but the opponent's mastery of the fruit was too advanced. If he kept forcing the conflict, the odds of him collapsing first were high. Fine. Crocodile suddenly let out a cold laugh. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. He slowly raised both hands, and the temperature in the sealed chamber seemed to drop several degrees. I was planning to take my time and toy with you, but now it seems I need to get serious. Crocodile's voice turned low and dangerous. The sand on his body began to churn violently, forming miniature tornadoes. Supernova desert storm. With Crocodile's roar, a colossal sand tornado erupted in the center of the chamber. The tornado rose several meters high, nearly touching the chamber's dome. The raging sand currents spun at terrifying speed, emitting a piercing howl like the scythe of death from the underworld. What a... Nami stared in horror at the scene before her. Wherever the sand tornado passed, stone pillars, statues, and relics were swept up and instantly torn to shreds. Even the solid stone walls trembled under the appalling force. Everyone get out of the way, Zoro shouted, but it was too late. The suction of the sand tornado was too strong. Everyone was irresistibly pulled toward its center. Luffy grabbed the cracks in the stone floor, struggling against the pull. Damn it. My body. I can't control it. Oh. Usopp and Chopper had already been swept and tumbling inside the tornado with pitiful cries. Sanji tried to break the tornado's structure with his kicks, but his attacks were utterly insignificant against this raging force. Shit. Zoro clenched his teeth, drawing all three swords at once. Three-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. Sharp sword energy slashed toward the tornado, but like a stone thrown into the sea, it was instantly swallowed without a trace. The power of the sand tornado exceeded everyone's imagination. Those caught inside felt as if their bodies were being torn apart, their bones creaking ominously. Nami. Vivi tried to save Nami, but a powerful shockwave knocked them both to the ground. Nami slammed heavily into the stone wall, a trace of blood spilling from her lips, her face as pale as paper. Vivi was not much better, several wounds appeared on her arm, blood seeping out. No. If this keeps up, everyone will. Yin Feng struggled to stabilize himself inside the tornado. He felt the space around him being torn by this terrifying force, and even his spatial perception became chaotic. Void domain. Yin Feng forcibly activated his ability, trying to form a stable spatial zone around himself. But to his shock, the void energy in his body was depleting far faster than anticipated. The repeated use of abilities like spatial travel and void deconstruction had already pushed his mental energy to its limit. Damn, not enough mental energy. Yin Feng felt the void domain trembling under the assault of the tornado, on the verge of collapse. In his current state, he couldn't fully expand the domain to protect everyone. His own body was special. Even if hit by sand, he might be fine, but the others didn't have that ability. If the domain collapsed, Luffy and the others might really be torn apart. Damn, just a little more. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. At that desperate moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the shadows. Robin's. Yin Feng stared in shock at his comrade. Robin said nothing. He drew the small knife he carried, and without hesitation carved a deep wound into his own arm. Blood gushed out instantly. Enduring the intense pain, Robbins raised his arm high. Crocodile, take this. A torrent of blood was flung by Robbins toward Crocodile, who was controlling the sand tornado. The drops of blood landed precisely on Crocodile, and the moment they mixed with the sand, his body began to revert from sand form to solid. What a... damn you. Crocodile felt the instability in his ability, and the power of the sand tornado instantly diminished by more than half. He turned furiously toward Robbins, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. You're asking for death. Crocodile struck Robbins with a palm, the wind carrying sharp sand blades. Robbins had no time to dodge, and took the blow full force. Puffed. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall, spewing a large amount of blood, and slowly sliding to the ground. Robbins. Yin Feng's eyes nearly split with rage. Bastard. At the sight, Luffy's eyes blazed with fury. He remembered how Robbins always looked after everyone, how he silently gave in critical moments, and that calm, yet warm smile of his. You bastard. How dare you hurt my friend? Blinded by rage, Luffy bit his own fingers, staining his fist with blood. Goma Goma no storm. Countless blood-stained fists rained down on Crocodile like a storm. This time, every punch landed solidly on its target. The blood touching Crocodile's body prevented him from maintaining his sand form. What a... impossible. Crocodile felt his ability completely suppressed. He tried to dodge, but Luffy's attacks were too dense. Bang, bang, bang. Fist after fist struck Crocodile's body, each carrying Luffy's will to protect his friends. The final punch hit Crocodile square in the chest, the immense force sending him flying. Aah! Crocodile crashed into the stone wall of the chamber, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. He slid down slowly, spitting out a large amount of blood. How is this possible? Crocodile clutched his chest, disbelief in his eyes. A mere brat. Actually managed to. The sand tornado lost control and completely dissipated, restoring relative calm to the chamber. Luffy panted heavily, blood still dripping from his fists. He looked at Robbins lying on the ground, then at the wounded Crocodile. Whoever hurts my friends, I will never forgive. Crocodile slammed heavily against the stone wall, his body slowly sliding to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth. His coat was torn and ragged, and the hideous scar on his face looked even more terrifying in the flickering firelight. Impossible. A mere brat. Crocodile struggled to prop himself up, but soon collapsed weakly again. I am Crocodile. Luffy stood not far away, blood still dripping from his fist, his chest heaving violently. He glanced at the fallen Crocodile, then turned to look at the injured Robin, the fury in his eyes still unabated. This is what happens to bastards who hurt my crew. Yin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. As expected of a hot-blooded shonen protagonist, defeating the boss while shouting about comrades and all that. He sensed the void energy within him slowly recovering. The fierce battle just now had consumed a great deal of mental power, but now he could at least perform some basic spatial operations. Robin. Yin Feng strode quickly to his comrade's side, frowning at the wound on his chest. Robin leaned against the stone wall, his face as pale as paper, but his eyes remained clear. He looked at Yin Feng and forced a faint smile. I thought you'd let me handle the wound myself. Don't talk. Yin Feng placed his hand over Robin's wound. Void reconstruction. Faint spatial ripples began to spread around the wound. Yin Feng carefully manipulated his ability, reconnecting torn blood vessels and mending damaged muscle fibers. This delicate operation demanded even more mental energy than the previous battle. This level of healing. Robin watched his wound closing, a complex glint flickering in his eyes. As a former scientist, he knew exactly what such spatial manipulation implied. Yin Feng's ability had already surpassed his theoretical expectations, and might even be surpassing Vegapunk's research achievements back then. Your ability. Robin hesitated. Forget that for now. Yin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. The wound is temporarily stabilized, but my ability isn't enough to fully heal it. Zoro sheathed his 3 swords and walked over to Crocodile to confirm he had lost all combat capability. This guy's done for. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Never thought Luffy would actually pull it off. Did we win? Nami asked cautiously. Not yet. Vivi suddenly spoke, her face full of anxiety. Crocodile's scheme hasn't been completely stopped. The civil war in Alyabarna is still raging. If we can't stop it in time, my country will still be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately perked up. Then let's hurry to Alyabarna. Wait. Yin Feng closed his eyes, fully extending his spatial perception. I sense a huge energy fluctuation from the direction of the capital. His expression turned grave. This fluctuation is very abnormal, and it's still growing stronger. Could it be? Vivi's face went pale. A bomb. Crocodile planted a bomb in the capital. What a... Everyone exclaimed in unison. Damn it. Zoro gritted his teeth. That bastard had a backup plan all along. Yin Feng sensed the distant energy fluctuation, his heart sinking. The nature of that energy was peculiar. Not like ordinary explosives, but carrying a familiar scent of sand. This isn't an ordinary bomb. Yin Feng opened his eyes. Judging by the energy fluctuation, it's a special bomb created by Crocodile, using his Suna no Mi ability. The power could destroy the entire capital, Robin interjected weakly. This is his last resort. Even if he fails, he wants to plunge Alabasta into chaos. Vivi's face turned deathly pale. Father, and the million people in the capital. We have to get there right now. Luffy clenched his fists. We can't let Vivi's country be destroyed. But it's several hours from here to the capital, Nami said anxiously. There's no way we'll make it in time. Yin Feng stood up and looked at everyone. If I use a spatial jump, I should be able to send us all directly to the capital. Really? Sanji asked in surprise. That far? And with so many people? Zoro frowned. Can your body handle it? Yin Feng flexed his fingers, sensing the void energy restored within him. Multiple short-range jumps would be difficult, but a single long-range jump should be fine. Then we're counting on you. Vivi said, tears in her eyes. Please save my country. Don't worry. Yin Feng extended his hands. Everyone hold hands. Prepare for teleportation. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Vivi, and Robin formed a circle, gripping each other's hands tightly. Target the top of the capital's clock tower. Yin Feng closed his eyes, expanding his spatial perception to its limit. That's the highest point of the capital. From there we'll have a clear view of the situation below. Void energy began to gather around him, forming a massive spatial vortex. The entire space of the chamber twisted and the ancient stone walls groaned under the strain. Spatial manipulation on this scale? Robin stared at the surrounding scene in shock. This completely breaks the theoretical framework. Hold tight. Yin Feng shouted. Spatial jump. A powerful spatial fluctuation erupted instantly, enveloping the entire chamber in an invisible force. Everyone felt their bodies become weightless, as if freed from gravity. The scenery around them began to shift rapidly. Stone walls, torches, poneglyphs. Everything twisted and vanished. The next moment they appeared in a completely different place. They were at the top of the clock tower in Alyabarna, the soaring spire pointing toward the sky. From here, they could overlook the entire capital and see the fierce battle raging below. Rebel forces and the royal army were locked in combat on the streets, smoke billowing, war cries shaking the heavens. Countless buildings were burning in the flames of war, and civilians fled in all directions. Alyabarna. Vivi looked at the chaotic scene below, her eyes brimming with tears. Found it. Yin Feng pointed to the top of the clock tower. There. At the highest point of the tower, a massive sand-made bomb was slowly rotating, its surface engraved with complex runes. A red countdown number flashed in the center of the bomb, 000345. Less than 4 minutes. Nami shouted in terror. Luffy, upon seeing the bomb on the clock tower, was instantly ignited with fury. Bastard. Planting a bomb in a place like this. He charged directly at the bomb, his rubber arms stretching rapidly. Gomu Gomu pistol. His fist slammed heavily against the bomb's surface, yet it emitted a metallic clang. The bomb was encased in an exceptionally hard layer of sand, leaving not even a single scratch on its surface. What a... Luffy exclaimed, staring at his own fist in shock. Why is this sand so hard? Gomu Gomu Gatling. Countless fists rained down upon the bomb like a torrent, but the hardened sand shell remained utterly unmoved. Luffy's attacks seemed futile against this formidable defense. Damn it. Luffy growled through gritted teeth. We already defeated that crocodile, so why is this thing still here? Vivi, witnessing the devastation below, felt her heart wrench with agony. The streets of the royal capital ran with rivers of blood, countless buildings blazed in the flames of cannon fire, and the populace fled in all directions amid cries of despair. Stop! Stop this madness! Vivi screamed, clutching the railing of the clock tower with all her might. This is our country. Why are we killing each other? Her voice echoed through the air, but it was swiftly drowned out by the roar of cannons and the clamor of battle below. No one heard her cry. The war raged on. Father. Vivi's eyes brimmed with tears. If this bomb explodes, everyone will. Yin Feng stared at the colossal sand-encased bomb before him. Having teleported over such a vast distance, he had believed his mental energy would be completely drained, leaving him unable to use his spatial abilities. But to his surprise, he sensed a residual power within him. What's going on? Yin Feng frowned, feeling the changes in his body. I expended so much mental energy just now, yet I can still. Perhaps the fierce battle had reawakened a portion of his latent potential, much like the situation on the experimental island before. Though he didn't understand the exact reason, this was not the time for contemplation. Yin Feng perceived the energy within the bomb accelerating its convergence. The red countdown numbers were ticking faster and faster. Time was running out. I must act immediately. Yin Feng pressed his palm against the bomb's sand-hardened shell, and void energy began to gather in his hand. Void deconstruction. The intangible force of space penetrated the sand layer, beginning to dismantle the molecular structure of the bomb's shell. However, to his surprise, the sand's hardness far exceeded his expectations. What? Yin Feng felt his ability meet with fierce resistance. The density of this sand. It's several times harder than steel. The force of void deconstruction left only faint cracks on the sand-hardened shell, utterly unable to fully disintegrate it. Moreover, as time passed, these cracks began to repair themselves automatically. That bastard crocodile. Yin Feng's forehead beaded with sweat. Even in defeat, he leaves behind such a troublesome thing. Zoro also attempted to strike the bomb with his sword Aura, 3-sword-style demon slash. The razor-sharp sword Aura slashed against the shell, leaving only shallow marks. This hardness. Zoro frowned. It's tougher than the hardest steel. Sanji's kicks proved equally ineffective. Damn, ordinary physical attacks are useless. As the countdown dropped to less than 3 minutes, the faces of everyone turned grim. Deconstruction alone isn't enough, Yin Feng analyzed calmly. We must find the bomb's energy core and dismantle it from within. Just then Robbins, who had been studying the bomb structure, suddenly spoke up. Wait, the construction of this bomb. He adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the runes on the surface. I've seen a similar arrangement of these runes in Vegapunk's research notes. What do you mean? Yin Feng asked urgently. This is not a simple explosive device. Robbins pointed to a special rune at the center of the bomb. Based on my understanding, this structure is an ancient civilization's technology used to store and release immense energy. His voice turned grave. The bomb's energy core should have a node, the control center of the entire system. If we can locate that node and destroy it. A node? Yin Feng's heart stirred. Since there's a node, my spatial ability can reach it directly. Exactly, Robbins nodded. But this node is deeply hidden inside the bomb and surrounded by complex energy defenses. Yin Feng took a deep breath, placing both hands firmly on the bomb's surface. Then I'll find it. He closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in sensing the bomb's internal structure. Void energy surged forth like a tide, penetrating the hard sand shell and delving deep into the bomb's core framework. In his perception, the bomb's interior was an exceedingly complex network of energy. Countless energy pathways intertwined, forming a vast three-dimensional pattern. At the very center of this pattern lay a faint but stable energy node. Found it. Yin Feng opened his eyes, his forehead now covered in sweat. That node was like the heart of the entire bomb. All energy converged and was released from it. If he could destroy it, the bomb would lose its explosive capacity. However, the node was surrounded by layers of energy protection, making ordinary attacks utterly unable to reach it. Void deconstruction alone won't work. Yin Feng pondered. I need to combine it with another ability. Void isolation. He activated another skill, attempting to create an independent space zone around the node. This way he could isolate the node from the entire bomb structure. Subtle spatial fluctuations began to spread inside the bomb, and Yin Feng carefully controlled his ability, fearing that a single mistake might trigger a premature explosion. Success. Yin Feng sensed the space around the node becoming independent. Now I can directly use deconstruction on it. He fused void deconstruction with void isolation, forming a brand new combination of abilities. The isolated node began to disintegrate under the effect of void deconstruction, its energy structure becoming unstable. Void deconstruction node annihilation. Boom! A muffled detonation echoed from within the bomb, but it was not an explosion. It was the sound of the energy node being thoroughly dismantled. The red countdown numbers flickered, then slowly dimmed. We did it! Nami shouted in excitement. The runes on the bomb's surface lost their luster, and the hard sand shell began to loosen. The entire device had completely lost its threat. Wonderful! Vivi wept with joy. The royal capital is saved. Yin Feng collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted this time. But as he gazed at the bomb that had been successfully neutralized, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Made it just in time. At the moment Yin Feng defused the bomb, his spiritual energy was completely drained, and he toppled straight off the bell tower. Yin Feng. Luo Binsi, with sharp eyes and quick hands, grabbed his arm. But Yin Feng's body had lost all strength. His eyes were tightly shut, his face as pale as paper. Luo Binsi struggled to support him, leaning him against the stone pillar of the bell tower. Hey, are you okay? Lu Fei rushed over, frantically shaking Yin Feng's shoulders. Stop shaking him. Luo Binsi stopped Lu Fei. He needs quiet now. Xiao Ba immediately dashed over his small hoof, feeling for Yin Feng's pulse on his neck. As the ship's doctor, his expression was unusually grave. The pulse is weak but stable, Xiao Ba said with a frown. His breathing is also a bit rapid. It's probably exhaustion from overexertion. Will he die? Shanji asked worriedly. No, Xiao Ba shook his head. His physique is special, much stronger than an ordinary person's. It's just that his spiritual energy is severely overdrawn. He'll need a long rest to recover. Name sighed in relief. That's good. Sua Long looked at the unconscious Yin Feng with mixed feelings. Earlier he had harbored doubts about this mysterious man, but now it seemed that he was indeed a trustworthy comrade. Wei Wei, you should go deal with matters in the royal capital first. Luo Binci looked at the princess. Leave him to us. Wei Wei nodded, knowing that the most important thing now was to quell the civil war. Although the bomb had been defused, the rebel army and the royal army were still fighting below. Please take good care of him. Wei Wei bowed deeply, then quickly descended. In the royal capital square, the flames of war still raged. The rebel army and the royal army each held their ground, with blood flowing like a river in the middle street. Many buildings were burning and the gunfire billowing thick smoke. Wei Wei rushed out of the bell tower and ran straight to the center of the square. Stop! Everyone stop! She shouted at the top of her lungs. But the noise of the battlefield was too loud. A few noticed her. I am Princess Wei Wei. She waved her arms desperately. I have something to say. Gradually some soldiers began to hear her voice. The pace of battle slowed. Princess, a royal soldier said in surprise. It's Princess Wei Wei. The princess is back. Soon the entire square fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Wei Wei, standing in the center. My people. Wei Wei's voice echoed across the square. You have been deceived. This civil war is Kelokitier's conspiracy. What? Kusa, the leader of the rebel army, widened his eyes. Kelokitier used dance powder to artificially create drought, then framed the royal family, stirring up hatred between you. Tears welled in Wei Wei's eyes. His goal is to plunge Alabasta into chaos and then seize the throne. A commotion arose in the square. That's impossible, a rebel soldier shouted. Kelokitier is a hero. He has been captured. Wei Wei pointed toward the bell tower. Just now he installed a bomb on the bell tower powerful enough to destroy the entire royal capital. Fortunately, my friends discovered and defused it in time. Everyone looked up at the bell tower and indeed saw a huge sand-made device slowly crumbling. If not for them, Wei Wei's voice trembled, we would all be dead. Including you, including me, including every person in this city. Kusa's face changed drastically. Is this true? Absolutely true. Wei Wei knelt on the ground. I swear in the name of the Alabasta royal family, Kelokitier is the real enemy. Her words struck everyone's hearts like thunder. Many soldiers began to lay down their weapons, their faces showing confusion and guilt. What are we doing? A royal soldier muttered, staring blankly at his blade. Fighting each other. Another rebel soldier dropped his spear. Enough! Kusa shouted loudly. All rebel troops, lay down your weapons immediately. Royal Army 2, the commander on the other side, gave the same order. Weapons clattered to the ground with crisp sounds. The enemies who had been fighting for their lives just moments ago now looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. Our country needs to be rebuilt, Wei Wei said, standing up. Not with hatred, but with love. Let us rebuild Alabasta together. Long live the princess, someone shouted first. Long live Alabasta. More voices joined in. Soon the entire square erupted in cheers. The civil war was finally over. At that moment, a navy fleet appeared on the sea. On the lead warship, Lieutenant Commander Xiao was observing the royal capital through binoculars. Sir, the fighting in the capital seems to have stopped. The adjutant reported. Lieutenant Commander Xiao lowered his binoculars, frowning. That's strange. According to intelligence, the civil war in Alabasta should still be raging. Should we land directly? Of course, Lieutenant Commander Xiao straightened his uniform. Our mission is to arrest Kelokitier. No matter what happened, we must complete the mission. The Navy fleet soon docked and Lieutenant Commander Xiao led a large force ashore. They saw a royal capital that was scarred but had already calmed down. What happened here? Lieutenant Commander Xiao asked a soldier who was treating the wounded. Kelokitier's conspiracy was exposed. The civil war is over. The soldier replied. Where is Kelokitier? In the underground ruins, he has been defeated. A flicker of shock passed through Lieutenant Commander Xiao's eyes. According to intelligence, Kelokitier was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, immensely powerful. Whoever defeated him must be extraordinary. Take me there. Under the soldier's guidance, Lieutenant Commander Xiao arrived at the underground ruins. When he saw Kelokitier lying on the ground covered in wounds, his shock deepened. Who did this? A group of pirates, the soldier replied. They helped the princess defeat Kelokitier. Pirates? Lieutenant Commander Xiao frowned. What pirates have such strength? The Straw Hat Lu Fei crew. Lieutenant Commander Xiao's heart stirred. That name rang a bell. A rookie pirate who had just set sail. But to defeat a warlord of the sea was no feat for a newcomer. Was anyone else involved? There was one named Yin Feng. He apparently defused the bomb on the bell tower, the soldier recalled. That bomb was said to be capable of destroying the entire royal capital. Lieutenant Commander Xiao's pupils contracted. Yin Feng. He remembered the name clearly. The Void Rift, with a bounty of 43 million berries, possessing mysterious spatial abilities. He never expected to find him here. Arrest Keloakitier immediately, then deploy troops to maintain order, Lieutenant Commander Shio, and ordered. Also, I want a detailed report of this incident. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Commander Shio and watched as soldiers carried away Keloakitier, his mind swirling with thoughts. This incident was far from simple, deeper secrets lay behind it. Meanwhile, on the bell tower, Yin Feng remained unconscious. Luo Binsi stayed by his side, noticing that faint void energy occasionally flickered around Yin Feng's body. This energy was very unstable, appearing and disappearing. It seems his body is undergoing some kind of change. Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses. Hopefully it's a change for the better. Deep within Yin Feng's consciousness, the powers of the Pierce fruit and the Dijiang fruit were undergoing an unprecedented deep fusion. He felt as if he were floating in a boundless space surrounded by distorted time and space and flickering energy. Is this the edge of dimensions? The news birds, their wings blotting out the sky, took off from the capital of Alabasta, carrying tidings that would shock the world to the four seas. The warlord Crocodile has been defeated. The civil war in Alabasta has ended. A mysterious ability user has defused the bomb crisis in the capital. Straw Hat Luffy has defeated the Sand Crocodile. The news spread like an explosion across the world. Everyone who received the newspaper wore an expression of disbelief. Marine Headquarters Marineford. What? Crocodile was defeated. Fleet Admiral Sengoku shot to his feet, the newspaper in his hand crumpled and wrinkled. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The adjutant reported, according to eyewitness accounts, it was Straw Hat Luffy who defeated Crocodile, but the one who actually defused the bomb crisis in the capital was that guy named Yin Feng. Sengoku's face turned extremely grim. He knew better than anyone what the defeat of a warlord meant. It was not merely a matter of personal strength, but a severe blow to the world government's deterrent power. Immediately raise the bounties of the Straw Hat crew. Sengoku ordered. Luffy to 100 million berries, Zoro to 60 million, and adjust the others according to their actual achievements. What about Yin Feng? Sengoku paused for a moment. 80 million. 80 million. The adjutant was astonished. That's already a supernova level bounty. His danger level far exceeds that of the others. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. A space-based ability poses too great a threat. We must deal with it as soon as possible. If he had been the one to defeat Crocodile, I would even have raised it to 130 million. The Holy Land, Mary Geos, the Chamber of Power. Sama sat upon the throne, watching a monitor screen that displayed the scene of Yin Feng defusing the bomb. The intangible spatial fluctuations, the eerie manifestation of his ability, they made even the true ruler of the world feel threatened. Gorsia. Im's voice echoed through the empty chamber. At your command. 5 figures instantly appeared, kneeling respectfully before the throne. That man Yin Feng. Im pointed at the figure on the screen. List him as a top priority, dangerous target. Yes. The Gorsia replied in unison, each understanding the weight of this command. Targets that could prompt Sama to issue a personal order were rare in the history of the world. A space-based ability. The sword-wielding Gorsia frowned. The threat level of such an ability is indeed very high. Not only that, the long-bearded Gorsia added, according to intelligence, his ability can also interfere with the activation of other devil fruits. Such a trait must be dealt with immediately. Im's voice carried an irrevocable authority. Deploy CP0 at all costs. The Royal Palace of Alabasta. Yin Feng slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a soft, large bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face with a gentle tranquility. Awake. Robins's voice came from beside him. You've been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days. Yin Feng struggled to sit up, still feeling a bit dizzy. What about the others? They're all resting in the palace. Princess Vivi arranged everything very thoughtfully. Robins handed him a glass of water. How do you feel? Yin Feng took the cup and drank. My body has recovered, but there's a strange sensation in my mind. During his unconsciousness, his consciousness seemed to have touched something far deeper. The concept of dimension had become startlingly clear in his mind, as if the blurred puzzle had suddenly gained several crucial pieces. Maybe, Yin Feng murmured to himself, I really can travel to other worlds. Robins pushed up her glasses. What did you say? Nothing. Yin Feng shook his head. How are things outside? You need to be mentally prepared. Robins's expression turned serious. Your performance this time has caught the world government's attention. Your bounty will definitely rise again. Yin Feng blinked. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? A bad thing, of course. Robin sighed helplessly. It means you've been classified as a high-risk target. The Navy and the world government will intensify their pursuit of you. Before she finished, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Yin Feng, you're awake. Luffy's voice brimmed with excitement. Come out. Vivi has prepared a lot of delicious food. Yin Feng smiled. That guy was always so optimistic. He got out of bed and walked toward the door with Robins following behind. In the palace's great hall, Princess Vivi was directing the servants to arrange the food. When she saw Yin Feng, a genuine smile lit up her face. Yin Feng, thank you for saving my country. Vivi bowed deeply. Alabasta will forever be your friend. It was nothing. Yin Feng waved his hand. Don't be so formal. It wasn't nothing. Chopper ran over. We were all terrified when you defused that bomb. Right. Usopp waved his arms dramatically. If that bomb had exploded, the entire capital would have been destroyed. Sanji lit a cigarette. But speaking of which, your ability is really convenient. When are you going to teach me how to walk through walls? What are you planning to do? Nami narrowed her eyes dangerously. Of course it's to better protect everyone. Sanji's voice grew weaker as he spoke. Zoro sneered from the side. A perverted cook is still a perverted cook. What did you say, Mosshead? Both of you enough. Nami gave each of them a punch. Yin Feng just woke up to stop arguing here. Watching his companions bicker, Yin Feng felt his mood lighten. But in the midst of this warm atmosphere, his spatial perception suddenly detected an anomalous signal. In the rear courtyard of the palace, someone was making strange gestures. Yin Feng frowned and focused his senses. That person's movements were familiar. The hand gestures for activating the Hana no Mi ability. Robin. Yin Feng's heart stirred. Throughout the Alabasta incident, Nico Robin had never appeared. He had thought the storyline had changed. He hadn't expected her to have been observing from the shadows all along. What's wrong? Robin's noticed the change in Yin Feng's expression. Nothing. Yin Feng withdrew his perception. I just thought the palace garden was quite beautiful. Robins glanced at him, but said nothing more. Just then a palace guard hurried into the hall. Princess, a navy fleet is approaching the harbor. Vivi's face changed. The navy? It's Commodore Shuen's fleet. The guard reported. They said they've come to take custody of Crocodile. Looks like it's time for us to leave. Zoro stood up, his hand already on his sword. Wait, Vivi said hastily. I can. No need. Nami interrupted her. We're pirates after all, it's normal to run into the navy. Vivi, you're a princess, you can't come with us. Upon hearing Nami's words, Vivi's expression turned somewhat complex. She looked at the members of the Straw Hat crew, understanding in her heart that she truly could not leave with them. I am the princess of Alabasta, my responsibility lies here, Vivi said, holding back tears. I cannot abandon my people. Luffy, though reluctant, revealed a smile of understanding. Vivi, you are a good princess. But we are comrades forever. Vivi's voice trembled slightly. No matter when or where, we are comrades. Yin Feng watched this scene, feeling a long-lost surge of emotion in his heart. This was the classic farewell scene from the original story. Vivi's choice, the Straw Hats' understanding, and the friendship that transcended the boundaries of their positions. However, Yin Feng also realized that it was time for him to make his own choice. Actually, I should leave too. Yin Feng suddenly spoke, startling everyone. What? Luffy's eyes widened. Why, didn't you say you wanted to watch me become the Pirate King? Luffy asked urgently. Yin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Luffy, the power I displayed this time is too conspicuous. It will definitely attract the world government's focused attention. If I continue to follow you, it will only bring you trouble. Besides, I said before that I'm only temporarily traveling with you. Trouble or not. Luffy waved his hand in dissatisfaction. We are comrades. Zoro frowned. Are you worried that we'll be implicated? Not worried. It's certain that we will be implicated. Lua Binsai adjusted his glasses. Yin Feng's performance in dealing with Crocodile and defusing the bomb is enough for the world government to list him as a top-level threat. Top level. Nami's expression changed. Simply put, it's a pursuit at the CP0 level, Lua Binsai explained. That's not something ordinary Navy forces can handle. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. But, Chopper said softly, we can't abandon our comrades. I'm not going to die. Yin Feng looked at everyone's worried expressions, feeling warmth in his heart. I'm just leaving temporarily. Moreover, there are many unknown aspects of my abilities that I need to explore. He looked at Luffy. I said I would always watch you become the Pirate King. That promise still stands. Just in a different way. A different way? Sanji asked in confusion. Yin Feng smiled mysteriously. My spatial ability is no joke. It's quite easy to find your whereabouts. Moreover, Yin Feng's tone turned serious. I have a premonition that we will meet again very soon. Luffy was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Since you say so, I'll believe you. But, Luffy suddenly extended a finger. Remember, you will always be our comrade. Ha ha ha, Luffy, you're still the same. Yin Feng also laughed. I never agreed to become your comrade, but we can be eternal friends. Usopp wiped the corner of his eye. Honestly, why are we parting so suddenly? A man should be decisive. Zoro sheathed his sword. Since you have your own path to walk, then go. Nami was reluctant. Be careful, the world government is no joke. Don't worry, I'm not going to confront them head on. Yin Feng shrugged. I value my life. Vivi, hearing their conversation, quickly said, if you're willing, you can stay in Alabasta. I can prepare identification for you so the world government won't find you. Yin Feng gave her a grateful look. Thank you for your kindness, Vivi. But I cannot bring danger to you. The world government has long had its eye on Alabasta. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at an inconspicuous corner of the wall where several finger flowers were slowly blooming. From the angle only he could see that special signal. Come to the backyard. Yin Feng stood up. Then let us part here. The Navy will arrive soon. You should prepare to leave. Wait. Luffy suddenly thought of something. Are you the only one who can find us any time? Why do you ask? Yin Feng was taken aback. Luffy might be worried that you'll be in danger. Nami explained. After all, we don't have your perception ability. Don't worry about that. Yin Feng shook his head. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. But what about Lua Binsai? If you're not with us, he'll definitely follow you, right? Chopper asked worriedly. Don't worry, Lua Binsai is much more capable than you imagine. He has the ability to protect himself, Yin Feng said with a smile. When you need me I will appear. So mysterious. Sanji muttered. Spatial ability is just that convenient, Yin Feng said proudly. I can open a spatial passage anywhere and go wherever I want. Amazing. Luffy's eyes sparkled. I want this ability too. You have the rubber ability, that's enough. Zoro said helplessly. If you had spatial ability you might teleport into the sea the next moment, and then we wouldn't even know where to rescue you. Just then hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Princess, the Navy has entered the harbor. Vivi's expression changed. They arrived faster than expected. Then we really should go. Nami stood up. Yin Feng, are you sure you won't come with us? Sure. Yin Feng nodded. You leave from the front door, you all go through the back. He looked at everyone. Then let us part here. Remember we are comrades forever. Yeah. Luffy nodded vigorously. When we meet next time I will definitely become stronger. Me too. Yin Feng smiled. Don't be shocked by my progress then. They all exchanged smiles, either reluctant they understood this was the best choice. Yin Feng took one last look at the Straw Hat crew, then turned and walked toward the backyard. Nico Robin, the woman who played a crucial role in the original story, what did she want to say to him? Yin Feng pushed open the gate to the backyard, revealing a meticulously trimmed garden. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the flowers, an extraordinary tranquility reigned. Yet this serenity was soon shattered. You're here. A calm female voice emanated from behind the osmanthus bushes. Nico Robin emerged slowly, her expression as placid as still water, as if the signal, just now, was merely an ordinary greeting. Nico Robin. Yin Feng called out her name without surprise, the demon of O'Hara with a bounty of 79 million berries. It seems you know something about me. Robin's lips curled slightly. But I'm more curious about you. Yin Feng glanced around, his spatial perception had already detected anomalies. On the palace walls, rooftops, and even behind the rockeries in the garden, figures were slowly moving. The Marines are quick. Yin Feng said casually, but you don't seem worried at all. Why should I be? Robin walked to the stone table in the center of the garden. They're not after me. Oh, then what are you after? Robin's gaze deepened. Your spatial ability. My ability. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. Plenty of people want it. No, you misunderstand. Robin shook her head. I don't want to possess it, I want to understand it. She took out an ancient stone tablet from her bosom, inscribed with strange characters. I discovered this at an ancient ruin. Robin's fingers gently traced the tablet. It records a power that can traverse space and distort reality. But this power, what is it? Does not belong to this world. Robin's voice carried a hint of awe. Ancient texts clearly state that this is a power from the outside. Yin Feng's heart stirred. Outside? What did that mean? What are you trying to say? I'm saying that by following you I can better explore the historical texts and fulfill my dreams. Robin's eyes sparkled. Moreover, I have a hunch that you are the key to unraveling this world's secrets. Wait. A familiar voice came from the doorway. You want to join us? Robin's pushed the door open, his face etched with disapproval. Robin's, you're just in time. Yin Feng turned to him. We were discussing an interesting topic. Interesting? Robin's walked to Yin Feng's side, eyeing Nico Robin warily. Her identity is complicated, and she's a wanted criminal of the world government. Now that you're already being targeted, taking her along, will it be more trouble? Yin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Both of you have Robin in your names. Isn't that fate? Besides, my bounty is higher than hers now, so I might as well bring her along. At these words, both Robins and Robin were stunned. Are you joking? Robins adjusted his glasses. This kind of thing can't be explained by fate. Nico Robin also looked slightly surprised. I thought you would be more cautious. Cautious? Yin Feng shrugged. I've been cautious enough, and I'm tired of being dragged into events passively. He looked at the two Robins. I need a ship to go to sea, no longer living under someone else's roof. Since you want to follow me, prove your worth. I can provide a ship and navigational knowledge, Nico Robin said calmly. And my ability to decipher ancient texts should be of use to you. Robins frowned. Yin Feng, are you sure this is the right thing to do? There is no right or wrong, only choices. Yin Feng's tone turned serious. Besides, my intuition has always been accurate. Robin will be of help to us. And besides, it's too boring for just the two of us men to be together all the time. With that, Yin Feng even winked. Though Robins had his doubts, he knew he couldn't sway Yin Feng's thoughts. And after all, miracles always come with risks, don't they? All right, but I reserve my opinion. Then it's settled. Yin Feng was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. His spatial perception had detected an abnormal fluctuation. The surrounding Marines were just an ordinary encirclement, but on the north side of the garden several figures with entirely different auras were present. CP0. Yin Feng said softly. What? Both Robins looked at him simultaneously. Agents of the world government. Yin Feng's lips curled. It seems they're more anxious than I thought. Black-clad figures emerged silently from every corner of the garden. Their movements were covert and professional, but in Yin Feng's perception, these people were as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark night. Nico Robin hand over the chaos void. The masked man in the lead said coldly. I refuse. Robin replied calmly. Then you all die? The CP0 agents struck simultaneously, their attacks swift as lightning, aimed directly at Yin Feng. Yet the next moment all their attacks missed. Void domain prototype. Yin Feng murmured, and an invisible barrier instantly enveloped him and the two Robins. The CP0 attacks passed straight through Yin Feng's phantom, as ineffective as striking air. Interesting. Yin Feng looked at the bewildered agents. Is this the elite of the world government? Impossible. The masked man exclaimed in shock. You were right there. I am indeed here, Yin Feng chuckled. But you were only attacking a shadow. He made a pleased gesture toward CP0. Though the world government has set its sights on me, they'll soon discover how interesting a challenge it is to hunt down a spatial ability user. Arrogant. The masked man struck again, this time using armament hockey. But the attack still missed. The mysteries of spatial ability are beyond your comprehension. Yin Feng's voice came from all directions. Want to catch me? Learn to fight in space first. Robins and Nico Robin stood within the void domain, watching the battle outside, both wearing expressions of awe. His ability truly is not of this world. Nico Robin murmured. Of course I know. Robins adjusted his glasses. Following him, we will see the truth of this world. Just then shouts from the Marines came from outside the garden. Surround the palace. No one escapes. Looks like it's time for us to leave. Yin Feng's figure solidified again. Both Robins ready for a space jump. Nico Robin nodded. I'm ready. Robin sighed. Hope it's not too bumpy this time. Yin Feng grinned. Don't worry, my technique is already quite refined. The next second the three figures vanished instantly from the garden, leaving only the stunned CP0 agents and a litter of petals. Report to headquarters. The masked man gritted his teeth. Target escaped. Repeat, target escaped. Meanwhile, at the port of Alabasta, a small boat quietly awaited its new owner. On the rocks along the coast of Alabasta, the space suddenly twisted and three figures emerged from the void. Phew. Yin Feng steadied himself, feeling the salty scent of the sea breeze. Finally got rid of those annoying pests. Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses, observing the surroundings. This should be the northern coast of Alabasta, still a considerable distance from the royal capital. And Luo Bin remained calm, as if the spatial leap was nothing more than a trivial matter for her. Your ability is indeed convenient, but those CP0 won't give up easily. Doesn't matter. Yin Feng stretched his limbs, surprised to find his spiritual energy recovering rapidly. Since we're already being targeted, one more or less makes no difference. He closed his eyes, letting his spatial perception spread outward. Strange. Normally after a spatial leap he needed a long time to recover, but today it was so fast. Your ability seems to be strengthening. Luo Binsi keenly noticed the anomaly. The spatial leap just now was more stable than before. Maybe because of the earlier battle. Yin Feng rubbed his chin. Anyway, it's a good thing. Just then his spatial perception caught an abnormal signal. On the sea, a small vessel was approaching rapidly, carrying a powerful flame energy. Someone's coming. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes. And this aura? Before he finished, an orange figure leaped from the small boat, flames swirling around him like a meteor hurtling toward the shore. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted on the beach. A young man in a cowboy hat emerged from the smoke, flames dancing behind him as if alive. Navy. The newcomer scanned the three, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. No, you're not Navy. Yin Feng studied the man before him. The orange had the freckles and the iconic ASC tattoo. Port Gas D. Ace. Yin Feng uttered the name softly. Ace was startled. You know me? I've heard of you. Yin Feng shrugged. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Logia type, Mera, know me user. Oh. Ace's lips curled upward. Seems you're not ordinary people. But his expression suddenly turned serious. Why are there Navy ships everywhere in these waters? What happened in Alabasta? Crocodile got taken down. Yin Feng replied simply. The Civil War is over, and the Navy is here to clean up. Crocodile. Ace frowned. The Shichibukai, the sand crocodile? Who has the strength to do that? A kid named Luffy. Yin Feng deliberately wore a reminiscent expression. Straw hat Gomu no mi user. Luffy. Ace's eyes widened. You mean Monkey D? Luffy. Seems you know each other. Yin Feng chuckled inwardly, pretending not to know much. What, your friend? He's my little brother. Ace grabbed Yin Feng's shoulders excitedly. Where is he now? Is he okay? Relax, he's alive and kicking. Yin Feng freed himself from Ace's grip. But he's already left, probably on his way to the next island. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, but then grew wary again. Who are you people? Why do you know about Luffy? Let's just say we're passing through. Yin Feng answered vaguely. We happened to witness the events in Alabasta. Ace studied the three intently, his gaze finally settling on Yin Feng. You give me a strange feeling, not like an ordinary person. Likewise. Yin Feng smiled. Logia-type users aren't common either. Just then the sound of steam whistles came from the distant sea. Several Navy warships were approaching. Trouble's coming. Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses. Ace glanced back, then turned to Yin Feng. Looks like you're not popular with the Navy either. Just a small misunderstanding. Yin Feng said nonchalantly. But it seems we all need to leave here now. That works. Ace nodded, but then stopped. Wait, you said Luffy defeated Crocodile? That's right. How strong is that kid now? Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement. He's improved a lot. Yin Feng answered truthfully. But he still has a long way to go before he's a true powerhouse. Is that so? Ace looked thoughtful. Then I want to see him even more. As soon as he finished, the distant Navy warships suddenly opened fire, and several cannonballs screamed toward the shore. How blind! Ace snorted, flames igniting in his hands. Heiken! A massive fire fist slammed into the cannonballs, causing a violent explosion midair. Nice ability. Yin Feng nodded. But this will go on forever. Then do you have a better idea? Ace asked. Of course. Yin Feng smiled mysteriously. Space distortion. The next second, all the cannonballs flying toward the shore suddenly changed direction, hurtling back toward the warships. Boom, boom, boom. The Navy warships were struck by their own shells and instantly fell into chaos. What kind of ability is that? Ace stared at Yin Feng in shock. Space type. Yin Feng replied simply. Quite rare. Space type. A glint of excitement flashed in Ace's eyes. Interesting. With that, he suddenly attacked Yin Feng, a fire fist roaring toward him without any hesitation. Whoa! Yin Feng was startled and quickly used spatial distortion to deflect the attack. Are you crazy? Ha ha ha. Ace laughed heartily. I just wanted to test your ability. Test it by all means, but why the sudden attack? Yin Feng shook his head in resignation and retaliated with a spatial slash. An invisible rift cut toward Ace, who sensed the danger and swiftly dodged aside. What a bizarre attack. Ace grew even more excited. Again, the two engaged in a friendly spar on the shore. Ace's flames blazed across the sky, but were always neutralized by Yin Feng's spatial powers. Yin Feng's spatial slashes were sharp, but Ace's reaction speed was no less. Your flames can't touch me. Yin Feng stood casually in his spatial domain. And your attacks can't hit me either. Ace caught his breath. Looks like a draw. A draw it is. Yin Feng dismissed his ability. If we keep fighting, the Navy will be on shore. Ace also extinguished his flames and walked up to Yin Feng. You're strong. Can you tell me your name? Yin Feng. Yin Feng extended his hand. These are my companions Luo Binsi and Ni Ka Luo Bin. Ni Ka Luo Bin. Ace was taken aback. The demon child of O'Hara. She's with us now. Yin Feng explained briefly. Any problem? No. Ace shook his head. I have no prejudice against historians. He glanced at the distant Navy warships, then turned to Yin Feng. Where are you headed? Haven't decided yet. Yin Feng shrugged. Maybe find an island to settle down. Then why not come with me? Ace invited warmly. I'm looking for a guy named Blackbeard. We can share information. Yin Feng looked at Ace's small boat and couldn't help but laugh. You're not expecting the three of us to get on that skateboard-sized boat, are you? Ace froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Huh, you're right. That boat is indeed too small. But no worries. Ace patted Yin Feng on the shoulder. I know a nearby town. We can get a bigger boat there. Sounds good. Yin Feng nodded silently, deciding that when the future Summit War came, he would definitely help this brother who was about to face tragedy. But for now, it was best to enjoy this rare moment of peace. Then it settled. Ace said excitedly. Let's go. Let us set off then. Ace exclaimed, enthusiastically striding toward his small boat. We can go there. He had taken only a few steps before abruptly halting, smacking his forehead in frustration. Damn. I almost forgot the important matter. Ace turned around, his face etched with apology. Sorry, I can't go to the town now. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I'm chasing a guy named Blackbeard. Ace said, his expression turning grave. He was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but he violated the ship's iron law, killing a comrade. Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses. That sounds serious. Yes, very serious, Ace nodded. The old man wanted me to let it go, but I can't let him off. It's my responsibility. Yin Feng looked at Ace's earnest expression, a complex surge of emotions welling up within him. He knew what the outcome of this pursuit would be, yet he could not alter Ace's decision. I understand. Yin Feng extended his hand. Then we part ways here. Ace clasped Yin Feng's hand firmly. Next time we meet, I'll definitely have a good fight with you. Fine, but no sudden attacks, Yin Feng said with a grin. My heart can't take it. Huh, you're really amusing. Ace laughed heartily as he leaped back onto his small boat. Oh, and if you run into Luffy, tell him I'm looking for him. Will do. Yin Feng waved. Ace's boat soon vanished beyond the horizon, leaving the three standing on the desolate shore. What now? Luo Binsi asked. We still need a ship. Exactly, Yin Feng stretched his limbs. My spatial abilities are powerful, but I can't perform long-distance jumps over the sea for extended periods. We need a mobile base. Nico Robin pondered. There should be a port nearby, right? There is, but the problem is. Yin Feng pointed at the naval warships in the distance. Those guys are still searching everywhere. The three walked along the coastline for over an hour before finally discovering a small harbor. Moored there were vessels of every kind, from humble fishing boats to luxurious merchant ships. Looks like plenty of choices, Luo Binsi observed the harbor. But we must be cautious. There might be Navy informants here. Yin Feng activated his spatial perception, scanning the entire harbor. There are indeed a few suspicious characters, but they're small fry. They strolled around the port, inspecting every ship. Fishing boats were too small, merchant ships too conspicuous, and warships too dangerous. None of these ships are suitable, Yin Feng frowned. Either too tiny or too flashy. I have a suggestion. Luo Binsi pulled out a tattered nautical chart from his pocket. According to this old map, there's a legendary calm belt edge zone nearby. The calm belt. Nico Robin leaned in to look. Isn't that the habitat of sea kings? Yes, but occasionally abandoned ships drift there. Luo Binsi pointed to a region on the map. Of course it comes with risks. Yin Feng thought for a moment. Risk is better than being hunted by the Navy. And who knows, we might find something interesting. Then let's set out. Nico Robin nodded. I'm quite intrigued by that sea area as well. The three procured a small boat and sailed toward the calm belt edge. The sea gradually grew still and the wind dwindled. This feels a bit eerie. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, activating his void perception to scan ahead. The spatial fluctuations here are abnormal. Abnormal how? Luo Binsi asked. The space ahead is warping and the distortion carries a kind of. Yin Feng furrowed his brow. Sorrow. Nico Robin looked intrigued. Can space generate emotions? Not space itself, but something attached to it. Yin Feng grew increasingly curious. And this distortion seems to unconsciously affect the magnetic field of the sea area. Just then thick fog rose from the sea ahead. Within the mist a vague silhouette of a ship loomed. A ship? Luo Binsi pointed ahead. As they drew closer, the outline of the vessel gradually became clear. It was a dilapidated sailing ship, its hull encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, the mast broken, the sails tattered. Most eerily, on this utterly windless sea the ship was drifting slowly. This ship looks very old, Nico Robin observed closely. At least several decades old. Wait. Luo Binsi's face turned serious. This ship might not be an ordinary derelict. What do you mean? Yin Feng asked. Ancient texts mention records of cursed ships, Luo Binsi explained. These vessels are usually accompanied by misfortune. The crew inexplicably vanish, leaving only an empty ship drifting on the sea. A curse. Yin Feng grew even more excited. This is far more intriguing than an ordinary wreck. You're not thinking of boarding it, are you? Luo Binsi looked at him helplessly. Of course I am. Yin Feng grinned. What a rare opportunity. He used spatial teleportation and instantly appeared on the deck of the battered ship. The planks groaned underfoot, but were surprisingly sturdy. No signs of life, Yin Feng said, closing his eyes to sense. But there's a faint residual spatial energy, and it's merged with the ship. Luo Binsi and Nico Robin also jumped aboard. The worn deck was littered with scattered ropes and rotting wood, but no corpses were visible. The captain's cabin is this way, Nico Robin pointed toward the stern. The three arrived at the cabin and pushed open the decayed wooden door. The interior was sparsely furnished, but surprisingly well preserved. On the table lay an open logbook. Records. Luo Binsi picked up the log. Let me see. He opened the first page and began reading aloud. June 15th, year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar, clear weather. We entered a sea region never seen before. The water had an eerie, deep blue hue. The crew all felt uneasy. Turn the page, Yin Feng urged. June 20th, crewman John suddenly vanished. He was on deck for the night watch yesterday, and today he's gone. We searched the entire ship, but couldn't find him. June 25th, 3 more people vanished. This time it happened in broad daylight. We even witnessed the moment they disappeared. It was as if something pulled them into the void. July 3rd, I am the last one. I can feel that thing calling me, tugging at my soul. If anyone finds this log, please do not. The handwriting grew illegible, and the final pages were nothing but chaotic scribbles. It seems this ship is indeed problematic, Nico Robin mused. But that also explains why it's so well preserved. Let me try to repair it. Yin Feng walked onto the deck and began using void reconstruction. Yet when his ability touched the hull, he detected an anomaly. Some of the wood had been corroded by an unknown force, displaying a strange gray color. This gray seemed to be devouring his spatial ability. What is this? Yin Feng frowned. These timbers can't be fully restored. That erosion carries the decay of space itself. Luo Binsi observed the reaction of Yin Feng's ability. It's as if space itself is aging. Yin Feng could only perform temporary reinforcement, barely restoring the ship's basic navigability. Let's make do for now, Yin Feng wiped his sweat. At least it can sail. Just as they were about to leave the captain's cabin, a mournful sigh emanated from deep within the hold. Who? The three tensed instantly. In the shadows of the cabin, a translucent figure flickered past, its outline blurred. What was that? Luo Binsi asked nervously. Yin Feng immediately activated his spatial perception and captured the residual spatial fluctuations of the figure. The fluctuation was peculiar. Neither alive nor dead, but something in between. Interesting. Yin Feng's eyes gleamed. This ship is being piloted by some kind of spatial residual entity. Spatial residual entity. Nico Robin heard the term for the first time. Simply put, it's an imprint left in space by a powerful consciousness. Yin Feng explained. It seems the original owner of this ship had an extremely strong obsession with sailing to the point of being unable to leave even after death. This? Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses. Isn't that rather dangerous? Dangerous? Yin Feng laughed. This is absolutely fascinating. A ship piloted by a ghost captain. He gazed into the depths of the hold, eyes brimming with curiosity. I'm dying to see what this captain really wants. Yin Feng's spatial perception locked onto the position of the translucent figure, and he strode straight toward the depths of the cabin. You all stay here. I'll go take a look. Be careful. Robbins adjusted his glasses. That thing might be aggressive. Don't worry. I'm a spatial ability user after all. Yin Feng waved his hand. Besides, if it were truly dangerous, wouldn't I sense it? The passageway deep in the cabin was narrow and dark, the wooden planks creaking underfoot. Yin Feng activated his void perception and soon discovered an anomaly. Within the spatial interlayer of the hull, a twisted mass of energy was trembling incessantly. Interesting. Yin Feng used spatial penetration to enter the interlayer directly. The scene before him made him pause. A blurred silhouette was trembling within the space, its shape coalescing and dispersing like mist stirred by the wind. Who are you? The silhouette seemed to notice Yin Feng, its voice intermittent and laden with deep exhaustion. I'm Yin Feng. Yin Feng crouched down, carefully observing this remnant of consciousness. Are you the captain of this ship? I am. Carlson. The silhouette trembled. I want to go home. Carlson. Yin Feng recalled the log entries from earlier. You've been dead for over 20 years. I know. The silhouette's voice grew weaker. But I can't leave this place. That twisted sea. It's too terrifying. Twisted sea. Yin Feng frowned. What are you talking about? Carlson's image began to tremble violently, the surrounding air twisting along with it. There's something there. It devours everything. Devours space. Devours time. My crew. They were all. The image suddenly became even more blurred, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Calm down. Yin Feng reached out his void domain, enveloping Carlson's remnant. I'll help you. From above came Robin's voice. Yin Feng, how's it going? Hey, trapped captain's soul. Yin Feng shouted back. He wants to go home. Soul, eh? Robin's voice carried doubt. No, it should be a consciousness remnant. A few minutes later, Robin also arrived at the interlayer. This is indeed not a real ghost. Robins observed Carlson's image. It's the product of a powerful obsession combined with some kind of spatial energy, like a broken holographic projection. Yin Feng nodded. But it can indeed affect the ship's operation. Carlson's image slowly turned toward the group. Please help me. I want to return to Laughlin Island. Laughlin Island. Nico Robin seemed thoughtful. I recall it's a small island in the South Sea. Then let's fulfill his last wish. Yin Feng grinned. We've got nothing better to do anyway. He began using void deconstruction to clear the twisted energy within the hull. This energy was like a toxin, constantly eroding Carlson's consciousness. How do you feel? Yin Feng asked. Carlson's image gradually became clearer, its outline more stable. Much better. Thank you. You're welcome. Yin Feng clapped his hands. Now can you tell me where Laughlin Island is? Carlson's image nodded, then pointed to a corner of the cabin. There's a secret compartment. With my sea chart. Yin Feng groped in the direction it indicated, and indeed found a hidden compartment beneath the deck planks. Inside lay an ancient sea chart, its paper faintly glowing. This map glows, eh? Yin Feng lifted the chart. Interesting. That's special ink made from moonstone powder. Robbins explained. It prevents the map from decaying. The sea chart clearly marked the coordinates of various islands, with Laughlin Island encircled by a small circle. Found it. Yin Feng tucked the chart away. But before we set off, we need to fix the ship first. I've already sorted out the spatial energy here. It should be fine this time. He used spatial reconstruction again, this time more thoroughly. The broken planks were rejoined, the fractured mast re-erected, and the tattered sails restored to their original state. Impressive. Nico Robin admired. This is already a brand new ship. Not done yet. Yin Feng smiled mysteriously. I want to conduct an interesting experiment. He began linking Carlson's energy field with the ship's navigation system, a complex process requiring precise control. What are you doing? Robbins asked nervously. Turning our ghost captain into this ship's autopilot. Yin Feng focused on his operation. He's so obsessed with sailing, he must know the ocean better than we do. A few minutes later, the entire ship began to emit a faint hum, and the helm started turning on its own. Success. Yin Feng clapped excitedly. Carlson, you can now control this ship directly. Carlson's image appeared extremely moved. I can feel the sea breeze. Feel the waves. This is impossible. Robbins pushed up his glasses, astonishment written all over his face. You actually managed to connect a non-material consciousness to a mechanical system. Generally speaking, it's impossible. Yin Feng scratched his head. It's because this captain is special. The way he became like this is related to void energy, so I gave it a try. I never expected it to actually work. Robbins immediately pulled out his notebook and began recording this miracle. This exceeds mere spatial ability. You might be touching upon some deeper law. Whatever law. Yin Feng walked to the bow. Now we have the most unique ship. He carved a simple emblem on the bow, an anchor symbol surrounded by spatial ripples. From today onward, this ship is called the Void. Yin Feng announced loudly. A symbol of our ability to traverse the void. The void. Carlson's voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you for giving me a new life. Don't mention it. Yin Feng waved. Now can we set sail? Of course. Carlson's image grew excited. Destination Laughlin Island. The sails raised automatically, the helm turned, and the void sped away at an astonishing pace. So fast. Robbins gripped the gunwale. This speed is twice that of an ordinary sailboat, and it can automatically avoid reefs. Nico Robin observed the sea surface. Look at that curved course over there. It's as precise as if drawn with a ruler. Yin Feng stood at the bow gazing at the straight wake, a surge of accomplishment rising in his heart. Carlson, you're a genius, Captain. You flatter me. Carlson's voice carried a hint of laughter. This was my proudest skill in life. By the way, Yin Feng suddenly thought of something. Can you play some background music? Like, something with a fast beat. Music? Carlson asked, puzzled. What is music? It's, boom 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 da-da-da, that kind of rhythm. Yin Feng began tapping a beat with his hands, the theme from One Piece that he remembered. Surprisingly, the helm actually started swaying, rhythmically producing a boom 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 sound. Ha ha ha. Yin Feng laughed heartily. This is too fun. Robbins watched all this, shaking his head. What are you playing at? Human-machine interaction? Yin Feng said excitedly. This is high-tech, even though the way we achieved it isn't exactly scientific. Ha ha. The void ship sailed steadily across the sea surface, the ocean breeze fluttering its repaired sails, the entire vessel radiating a peculiar vitality. Within the cabin, Robinson busied himself studying the ship's ancient navigational instruments. Though these devices appeared weathered and worn under Carlson's consciousness, they could precisely measure wind direction, ocean currents, and magnetic field fluctuations. The precision of these instruments is simply astonishing. Robinson adjusted his glasses, closely examining an antique compass. Even more accurate than the navigational devices studied by Vegapunk. In the captain's quarters, Nico Robin was engrossed in a pile of ancient texts. These books remained in remarkably good condition within the void ship's special environment, recording numerous lost navigational knowledge and historical clues. Fascinating. Robin paged through a thick maritime journal. These records describe anomalies in spatial waters, matching exactly with accounts from ancient manuscripts I've encountered before. On deck, Yin Feng lounged lazily at the bow, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. But he was not merely resting, he was experiencing something extraordinary. Through his mental bond with Carlson, Yin Feng could perceive every subtle movement of the ship upon the sea. The undulation of waves, the surge of hidden currents, even the flight paths of distant seabirds, all were transmitted to him through this extraordinary sensory connection. It's as though the ship has become an extension of my own body, Yin Feng thought to himself. This feeling is quite remarkable. Even more astonishing was his ability to anticipate anomalies ahead. When reefs lay hidden beneath the surface, he felt a sharp sting. When sea kings drew near, a suffocating pressure pressed upon him, completely distinct from his own spatial perception. Carlson, you must have been an extraordinary captain in your lifetime, Yin Feng murmured. You flatter me. Carlson's voice resonated near the helm. This instinct is what separates every accomplished navigator from the rest. That's not always the case, Yin Feng smiled. Most pirates I know are hopeless with directions. Just as they chatted, Yin Feng suddenly felt a violent tearing sensation, as though something was rending the fabric of space itself. Stop the ship. Yin Feng shot upright and bellowed. The void ship halted instantly, sails retracting on their own. What's wrong? Robinson burst from the cabin, alarm etched across his face. Yin Feng pointed ahead. There's something wrong over there. The crew followed his gaze. Upon the tranquil sea surface, a massive rift suddenly appeared, as though space itself had been torn open. What is that? Nico Robin asked in astonishment. The fissure widened, spewing iridescent bubbles, each the size of a basketball, shimmering with otherworldly light in the sunlight. Wait! Yin Feng narrowed his eyes. There are creatures inside those bubbles. Indeed, each bubble contained a trapped deep-sea organism of unusual form. Some bore luminous tentacles, others shimmered like crystal, and some radiated dreamlike hues of color. They struggled endlessly within their prison, as though seeking liberation. These are... Robinson's eyes widened. Deep-sea treasures. Deep-sea treasures? Yin Feng asked curiously. Legendary creatures said to inhabit only the deepest ocean trenches. Robinson spoke with excitement. They dwell thousands of meters beneath the waves, never approaching the surface. Their appearance here is profoundly unnatural. Nico Robin frowned. The depth of this area is only a few hundred meters. They should not exist here. Yin Feng activated his spatial perception, observing the peculiar bubbles. I understand now, Yin Feng suddenly realized. These bubbles are a naturally occurring spatial trap. Those creatures are ensnared within them. A spatial trap? Robinson adjusted his glasses. Are you saying they're confined by invisible forces? Precisely, Yin Feng nodded. The spatial structure of these bubbles is highly unusual, like miniature cells of a dimensional prison. Through Carlson's sensory link, Yin Feng could perceive the true nature of these bubbles more clearly. They were indeed products of spatial distortion, likely byproducts of some deep-sea phenomenon. These little ones seem to be suffering, Yin Feng said, sympathy welling within him as he watched the struggling creatures. Let me see if I can help them. Be careful, Robinson warned. We do not know what dangers these traps may hold. Do not worry. I am quite skilled at causing destruction, Yin Feng grinned. Void deconstruction. He selected the nearest bubble, carefully analyzing its spatial structure, then willed his consciousness forward. With a faint vibration, the bubble suddenly burst. A fluorescent creature leaped from within, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. It worked. Yin Feng clapped his hands in excitement. The freed creature did not immediately swim away. Instead, it circled the void ship cheerfully, as though expressing its gratitude. More remarkably, it expelled several pearls imbued with an oceanic aura gleaming with a soft radiance in the sunlight. This is... Robinson's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's offering us a gift. He carefully gathered the pearls, discovering that they harbored faint yet pure energy. These pearls can be used to brew special potions, Robinson said excitedly. For instance, formulas that enhance physical stamina or restore spiritual energy. Really? Yin Feng's eyes lit up. Then I'll save more. He began methodically freeing the creatures trapped within other bubbles. With each rescue, he received a token of gratitude. Pearls, glowing seaweed, or intricately shaped shells. This is far more entertaining than opening treasure chests, Yin Feng said, thoroughly enjoying himself. During this process, he noticed Carlson's consciousness growing increasingly active. I can feel it, Carlson's voice rang with excitement. The energy from these creatures is nourishing my consciousness. Oh, Yin Feng asked as he continued freeing bubbles. Any noticeable changes? My perception now extends to far greater distances, Carlson replied. Moreover, the clarity has improved dramatically. I can anticipate more dangers in advance or locate special places. Is that so impressive? Yin Feng asked in surprise. When the final deep-sea creature was liberated, the waters around them grew calm. The freed beings swam in a circle around the void ship before reluctantly retreating into the deep. It seems our captain has leveled up, Yin Feng said, patting the helm with satisfaction. Carlson, how do you feel now? Better than ever before, Carlson answered enthusiastically. I sense an intriguing island ahead. Intriguing? Robinson asked curiously. Indeed, it's as though something is calling out to me, Carlson said, uncertainty coloring his tone. I have a powerful intuition. We shall discover something important there. Yin Feng teased Robinson. Looks like our captain is quite the treasure hunter. We can skip hiring a navigator entirely. Robinson shook his head helplessly. You have a remarkable talent for steering conversations toward directions I never anticipated. Common sense seems entirely inapplicable to you. Isn't that more entertaining? Yin Feng grinned. A bland voyage would be dreadfully boring. I would prefer some tranquility myself, Robinson sighed. But since I sail with you, I must prepare myself for all manner of miracles. Nico Robin gazed at the collected deep-sea treasures, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. The appearance of these creatures may be connected to ancient phenomena. I need to consult more references. Then let us search for treasures while consulting records, Yin Feng stretched. Carlson set course for that mysterious island. I'd. Carlson responded resoundingly, and the helm began to turn. The void had been sailing smoothly across the sea for about 3 hours, when suddenly the entire ship began to shake violently. What's happening? Yin Feng stumbled, nearly falling off the bow. Robbins rushed out of the cabin, clutching a wildly spinning compass. The magnetic field is severely disturbed. The needle is completely out of control. The compass needle spun rapidly across the dial, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. The hull of the void began to emit worrisome creaks as the wood groaned under the abnormal magnetic influence. Carlson, are you alright? Yin Feng shouted loudly. I feel very confused. Carlson's voice came in fragments full of bewilderment. My sense of direction is completely gone. The magnetic field here is too strong. The ships will begin to swing uncontrollably, and the void drifted helplessly on the sea as if it had lost its soul. This is no ordinary magnetic disturbance. Robbins grabbed the railing tightly, his glasses nearly shaken off. The intensity is at least 10 times the normal level. Yin Feng closed his eyes, activated his spatial perception, and carefully probed the surrounding anomalies. Soon he found the source of the problem. Something's wrong. Yin Feng frowned. This is not a natural phenomenon. You mean someone deliberately caused it? Asked Nico Robin. More complicated than that. Yin Feng pointed to the seabed below. There's a massive thing down there emitting energy waves. That energy is affecting the magnetic field of the entire sea area. Through spatial perception, Yin Feng could see a huge shadow deep in the seabed, its shape indistinct. Even he could not perceive its full form. Looks like we've encountered something extraordinary. Yin Feng grinned. Let's solve the immediate problem first. He stood up, extending both hands forward. Void isolation. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the void, completely isolating the ship from the external magnetic interference. Ripples spread across the sea surface in all directions. The ship's shaking stopped immediately, and the compass needle returned to normal. Unbelievable. Robbins stared at the calmed sea. You can actually isolate natural magnetic fields, eh? Piece of cake. Yin Feng waved his hand. Just a basic application of spatial abilities. Robbins pushed up his glasses and said flatly, you'll get used to it. With this guy, common sense is bound to be overturned sooner or later. I feel much better. Carlson's voice became clear again. Thank you, Yin Feng. Just then a drifting bottle hit the ship's side with a dull thud. A message in a bottle. Yin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped down to retrieve the bottle. It was an old wine bottle sealed with wax containing a yellowed parchment inside. A treasure hunt again, huh? Yin Feng excitedly broke the wax seal and carefully took out the parchment. The edges of the parchment were blurred, but the text in the center was still legible. What language is this? Yin Feng held the parchment, completely unable to understand the symbols. Nico Robin leaned in, studying the writing closely. This is ancient script, very old. She frowned, translating word by word. Let me see. Lost Island. Void Gate. Time reversal. Forgotten royalty. Each word carried a heavy sense of history, as if telling some important secret. Void Gate. Yin Feng caught the key term sharply. Does it have something to do with my ability? Very likely. Robin continued translating. There are also some scrawled symbols here, looks like. Coordinates. Yin Feng took the parchment carefully, sensing the energy fluctuations on it. He was surprised to find faint spatial energy remaining on the parchment, carrying a trace of familiarity. This energy. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes. It's very similar to what I felt at that experimental base before. The experimental base. Robin's immediately became alert. You mean Vegapunk's? Yes. Yin Feng nodded. It seems the owner of this parchment also came into contact with void energy. Robins pushed up his glasses, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Interesting. This could be a distress signal from an ancient civilization. If that's the case. Yin Feng held the parchment up to the sunlight. Then this lost island is definitely worth exploring. You want to go on an adventure again? Robin sighed. We only just escaped the Navy's pursuit. This isn't an adventure. It's a puzzle. Yin Feng said excitedly. Think about it. A lost island with a void gate, a forgotten royal family. How interesting is that? He began to conceive various possibilities in his mind. Maybe there are ancient treasures there, or even more powerful abilities. Perhaps I can even find the origin of my power. And Yin Feng's expression turned serious. If this really is related to the world government's secrets, we can't afford to ignore it. Robins thought for a moment. You have a point. And according to the residual energy on the parchment, this island is likely nearby. Carlson, can you sense any special place? Yin Feng asked. Let me try. Carlson's consciousness began to spread. I sense a strange area to the southwest. The space there is twisted space. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled. Sounds exactly like the place I'm looking for. Then it settled. Yin Feng clapped his hands. Next target, the Lost Island. This sounds like a treasure hunt. Nico. Robin smiled. I'm also curious about ancient civilizations. Then let's set off. Yin Feng pointed excitedly to the southwest. Destination, the Lost Island. Under Carlson's control, the Void changed course and sailed toward the unknown southwestern waters. I hope we don't run into anything too dangerous this time. Robins muttered while organizing his equipment. Danger? Yin Feng grinned. That's the most fun part. Deep beneath the sea, the enormous shadow seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. Leaving the turbulent magnetic zone behind, the Void sailed across the calm sea. Yin Feng lounged leisurely on the deck, basking in the afternoon sun. Robins was in the cabin organizing the treasures collected from deep-sea creatures, while Nico Robins studied the mysterious parchment. Suddenly Yin Feng's eyes snapped open as a surge of intense discomfort overwhelmed him. Damn it, he muttered, rising swiftly with a grave expression. We're in trouble. Yin Feng's spatial perception seemed to be stimulated by something and began to issue frantic warnings. A powerful rhythmic spatial fluctuation was rapidly approaching from behind, carrying an icy aura that made him feel a subtle threat. What's wrong? Robins noticed the anomaly and quickly emerged from the cabin. Something's coming after us, Yin Feng said, pointing at the sea behind them. And it's a big one. Robins frowned. A sea king. No more dangerous than that, Yin Feng said, closing his eyes to carefully sense the characteristics of the fluctuation. This energy. It's familiar. As the distance closed, Yin Feng finally confirmed the source of the fluctuation. The cold mechanical regularity, along with the spatial distortion ability hidden within, brought back an unpleasant memory. It's that masked man, Yin Feng said, his expression turning grave. The masked man. Robins immediately caught on. You mean that Zero subject? That's right, Yin Feng nodded. It feels similar to the one we encountered before Alabasta, but not quite the same. There are also a few others. If I'm not mistaken, they're the world government's CP0. Robins's face turned pale. CP0's tracking unit. How can they pinpoint our location with such precision? It seems our bounties carry quite a weight. They don't even know Robin is here, Yin Feng said, his tone light, but his eyes gleaming with vigilance. What troubled him even more was that as the fluctuation drew nearer, the void energy within him began to resonate subtly. It felt like two tuning forks vibrating simultaneously, creating a harmonious frequency. Interesting, Yin Feng murmured to himself. This guy's ability can actually resonate with mine. Robins noticed Yin Feng's oddity. What do you sense? My void energy is responding to his power, Yin Feng said, extending a hand to feel the subtle fluctuations in the air. This resonance makes me even more interested in his abilities. Yin Feng, Robins said sternly. CP0's tracking ability is the world government's top secret. If they can find us with such precision, it means you've been classified as a top priority target. This level of danger is unprecedented. I know, Yin Feng grinned. That's all the more reason to investigate their tracking methods. Robins was stunned. You're not planning to run. Run. Yin Feng turned around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'd rather give them a surprise. Carlson, slow down, Yin Feng commanded loudly. Slow down. Carlson asked in confusion. But that energy behind us gives me a very bad feeling. Trust me, this will be more interesting than running, Yin Feng said, standing at the bow in a welcoming gesture. Let's see how formidable the world government's trump card really is. The void began to slow down as if actively welcoming the impending danger. In less than 10 minutes, a low rumbling sound echoed across the sea. A pitch-black government warship emerged from the mist bearing no insignia. Several CP0 agents in white suits stood on the deck, their white masks gleaming with a cold light under the sun. Completely different from the black mask of the previous masked man. "Found you, Void Rift," the leading masked man's voice echoed across the sea, carrying a mechanical coldness. "Yo, who are these rats daring to visit? Can't even show your face," Yin Feng waved. "Just like the one I sent packing before." The masked man did not respond to Yin Feng's taunt. Instead, he directly activated his ability. His body began to tremble slightly, and the black patterns on him lit up again, emitting an eerie glow. Vibration spatial solidification. In an instant, the air over the entire sea region seemed to congeal as if bound by an invisible force. Then an invisible shockwave erupted from the masked man's body, surging straight toward the void. This shockwave not only carried terrifying destructive power, but also left clearly visible spatial cracks in the air. Good grief, Yin Feng narrowed his eyes. It really is a homologous ability. At that moment, Yin Feng felt the void energy within him suddenly become active. Not only was it responding to the masked man's ability, but it also seemed to help him understand the nature of this attack. A thought suddenly flashed through Yin Feng's mind. If he concentrated his spiritual energy intensely, could he see through the energy composition of this attack? Void Eye, Yin Feng whispered the name occurring to him in that moment. He closed his eyes, focusing all his spiritual energy on his perception. In an instant, the world became different in his perception. The shockwave was no longer an indescribable force in his vision. Instead, it was a complex structure composed of countless tiny energy particles. He could see the trajectories of these particles, predict their attack paths, and even sense their emotions. So that's how it is. Yin Feng smirked. Just a bunch of orderly energy particles. He extended his hands. Void deconstruction. Unlike before, this void deconstruction was not blind disassembly, but a targeted precise strike. It was as if he could see the skeleton of the shockwave, knowing exactly where to strike to completely dismantle it. The shockwave was already decomposed into harmless particles by an invisible force before it could reach the void, dissipating into the air. The originally fierce spatial cracks seemed to lose their support and healed instantly. The masked man's body trembled slightly. This was the first time he had felt such intense astonishment. "Impossible," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. "My vibration waves have never been so easily dismantled before. Nothing is impossible." Yin Feng snapped his fingers at the masked man from a distance, a hint of playfulness in his gesture. "Your tracking methods are quite unique, but catching me won't be that easy." The snap echoed across the sea as if mocking CP0's incompetence. "Besides," Yin Feng grinned, "I'm even more interested in your abilities than in treasure now." The masked man's shockwave was effortlessly dismantled. He fell silent for a moment, as if reassessing the opponent before him. Since a single attack is ineffective. The masked man raised his hand. "All personnel engage." Instantly, the other CP0 agents on the warship moved simultaneously. A lean agent unleashed a sonic boom with a shave technique, his figure darting toward the void ship like lightning. Meanwhile, another agent in the distance assumed a standard finger pistol stance, his fingers taut as he aimed at Yin Feng's vital points. Chirp. The air compressed into a thread-like attack shot through the void, its speed astonishing. "Well coordinated," Yin Feng said, maintaining his relaxed demeanor. But still too slow. His void eye had already tracked all attack trajectories. The agent using shave would board from the left in 2 seconds, while the finger pistol attack would reach his chest in 1.5 seconds. Void domain prototype. An invisible barrier instantly expanded, enveloping Yin Feng Robbins and Nico Robin completely. Bang! The agent using shave slammed into the barrier as if hitting an invisible wall and was rebounded entirely. The finger pistol attack was also blocked. The sharp finger wind dissolved upon contact with the barrier. "What?" both agents exclaimed in surprise. "Robbins, did you see that?" Yin Feng turned to his partner behind him, as if completely disregarding the CP0. "Their attack patterns are too monotonous." "Can you be serious?" Robbins adjusted his glasses. "These are the elite agents of the world government." "Elite?" Yin Feng curled his lips. "I thought they'd be more impressive." Just then a third agent suddenly leaped from the warship, his feet stomping consecutively in midair. Moonwalk. His figure flickered in the air, attempting to bypass the void domain's defense and launch a surprise attack from above. Descending from the sky, Yin Feng didn't even look up. "Too bad you chose the wrong opponent." The void eye had already locked onto all the agents' movement trajectories. Every stomp, every change of direction was within Yin Feng's perception. Space distortion. The agent, moving at high speed, suddenly felt an eerie change in the space around him. His originally straight descent path became spiral, and his body began to spin uncontrollably. "What?" The agent tried to adjust his posture, but the spatial distortion made it impossible to maintain direction. Thud. He crashed heavily onto the void ship's deck, emitting a dull impact sound. The principle of moonwalk is stepping on air to generate reaction force. Yin Feng crouched down looking with interest at the dazed agent. But if the airflow itself is altered, can you still keep your balance? The agent struggled to get up, but dizziness made him unstable. Your attacks rely too much on the laws of physics. Yin Feng shook his head. When you face an opponent who can change the rules at will, you become very passive. The masked man, watching his subordinates fail one after another, saw the black patterns on his body glow brighter. Since conventional attacks are ineffective, his voice grew colder. Try this. He extended both hands forward, and the black patterns erupted with blinding light. Quake domain collapse. A shockwave stronger than before erupted from his body, directly targeting Yin Feng's void domain. Oh, Yin Feng felt the impact on his domain. This attack's intensity has indeed increased. However, to the masked man's surprise, the void domain did not shatter under the quake. Instead, it grew tougher. Interesting. Robbins observed the domain's changes closely. Your domain is absorbing this vibrational energy. Exactly. Yin Feng grinned. His attack is essentially spatial distortion, and the void domain excels at absorbing and converting various spatial energies. The masked man's attack not only failed to weaken the void domain, but actually provided it with energy replenishment. It's like charging my domain. Yin Feng made a gesture of thanks to the masked man. Appreciate your generosity. The masked man's body trembled slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His own attacks were not only ineffective, but also empowered the enemy. Since you enjoy attacking so much, Yin Feng's expression turned serious. Let me return the favor. His gaze locked onto the black patterns on the masked man. The void eye allowed him to clearly see the energy flow within those patterns. Void deconstruction. An invisible force precisely targeted a pattern on the masked man's shoulder. The masked man let out a muffled groan as the pattern on his shoulder began to flicker. He could feel his energy transmission being obstructed like a river blocked upstream. Impossible. The masked man stared at his patterns in shock. How can you directly attack my energy source? Because I can see your energy flow. Yin Feng said casually. These patterns are just energy transmission channels, and since they are channels, they can be cut. The masked man realized the terror of the opponent before him. Not only was his attack power formidable, but his analytical and perceptual abilities were also despair-inducing. Retreat. He ordered decisively. Commence bombardment. The warship's cannons began to rotate, aiming at the void ship. Load shells with sea stone powder. The masked man's command echoed across the entire vessel. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous cannon fire rang out, and over a dozen shells radiating eerie light howled through the air. Sea stone shells. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. Holding a grudge, huh? He chose not to endure head-on, but closed his eyes, precisely calculating the trajectory of each shell. Space shift. Most of the shells vanished just before reaching the void ship, only to reappear on the other side of the warship. Rumble. The shells exploded near the warship, and the massive shockwave and sea stone powder caused damage to their own vessel instead. Thick smoke billowed, and several holes were blown into the warship's side. Huh. Yin Feng yawned, turning to Robbins. Don't they understand they're underestimating a space manipulator? Such petty skirmishes. They might as well go home and sleep. His tone carried obvious disdain. The masked man stood on the smoke-filled deck, staring at the unscathed void ship, feeling a deep sense of helplessness for the first time. This guy. The masked man clenched his fists. He's indeed a monster. The masked man stood on the smoke-filled deck, gazing at the unscathed void ship, his body trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from rage. This bastard. He clenched his fists. How dare he toy with us like this? Yin Feng's casual demeanor had thoroughly enraged him. As an elite agent of CP0, when had he ever been so disdained? Since you enjoy playing games, the masked man's voice turned icy. Let me play with you seriously this time. Black lines instantly spread from his shoulders to his entire body, surging under his skin like blood vessels. His body emitted an eerie glow, and the air around him began to distort slightly. Vibration domain full expansion. Centered on the masked man, a transparent domain with a diameter of 10 meters instantly took shape. Everything within the domain began to blur, as if looking through the surface of water. Oh. Yin Feng sensed the energy with keen interest. This time the scale is considerable. The masked man did not respond. He took a deep breath, every muscle in his body tensed. Chafed. But this time his speed far exceeded any previous attempt. His figure left an afterimage in the air, instantly crossing the distance between the two ships, and appearing directly on the deck of the void ship. Your speed has improved quite a bit. Yin Feng tilted his head and commented. But still. Before he could finish his words, the masked man's fist was already hurtling toward his chest. The punch carried a sound of tearing air, and the surrounding air hissed under compression. Bang! The fist accurately struck air. Yin Feng's figure dissipated like a bubble, and the next moment he appeared 3 meters away from the masked man. Oops, that almost hit me. Yin Feng patted his chest. You scare me to death. The masked man did not pause. He turned and delivered an elbow strike. Black lines flickered wildly on his arm, each attack carrying the power of spatial vibration. Boom, boom, boom. A series of attacks blasted holes into the deck, but each time, they only struck Yin Feng's afterimage. Interesting. While continuously dodging, Yin Feng observed the masked man's domain with his void eye. This vibration domain. It can indeed disrupt the precision of my spatial jump. He found that his teleportation distance had been compressed. Originally able to jump 20 meters, he could now only jump 10. Moreover, the trajectory of his jumps became less accurate, sometimes deviating from the intended position. It seems head-on confrontation is unwise. A glint of excitement flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Then let's try that. He stopped dodging, stood still, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, the masked man launched his strongest attack without hesitation. Vibration space-breaking fist. The fist shot toward Yin Feng's head with terrifying force, a punch capable of crushing steel into powder. But just as the fist was about to land, Yin Feng's body suddenly turned translucent. Void walk. The fist passed straight through Yin Feng's body, as if striking air. The masked man froze. His fist had clearly passed through Yin Feng's body, yet the other was unharmed. What is this? The masked man stared at his own fist in disbelief. Yin Feng's body became ethereal, as if merging with space itself. When he moved, there was no sound of footsteps, no wind, like a specter. This is called divine might. Yin Feng's voice carried a hint of mischief. Never heard of it, ha ha ha. The masked man wildly swung his fists, but each strike only hit air. Yin Feng's body alternated between solid and ethereal, with no discernible pattern. Impossible. The masked man's voice trembled. No one can enter a non-material state. This had exceeded his cognitive scope. Even the elementalization of Logia-type ability, users only changed the material form of the body, not completely left the material plane. Yin Feng, Robbins shouted from the ship's side. Stop right now. You're performing a dangerous void walk. His voice was filled with obvious worry. He knew that this state placed an immense burden on the body and could not be sustained. I know I don't have much time. Yin Feng chuckled in the void. Then let's finish this quickly. In the void walk state, his perception was amplified several times. The masked man's vibration domain became transparent in his eyes, every energy node clearly visible. Void deconstruction. Invisible forces precisely targeted 3 key nodes of the vibration domain. The masked man's body suddenly shook violently. He felt cracks appearing in his vibration domain. Those previously stable energy nodes began to flicker erratically. Wah! What are you doing? The masked man's voice was laced with fear. Just adjusting your energy flow a little. Yin Feng's figure drifted in the air. These vibrations are nothing but regular energy waves. Since they have patterns, they can be disrupted. Several more void deconstruction strikes precisely hit other energy nodes. The masked man's vibration domain began to collapse on a large scale, and the previously distorted space started returning to normal. The masked man suddenly spat out blood, and the black lines on his body began to dim. He realized that his core ability was suffering irreparable damage. What is this monster? An unprecedented fear surged in his heart. However, Yin Feng's condition was also deteriorating rapidly. Though Void Walk was powerful, its consumption of mental energy was terrifying. He felt his consciousness begin to blur, and his body become unstable. Damn, this state really can't last. Yin Feng's body began to flicker, sometimes transparent, sometimes solid. Taking advantage of the masked man still suffering from the backlash, he forcibly executed a spatial jump. Whoosh! The next moment, he was back on the deck of the Void ship. His body solidified again, but his face was unusually pale. Huff! 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 He gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Are you okay? Robbins rushed over to support him. I'm fine. Yin Feng waved his hand. Just a bit tired. He looked at the masked man on the warship who was clutching his chest and swaying unsteadily. Although I didn't completely defeat him, at least I figured out his cards. Yin Feng grinned. This guy's ability is indeed interesting, but that's about it. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. If this void walk could last a bit longer. He muttered to himself, couldn't I go explore that so-called void world? You're still thinking about adventure. Robbins shook his head helplessly. For now, think about how to shake off these guys. The void sailed smoothly across the sea, the salty breeze brushing against the deck. Yin Feng lay lazily by the railing, basking in the sun. The earlier battle with CP0 had drained his spirit, and now was the perfect time to recover. Something's ahead, Carlson's voice came from the helm. Yin Feng opened his eyes and looked forward. A thick, dense fog rose from the sea, forming a natural barrier before them. An eerie glow faintly pierced through the mist, stirring unease. This fog. There's something off about it. Robbins pushed up his glasses. Ordinary sea mist wouldn't have this color. Yin Feng sat up and extended his void perception into the fog. Instantly his senses touched something soft, like reaching into a mass of cotton. This isn't natural fog. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes. There's spatial energy flowing inside. Should we go around? Nico Robin emerged from the cabin holding an ancient tome. No, I want to see what's inside. Yin Feng stood up and said to Carlson, sail straight through. The void slowly entered the mist. Visibility dropped to 0 instantly, leaving only a vast white expanse. The ship's speed automatically slowed and Carlson's voice grew tremulous. I feel something calling me. Calling. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. What does it feel like? It's like the feeling of home. Carlson's voice carried confusion. I've been dead for so many years I'd long forgotten the warmth of home, but now. The ship began to tremble slightly, as if responding to something. Yin Feng felt the void energy within him stirring restlessly, as if eager to burst forth. Everyone hold on tight. Yin Feng warned. I think we're about to pass through some barrier. Sure enough, the next moment the void seemed to break through a membrane, and the vista before them suddenly opened up. The masked man, enduring the backlash of energy, shouted orders to the other agents on the warship, retreat. Immediately. He knew he had lost today, and lost thoroughly. This monster's abilities far exceeded their imagination. Continuing the fight would only incur greater losses. Running away just like that. Yin Feng felt a tinge of regret. I was hoping to try out some other moves. The warship began to turn. Before leaving, the masked man cast a deep look at Yin Feng. You win this time, his voice carried across the sea. But we'll meet again. Always welcome. Yin Feng waved a hand. Next time bring more interesting toys. The warship vanished over the horizon, and the sea regained its calm. Yin Feng sat on the deck, savoring the sensation of void walk from earlier. That state. It's truly unique, he murmured thoughtfully. It feels like I can touch the very essence of space. Though the consumption is immense if I can master it. A glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Nico Robin emerged from the cabin, watching the retreating warship. Should we continue toward the lost island? Robbins was checking Yin Feng's condition, and without looking up said, right now we should consider how to shake off CP0's pursuit, not take risks. But, Robbins suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze directly on Nico Robin. I have a question. What question? Robin set down her teacup. When CP0 attacked earlier, why didn't you lend a hand? Robin's tone carried clear skepticism. You're a woman traveling with us, yet you stood by idly while your companion was under siege. The atmosphere aboard grew tense. Robin was silent for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Because if I had acted, it would only have made things worse. Worse? Robbins frowned. Your meaning? CP0 only knows that Yin Feng is on this ship. If I had intervened, they would know that Nico Robin is here too. Robin's voice was calm. Then it wouldn't just be CP0 tracking us, but the entire Navy, and even more powers. Yin Feng stopped pondering void walk, and turned to look at the two. The devil child of 79 million berries. Robbins nodded. Indeed, if the world government knew you were here, the trouble would multiply exponentially. Robin gazed at Robbins, a hint of approval in her eyes. You're quite sharp. However, Robin shifted the topic. If Yin Feng truly couldn't hold on, I would have stepped in. Oh, Yin Feng looked at her with interest. How do you judge when I can't hold on? The state of void walk is very obvious. Robin pointed at Yin Feng's pale face. Semi-intangibility, entering a non-material state. Such an ability must come at a great cost. And your mental exhaustion is written all over your face. Tisk, Yin Feng clicked his tongue. I've been seen through. But come to think of it. Yin Feng suddenly grinned. I'm actually looking forward to seeing you in action. The Hana Nomi combined with void abilities. We could come up with some interesting combo moves. Robbins shook his head helplessly. Can't you just take a break? You nearly drained your mental energy just now, and now you're already thinking about new fighting styles. It's just curiosity. Yin Feng spread his hands innocently. Besides, I found that masked man quite interesting. I roughly understand the principle of his vibration domain. Next time we meet, I'll have more fun. Next time, Robbins looked at Yin Feng. You want to actively seek them out. Not actively. Yin Feng stood up, dusting off his clothes. But they will definitely come to us. The expression on that masked man just now, he clearly doesn't accept defeat. So what do we do now? Nico Robin asked. We stick to the original plan. Yin Feng walked to the railing and took a deep breath of sea air. Whether it's CP0 or the Navy, I'll fight whoever comes. You're thinking too simply. Robbins pushed up his glasses. The world government's resources are infinite, but your mental energy is finite. So what? Yin Feng turned around, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If things go south, I'll just run. I have space jumps so I can escape whenever I want. Besides, Yin Feng pointed at the void beneath his feet. We now have Carlson as a living ship spirit. We can go anywhere. As if hearing his name, the helm began to tremble slightly, emitting a rhythmic creaking sound. An island completely shrouded in ancient trees emerged before them. The trees were extraordinarily tall, the shortest of them dozens of meters high, with bizarre shapes. Trunks twisted into spirals, leaves a deep green that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. What place is this? Yin Feng's eyes widened. These trees. Something feels off. Indeed, the trees exuded a powerful sense of vitality, as if breathing, as if thinking. Moreover, the spatial fluctuations around the island were abnormally intense, like a heartbeat carrying a primitive and ferocious aura. Robbins hastily pulled out a sea chart to compare, flipping through it several times before his expression grew grave. This doesn't appear on any records. What do you mean? Yin Feng turned to look at him. I mean, this island shouldn't theoretically exist. Robbins adjusted his glasses. My sea chart contains all known island data in these waters, but here, it's completely blank. Perhaps it's a newly formed island. Nico Robin offered a guess. Impossible. Robbins shook his head. Look at the age of these trees, at least several hundred years. This island has existed for a long time, so why is there no record? Yin Feng didn't join their discussion. His attention was entirely drawn to some energy deep within the island. As his void perception delved deeper, he discovered a shocking fact. There's a massive energy source here. Yin Feng's voice trembled. That energy should also be of the spatial attribute, but far more primitive, far more violent. It felt like encountering his own kind, yet somehow not quite the same. The power levels were completely on different tiers, yet Yin Feng was confident that the fundamental essence of the Dijiang fruit's power certainly surpassed that primitive energy. He simply lacked sufficient strength. Ancient texts. Nico Robin suddenly looked up. I remember seeing a similar description in some ancient manuscript. She quickly recalled, right? The legend of the Void Gate. The Void Gate. Yin Feng immediately leaned over. Legend has it that in an era long past a powerful civilization conducted forbidden experiments. Nico Robin recounted what she had read. They attempted to tear open the barrier of space to reach another world. But the experiment failed and the entire civilization was destroyed overnight, leaving behind only this island. Later generations called this place the Void Gate, for it is said that the structures at the island's center still retain their original state, protected by a powerful energy barrier. After hearing this, Yin Feng's curiosity grew even stronger. It was like being told as a child that a certain room was off limits. The prohibition only made him want to know what lay inside all the more. I want to go ashore and investigate, Yin Feng said directly. Wait. Robbins hastily stopped him. This chaotic energy may have unknown effects on devil fruit users, potentially causing loss of control. He looked at Yin Feng with deep concern. Your current condition is still unstable. If you lose control, I know what you're worried about. Yin Feng grinned. But don't you find this fascinating? There must be some connection between my power and this island. Just then Carlson's voice became unusually excited. I feel it. The island is calling to me. That feeling. It's like returning to my mother's embrace. The void's hull trembled even more intensely, as if responding to the island's call. Yin Feng felt the void energy within his body, also growing restive, surging with the urge to break free. Looks like I'm not the only one. Yin Feng pointed to the deck beneath his feet. The entire ship is excited. Indeed, the void now resembled a dog spotting its master, desperate to launch itself forward at once. I have to go see. Yin Feng's voice hardened. This summons. I cannot resist. It was not mere curiosity, but an instinctual impulse, like salmon swimming upstream, like migratory birds following their ancient routes. If you're determined to go, Robin sighed, then we go together. You don't need to risk danger with me. Yin Feng shook his head. Don't forget our agreement. Robbins adjusted his glasses. I follow you to the end, whatever the outcome. Nico Robin also nodded in agreement. Besides, I'm quite interested in the history of this island as well. Then we go together. Yin Feng no longer refused. Carlson, find a place to anchor. Been waiting to hear that. Carlson's voice brimmed with excitement, and the void immediately accelerated toward the island. Soon they found a natural harbor. But when they truly set foot on the island, everyone couldn't help but draw cold breaths. The surrounding flora all displayed grotesquely twisted forms, as if squeezed by invisible forces. Some tree trunks formed S-shapes, some flowers resembled human faces, and patches of grass glowed in eerie pale blue, looking extremely unnatural. These plants. Nico Robin squatted to examine them closely. Their growth patterns completely violate the laws of nature. Yin Feng paid no attention to the flora, his focus was drawn to something on the ground. The scattered debris appeared to be fragments of some structure, yet the cross-sections were unnaturally smooth, as though sliced by a razor-sharp blade. These are traces torn apart by spatial forces. Yin Feng squatted and touched the cut surface. Such clean incisions could only be achieved by spatial cutting. Robbins also noticed the anomaly. The space here is unstable. Look over there. He pointed toward a clearing in the distance where faint cracks occasionally appeared in the air, like hairline fractures on glass. Spatial rifts. Yin Feng walked over to examine them closely. And these rifts seemed to be self-repairing. Indeed, the cracks would automatically heal seconds after appearing, much like wounds closing themselves. And this? Yin Feng pointed in another direction. I saw that flower wither moments ago, but now it's blooming again. Such a phenomenon sent shivers down one's spine. Time reversal. This had long exceeded the bounds of normal understanding. The secrets of this island run deeper than we imagined. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's go, the island's center. He pointed deep into the island where the faint silhouette of a structure was visible, shrouded in a soft, radiant glow. Is that the Void Gate? Yin Feng licked his lips. This is about to get interesting. The ancient architecture gradually loomed larger before them, the mysterious structure enveloped in an energy shield resembling a colossal pyramid, its surface etched with intricate runes that emitted a faint blue glow. Is this the legendary Void Gate? Yin Feng gazed at the structure, unable to hold back a sigh. It's far larger than I imagined. Luo Binsi adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the runes on the shield. These runes. I've seen something similar. In Vegapung's laboratory, the ceiling array he used to stabilize spatial rifts followed this style. You mean this building is connected to Vegapunk? Yin Feng asked curiously. No, more like Vegapunk referenced this ancient technology. Luo Binsi frowned. These runes date back at least several centuries, far older than Vegapunk research. Yin Feng approached the shield, reaching out to gently touch the energy barrier. I can sense the historical aura within this shield, as if time itself has solidified here. Just then the shield began to fluctuate violently. The once calm blue light flickered erratically like a stone cast into still water. What's happening? Yin Feng stepped back, feeling the restless agitation of void energy within him. A distorted silhouette suddenly emerged at the center of the shield, as if something was struggling to break free. The silhouette grew clearer, eventually forming a humanoid figure composed of pure energy. Is this a guardian? Yin Feng's eyes widened. The energy entity had no distinct facial features, only a rough humanoid outline, yet the pressure it exuded was bone-chilling. The guardian slowly turned toward Yin Feng and his companions. Though it had no eyes, the sensation of being watched was hair-raising. Intruders, do not approach. The guardian's voice resonated directly in their minds. Not heard, but felt. We are not intruders, Yin Feng attempted to communicate. We only wish to understand the secrets of this island. Yet the guardian offered no response. It raised its hand, and an invisible energy surge swept toward them instantly. Watch out, Luo Binsi shouted. Yin Feng reacted swiftly, deploying the void domain embryonic form, forming an invisible barrier before them. The energy surge collided with the barrier, emitting a humming sound as the surrounding space began to warp. Such overwhelming power. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, feeling the immense pressure on the barrier. Seeing its initial strike fail, the guardian launched another attack. This time the surge was even more intense. Space trembled under the impact, and Luo Binsi and Luo Bin were thrown backward. This thing's attacks are pure energy surges. Luo Binsi shouted in warning. It has no physical form. If physical attacks are useless against it. Yin Feng sensed the guardian's energy fluctuations and suddenly noticed a fascinating phenomenon. The guardian's energy. It's of the same origin as the chaotic energy at the island's core. He narrowed his eyes deep in thought. So is this entity essentially a personification of the island's energy? Like the island's will. The guardian attacked again, but this time it was not just an energy surge, it carried a powerful spiritual impact. Yin Feng felt countless chaotic whispers suddenly flooding into his mind. Fate, you do not belong here. Power, unworthy, to possess. Destroy. Everything must be destroyed. Yin Feng clutched his head, feeling his consciousness growing hazy. This spiritual attack was far more terrifying than any physical one. It directly assaulted the consciousness itself. Yin Feng, Luo Binsi, saw his condition and rushed over to help. But the guardian would not give them the chance. An energy surge sent Luo Binsi flying, crashing into a distant tree. Damn it. Yin Feng fought through the chaos in his mind and activated Void Bubble. A black void bubble appeared before the guardian, beginning to devour the energy attacks it emitted. However, to Yin Feng's surprise, the guardian's energy was exceptionally active. Even after being swallowed by the void bubble, it struggled violently within. This energy is so hard to digest. Yin Feng felt the void bubble trembling as if it could burst at any moment. Luo Binsi picked himself up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and carefully observed the guardian's energy fluctuations. Yin Feng, he shouted. This guardian's energy fluctuations are somewhat similar to your Dijong form, but more primitive, more uncontrolled. Similar. Yin Feng was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. You mean, this guardian is also some kind of spatial creature? Most likely, Luo Binsi nodded. And judging by the purity of its energy, its history is far more ancient than your Dijong form. Hearing this, Yin Feng grew excited rather than afraid. So that means this guy is my predecessor. This is no time for jokes. Luo Binsi shook his head helplessly. Seeing that the void bubble could not fully consume its energy, the guardian intensified its assault. The energy surges became more violent, and the void bubble finally could not withstand it. With a bang, it burst. Looks like brute force won't work, Yin Feng grinned. Time to switch tactics. He changed his approach, no longer trying to devour the guardian's energy, but instead activating void deconstruction. An invisible force precisely struck the guardian's energy core. Sensing the threat, the guardian let out an invisible roar of fury. The energy fluctuations grew even more chaotic as it tried to push Yin Feng away, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Right here. Yin Feng pinpointed the location of the guardian's energy core. Void deconstruction, core annihilation. A more precise deconstructive force pierced into the guardian's core. This time, instead of roaring, the guardian let out a mournful cry. Its energy began to flicker unsteadily like a candle flame swaying in the wind. Success! Yin Feng exclaimed with excitement. The guardian's form grew increasingly ethereal, eventually dissipating completely into the air. With its disappearance, the energy shield began to weaken, revealing the entrance to the ancient building. Huff! Huff! Yin Feng gasped for breath. Though exhausted, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you alright? Luo Bin approached with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Yin Feng waved his hand, then said thoughtfully, but through this battle, I've gained a new understanding of my abilities. What understanding? Luo Binsi asked curiously. If I could absorb that guardian's energy. Yin Feng's eyes flashed with greed. Wouldn't that elevate my void bubble ability to a whole new level? You're still thinking about that? Luo Binsi shook his head helplessly. It nearly killed you just now, and you're still thinking about absorbing its energy. Hee, I'm still alive, aren't I? Yin Feng scratched his head. Besides, I think that Guardian was just an appetizer. The real show is yet to come. He pointed toward the entrance of the ancient building. Let's go inside. I'm sure there's something even more interesting waiting for us. Kai Ersen's voice came from the direction of the void ship. I can sense a much stronger energy fluctuation deep within the building. That feeling, it both excites and terrifies me. Even a ghost who's been dead for so many years is afraid. Yin Feng grew even more excited. That makes it even more interesting. The three of them adjusted their gear and headed toward the entrance of the ancient building. The moment he stepped through the entrance, Yin Feng felt a powerful energy surge emanating from the depths. The sensation made every cell in his body tremble. So this is the interior of the legendary Void Gate. Yin Feng licked his lips. What will happen next? The moment he stepped into the ancient structure, Yin Feng was awestruck by the sight before him. It was a colossal circular hall at least 50 meters in height with a dome engraved with intricate geometric patterns that shimmered with a faint blue glow. Yet what was most breathtaking was the center of the hall. A massive energy vortex 10 meters in diameter, slowly rotating, radiating a purity of energy far surpassing that of the Guardian. So this is the Void Gate. Yin Feng licked his lips. Looks more like a giant washing machine. Can you be serious for once? Robbins shook his head helplessly, but his attention was soon drawn to the murals on the walls. Those murals depicted strange scenes, figures in ancient attire raising their arms toward twisted rifts in space-time. Some figures appeared multiple times in the same frame, as if illustrating the passage of time. Nicole Robin walked up to the largest mural and studied the inscriptions closely. These inscriptions, they record an ancient civilization called the Time Walkers. Time Walkers. Yin Feng leaned in. Sounds impressive. They discovered the relationship between the void and time. Robin continued translating. This was once their laboratory for studying void jumping and time reversal. Yin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Time reversal? Does that mean we can turn back time? In theory, yes. Robin pointed to the complex patterns on the mural. They attempted to manipulate the flow of time by harnessing the power of the void, even to revert certain matter to its past state. How is that possible? Robbins pushed up his glasses. Time is absolute. How can it be artificially controlled? It seems not here. Yin Feng's void perception had already spread throughout the hall, and he noticed a startling phenomenon. Look at that stone pillar over there. Everyone followed his gaze. An ancient stone pillar was undergoing a bizarre transformation. Its surface was sometimes smooth as new, sometimes covered with the marks of age, as if time had lost its direction here. Time anomaly, Yin Feng exclaimed excitedly. The flow of time here isn't constant, some areas are even moving backward. He witnessed an even more miraculous sight. A drop of water dripping from the dome suddenly stopped midair, then slowly rose back to its original position. This defies all laws of physics. Robbins shook his head in disbelief. Laws of physics? Yin Feng grinned. We're in an ancient mysterious ruin, if physics might not apply here. Robbins discovered some broken stone tablets on the other side of the hall, engraved with more records. Yin Feng, come take a look at this. Yin Feng walked over. Robbins pointed at the text on the tablet. Here it records the experiments of the Time Walkers. They did succeed in reverting certain matter to its past state, but what? But they eventually lost control. Robbins's voice trembled slightly. The records say their experiments triggered a great catastrophe. The entire civilization vanished overnight, leaving only this ruin. So this is a warning. Yin Feng rubbed his chin, telling future generations not to meddle with time. It seems so. Robbins nodded. The final words read, time is irreversible, forcibly distorting time leads only to destruction. Then why did they continue their experiments? Asked Nicole Robin. Because of human curiosity. Yin Feng suddenly reached out toward a stone block affected by time reversal. Just like me now. Wait. Robbins tried to stop him, but it was too late. The moment Yin Feng's fingers touched the stone, a strange sensation surged through his entire body. The stone rapidly changed under his fingertips. The weathering marks vanished, the color became more vivid, as if it had just been quarried. Wow, Yin Feng marveled. Time really is reversing. The feeling was extraordinary, like watching a film played backward. All decay and destruction were being undone. This power. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the fluctuation of void energy within him. It's similar to my void reconstruction, but more direct. He began using his void ability to sense and guide this time reversal energy. Unexpectedly, the spatial control of his Dijiang form resonated with this temporal energy. I can feel it. Yin Feng shouted excitedly. Time and space are actually connected. Robbins suddenly noticed with horror that faint time ripples were beginning to appear around Yin Feng's body. The dust in the air around him performed bizarre motions, some accelerating, others decelerating, and still others moving backward. Yin Feng, your ability is resonating with the temporal energy in this ruin. Robbins warned loudly. This is dangerous. Dangerous. Yin Feng grew even more excited. I think I've found a new breakthrough. He focused his attention on a broken pottery shard on the ground, a relic left by the Time Walkers. As he applied his void ability, the shard began to change. The cracks disappeared, the fragments reassembled, the color became vibrant as if it had just been made. It worked. Yin Feng picked up the intact pottery piece excitedly. I really reversed time. The inscriptions on the shard became clear and Nicole Robin immediately leaned in to translate. This records more secrets about the Void Gate. Tell me quickly, Yin Feng urged. The Void Gate is not a simple spatial passage, Robin said with shock. It can connect different dimensions and might even touch the essence of time. The civilization was destroyed because they tried to travel to the past through the Void Gate. Travel to the past. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled even brighter. Does that mean this vortex is actually a time machine? In theory, yes, Robin nodded. But the cost was the destruction of an entire civilization. Yin Feng was not deterred by the warning. Instead, he grew more excited. I understand now. My Dejiang form can influence time through space manipulation, but only here through the distorted field of the Void Gate can it be done. He stared at the central energy vortex, a glint of greed in his eyes. The question is, can I take this power with me? Are you crazy? Robbins grabbed his arm. You saw the warning. The Time Walkers ended in destruction. But their failure doesn't mean I'll fail, Yin Feng grinned. Besides, I'm not trying to travel through time just to master the ability of time reversal. This, Robbins didn't know how to refute. And besides, Yin Feng pointed at the intact pottery shard, I've already succeeded once, proving my ability is compatible with the temporal energy here. Nicole Robin looked at the excited Yin Feng and said thoughtfully, perhaps this is fate. What do you mean? Your Dejiang form, your spatial ability, even your arrival here. None of it may be coincidence. Robin's voice carried a hint of awe. Maybe you are the one chosen to inherit this power. Hearing this, Yin Feng's excitement surged even higher. Then I can't miss this opportunity. He looked again at the central energy vortex, his eyes blazing with determination. No matter the danger, I have to try. If you insist on trying Robin's side, then we'll face the consequences together. Though I'm not entirely willing, I can too. Nicole Robin nodded. Yin Feng looked at them both with gratitude. Thank you. Let's begin. Yet time was not so easily mastered. Yin Feng stood before the energy vortex, his eyes shimmering with unwillingness. He reached out once more, attempting to capture the power of time reversal with his void abilities, but each attempt was like grasping at flowing water. The energy slipped through his fingers. Damn it, why can't I grasp it? Yin Feng frowned, his fifth attempt still ending in failure. Perhaps this power does not belong to our world. Robbins, observing from the side, said, time reversal requires specific environments and conditions. The temporal anomaly here is caused by the distortion field of the Void Gate. So you mean once we leave here the time ability vanishes? Yin Feng tried again stubbornly, but the result remained null. It is highly likely. Nicole Robin nodded. The records of the ancient civilization also mentioned that they could not take the power of time away from this sacred ground. Yin Feng sighed helplessly. Forget it. It seems I'm not yet ready to master time. He turned to look at the colossal vortex in the center. Then let's first see what this Void Gate really is. The three slowly approached the energy vortex. Up close, it was even more magnificent than imagined. The vortex was a full 10 meters in diameter, bottomless, containing a swirling mass of chaotic energy, with occasional strange specks of light flickering within. Is this really a space passage? Yin Feng leaned in to look inside the vortex. It's all chaos. I can't see where it leads. According to the inscriptions, this is indeed a dimensional passage. Nicole Robin translated the text on the wall. The time travelers called it the Infinite Gate, capable of connecting different dimensional spaces. Hearing this, Yin Feng's eyes lit up. Different dimensions? Does that mean there could be entirely different worlds behind this gate? Theoretically, yes, but... Robin suddenly paused, her expression turning grave. But what? Asked Yin Feng curiously. They once summoned dimensional creatures through this gate. Robin pointed to a massive mural. But ultimately they could not control these beings, leading to the collapse of their entire civilization. The mural depicted a horrifying scene. Countless twisted creatures surged from the vortex, their bodies seemingly composed of smoke and tentacles, without fixed forms, attacking fleeing ancient humans. They don't look very friendly. Yin Feng rubbed his chin. But these creatures should be dead by now, right? As his words fell, the Void Gate suddenly began to tremble violently. The once calm vortex started spinning faster, emitting stronger energy waves. What's going on? Yin Feng took a step back. Robbins adjusted his glasses and observed the energy fluctuations closely. It's resonance caused by your void abilities. The spatial attribute within you has formed a connection with the Void Gate. From the chaotic vortex began to seep strange energies, twisting in the air and gradually materializing into translucent creatures. Their forms constantly shifted, now resembling tentacled monsters, now smoke-like humanoids with no fixed shape. Dimensional creatures? Nicole Robin exclaimed. The first dimensional creature fully materialized and immediately lunged at Yin Feng and his companions. Its attack method was peculiar, not a direct physical strike, but penetrating space to assault the spiritual level directly. Yin Feng felt a sudden sharp pain in his mind, as if something was tearing at his consciousness. These things attack the spirit. Yin Feng shouted, immediately unleashing Void Domain Prototype. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the three, and the dimensional creature's mental attack rebounded against the barrier with eerie screeches. They can penetrate physical obstacles. Robbins pointed at a creature attempting to pass through a stone wall. This attack method is too bizarre. More dimensional creatures poured out of the vortex, encircling the void domain, howling and emitting spine-chilling sounds. Yin Feng examined these beings closely and suddenly noticed an intriguing phenomenon. The essence of these creatures is a combination of energy and space. What do you mean? Asked Robbins. Their composition is similar to the void energy inside me. Yin Feng sensed the fluctuations of energy within himself. I can feel a strange connection, as if they are of the same origin. The sensation was subtle, like looking into a mirror. The energy fluctuations of the dimensional creatures resonated with his void abilities. Since they are of the same origin, let's see if I can destroy them. Yin Feng activated void deconstruction, sending an invisible force toward the nearest dimensional creature. Upon being struck, the creature's body began to disintegrate instantly, but to Yin Feng's surprise, within seconds it rapidly reassembled as if nothing had happened. How can this be? Yin Feng's eyes widened. My void deconstruction had no effect. They can regenerate quickly. Robbins observed the process. This regenerative ability is too powerful. These creatures might share the same principle as your void walk, Robbins said with a hint of fear. They are beings from a higher dimension possessing abilities we cannot comprehend. Hearing this, instead of fear, Yin Feng grew more excited. Higher dimension. That means if I can understand their essence, my abilities could also ascend to a higher level. This is not the time to think about that. Robbins pointed outward. They are increasing in number. Indeed, more and more dimensional creatures poured from the void gate, forming an eerie circle around the void domain, emitting all sorts of unsettling sounds. It seems I have to use that move. Yin Feng took a deep breath and began to concentrate void energy. Void sphere. A massive black void sphere appeared outside the domain, voraciously devouring the surrounding dimensional creatures. This time the effect was significantly better than void deconstruction. The devoured creatures could not regenerate. However, as more and more creatures were consumed, the void sphere began to tremble violently, as if it might explode at any moment. These creatures have too high an energy density. Yin Feng felt the immense pressure on the void sphere. I can't hold on much longer. Cracks started to appear on the surface of the void sphere as the energy inside struggled to break free. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, forcibly maintaining the sphere's stability. With a thunderous roar, the void sphere finally annihilated most of the dimensional creatures, but Yin Feng was left utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. Are there any more? Yin Feng panted heavily. Not for now, but the void gate is still seeping energy. Robbins said worriedly, this is not a permanent solution. You must leave here or they might keep appearing endlessly. Yin Feng wiped his sweat, gazing at the still spinning void gate. I know, but at the same time I'm incredibly curious about the world behind the gate. His eyes shimmered with the light of exploration. What kind of world lies beyond the gate? Where do those dimensional creatures come from? What is their civilization like? You still want to go in, eh? Robbins asked in shock. Of course I do. Yin Feng grinned. But now is not the time. I need to become stronger first. Just as Yin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly felt a powerful spatial resonance. Although no more dimensional creatures emerged from the void gate, the eerie energy fluctuations continued to spread. Wait. Yin Feng halted, furrowing his brow. Even if we leave now, this resonance won't cease. What do you mean? Robbins adjusted his glasses. My void ability has established a connection with this gate, like two tuning forks vibrating at the same frequency. Yin Feng pointed at the still slowly rotating vortex. Even if I depart, this resonance will persist. Though not many dimensional creatures will appear, it remains a grave threat to this world. Robbins's face turned solemn. Then what should we do? We must seal it. Yin Feng gazed at the void gate, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. I can sense a far more powerful entity awakening beyond the gate. Something I cannot face with my current strength. Nico Robin had been recording ancient text around them. Hearing this, she immediately flipped through her materials. Wait, I just came across some records about sealing. She walked to a wall covered in ancient runes and studied the patterns intently. There is an ancient technique here called the energy sealing array, specifically designed to seal spatial rifts and dimensional passages. Sealing array. Yin Feng leaned in to look. But it requires a powerful energy core to activate. Robin pointed at the intricate diagram. And this array is extremely delicate. Any mistake could trigger a greater catastrophe. Yin Feng examined the diagram closely, realizing it was an exceedingly complex energy circuit. Countless intersecting lines and symbols formed a massive geometric pattern, with each node demanding precise energy input. Energy core. Yin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the void gate. I think I know where to find one. He extended his spatial perception, carefully probing the internal structure of the void gate. Deep within the chaotic energy vortex, he sensed an exceptionally stable energy node, like the very heart of the gate. Found it. Yin Feng pointed at the center of the vortex. The void gate's core contains an unstable energy node. It is both the key that opens the gate and its weakness. You want to extract the energy core directly from the gate? Robbins asked in shock. That's far too dangerous. Dangerous? Yin Feng grinned. Since when have I ever been afraid of danger? He took a deep breath and began to gather void energy, not for an attack, but for a far more delicate operation. The power of void deconstruction operated with surgical precision, carefully delving into the vortex. The energy core was right there, a fist-sized orb of light radiating pure and stable spatial energy. Yin Feng could feel its pulse like a living heart. Here we go, Yin Feng warned. The force of void deconstruction began to envelop the energy core, attempting to separate it from the intricate energy network. This process required extremely fine control. Any excessive force could cause the entire void gate to collapse. Be careful, Robbins said nervously. Just as Yin Feng was about to successfully detach the energy core, a sudden powerful backlash erupted from within it. It was the void gate's instinctive reaction trying to pull Yin Feng entirely into the vortex. Damn! Yin Feng felt his body being dragged by an irresistible force. His feet had already left the ground. Robbins and Nico Robin wanted to help, but the energy fluctuations at this level were far too dangerous for ordinary people. I won't be defeated by a door. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, his internal void energy erupting wildly to counter the backlash. His body began to emit a hum, the sound of spatial energy vibrating at high speed. He became like an energy resonator, achieving a precarious balance between the pull of the void gate and the force of his own power. Come out! Yin Feng roared, intensifying void deconstruction in an instant. The energy core was finally separated, breaking free from the vortex and landing in his hand. It emitted a faint yet steady light, warm and pure. We did it. Yin Feng panted, staring at the energy core in his hand. Activate the sealing array now. Robbins pointed at the pattern on the ground. The void gate is becoming unstable without its core. Indeed, without the support of the energy core, the void gate began to tremble violently and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Without hesitation, Yin Feng embedded the energy core into the center of the sealing array. The ancient runes were instantly activated, emitting a soft blue glow. Void reconstruction. Yin Feng pressed both hands onto the sealing array, channeling his energy into it. The entire array began to operate, countless streams of light flowing across the ground to form a vast energy network. These rays rose gradually, enveloping the void gate like a cage. The energy vortex started to shrink. The originally 10-meter-wide portal contracted bit by bit. The chaotic energy was firmly bound by the sealing array, unable to spread further. It's working, Nico Robin exclaimed excitedly. 5 minutes later, the once massive void gate had completely vanished, leaving only a faint point of light suspended in the air, locked securely by the sealing array. We succeeded. Yin Feng sighed in relief, sensing the changes in the surrounding space. The void gate is sealed. The spatial fluctuations around the island have stabilized, and no more dimensional creatures will emerge. Everything returned to calm, and the ancient ruins regained their tranquility. Yin Feng felt deep exhaustion. This operation had nearly drained all his mental energy. Yet looking at the fist-sized void energy core now in his hand, he couldn't help but break into a smile. This thing, Yin Feng held up the energy core, feeling its stable spatial energy, is like a beating heart. Robin stared at the energy core in Yin Feng's hand, his eyes gleaming. You actually managed to extract the energy core directly from the void gate. Haha, Robbins, are you still amazed by my abilities? Yin Feng joked to Robbins, this thing looks like it could amplify my powers, maybe even speed up my ship. He even curiously brought the energy core close to his nose as if to smell it. I wonder what this thing tastes like. Are you insane? Robbins hastily stopped him. This is pure spatial energy, not food. Just kidding. Yin Feng put away the energy core. But this thing is really interesting. I can use it as my personal weapon. The three of them walked out of the ancient ruins and returned to the void. Carlson's voice came through. I sensed massive energy fluctuations. Are you all right? We're fine, and we even got an unexpected prize. Yin Feng patted the pocket holding the energy core. Carlson marked these coordinates. We'll definitely come back. Aye, Captain. The void sailed smoothly across the sea with Yin Feng and his two companions having just returned from an ancient ruin. The deck still shimmered with residual fluctuations of void energy. Robin leaned against the railing, pushed up his glasses, and rubbed his temples wearily. Those dimensional beings are truly troublesome, he sighed. But the seal succeeded, and this haul is not bad. Yin Feng pulled out a fist-sized energy core, tossing it lightly in his palm, as it emitted a faint, steady blue glow. Not bad. This is a huge catch, he grinned. This thing is far more useful than any gold or jewels. Nico Robin, flipping through the ancient texts recovered from the ruins, said, without looking up, we just don't know what other uses this energy core might have. The ancient civilization left too few records about it. Uses A. Yin Feng blinked. I have an idea. As he spoke, the ship trembled slightly, and Carlson's voice came through. Captain, another warship has appeared. The same one as before, about 8 nautical miles away. Yin Feng confirmed the location through spatial perception. The distant warship was accelerating toward them. Persistent, aren't they? These CP-0 bastards. On the warship, the masked man stood at the front of the deck, staring at the distant void with resentment flickering in his eyes. The target's sudden disappearance earlier had put him on high alert. As an elite of CP-0, he knew well that if he failed again, the 5 elders would never forgive him. Where the hell did that rift walker go? The masked man clenched his fists. He was right here. How could he vanish into thin air? The adjutant reported, "Sir, the target has reappeared, but our radar shows that area of the sea was indeed empty moments ago. No matter what trick they used, we cannot let them escape this time," the masked man ordered coldly. "Full speed ahead, prepare all sea stone weapons." On the void, Yin Feng stared at the energy core in his hand, a bold idea suddenly forming. Since this thing was extracted from a void gate, it should be able to merge perfectly with my ability. What are you planning? Robin sensed the excitement in Yin Feng's eyes. Testing a new idea. Yin Feng grinned, then his body began to transform. To the astonishment of Robin and Nico, Yin Feng's body gradually shifted, eventually taking the form of a cone-shaped fruit, its surface radiating a faint, ethereal void light. This was his true form, the pass fruit. How can you turn into a devil fruit? Nico was utterly baffled. Seeing Yin Feng so casually revert to his original form, Robin's eyes flashed with helplessness, then he explained to her the truth about Yin Feng's true nature. He knew Yin Feng trusted Robin deeply, but Robin himself couldn't understand why. Was it just because this woman was also named Robin? In his fruit form, Yin Feng activated the power of void deconstruction, slowly breaking down the energy core, then, through precise spatial manipulation, he integrated the pure energy into his own fruit body. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes, during which the space around the void trembled faintly. When the fusion was complete, Yin Feng reverted to human form, appearing entirely renewed. "How do you feel?" Robin asked with concern. Yin Feng moved his body, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "My mental energy is fully restored and even enhanced. My body feels lighter, like I've been upgraded." He extended his palm, and a small ball of void energy pulsed above it, purer and more stable than before. But this is only the beginning. Yin Feng walked to the helm of the void and placed his hand on it, beginning to channel part of the energy core's power into the ship's hull. Instantly, the entire void was enveloped in a faint blue glow, the hull becoming almost translucent. As the energy flowed in, the ship's speed skyrocketed, leaving trails of void afterimages across the sea. "What's happening?" Robin stared in shock at the transformation. "It feels like we're flying over the water." Carlson's voice was equally excited. "Captain, this is incredible. I can feel the perfect fusion of the hull and space. This is a sailor's dream." Yin Feng grinned proudly. "With this new toy, I can not only boost my own abilities, but also overclock the ship. Now CP0 will have a hard time catching us." On the warship, the masked man observed the distant void through binoculars, only to see the target surrounded by a strange radiance, its speed surging dramatically. "What's going on?" The masked man lowered the binoculars in shock. "How did their ship suddenly become so fast?" "Sir, radar shows the target's speed has exceeded our maximum," the adjutant reported nervously. The masked man ground his teeth. "Damn that rift walker. He's gained new abilities." All hands full pursuit. But no matter how fast the warship accelerated, the distance to the void only grew. The masked man watched helplessly as the target shrank in his vision, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him. Just as despair set in, the surrounding space began to warp. A massive void projection formed in the air, revealing Yin Feng's mocking smile. "Hey, still chasing?" The projection waved. "Thanks for the company, but playtime is over." The projection was blatantly sarcastic, filling the masked man with humiliation. "Bastard!" He roared furiously, but could only watch as the projection faded. On the void, Yin Feng retracted the spatial projection and clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Done. Now they should know the gap." Robin shook his head helplessly, though a smile tugged at his lips. "You always turn a serious pursuit into a game of cat and mouse." "How, that's what makes it fun," Yin Feng stretched. "Running away all the time is boring. A little counterattack now, and then lets them know who the real hunter is." Nico Robin closed the ancient text in her hands and looked at the retreating warship. "But this will only make the world government focus on you even more." "Let them come," Yin Feng waved dismissively. "I'll have to face them sooner or later anyway. And now I have a new toy. I'm itching to test it out." The void left a trail of afterimages across the sea, its speed so extreme it seemed to defy physics. Empowered by void energy, the entire ship appeared to glide through space, utterly unaffected by the waves. Carlson said excitedly, "Captain, this feels amazing. I feel like we can go anywhere we want. Nothing can stop us." "Of course," Yin Feng said, gazing at the distant horizon. This was only the beginning. The void sailed swiftly across the Grand Line, leaving behind a trail of residual images that had become a spectacle on the sea. Yin Feng stood at the bow, savoring the caress of the sea breeze, completely unaware that his reputation was spreading at an astonishing pace. Chirp! A newsbird flew overhead, dropping the latest newspaper. Robin instinctively reached out to catch it, but the paper vanished midair, only to reappear in Yin Feng's hand the next second. Nico Robin was startled by the sudden spatial shift. "Could you not be so sudden? You'll get used to it quickly." Yin Feng casually unfolded the newspaper, only to widen his eyes the next moment. "What the hell is this?" The headline screamed in huge letters, "Mysterious Void Shifter Appears. Bounty 80 million berries." The accompanying photo was blurry, clearly taken hastily from a distance, but it barely showed Yin Feng's silhouette over the Alabaster Palace. 80 million. Yin Feng stroked his chin. It's increased that fast. Lua Binsai leaned over to look at the newspaper, adjusting her glasses. It seems your actions in Alabasta have caused quite a stir. Yin Feng continued reading, finding it increasingly amusing. The newspaper was filled with exaggerated descriptions. According to eyewitnesses, Void Shifter can manipulate space, appearing anywhere instantly, and even traversing time. Someone saw him creating massive spatial rifts out of thin air, swallowing entire buildings. Guards at the Alabasta Palace claimed that Void Shifter possesses godlike power capable of altering reality. A Marine officer speaking anonymously revealed that Void Shifter's abilities surpass the scope of ordinary devil fruits and may involve legendary ancient weapons. Reading these eyewitness accounts, Yin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, these people have quite the imagination. Traveling through time. Altering reality. What do they take me for? Exaggerated as it may be, your abilities are indeed easily misunderstood. Lua Binsai looked at the newspaper's descriptions. But at this rate your fame will only grow. Fame? That's perfect. A glint of mischief flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Since these eyewitnesses think my abilities are so miraculous, I'll give them a real surprise. Nico Robin sensed the malice in Yin Feng's tone. What are you planning now? Why, to make the legend even more legendary, of course. Yin Feng grinned, then extended his spatial perception to scan the nearby seas. Soon he spotted a pirate ship chasing a marine warship, both engaged in a fierce cannon battle. Found my target. Yin Feng raised his palm, void energy pulsating within it. Let me give them a little surprise. With a casual wave of his hand, the treasure chest on the distant pirate ship vanished, only to reappear an instant later on the deck of the marine warship. What's going on? The Marines on the warship stared at the suddenly appearing chest, completely baffled. Could it be an enemy attack? An officer barked nervously, everyone on alert. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, the captain was directing the battle when he suddenly noticed his treasure chest was gone. Where's my treasure? It was just here. Captain, your treasure chest is on the Marine's ship. The lookout exclaimed in disbelief, peering through his telescope at the distant warship. What? The pirate captain snatched the telescope and saw his chest lying quietly on the enemy's deck. How is this possible? On the void, Yin Feng watched the chaos unfold in the distance and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. What are you doing? Lua Binsai sighed helplessly. This will only cause more unnecessary trouble. Trouble? Yin Feng waved dismissively. I think it's fun. Look at those Marines, they have no idea what's happening. Nico Robin observed Yin Feng's actions from the side, realizing this wasn't mere mischief. Through this method, Yin Feng was indirectly influencing the balance of the Grand Line, making the relationship between Marines and pirates even more complicated. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Lua Binsai said thoughtfully. At this rate, the Marines will become more cautious and pirates will grow more suspicious of each other. Caught me, have you? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. Clever archaeologist, miss. Over the following days, Yin Feng gleefully continued to create miracles across various seas. He teleported a pirate ship's cannonballs onto another pirate ship, causing them to fight each other, moved a marine warship's anchor chain to the top of the mast, leaving the ship unable to weigh anchor, and even relocated a warship's rudder to the top of the mast. What the hell is this? The captain of that warship stared in shock at the rudder hanging high on the mast. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Deprived of its rudder, the warship spun helplessly in place, drawing the attention of nearby marine fleets. Captain, the rudder of the Third Fleet is on top of the mast. What? Say that again. The rudder is on the mast, and the warship is spinning in circles. The entire scene was as absurd as a circus performance. The Marines stared at each other, utterly clueless about how to handle this supernatural phenomenon. On the distant void, Yin Feng watched the scene and doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha, this is perfect. Enough already. Lua Binsai held her forehead. The Marines will go crazy at this rate. Crazy? That's just right. Yin Feng wiped a tear from his eye. A chaotic Marine is more interesting. In Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office was piled high with reports of Void Shifter's bizarre behavior. What exactly does this Void Shifter want? Sengoku rubbed his temples. His actions are completely illogical. Maybe he's just playing. Garp munched on a rice cracker. Like a child. A child, eh? Sengoku glared at Garp. A child with an 80 million bounty. And his abilities have severely disrupted our normal operations. Then raise the bounty, Garp said indifferently. We can't catch him anyway. Sengoku took a deep breath and wrote a new definition on the report. Extremely dangerous and unpredictable. On the void, Yin Feng looked at the newspaper in his hand, which featured new eyewitness accounts. According to reliable sources, Void Shifter can now control entire seas. Someone saw him making warships dance on the sea. The legendary god has descended. It seems my pranks are working quite well. Yin Feng put down the newspaper with satisfaction. At this rate, I'll probably be added to the supernovas soon. Lua Binsai shook her head helplessly. Your reputation is already huge enough. If you keep this up, the entire Grand Line will know of your existence. That's exactly what I want. Yin Feng stood up and gazed at the distant horizon. I never planned to stay low-key. The void number sailed leisurely along the Grand Line, the atmosphere aboard especially relaxed. Yin Feng lay on the deck sunbathing occasionally, using his spatial ability to shift feathers from passing seabirds onto Robin's head, drawing a helpless shake of the head from the latter. Can't you keep still for once? Robbins removed the feather from his head and adjusted his glasses. I'm training my fine motor control. Yin Feng grinned. Look, I can now target individual feathers with precision. Nicole Robbins sat by the ship's rail, an ancient text in hand, occasionally glancing at Yin Feng's training. She had noticed that although this man's behavior was somewhat childish, he possessed genuine talent for developing his abilities. By the way, Robin. Yin Feng suddenly sat upright. I've been meaning to ask, how has your flower fruit development been coming along? Robin closed her book somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? Your ability also involves space. Yin Feng bounced to his feet, excitement in his voice. Making body parts bloom anywhere is essentially a form of spatial projection. Spatial projection. Robin blinked. I had never thought of it that way. Yin Feng walked over and crouched before her, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Tell me, how do you think your arms appear in distant locations? Is it replication or extension? Robin pondered for a moment. I always assumed it was replication, but hearing you say it that way, I suppose it does seem somewhat off. Exactly. Yin Feng clapped his hands eagerly. I feel there are similarities between your ability and mine. Would you like to try pushing past your current limitations? Robin's watching from the side adjusted his glasses. Yin Feng, don't tell me you want to use her as a test subject. What test subject? This is academic exchange. Yin Feng said earnestly, then turned to Robin. What do you say? Want to give it a try? Meeting Yin Feng's sincere gaze, Robin nodded. Very well. I'm curious what guidance you might offer. Then let us begin. Yin Feng rubbed his hands together. First, try using your ability to manifest a hand somewhere distant. Robin nodded and crossed her arms. 30-round flower palm. A palm immediately appeared atop the distant mast. Excellent. Yin Feng extended his spatial perception, carefully observing the energy fluctuations. Now I want you to focus deeply. Can you feel your consciousness extending there? Robin closed her eyes and concentrated. Yes, I can feel everything at that location. That's precisely it. A spark of excitement flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Your ability is not simple replication. Rather, it projects your consciousness and body parts to distant locations through some form of spatial connection. Spatial connection, Robin mused. Precisely. Yin Feng continued his explanation. And this connection can be perceived. He extended his palm, void energy dancing across his skin. Suddenly Robin felt a strange ripple surrounding her manifested hand. What is this sensation? Robin opened her eyes, surprised. These are the meridians of space, Yin Feng smiled. Your ability travels along these meridians. If you learn to perceive them, you can significantly expand both the range and precision of your power. Robins watched the scene from the side and could not help but admit that Yin Feng's analysis held considerable merit. As a former scientist, he recognized this was indeed a completely new perspective. Then how should I train? Robin asked. First, you must learn to sense space. Yin Feng pointed to the surrounding air. Close your eyes and try to feel the spatial texture around you. Robin followed Yin Feng's instructions and closed her eyes, but soon shook her head. I cannot feel anything. Do not rush. Yin Feng pondered for a moment. How about this? I will use my spatial ability to guide you. He gently took Robin's hand and transmitted a wisp of void energy into her. Robin instantly experienced something unprecedented, as though the entire world had transformed. And now, Yin Feng asked softly. I can feel lines. Robin said uncertainly. There are invisible threads everywhere. Those are the spatial meridians. Yin Feng spoke excitedly. Now try channeling your ability along these threads. Robin nodded and activated her power once more. This time her hand appeared in an entirely different location and far more swiftly than before. I did it. Robin opened her eyes, a look of delight on her face. I can feel the pathway through which my ability travels. That is only the beginning. Yin Feng released her hand. If you can fully master spatial perception, you may discover even more fascinating applications. Robins observed their training and remarked thoughtfully, it seems there truly is some commonality between devil fruits. Naturally, Yin Feng said proudly. They are all powers that alter the rules of the world. Of course they share common ground. At that moment Carlson's voice suddenly rang out. Captain, I recall something. What is it? Yin Feng asked curiously. You previously promised to take me back to my hometown in the South Blue. Carlson's voice carried a touch of anticipation. We have nothing pressing to attend to now. Might we consider it? Yin Feng paused, then slapped his forehead. Right? I nearly forgot about that. He recalled the story Carlson had once shared, of a South Blue merchant who perished at sea in an accident, his soul trapped within a vessel, forever longing to return home. The South Blue. Yin Feng stroked his chin. That is Kid's homeland after all. Kid? Robin asked, confused. Yin Feng grinned. A most interesting pirate. Though he has likely reached the Grand Line by now. Robins adjusted his glasses. To reach the South Blue, we would need to cross the Red Line or round Reverse Mountain. What difficulty could that possibly present? Yin Feng waved his hand grandly. We have the void number. Where can we not go? He walked to the helm, placed his hand upon it, and void energy began to flow through the ship's hull. Carlson, which island in the South Blue is your hometown? Yin Feng asked. Clarbital Island, Carlson's voice carried fondness. A quiet little island renowned for its spices. Clarbital Island, got it. A spark of excitement flickered in Yin Feng's eyes. Since I made you a promise, I intend to keep it. He turned to Robbins and Nicole. Robin, what do you think? Shall we take a trip to the South Blue? I am indifferent, Robbins shrugged. Following you guarantees neither boredom nor dullness wherever we go. Nicole. Robin closed her book. I have no objections. I spent some time in the South Blue myself, though back then I had no access to its hidden secrets. It is high time I returned. Then it is settled. Yin Feng spun the helm with enthusiasm. Course set for the South Blue. Set sail. The Shukong sailed steadily across the ocean surface with Yin Feng studying the nautical chart on deck, his fingers drawing circles over the dense network of routes. If we take the official route, we need to head to the Sabeti archipelago first, then pass through Fishman Island to reach the New World, and from there return to the South Blue. Robbins adjusted his glasses and calculated the route. The entire journey will take at least 3 months. Yin Feng listened to the complicated route and tossed the nautical chart aside. Too much trouble. Let us just cross directly through the calm belt. The calm belt. Robbins frowned. That is the nesting ground of sea kings, and without wind, ordinary ships cannot sail there at all. Ordinary ships cannot, but we have Carlson. Yin Feng patted the ship's helm. Carlson, what do you think? Carlson's voice responded immediately. No problem, Captain. I can sense the positions of sea kings and avoid them in advance. Moreover, with the energy core enhancement, we can sail normally even in the calm belt. See, problem solved. Yin Feng spread his hands triumphantly toward Robbins. But Robbins remained worried. The sea kings in the calm belt are all super large. Once discovered, just fight them. Yin Feng shrugged indifferently. Anyway, my abilities are quite effective against big targets. Nico. Robin closed her book. I agree with taking the calm belt. The official route is too easily tracked by the Navy, and there are barely any other ships in the calm belt, making it safer. 2 votes in favor, 1 against. Yin Feng began tallying. Robbins, you have been outvoted by democracy. Robbins helplessly sighed. All right, I hope we will not encounter any trouble. Don't worry, I am here. Yin Feng confidently walked to the helm. Carlson, adjust course, target the calm belt. The Shukong began to turn, heading toward the calm belt. As the ship moved forward, the surrounding sea breeze gradually weakened, and the ocean surface became unusually calm. The wind has stopped. Robin noticed the sails beginning to droop. A normal phenomenon. Yin Feng gazed at the mirror-like calm sea. This is the characteristic of the calm belt. Carlson's voice carried excitement. Captain, I can feel the energy surging beneath the hull. Your energy core is truly effective. Indeed, despite losing wind power, the Shukong did not slow down. Instead, it became faster without wind resistance. The void energy around the hull formed a weak propulsion field, making the entire ship seem to glide through space. This feels amazing. Yin Feng lay on the deck, enjoying the absolute tranquility. No wind, no waves, just like sailing on a lake. However, Robbins remained vigilant, constantly observing the surrounding waters. It is too quiet. I have a feeling something is watching us from the shadows. That is only natural. Yin Feng rolled over. This is the territory of sea kings. These unsolicited guests will certainly be noticed. Before he finished speaking, Carlson's voice came with a hint of tension. Captain, a large target is approaching ahead. Its body length is at least 500 meters. 500 meters. Robbins' face changed. What kind of monster is that? A sea king. Yin Feng remained very calm. In the calm belt, this size can only be considered above average. The distant sea surface began to churn, and a gigantic shadow emerged from underwater. As the seawater roiled, a massive snake head broke through the surface, reaching 30 meters high. Wow, such a huge snake. Yin Feng sat up and observed the Leviathan with interest. It looks like a giant sea serpent. The sea serpent discovered the Shukong. Its enormous eyes stared at the small ship as if evaluating this unwelcome visitor. Captain, it is hesitating whether to attack us. Carlson reported. I sense its emotional fluctuations are very complex. Very normal. Yin Feng stood up. This ship is too small for it. It would not even fill its teeth. However, just as everyone thought the sea serpent would leave, it suddenly let out a deep roar and swam toward the Shukong. Looks like it changed its mind. Yin Feng exercised his wrists. Perhaps it finds our little bugs too arrogant. The gigantic sea serpent opened its massive jaws, capable of swallowing the entire Shukong. Robbins and Nico. Robin both clenched their fists, nervously preparing for battle. Carlson stopped the ship. Yin Feng ordered calmly. Let me handle this giant. The Shukong immediately ceased its advance, stopping steadily on the sea surface. The sea serpent's attack was already within reach, its enormous mouth about to bite down. Spatial cut. Yin Feng extended his palm, condensing void energy into a sharp spatial rift. With a gentle wave of his hand, the spatial rift flew toward the sea serpent like a blade. The rift sliced through the serpent's body, leaving no blood and no wound, but the sea serpent suddenly stopped its attack. The sea serpent looked down at its body in confusion, discovering that a portion of its scales had vanished. I merely shaved off some scales. Yin Feng grinned. Consider it a warning. The sea serpent was clearly frightened by this bizarre attack method, had never encountered such a bloodless strike. After a brief pause, it chose to retreat, its massive body sinking back into the seabed. It is over already. Robbins could hardly believe it. Of course. Yin Feng sat back down. Sea Kings may be gigantic, but they are not lacking in intelligence. They know when to retreat. Carlson's voice carried admiration. Captain, your abilities are truly formidable. This is nothing. Yin Feng waved his hand. Let us continue. We should exit the calm belt before dark. The Shukong restarted, continuing its voyage across the calm sea surface. Over the following hours they encountered several more Sea Kings. Some octopus-shaped, some whale-shaped, and others were bizarre creatures beyond naming. However, after Yin Feng demonstrated his spatial abilities a few times, these colossal creatures all chose to detour. It seems that in the calm belt strength is the universal passport. Nico Robin observed the reactions of these Sea Kings. They can perceive the level of threat you pose. This is only natural. Yin Feng watched a giant sea turtle departing in the distance. All creatures in nature possess the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. The sun began to set in the west, and the calm belt's sea surface shimmered golden under the evening glow. On the distant horizon, ripples stirred by a faint breeze were already visible. We are about to exit the calm belt, Carlson said excitedly. I can feel the wind ahead. Well done. Yin Feng patted the helm. I did not expect crossing the calm belt to go so smoothly. Just then the sea surface suddenly trembled violently, and an unprecedented colossal shadow emerged from the deep sea. Captain, Carlson's voice was filled with terror. An extra-large target is ascending from below. It is at least 1,000 meters long. 1,000 meters. Yin Feng's eyes lit up. Now this is interesting. The sea surface began to churn as if some titan were about to break through the water. The sea surface churned violently as an indescribably colossal shadow slowly emerged from the depths, the water expanding outward in massive ripples. Its size. Robbins adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with shock. At least 10 times that of the sea snake we just saw. Nico Robin closed her book, staring at the sea with tension. As the water surged, a gigantic head 100 meters wide burst through the surface. It was a whale-like sea king, but far larger than any known whale. Its back emerged from the water like a moving island. Wow, now that's a real big one. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement devoid of any fear. Carlson, do you sense a threat? No, Captain. Carlson's voice held a note of confusion. Its emotions are calm, as if it just came up for air. The giant sea king slowly surfaced, more of its body seawater cascading off like waterfalls. Its eyes were larger than the void ship itself, yet they appeared gentle, calmly observing the surrounding sea. It doesn't seem intent on attacking. Robin studied the sea king's movements. Just breathing. Interesting. Yin Feng stroked his chin, then suddenly grinned. Since it's so relaxed, I'm even more curious. He extended his palm, and void energy began to pulse in his hand. What are you planning? Robbins caught the mischievous gleam in Yin Feng's eyes. Just adding some protection for Carlson. Yin Feng placed his hand on the ship's helm, and a transparent spatial barrier began to envelop the void ship. Spatial isolation, existence erasure. Instantly, the entire void ship seemed to withdraw from reality, becoming translucent, as if it no longer existed in this world. What is this feeling? Nico Robin looked at her own translucent body. Are we still here? Of course we are, just erasing our presence. Yin Feng said smugly. That way that big guy won't notice us. Indeed, the giant sea king's gaze swept past the void ship as if nothing were there. So what do you plan to do next? Robbins had a vague idea of Yin Feng's intention. Go check out that big guy, of course. Yin Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. A creature this big, saying hello would be fun. His body began to phase into nothingness, entering the void walk state. Are you insane? Robbins tried to stop him, but Yin Feng had already vanished. In the next moment he appeared between the Sea King's two eyes, floating in midair, just a few meters from its massive eyeballs. The Sea King seemed to sense something, its giant eye rolling slightly, but soon it returned to calm, continuing its breathing exercise. Haha, it really doesn't care about me. Yin Feng floated in the void, carefully examining the Sea King's facial structure. He noticed intricate patterns on the Sea King's skin, and in certain places he could sense faint energy fluctuations. Yin Feng expanded his spatial perception, probing the source of those energy fluctuations. There's something inside this creature. The energy was weak, but present, distributed across multiple locations within the Sea King's body. Since I'm already here, it would be a waste not to take a look. Yin Feng grinned, then activated spatial teleportation, penetrating the Sea King's skin and entering its body. On the void ship, Robbins and Nico Robin watched helplessly as Yin Feng disappeared into the Sea King's head. He really went in. Robbins pressed his forehead. That guy's curiosity will be the death of him one day. Are we waiting for him? Nico Robin asked. What else can we do? Robbins shook his head helplessly. Just wait. Inside the Sea King, Yin Feng expected a pitch-black fleshy space, but the scene before him left him utterly stunned. What the hell is this place? He found himself in a vast space surrounded not by flesh, but by brilliant light. Even more astonishing, several floating islands hovered within this space, illuminated with lights, and some high-tech buildings were visible. This doesn't make sense. Yin Feng scratched his head. How can there be islands in a Sea King's stomach? He carefully observed the surroundings, noticing the space had its own gravity system, and the air was filled with faint energy waves. Looks like some kind of artificial space. Yin Feng murmured. But who would build something like this inside a Sea King? He flew toward the nearest island, finding its architecture unique, a blend of high-tech and ancient civilization features. These buildings. Yin Feng landed on the island, examining the facilities. Feels like a laboratory. Indeed, most structures were lab-style, filled with complex equipment and pipelines. The equipment appeared to be running normally, emitting a faint hum. Someone is actually working here. Yin Feng curiously approached what looked like a main building. The building's door was automatic opening as Yin Feng approached. Inside was a spacious hall with charts and data displayed on the walls. This data. Yin Feng stepped closer, noticing the charts recorded the Sea King's physiological data. Someone is studying Sea Kings. Just then a mechanical voice rang out. Unknown organism detected. Initiating identity verification. Verification failed. Activating defense protocol. The hall lit up with red warning lights, and several mechanical devices rose from the floor, aiming at Yin Feng. Oh, I've been found. Yin Feng was not nervous, instead he rubbed his hands excitedly. This just got more interesting. The mechanical devices began charging, preparing to fire some kind of energy weapon. Sorry, I'm just here for a visit. Yin Feng waved at the devices, then activated his spatial ability, instantly appearing behind them. Spatial deconstruction. The machines disassembled into parts, scattering on the floor. Alert cleared. Threat neutralized. The mechanical voice sounded again, then fell silent. This defense system is pretty smart. Yin Feng nodded with satisfaction and continued exploring the hall. He discovered that the lab recorded not only Sea King data, but also extensive research on marine life, and even notes on devil fruits. This place. Yin Feng looked at a blueprint on the wall. Could this be the secret base of some mad scientist? The blueprint showed the Sea King's interior had been completely remodeled into a massive mobile laboratory. And from the designs, the renovation was highly complex, involving biology, mechanics, and even spatial technology. Interesting, very interesting. Yin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yin Feng excitedly observed his surroundings in the laboratory, his eyes dazzled by the array of high-tech equipment and research materials. Walking as he explored, he used his spatial perception to scan the environment, searching for anything more interesting. This place is truly magical. He murmured, approaching a wall densely covered with experimental data. Seaside King internal anatomy charts, biological modification technology, and analysis of devil fruit abilities. Just as he was engrossed in studying the materials, an idea suddenly struck him. Wait, the kind of person who would build a laboratory inside a Sea King. He stroked his chin. The first name that comes to mind is definitely Vegapunk. But this thought was quickly dismissed. From his memories, Vegapunk had never built a laboratory in the Com Belt, let alone inside a colossal Sea King. Then who could it be? Yin Feng furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Suddenly he recalled the masked man he had encountered upon arriving at the Grand Line, as well as the matter of the Experiment Zero. Could it be those guys, eh? A look of sudden realization flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Didn't they say they wanted to capture me? Could they be researching spatial abilities? Halt! Who are you? A stern voice rang out from behind him. Yin Feng turned around and saw three researchers in white lab coats staring at him nervously. One of them held some kind of scanning device, its indicator lights flashing frantically. Abnormal spatial energy fluctuations detected. The one holding the device spoke with a trembling voice. This person is the spatial ability user we've been looking for. What? Another researcher immediately became alert. Are you saying it's Kwang Kong? That's right. The energy fluctuation matches perfectly. The third researcher promptly drew a communicator from his waist. Contact Lord Zero immediately. The target has appeared. Watching their reactions, Yin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Haha, looks like my reputation is quite impressive. Not good. The three researchers retreated in unison, and one of them pressed a red button on the wall. Instantly, piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the laboratory once more, and red warning lights began flashing. Initiating defense protocols. A mechanical voice announced. High-risk target detected. Executing capture protocol. More mechanical devices extended from both the floor and walls, numbering several times what had appeared before, and looking considerably more firepower equipped. Oh my, this time the setup is quite substantial. Yin Feng rolled his wrists. Too bad that man in the black mask isn't here. The mechanical devices began charging, preparing to launch capture nets and tranquilizer darts. Spatial severance. With a casual wave of his hand, several spatial rifts instantly sliced through all the mechanical units. All weapon systems disintegrated into components in an instant, scattering across the floor. How is this possible? One researcher's eyes bulged. Our defense system was specifically designed to counter spatial abilities. Specially designed to counter spatial abilities. Yin Feng blinked. How interesting. It seems you've studied my abilities quite thoroughly. He walked toward the three researchers, who shrank back in terror. Relax, I don't kill people. Yin Feng grinned. I just want to ask a few questions. Void deconstruction. With a light flick of his hand toward the equipment on the three researchers, all communication devices and weapons instantly disassembled. Now we can have a proper conversation. Yin Feng rubbed his hands together. First, who are you? We are. One researcher stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Never mind, if you won't say it, so be it. Yin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Frankly, I'm not particularly interested in hearing your nonsense anyway. He extended his palm, and void energy pulsed within. The three researchers were instantly bound by spatial forces, completely immobilized. Spatial reconstruction. Yin Feng utilized the surrounding laboratory equipment to quickly fashion several ropes, binding the three together tightly. Alright, stay put here. Yin Feng clapped his hands. I'll go fetch some professionals to examine this place. He activated spatial displacement and vanished from the laboratory in an instant. Aboard the void ship, Robbins and Nico Robin waited anxiously. He's been inside for half an hour now. Robbins adjusted his glasses. I hope nothing has gone wrong. Given his abilities, there shouldn't be any danger. Nico Robin closed her book. Though I wonder what interesting thing he's discovered this time. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yin Feng materialized out of thin air on the deck. Yo, I'm back. He waved at the two of them. Guess what I found inside that giant creature? You actually went inside. Robbins couldn't quite believe it. What's it like inside a sea king? That wasn't just an ordinary sea king's belly. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. There's a massive secret laboratory inside. A laboratory? Nico Robin furrowed her brows. Inside a sea king. Exactly. Yin Feng clapped his hands. And there are people working in there. I've already tied them up. You tied people up again. Robbins held his forehead. Can you please not be so reckless? This time it's not my fault. Yin Feng waved his hand. They recognized me first, and said they wanted to capture me. Recognized you? Robbins pondered. It seems this laboratory is connected to those people we encountered before. That's right. Yin Feng snapped his fingers. It's that man in the black mask, and those people with the experiment 0 subject. Then it's all the more reason to take a look. Robbins adjusted his glasses. We might find some clues about your origins. I was thinking the same thing. Yin Feng rubbed his hands together. But there's just too much material there for me to go through alone. So you want to bring us along as well? Nico Robin guessed Yin Feng's intention. Smart. Yin Feng gave a thumbs up. You two are both professionals, so I'll just be the hands-off boss. Hands-off boss. Robbins was at a loss for words. You really take this for granted. Then what are we waiting for? Yin Feng eagerly rubbed his hands. Let's go over there now. Wait a moment. Nico Robin stood up. How do we get there? Do we just enter that Sea King directly? Of course. Yin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. With spatial displacement, we'll be there in an instant. Are you sure the Sea King won't react? Robin still harbored some concern. Don't worry, it's still leisurely floating over there. Yin Feng patted his chest. And I've already scouted it out. It has absolutely no perception of our presence. Alright then. Robin sighed. I hope we won't encounter any trouble. Carlson, keep an eye on the ship for us. Yin Feng called out toward the helm. No problem, Captain. Carlson's voice responded immediately. I'll wait here for your return. Yin Feng stepped between the two of them and extended both hands. Come on, hold my hands tight. Robbins and Nico Robin each grasped one of Yin Feng's hands. Spatial displacement. Yin Feng grinned. Target the Sea King's internal laboratory. The three figures vanished instantly from the void ship. The next moment they appeared within that brightly lit laboratory. Wow. Robbins surveyed the surroundings and adjusted his glasses. This is truly astonishing. Indeed. Nico Robin examined the materials on the walls. This laboratory is far larger than I imagined. Well, Yin Feng said proudly. I told you, didn't I? Where are those three? Robbins looked around. Over there. Yin Feng pointed to the corner where the three researchers, tightly bound, sat pitifully on the ground. Seems you were rather gentle with them. Nico Robin walked over to inspect. At least they're unharmed. I said it already, I don't kill people. Yin Feng waved his hand. Alright, you two get to work. I'll take a look around. With that said, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely deeper into the laboratory. Robbins and Nico Robin exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. This guy really is. Robbins shook his head with a wry smile. Never mind, let's get started. Nico Robin nodded and headed toward the wall-mounted shelves. Let's see what exactly these people are researching. Yin Feng strolled around the laboratory, momentarily dazzled by the array of high-tech equipment, but soon lost interest. Most of these devices were for research purposes, nothing more than incomprehensible machines to him. Well, might as well take a look outside. He stretched his arms and headed toward the laboratory exit. Since this place was inside a Sea King, there must be other areas to explore. Stepping out of the lab, Yin Feng found himself in a massive corridor, its walls shimmering with faint light. He approached curiously and touched the wall with his hand. Is this flesh? The wall felt soft and slightly warm, indeed resembling the inner organs of a creature. Yet strangely, the flesh was covered in dense, intricate script. Interesting. Yin Feng leaned in to examine the script. It was completely different from what he had seen in the ancient ruins. These characters were more complex and seemed to emit a faint glow. These characters. He reached out and gently touched them, instantly sensing a familiar energy fluctuation. It reminded him of something. Isn't this similar to that Black Mask Man's ability? Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, carefully perceiving the energy within the script. Indeed, the energy fluctuation contained in these characters was exactly the same as the spatial vibration ability used by the Black Masked Man. So that's it. It dawned on him that these characters were not mere decorations, but some kind of energy circuit. By inscribing these special symbols on the Sea King's internal organs, spatial energy could be channeled and amplified. These people have really developed quite a few things. Yin Feng continued along the corridor, noticing that the deeper he went the denser the characters became and the stronger the energy fluctuations grew. At a certain point the entire wall was covered in script emitting a soft blue light. And it's all research related to the void. He stroked his chin, suddenly pondering a question. In the world of One Piece, there were many ability users with space-related powers like Blano's Dordor fruit, but very few could truly manipulate space directly. No wonder they were so eager to capture me. Yin Feng grinned. Now he understood. He himself possessed the Were fruit fused with the Dijiang fruit, which didn't exist in this world. This combination was absolutely unique in this world. For those studying void power, he was the perfect subject. But if they want to study me, they'll have to see if they're capable. Yin Feng walked around the corridor and found nothing extraordinary besides the characters. The interior space of the Sea King was larger than he had imagined, but most of it had been converted into experimental facilities. Looks like this organization is quite large-scale. He marveled that transforming a giant Sea King into a mobile laboratory required resources and technology no ordinary force could possess. If it weren't for their research on void power, this organization might never have shown itself to the world. Yin Feng mused thoughtfully. This mysterious organization clearly had deep roots and a clear goal to master the power of the void. Growing tired of wandering, he returned to the laboratory. Robbins and Nico Robin were diligently studying the documents on the wall, while the three bound researchers sat pitifully in the corner. How's it going? Found anything? Yin Feng walked over and asked. Quite a lot of interesting things. Nico Robin closed a thick ancient tome in her hands. This place houses a vast collection of ancient records about the void. Ancient records about the void. Yin Feng blinked. What do they say? Various accounts and legends concerning void power. Robin opened a book and pointed at the script. For instance, this records experiments by ancient civilizations using void power for time-space travel. And this. She turned to another page. It describes the relationship between void power and other natural forces and how to enhance void abilities through specific rituals. It seems these people have indeed delved deep into void research. Yin Feng nodded. Robbins, what about you? I've mainly been studying their experiment logs. Robbins adjusted his glasses, holding a stack of documents. From these records, the organization's ultimate goal is to master the power of the void. Master the power of the void. Exactly. Robin's expression turned serious. They want to use this power for two things, either control the entire world or transcend to another world. Quite ambitious. Yin Feng curled his lip. But the idea is interesting. However, there's a problem. Robbins looked at Yin Feng. According to their research records, to fully grasp void power, they need a perfect research subject. Research subject. You? Robbins' tone grew grave. And from their experimental plans, studying your power will inevitably cause irreversible harm to you. Irreversible harm. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Simply put, they need to dissect your ability core, analyze your energy structure, and possibly even extract your life essence. Nico Robin added, these experiments would be fatal to you. Oh, I see. Yin Feng suddenly understood. So we're natural enemies with no room for compromise. Exactly. Robbins nodded. They want your power, not you. To them, you're just research material. Interesting. Instead of getting angry, Yin Feng smiled. That saves me from having to worry about moral questions. Aren't you worried? Robbins was somewhat surprised. This organization is very powerful, and they've clearly had their eyes on you for a long time. Worried about what? Yin Feng shrugged. We'll fight sooner or later anyway, so worry is useless. He walked over to the three bound researchers and crouched in front of them. Hey, did you hear that? We're enemies. The three researchers trembled in fear. One bolder than the others stammered, don't do anything reckless. Lord Zero will come for you soon. Lord Zero. Yin Feng's eyes lit up. Is that the Black Masked Man? And no, Lord Zero is far more powerful than him. The researcher answered instinctively, then immediately realized he had said too much and clamped his mouth shut. More powerful than the Black Masked Man. Yin Feng rubbed his chin. Now that's interesting. He stood up and said to Robbins and Nico Robin, how much more time do you need? We've gathered enough information. Robbins closed the file in his hand. We've recorded all the materials here. Then let's go. Yin Feng flexed his wrists. Since we know their background, there's no point wasting time here. What about these three? Nico Robin pointed at the researchers in the corner. Leave them. Yin Feng waved his hand dismissively. We're leaving anyway, they can do whatever they want. Aren't you afraid they'll reveal our whereabouts? Let them. Yin Feng grinned. That Lord Zero will come looking for me sooner or later, and I'm actually looking forward to meeting him. With that, he extended his hands. Come on, let's head back to the ship. Robbins and Nico Robin each took hold of Yin Feng's hand. Space jump. The three vanished instantly from the laboratory, leaving the researchers staring at each other in bewilderment. However, the next moment, every living soul on the entire island was annihilated into nothingness by an invisible force. Not a trace remained. Aboard the void ship, Carlson sensed Yin Feng's return and exclaimed excitedly, Captain, you're back. Any discoveries? Found some interesting enemies. Yin Feng patted the helm. Carlson, let's keep moving. We're heading to the South Sea. Aye. The void ship restarted and sailed toward the South Sea. The giant Sea King remained leisurely spouting water, completely unaware of what had just transpired. The void pierced through the doldrums and entered the waters of the South China Sea. Unlike the bizarre and ever-shifting climate of the Grand Line, the sky above the South China Sea was a brilliant azure, clear and serene. The sea breeze carried a faint tang of salt, lifting one's spirits. Ah, this is what a proper sea should be like. Yin Feng stretched lazily and lay upon the deck, basking in the sunlight. That wretched place known as the Grand Line. Day after day it's either sandstorms or some bizarre weather. It's enough to drive one mad merely looking at it. Captain, Carlson's voice rang out with excitement. My sensing range has expanded significantly. I can now detect everything within a 50 nautical mile radius. 50 nautical miles. Robin S. pushed up his glasses. That's more than double our range back on the Grand Line. It's likely due to the magnetic field differences. Nico. Robin set down her book. The Grand Line's magnetic fields are chaotic, which interferes with many abilities. Yin Feng sat up from where he had been lounging. Carlson, can you sense the direction of your hometown? I can't pinpoint it exactly, but I'm very familiar with the South China Sea. Carlson's voice brimmed with excitement. It's in the southwest direction, approximately a 3-day voyage. Then what are we waiting for? Yin Feng clapped his hands on the ship's wheel. Full speed ahead. The void surged forward instantly, cleaving through the calm waters with powerful waves. Warm sunlight bathed the deck, a rare and precious comfort they had not experienced in a long while. Speaking of which, Yin Feng suddenly recalled something. We've been sailing the seas for quite some time now. Shouldn't we have a proper pirate flag? A pirate flag? Robin S. looked at Yin Feng. You're considering becoming pirates? Not becoming pirates. I've already been classified as one. Yin Feng waved his hand dismissively. My bounty's already at 80 million. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to sail without a flag? Indeed. Nico. Robin nodded. Moreover, ships without flags are easily mistaken for merchant vessels, which invites unnecessary trouble. Scarcely had the words left her lips when 3 pirate ships appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching the void. Speak of the devil, Yin Feng grinned. Carlson, what's the situation with those guys? 3 pirate ships, roughly over 100 crew members in total. They appear to be ordinary pirates. Carlson reported. They seem to have mistaken us for a merchant vessel. Haha, looks like we do need a flag after all. Yin Feng rose to his feet and flexed his wrists. Just the training partner we need. The 3 pirate ships swiftly surrounded the void. The vanguard was a large sailing ship, flying a skull banner upon which was painted a skull gripping a curved saber. Ha! Hand over your treasure if you know what's good for you. A boastful shout rang out from the lead ship. We are the infamous saber pirates of the South China Sea. The saber pirates. Yin Feng stroked his chin. Never heard of them. Probably just small-time scum. Captain, shall we bombard them? A pirate shouted aboard their vessel. No need. The captain, a middle-aged man, waved his hand. Judging by that ship, it's likely a wealthy man's private yacht. Perhaps we can capture a few nobles for ransom. These fellows truly have no eyes to see with. Yin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Let's make this quick. He extended his palm and void energy danced upon it. Spatial cut. Several invisible spatial rifts instantly swept across the 3 pirate ships, severing their masts and sails with surgical precision. What a... The saber pirate's captain's eyes bulged. How did our masts just snap? Captain, our sails have fallen too. What's going on? The 3 pirate ships were instantly rendered motionless, listing drunkenly upon the sea surface. Now it's my turn to speak. Yin Feng bellowed toward the pirate ships. I am Yin Feng of the chaotic sky, with a bounty of 80 million. Surrender if you value your lives, or prepare to swim home. Chaotic sky. 80 million. The saber pirate's captain's face drained of color. That monster who can manipulate space. Looks like someone knows my reputation. Yin Feng nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you should understand that resistance is futile. Boss, what do we do? A lowly grunt asked, his voice trembling. The captain swallowed hard, gazed at his broken mast, and ultimately made the wisest decision. We surrender. Splendid. Yin Feng clapped his hands. Throw all your treasure overboard and swim home yourselves. What? Throw our treasure into the sea, one pirate protested indignantly. If you refuse, I'll sever your limbs and toss you into the sea myself. Yin Feng's tone turned perilous. The pirates aboard all 3 ships immediately sprang into action, hurling their treasure chests into the ocean before jumping overboard and swimming away. Space shift. Yin Feng effortlessly transported all the floating treasure chests aboard the void. These pirates are quite wealthy. He opened one chest, revealing it brimming with gold coins and jewels. Just what we need to replenish our travel funds. Does robbing pirates count as doing good deeds? Robin S. chuckled wryly. Of course it does. Yin Feng replied matter-of-factly. I'm delivering justice from on high. Robbing the rich to benefit. Well, me. Speaking of which, Yin Feng regarded the 3 disabled pirate ships. We really do need to design a flag, or we'll keep facing these misunderstandings. What kind of flag do you envision? Robin S. asked. A skull flag, naturally. Yin Feng replied without hesitation, but with a distinctive twist. He found a sheet of paper and began sketching upon it. Minutes later, a design emerged on the page. What do you think? Yin Feng held up the design with pride. I find it quite impressive. The drawing depicted a skull, but within its eye sockets were two spiral patterns that appeared to be in constant rotation. Behind the skull, several jagged lines suggested the sensation of space being torn apart. Though the drawing is rather crude, Robin S. adjusted his glasses. The concept is quite clever. What do you mean it's crude? Yin Feng protested. This is abstract art. After the void hoisted the skull flag, navigation through the South Sea became remarkably smooth. The flag with its swirling eye sockets seemed to possess a mysterious power. Every vessel that spotted it from afar would actively steer clear, and no reckless pirates dared to cause trouble. It seems this flag has quite a deterrent effect, Yin Feng said, lying on the deck, gazing at the fluttering banner with satisfaction. Even the pirates know to take a detour. It must be the effect of your ability. Robbins adjusted his glasses. The appearance of this pirate flag is so unique, as if it were alive. They can tell at a glance that it's not to be trifled with. Captain, Carlson's excited voice suddenly rang out. I can sense the scent of home. It's just ahead. Oh, Yin Feng immediately sat up. How far? About half a day's sail. Carlson's voice trembled. I haven't been home in so long. I really want to see what it's like now. Then full speed ahead, Yin Feng patted the helm. Let's go see Carlson's homeland. The void surged forward again, cutting through the calm sea with waves. The South Sea sun was still warm, and the sea breeze carried a faint floral fragrance, lifting spirits. Half a day later, a lush island appeared on the horizon. The island was not large but covered in dense vegetation, with a winding coastline that suggested a quiet, peaceful town. That's my home, Crabapple Island. Carlson's voice was filled with deep nostalgia. They're the most beautiful sunsets, the warmest sea breezes, and the kindest people. It does look quite nice. Yin Feng stood at the bow, squinting at the distant island. Robin, what do you think? Nico. Robin set down her book and studied the island carefully. On the surface it seems calm, but what? Yin Feng turned to her. Something feels off, Robin frowned. The atmosphere on this island is oppressive, not like a normal town. Carlson, can you sense the specifics on the island? Yin Feng asked. I can sense many people moving around the port, and Carlson's voice suddenly tensed. They're loading a large amount of cargo. It looks like weapons. Weapons? Robins immediately became alert. In such a remote island. The void continued to approach, and the port situation gradually became clear. A large crowd was gathered on the dock, loading boxes onto several ships. The shape and weight of the boxes strongly suggested they contained weapons. What are these people doing? Carlson's voice turned angry. Why are there so many weapons in my homeland? Yin Feng used spatial perception to probe the port. He caught fragments of conversation. This batch of arms needs to be sent to the front line as soon as possible. The kingdom's prisoners are locked in the basement. Prisoners? Carlson's voice exploded with fury. My homeland is being invaded. These damned invaders. Wait, Carlson, calm down. Robbins felt the ship's violent tremors and immediately sensed danger. Find out the situation first. What situation? Carlson roared. My home has been taken over by these bastards. They've taken prisoners. I'm going to ram them. The void speed surged, its bow aimed directly at the port. The massive hull kicked up white waves on the sea, resembling an enraged sea beast charging toward the harbor. Carlson, stop. Nico. Robin also stood up. You'll hurt innocent people. Innocent. Carlson's voice was filled with pain and anger. What's innocent about those invaders? I don't know what's happened to my family and friends. The ship continued to accelerate, closing in on the port. People on the dock noticed the strange, speeding vessel and began to panic. Damn, Robbins was sweating with anxiety. Yin Feng, think of something. But Yin Feng remained silent, just watching the port ahead, as if observing. Yin Feng, Robin shouted. If you don't stop, Carlson will crash into the port. Just as the void was less than 500 meters from the dock, Yin Feng acted. Space control. He extended his hand, and void energy instantly spread, precisely severing Carlson's connection to the ship. The vessel lost its supernatural propulsion, but the immense inertia still carried it toward the port. We'll still crash. Robbins looked at the rapidly approaching port, his face pale. Just at that critical moment, something strange happened on the shore. Two figures leaped from the bank. One jumped into the sea, his hands moving rapidly, stirring the water into a massive wall. Fishman karate, sea current shoulder throw. The surging waves were manipulated by this person, forming a powerful resistance that slowed the void's advance. Although the ship's momentum was strong, under the force of the current its speed clearly decreased, and after several impacts the charge was completely spent. Meanwhile, the other figure dashed directly toward the bow, extremely agile, leaping onto the void's deck in a few bounds. Who are you? Robbins immediately went on guard. Who are you people? We should be asking you, said the newcomer, a blond young man. Ramming the port, what do you think you're doing? We mean no harm. Nico. Robin took the initiative to explain. Our ship's spirit thought its homeland was under attack, so it lost control. Ship's spirit. The blond man furrowed his brow. You mean this ship has a will of its own? That's right. Yin Feng finally spoke. Our crew member's situation is special. Seeing the weapons at the port, he thought his home was occupied. The figure from the sea also swam over and climbed aboard. It was a blue-skinned fishman, looking quite strong. The fishman glanced at the blond man. This ship is indeed strange. I can feel it has a life force. The blonde man's gaze suddenly fell on the flag, and his expression turned serious. Pirates. More accurately wanted individuals, Yin Feng shrugged. But we're not here looking for trouble, we just want to take our crew member to visit his homeland. Your crew member's homeland. The blonde man looked toward the port. You mean this island? Yes, Yin Feng nodded. Carlson come out and explain. But Carlson didn't respond, the entire ship fell silent. He's probably still angry, Robbins explained. He was forcibly disconnected earlier, now he's sulking. The blonde man and the fishman exchanged a glance. You'd better come with us, the blonde man finally said. There are some things that need to be clarified in person. The moment the blonde man finished speaking, Robbins instinctively adjusted his glasses and tensed his body. Nico Robin also quietly crossed her arms over her chest, ready for combat at any moment. Her gaze darted between the blonde man and the fishman, vigilantly observing their every move. It seems we're being treated as enemies. These two are not ordinary opponents, Robbins whispered to Yin Feng. If we have to fight. No worries, no worries. Yin Feng waved his hand, dismissively, showing no sign of tension. Everyone relax, let's just follow them and take a look. What? Robin's eyes widened. Are you sure? We know nothing about this island. Following them could very well lead us into a trap. I agree, Nico Robin chimed in. Moreover, that blonde man gives me a dangerous vibe. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing this, the blonde man's brow furrowed even deeper. He studied Yin Feng's expression carefully, feeling that this person's reaction was somewhat abnormal. Generally, when asked by someone of unknown identity to follow a normal person would show vigilance or resistance. But this man not only showed no tension but appeared quite relaxed, which was truly strange. What's your schemes? The blonde man's voice turned stern. Or perhaps you already know who we are. Schemes? Yin Feng blinked. No, I just think there's no need to be so tense. He secretly glanced at the blonde man's attire, a tall top, hat, blue coat, white trousers, and that signature water pipe. This outfit was too classic. Even with amnesia, these habits couldn't be shaken. Yin Feng thought to himself that he really had a connection with the main character group. Since Sabo was here, the weapons and equipment on this island must belong to the Revolutionary Army, not invaders at all. This conflict was a misunderstanding from the beginning. Although the Revolutionary Army opposed the world government, their ideals were quite righteous, and Yin Feng didn't want to clash with them for no reason. Your reaction is very strange. Sabo stepped back and assumed a combat stance. Ordinary pirates would either flee or resist in this situation, yet you appear so calm. Perhaps they have some backup. The blue-skinned fishman became alert as well. This ship itself is very strange. There might be other ability users hidden aboard. Hey, you're overthinking it. Yin Feng waved his hand. We truly have no ill intent. We just want to go ashore and take a look. Then why are your companions so tense while you're the only one relaxed? Sabo stared intently into Yin Feng's eyes. Unless you already knew, we wouldn't harm you. Well, Yin Feng scratched his head at a loss for how to explain. How could he say he recognized Sabo and knew they were the Revolutionary Army? Saying that would only raise greater suspicion. Captain, what exactly are you thinking? Robbins asked in a low voice. Shouldn't we stay alert at a time like this? Exactly, Nico Robin leaned in. Your reaction is indeed very strange. Even I find something off. Seeing the three conversing in hushed tones, Sabo's vigilance intensified. He secretly gestured to the fishman, who immediately understood and began moving toward the other side of the ship. It seems you really do have something to hide. Sabo suddenly acted, drawing a pair of sea-stone handcuffs from his waist. For safety, Sake, I'll have to restrain you first. Sea-stone handcuffs. Yin Feng's expression changed instantly. Hey, is this necessary? We've said we have no ill intent. Whether we have ill intent isn't up to you to decide. Sabo dashed forward in a flash, charging directly at Yin Feng. We'll investigate slowly once we reach the island. Damn it. Robbins reacted immediately. They're using sea-stone to control us. Nico Robin also moved, crossing her hands quickly. Hana, Nomi no Wakabana. Two arms instantly sprouted on Sabo's body, attempting to restrain him. However, Sabo reacted extremely quickly. He twisted his body to break free from Robin's bindings and simultaneously delivered a palm strike toward her arm. Fishman karate straight punch. The fishman launched an attack from the other side, a massive punch force heading toward Yin Feng. What the hell? We were supposed to resolve this peacefully. Yin Feng sighed helplessly. Since you insist on fighting, I won't hold back either. Spatial slash. Several invisible spatial rifts flashed by, instantly precisely cutting the sea-stone handcuffs in Sabo's hand, while simultaneously forming a spatial barrier before the fishman's punch. What? Sabo stared at the handcuffs broken in half in his hand, his pupils contracting sharply. Spatial type ability. You're that Wong Kong. Dragon Claw. He immediately changed tactics, posing one hand in a unique shape, like a real dragon's claw. Yin Feng nodded, blocking his attack with a spatial barrier. I think there's still a big misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk it out? Sabo remained silent for a moment, then finally shook his head. No, your motives haven't been confirmed yet. I can't lower my guard. Then what do you want? Yin Feng shrugged helplessly. Come with us to the island and undergo investigation. Sabo drew another pair of sea-stone handcuffs. If you're truly innocent, we'll let you go. I said I won't wear that thing. Yin Feng's tone grew serious. This is a matter of principle. Then there's no negotiating. A hint of coldness flashed in Sabo's eyes. Either cooperate or we'll use force. Use force. Yin Feng grinned. That sounds interesting. Void energy began dancing around him, and the space on the entire deck started to distort. It seems this misunderstanding can't be resolved. Robin adjusted his glasses. In that case, let's show them our strength. Nico Robin also readopted her combat stance. It seems we can only prove our sincerity through strength. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Carlson's consciousness fluctuations suddenly intensified, and his furious voice was directly transmitted into everyone's minds. Are we going to war? These invaders dare to establish a foothold in my homeland. I will sink every last one of them. Sabo's movements came to an abrupt halt, and he looked around in bewilderment. Where did that voice just come from? The fishman also ceased his attack, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The sound seemed to resonate directly within our minds. Are there other ability users here? I was just at my own headquarters. How did I become an invader? Sabo scratched his head before suddenly realizing something. Wait, that voice didn't come normally, it appeared directly in our minds. He turned to Yin Feng, his vigilance deepening. That ship spirit you mentioned. Could it be the one speaking just now? Indeed. Yin Feng nodded. Carlson, control your temper for now. Let's understand the situation first. What situation? Carlson's voice echoed in everyone's minds. They've occupied my homeland and taken captives. Is there anything else to discuss? Upon hearing this, Sabo's expression shifted from confusion to dawning comprehension. So that's how it is. What you said is true. He lowered his combat stance, but remained alert. We've been here for several years now. When local residents were invaded by pirates, we helped drive them away, which is how we were accepted by the people here. Pirate invasion. Carlson's voice grew puzzled. You're not invaders, eh? Of course not. Sabo shook his head. We are the guardians of this island. Those weapons are meant to protect the islanders. Though he spoke thus, Sabo did not reveal his Revolutionary Army affiliation. Since the other party's identity had not yet been fully confirmed, maintaining a certain caution was necessary. You truly aren't invaders? Carlson's tone softened considerably. Then why are you transporting so many weapons? Because pirate activity has been frequent lately, we needed to strengthen our defenses. Sabo explained. As for the captives you mentioned, those are the wicked individuals we captured. They are beyond redemption. Hearing this explanation and sensing that Sabo seemed honest, Carlson fell silent for a moment before finally whispering, I apologize. I misunderstood. See, it was merely a misunderstanding. Yin Feng spread his hands. I told you we meant no harm. Sabo's gaze drifted between Yin Feng and the others, and when it settled on Nico Robin, his pupils contracted slightly. Nico Robin, he murmured. Child of the devil. Upon hearing this title, Robin's body instantly tensed, her arms already poised to activate her abilities. You know me? She asked warily. Of course I do. The archaeologist with a 79 million berry bounty. Sabo's tone grew complicated. Though your presence here is quite unexpected. Your revolutionary army has been searching for her, hasn't it? Yin Feng pressed, continuing to expose Sabo's true identity. Sabo's expression immediately turned serious. How do you know we're the revolutionary army? I guessed. Yin Feng shrugged. Who else but the revolutionary army could establish an armed outpost in the South Sea, enlist fishermen as allies, and harbor no ill will toward Nico Robin? After a moment of silence, Sabo nodded in acknowledgement. You're sharp. Yes, we are indeed the revolutionary army. He turned to Nico Robin. Our leader Dragon has been searching for you. He calls you the light of the revolution. Dragon. Robin frowned slightly. I don't recall any connection with the revolutionary army. Your ability to decipher the poneglyphs is of immense significance to us. Sabo explained, though it appears you've already made your own choice. Just then a commotion erupted from the shore. Father! Father! A woman leaped into the sea without hesitation, swimming desperately toward the void ship. However, her swimming skills were clearly inadequate, and she lacked the stamina to sustain the effort, struggling halfway through. Someone fell overboard. The fishman immediately prepared to jump into the sea to rescue her. But Yin Feng was faster. Space transfer. A flash of void energy, and the woman vanished from the sea, reappearing on the deck of the void ship the next moment. The woman gasped for breath, drenched from head to toe, yet her eyes darted across the void ship as though searching for something. Father, is that really you? She asked, her voice trembling. It's me, Anna. Carlson's voice echoed in Anna's mind, filled with deep emotion and longing. My daughter, I'm back. Sabo's nerves, which had relaxed, tensed again upon witnessing this. Yin Feng had transported the woman onto the deck without warning. A display of such precise spatial manipulation was far too dangerous. If Yin Feng intended to take hostages, no one could have stopped him. What do you want? Sabo instinctively stepped in front of the woman. If you're planning to use her as a hostage to threaten us. Threaten? Yin Feng wore an innocent expression. I merely rescued someone who fell into the sea. You're overthinking this, aren't you? It's all right. The woman wiped the water from her face and said to Sabo, Sabo, this gentleman truly saved me, and... She glanced toward the ship's helm, tears in her eyes. My father has returned. I will never forget his voice. Sabo finally realized his reaction had been excessive, yet he remained watchful. After all, the other party was a dangerous individual with an 80 million berry bounty. Any caution was justified. Apologies. he said awkwardly. We're not exactly close after all. I understand. Yin Feng waved his hand. I'd react the same way in your position. Hearing this, Robin couldn't help but think to herself, when have you ever been on guard against Nico, Robin, or the person in front of you? She worries day and night following you around. But Yin Feng had no idea of Robin's inner thoughts. He turned to the woman named Anna. You're Carlson's daughter? Yes. Anna nodded firmly. I'm Anna Carlson. Father disappeared at sea many years ago, and I had long feared I would never see him again. Disappeared for many years? Robin adjusted her glasses. Carlson, exactly how long have you been gone? I'm not certain of the exact duration. Carlson's voice carried a hint of confusion. In that twisted sea region, the concept of time becomes indistinct. It could have been 10 years, or perhaps 20. 23 years. Anna's voice choked with emotion. Father, you've been gone for 23 years. Mother passed away 5 years ago, and even on her deathbed, she kept calling your name. A brief silence fell upon the deck, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the hull. With Anna's appearance, Carlson's anger instantly dissipated without a trace, his attention completely captivated by his long-lost daughter. Anna, let me have a good look at you. Carlson's voice uncontrollably rang, and everyone's minds filled with deep longing. You've grown so much already, a mature woman. Anna sat on the deck, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad, I thought I would never hear your voice again. Seeing this heartwarming reunion of father and daughter, Yin Feng suddenly had a brainstorm. He extended his palm, and void energy began to gather in his hand. Spatial reconstruction, temporary manifestation. Light blue energy began to coalesce on the deck, gradually outlining the silhouette of a middle-aged man. The figure was translucent, but had clear features, exactly the likeness of Carlson in life. What is this? Sabo exclaimed, eyes wide. Did you bring the dead back to life? Not resurrection. Yin Feng waved his hand to explain. I just used spatial ability to create a temporary vessel for Carlson's consciousness, allowing him to appear in a physical form. However, this state consumes a lot of energy, and he still can't stray too far from the ship. Carlson's translucent figure trembled as he reached out, gently caressing Anna's cheek. My daughter, it's really you. Dad. Anna could no longer contain her emotions, tightly embracing her father's phantom. Seeing this, Sabo's previously wary expression softened considerably. A person willing to expend his own ability for a father-daughter reunion could hardly be a villain. It seems the misunderstanding has truly been cleared up. Sabo dropped his combat stance. Sorry for being so rough earlier. I am Sabo, the guardian of this island. It's fine, I would have been cautious too. Yin Feng smiled. After all, protecting companions is the right thing to do. Sabo nodded, then looked at the fishman. Haga, go back and prepare. We have guests. The blue-skinned fishman Haga nodded and left the deck. You all can chat slowly on the ship, Sabo said to Anna. I'll take your friends to the island to sit down. There are some matters I need to understand in detail. Anna nodded vigorously. Now she only wanted to talk properly with her long-lost father. Yin Feng, Robins, and Nico Robin followed Sabo off the ship and arrived at a small tavern near the port. The tavern's decor was simple but clean. Sabo chose a corner seat and gestured for the three to sit. This is our turf, but we can speak freely here. Sabo ordered a few drinks. Now can you tell me in detail your true purpose? True purpose. Yin Feng picked up his drink and took a sip. We simply want to send Carlson back to his hometown for a visit. No other intentions. A dangerous man with a bounty of 80 million, accompanied by the child of the demon and a mysterious scholar, traveling all the way to the South Sea to send a ship's spirit home. Sabo stared into Yin Feng's eyes. Do you think that reason is convincing? Oh. Robbins pushed up his glasses. Although it does sound incredible, that is the truth. What I'm more curious about is how you were certain we are the Revolutionary Army. Sabo continued. Beyond those deductions, you must have other sources of information, right? Yin Feng chuckled inwardly. This guy is still probing. But it's understandable. The Revolutionary Army is still in its developmental stage and needs to be cautious. I told you I guessed. Yin Feng shrugged. But since you admitted it, that means I guessed right. Sabo frowned, feeling that Yin Feng's reaction was somewhat abnormal. Ordinary people, when faced with the Revolutionary Army's probing, would either be nervous or angry, but this man appeared very relaxed, as if he didn't worry at all. Aren't you afraid we might harm you? Sabo asked tentatively. Why should I be afraid? Yin Feng countered. We haven't done anything heinous, and I actually agree with the Revolutionary Army's ideals. Overthrowing the corrupt world government and establishing a more just world. A pretty good idea. Hearing this, Sabo's eyes lit up slightly. You agree with our ideals? MHM. Yin Feng nodded. Those celestial dragons of the world government really need to be dealt with, but it's too big a thing for me to handle alone. Nico Robin also spoke up. I also support the Revolutionary Army's ideals. The world government is corrupt, and I must know the history they have concealed. Sabo pondered for a moment, then finally made a decision. In that case, I think you should meet our leader. Dragon. Yin Feng blinked. He's coming here. You even know his name. Sabo was even more surprised. It seems you know more about us than I thought. Just heard of him. Yin Feng waved his hand. The legendary revolutionary monkey D. Dragon. Who hasn't heard of him? Sabo nodded. I've already contacted the chief. He is very interested in you, especially Miss Nico Robin. But he has some matters to attend to. It may take a few days for him to arrive. A few days, eh? Robbins was a bit worried. Waiting here that long, won't there be problems? Don't worry. Sabo patted his chest. This is our turf, absolutely safe. Besides, your current identities are rather special, a bit more protection is a good thing. Yin Feng didn't hesitate at all. No problem, we're not in a hurry anyway. Nico Robin also nodded in agreement. I really want to meet this legendary revolutionary. And from what you said, the Revolutionary Army has been searching for me, we should indeed talk in person. Both turned to look at Robbins, waiting for his opinion. Robbins sighed inwardly. Of the 3 people on the ship, the captain and the other crew member had agreed, and even the ship probably didn't want to leave anytime soon. Even if he objected, it would be useless. Moreover, from a rational perspective, the Revolutionary Army would indeed not harm them, and could even provide protection. I have no objection, Robbins said helplessly. Since everyone has decided, let's wait here for a few days. Sabo smiled with satisfaction. Then it's settled. I'll arrange for you to stay in town. If you need anything, just ask. By the way, Robbins suddenly thought of something. Do you have a library or something here? I'm very interested in this island's history. Library. Sabo thought for a moment. There is a small archive room, but most of it is internal Revolutionary Army materials, I'm afraid. I won't look at classified materials. Robin waved her hand. Just want to learn about the local history and culture, satisfy my curiosity. Sabo considered for a moment. That can be arranged, but only public materials. Enough. Robin nodded contentedly. Just as they were chatting, the tavern door suddenly burst open, and several townspeople rushed in. Brother Sabo, bad news, one of the young men gasped. A Navy warship has appeared on the horizon heading straight for us.